Ling Yishan, at 18, was daily tormented to the brink of despair by his parents' relentless divorce battles. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist if they're going to separate. It's all or nothing. Neither side would yield. In Lijiang community of Linjiang City, a fierce quarrel stirred a storm that culminated in a harsh ultimatum. Shursan, who do you want to live with? The question cut through Ling Yishan's heart like a cold blade. Distracted while scrolling TikTok, he could hardly believe it had become the protagonist in this legendary parental conflict. Ling Bufan and Yi Qinmei, this eccentric couple, fancied themselves as the embodiments of good and evil. Yet paradoxically, in the tangled drama of their lives, the demon lord and the holy lord had tied the knot and fathered a so-called abnormal Shursan. Their midlife crisis battles shattered the home's tranquility. They insisted on staging a divorce drama every 3 days. I want to live with Auntie Li Xingyao, Ling Yishan declared firmly, his voice calm, yet resolute. The two elders exchanged looks and, after momentary shock, realized that Li Xingyao was their friend. Yi Qinmei seized her son's shoulders with a subtle worry in her eyes. Shursan, why do you want to live with her? Ling Yishan's gaze shone brightly. Li Xingyao said she'll treat me to KFC on Thursday and bring me 3 little toys. Holding up 3 fingers, his burning desire filled the air. Yi Qinmei smiled wryly. You little demon, look what you've made of your son. Feeding him fried cow dung and junk food every day. Ling Bufan defended himself, neck stiffening. No way, it's you spoiling him. The argument soon turned to parenting, with Ling Yishan's eyes sharp as knives. How could he tolerate them trampling on their country flowers so easily? Leaning close to Yi Qinmei, he whispered her secret identity as a writer. Her face flushed in a mix of fear and helplessness. Then he turned to Ling Bufan, recounting the awkward moment when he was caught returning from a business trip, their secret father-son games turning the home atmosphere chaotic under nightfall. The 3 of them finally huddled awkwardly in the narrow corridor. Tension dissolved into a truce. Still divorcing? No, no more. Yi Qinmei and Ling Bufan shook their heads like spinning tops, eager to end the conflict. Ling Yishan softly warned, don't make me worry, I'm tired enough going to school every day. That night, the door lock clicked, followed by the sharp snap of a belt. The good and evil elders united against a common battle, while Ling Yishan spun like a top, the struggle far from over. The next day at Linjiang No. 2 High School, senior year, class 6, Ling Yishan slumped over his desk, his seat aching from the night's trial. Li Xiao noticed with curiosity and asked. He replied coolly, old Dang's got no mercy, those 2 old folks played role-playing again last night. She half believed him, teasing, your aunt and uncle get along so well, what's that got to do with you? He smiled bitterly, I'm just a prop in their little game. Sarcasm aside, Li Xiao gently reminded him, you didn't skip the essay you were assigned yesterday, did you? Ling Yishan feigned confidence. Don't underestimate me. Of course I wrote it. He only feared luck wouldn't be on his side when the class read aloud. Sure enough, when the bell rang, the teacher called, Ling Yishan, please read your essay. Facing Li Zio's stifled laughter, he stood and read loudly. My essay is titled Me and My Father. 2 years ago, on a rainy day, my father was sick with a fever. My mother wasn't home, and the nanny was off, so I carried my father to the hospital. The rain was heavy. He leaned on me, wearing a raincoat. He asked if I was tired. I said no. That night, I stayed by his side while he got in 4. The next day, I got sick from the rain, and my father carried me to the hospital despite the rain. On the 3rd day, after my father recovered, he fell ill again. I still carried him to the hospital, and it was still raining. Outside the classroom, Ling Yishan murmured in awe, Su Miao really is a body cultivator who lifted me with one hand. Soon Li Xiao rushed out, standing obediently beside him. With me as a shining example, you actually got called up. Didn't write your essay, did you? She rolled her eyes, blushing and sticking out her tongue. I wrote mine about my mother. Ling Yishan was stunned and asked quickly, how could we copy the same essay? There's only one free example online. They exchanged a knowing smile. Next class, our spiritual roots will awaken. Do you think we can cultivate immortality? Li Xiao crouched, tugging his sleeve. Ling Yishan shrugged helplessly. My family's run businesses for generations, rentals, takeout, street stalls, even lamb skewers. Cultivating immortality isn't for ordinary people like me. Suddenly, hope crept in. But isn't Auntie Li a nascent soul cultivator? You can't be that bad. Li Xiao sighed. Longevity is harsh. We've got maybe 70 or 80 years as good friends. Then he'll burn you some paper money, eat whatever offerings, spend all the money, just don't make life hard for yourself. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she patted Ling Yishan's shoulder with some reluctance. All right. If you don't save me any chicken legs this afternoon at KFC, they'll read your essay to Auntie Li. Ling Yishan laughed. If you do, they'll tell your mom on you. Amid laughter and playfulness, the bell tolled quietly, signaling the awakening of their spiritual roots. At the playground of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, a huge Ling testing stone stood atop the flag-raising platform. The morning mist still lingered, but the stone's surface had been polished to a bright shine, like a silent mirror waiting for each student's touch. The orderly rows of students stepped forward one by one under their teacher's guidance, pressing their palms against the cool stone. As they did, a spiritual glow flickered. Fewer and purer attributes meant stronger innate talent. Li Qian, awakening earth, wood, and water roots. Well done. You can develop along those lines, building caves and contributing to the nation's infrastructure. The principal's booming voice struck everyone's hearts like a drumbeat. To him, each young immortal seedling was a clear mark of success. The boy called out was a chubby kid with black-rimmed glasses. His round face flushed red with excitement, and his fingers trembled slightly, as if he was about to rush into the deep mountains to battle wild beasts, then find a secret spot to let off steam. The crowd chuckled good-naturedly, but he kept his hand pressed on the stone, unwilling to let go. Next was a ponytailed girl stepping up the stairs. Guyu, awakening 5 mixed roots. Don't lose heart, you can still pursue a scholarly path with a bright future. The principal's tone softened. 5 mixed roots meant slim chances in cultivation. Guyu lowered her eyes, forcing a smile. She pictured others soaring midair on their sword chi while she buried her head in books, crying quietly late at night under the covers. But she clenched her fists silently. If someday she could earn big money from the wind resources and get a bigger bed, at least she could cry more comfortably then. One by one, students were declared mortal or immortal cultivators, cheers and sighs rising and falling. To find even one immortal seedling among 100 was lucky. Most would have to accept their fate. The principal wiped sweat from his forehead but held his head high. Each test was a gamble, and he had to appear confident. Next, Li Xiao, please step forward for awakening. The whole school's eyes locked onto her. As the daughter of a nascent soul cultivator, Li Xiao had been hailed a sure immortal seedling even before enrollment, rumored to possess double spiritual roots. No one knew how many officials the principal had had to curry favor with, or how many godfathers and godmothers he had lined up just to recruit her. Envies, hopes, jealousy, and resentment crashed down like a storm from every direction. Li Xiao felt a tightness in her chest, struggling to breathe. Just then, a hand lightly patted her shoulder. She turned to see Ling Yishan wearing his familiar, carefree grin. Go for it. Once you awaken, you get to leave early. I can't wait to go all out and lose my mind. His effortless smile was unchanged, seemingly unconcerned with what talent she might receive. Li Zio's turbulent heart suddenly calmed like a clear sky after rain. She smiled back at him, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the awakening platform. Her jade fingers pressed the Ling testing stone. Instantly, a dazzling burst of emerald green and deep blue erupted, blending into a brilliant dual-color glow. Waterwood double roots. Just as expected, a double root. Huh? The principal nearly clapped and jumped for joy. His voice thundered across the playground. He knew this meant the school's future competition trophies would fill the warehouse, and his bonuses were secure. Gasps and whispers rippled through the students like a tide. Yet none of this could shake Li Zio's calm. She gently withdrew her hand, stepped down with steady grace. Approaching Ling Yishan, she raised an eyebrow and gave a mischievous smile. Bro, don't be down, you've got a good brother with double roots on your side. Li Xiao lifted her chin and puffed out her burgeoning chest, her face flush with pride like a peacock showing off. Beside her, Ling Yishan rolled his eyes, casually scratched his backside, and lazily strode toward the flag-raising platform. In an instant, the entire school's attention snapped to him like a magnet, completely overshadowing Li Xiao. Everyone knew Li Zio's reputation came from her powerful mother, a grand cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Ling Yishan, however, was famous purely for his own legendary antics. He smuggled spicy snacks among students, but once teachers got involved, the market collapsed. He kept bullfrogs in the dorm to kill mosquitoes, but when one frog leapt onto the dorm inspector's face, he became wanted by the whole building. As discipline monitor, he heroically arrested an education bureau official secretly inspecting the campus, mistaking him for a suspicious character. He rarely made serious mistakes, but minor infractions happened non-stop. His name practically owned the flag-raising speeches, easily stepping onto the stage far more than anyone else. Now, with countless eyes on him, Ling Yishan abruptly stopped. Just walking up calmly would be too boring. With a muttered curse, he ignored the puzzled looks and executed a flawless backflip, pointing both fingers skyward as he landed smoothly. The crowd on the stands flashed a string of question marks. Why is this guy doing flips? Before anyone could react, Ling Yishan sprinted up the flag platform and pressed his palm onto the spirit testing stone. The principal didn't expect much from this problem student and scanned below for promising young cultivators. But suddenly a fierce heat burst from behind. Turning sharply, he saw the spirit testing stone blazing with golden light, as if a golden flame was burning fiercely. A single gold attribute root, he exclaimed. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Single attribute roots were rare, only a few appeared per province and were known for their terrifying cultivation potential and combat strength. But then a hint of crimson bled through the gold light. That was the mark of the fire root. A gold fire dual root. The principal almost pounded his chest in frustration once fire mingled in. It no longer counted as a single root. The students below felt relieved. If Ling Yishan really had a single root, he'd be an unbeatable prodigy. But downgraded to a dual root, their nerves eased. Just as emotions fluctuated, the stone changed again. Gold and crimson hues intertwined, spun, and fused until a dazzling white gold color emerged. Gold spirit entering fire, fire forging gold. The principal's voice cracked. This is a strange root. The crowd went wild. Strange roots were mysterious in origin and unknown in power, but were recognized as at least equal to single roots, and possibly stronger. Li Xiao covered her mouth, cheeks flushed with excitement. Aside from the teachers and principal, she might be the only one truly happy for Ling Yishan. As for Ling Yishan himself, he finally lowered his eyes to the palm pressed against the stone, disbelief written all over his face. His ancestors' graves must be smoking up to the heavens. He had awakened the legendary strange root. The principal suppressed his excitement and handed him the microphone, voice steady. Ling Yishan, do you have a name for this strange root? On this day, Linjiang No. 2 Middle School would make history, but Ling Yishan couldn't stop the grin spreading at the corner of his mouth. The entire school fell silent in anticipation. Clearing his throat, Ling Yishan scanned the crowd seriously and said, since that's the case, he'll keep it simple. This root is gold mixed with fire, fire refining gold. How about we call it Gold Spirit Little Flame? 13. Are you planning to choose physical cultivation or magical cultivation? Magical cultivation, I guess. It seems to have broader career prospects, Ling Yishan replied casually, looking down at the booklet in his hands. But the Dragon Kingdom is focusing on developing spiritual realms right now. Physical cultivation comes with government subsidies up to 50,000 yuan a month for meal allowances, Li Xiao said, waving the booklet in front of him and pointing at the bold words on the cover. Immortal Cultivation Pathway Guide. Her expression was serious. Seriously? 50,000 a month, just for meals? Ling Yishan was stunned. Usually a few hundred yuan for pocket money would make him happy for days. 50,000 could practically send him to the moon. Li Xiao gave him a sideways glance. What's so surprising? Physical cultivation is 30% training and 70% eating. The upfront investment is huge. That 50,000 might not even cover one meal for some people. As they walked and talked, the bustling crowd at the school gate and the early summer breeze made their conversation feel particularly vivid. 13. Xiao, over here. A tall, slender figure leaned against a bright red sports car parked at the school gate, waving to them. The sunlight made the paint gleam, drawing admiring looks from passers-by. Mom, you're here so early? Li Xiao jogged over, surprised. Normally, her mother would still be at the shop at this time. The visitor was Li Ziyou's mother, Li Xingyao, owner of the spiritual plant store. She wore a blue and white long-sleeve blouse and a black lace pencil skirt. Black stockings and heels completed her sharp, professional look. Her short bob was both neat and spirited. The latest model Spirit Energy sports car, beside her silently proclaimed wealthy businesswoman. Well, we made arrangements, didn't we, 13? She winked at Ling Yishan and gave his cheek a playful squeeze. The boy's ears turned red, but he didn't pull away. Mom, listen, 13 just awakened his spirit root. And it's an extraordinary one. Li Xiao was excited, as if she'd won a prize herself. Is that so? Congratulations, 13. Li Xingyao smiled brightly, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely surprised. I always thought you were special from the start. The three of them got into the car. Inside the cabin, there was no steering wheel, no gas or brake pedals, just a floating touchscreen. All controls were operated by spiritual energy. It was no exaggeration to call it a four-wheeled immortal sword. Under the Dragon Kingdom's policies for energy conservation and carbon reduction, spirit energy cars are gradually replacing traditional fuel vehicles. Ordinary people have to regularly recharge their cars at spirit energy stations, but Li Xingyao, a nascent soul-stage magical cultivator, only needs a thought to keep the energy flowing endlessly. The car glided smoothly forward. In the back seat, Li Xiao and Ling Yishan continued to debate the prospects of physical versus magical cultivation. Ling Yishan opened up about his unusual spirit root and even named it Golden Divine Little Fire on the spot. Li Xingyao had been quietly listening at first, but couldn't hold back anymore. She burst out laughing. Haha, 13, when you get home, you'd better tell your mother that name. Ling Yishan nodded. Of course, he would report everything about his spirit root to his parents. Sneaking a glance at Li Xingyou's handsome face through the rearview mirror, Ling Yishan still couldn't understand how someone like him, a cultivated nascent soul master, wealthy and good-looking, could become close friends with his ordinary housewife mom. After pondering it over and over, the only reason he could come up with was that Li Xingyao must be coveting his mom's beauty. Their frequent mysterious disappearances seemed to confirm his suspicion. But once the car stopped in front of Kentucky Fried Chicken, all those speculations instantly vanished, overwhelmed by the irresistible aroma of fried chicken. Give me 3 FA cultivator combo meals, 1 metal attribute, 2 water attribute, all with little toys, Li Xingyao ordered promptly. All right, please wait a moment, the cashier replied efficiently, and within 5 minutes, The tempting trays were placed in front of the three of them. This is the FA cultivator combo. It looks no different from a regular combo, Ling Yishan said, picking up a drumstick and inspecting it. The golden skin gleamed oily under the lights. You try it first, Li Xingyao smiled, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed intently on him. The drumstick was crispy outside, tender inside. But Ling Yishan's pupils dilated for a different reason. Subtle, gentle energy was flowing into his body along his meridians. Is this spiritual energy? Yeah. The chicken is raised on spirit rice, so its meat carries a trace of spiritual energy. Not much, just barely noticeable, Li Xingyao explained. Li Xiao next to him noticed his dramatic reaction and took a bite as well. She chewed all the way down to the bone before catching that faint thread of spiritual energy and immediately teased. Sure, San, you're so sensitive? You can detect such a tiny bit of spiritual energy? Li Xingyao saw everything with a sigh in his heart. With a newly awakened spiritual root and this kind of perception, it's no wonder he's the child of the Holy Lord and Demon Lord. Thinking this, Li Xingyao silently resolved absolutely had to regain custody of the Holy Lord. The three quickly finished the food. Ling Yishan hugged three mother hen card-linked dark crawling little toys with a look of pure satisfaction, as if holding treasures. Sure, San, why do you love fast food so much? Uncle Ling's cooking is way better, Li Xiao said, puzzled. She remembered Uncle Ling's little diner tasted better than many upscale restaurants. You don't get it, Ling Yishan said seriously. Eating high-calorie fried chicken before a proper meal isn't just about satisfying hunger. It's this thrill of guilt and delicious sinfulness totally addictive. Li Xiao was full of question marks. She understood each word, but together they sounded like gibberish. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang, interrupting their talk. Ling Yishan pulled it out. It was an unknown number. Hello, who's this? Are you Ling Yishan from Linjiang No. 2 Middle School? A calm voice asked. Damn it. Ling Yishan blurted out an expletive, then fell silent. The other side seemed stunned by his reaction, pausing 3 seconds before continuing. Don't be nervous. Ling, we're teachers from the Western Military Region Advanced Cultivation Academy. We want to discuss something with you. His eyes lit up cold. They want to recruit me early because of my spiritual root? If you're interested in applying, we certainly welcome you. The voice shifted, but according to national regulations, it's not yet the time for that. We're contacting you about something else. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. What else could it be besides early recruitment? It's about your spiritual root issue. Or more precisely, your fated divine treasure. No sooner had Ling Yishan finished the call than Li Xiao, curious as a kitten, leaned in close and lowered her voice. 13. Who was that on the line? From the Western Military Region's Advanced Immortal Cultivation Academy, Ling Yishan replied, holding up his phone that hadn't quite powered down yet. He repeated the other side's message in a calm tone. They want me to help test the data for a newly developed heterogeneous spiritual root. The payment is supplies that best match my spiritual root, plus assistance in refining my destined magic treasure. He shrugged, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Those terms were tempting. That sounds great for you. Li Xiao nodded in approval. Official equipment, a massive database. You'll avoid so many dead ends. But her tone shifted. You still have to discuss this with your parents, especially the magic treasure stuff. No cutting corners there. Huh. My dad's just a mortal. What does he know about magic treasures? Ling Yishan had no objection to the first half, but was baffled by her words about his dad. Well, about magic treasures no one knows better than your dad. I mean, he has a friend who's really well-versed. Li Xiao nearly slipped, then quickly corrected herself. The Sacred Lord and Demon Lord had reached an agreement, and since Ling Yishan didn't believe in his parents' true identities anyway, she decided to go along with it. My dad's got connections like that? Ling Yishan scratched his head in confusion, but chose to trust her. Okay, I'll ask when I get home. 13. They'll take you back, Li Xiao said, gripping her car keys and heading out the door. Before she finished speaking, a deep male voice came from nearby. No need. They'll send the young master home. Following the voice, Ling Yishan saw a middle-aged man in a black trench coat stepping onto a white scooter. Black hair and eyes, sharp features radiating a keep-away vibe. Oddly enough, the cartoon apron tied around his waist and the shopping bag in his hand softened that fierce aura quite a bit. Uncle Jian, what are you doing here? Ling Yishan blinked in surprise. The man was Mo Shijian, an old cleaner at his father Ling Bufan's restaurant, and the Ling family's top loyal right-hand man, always taking good care of him. Buying seasonings for the shop. Just passing by, and figured I'd give you a ride. Mo Shijian held up the plastic bag, filled with soy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, the whole works. His gaze flicked to Li Xiao, sharp and protective like a black wolf guarding its flock, warning anyone to keep their distance. Li Zio's expression tightened, her returning look just as cold but tinged with wariness. Well then, thanks a lot. Ling Yishan tightened his grip on his backpack, happily hopping on the back. He waved goodbye to Li Xiao and her mother. Li Xiao opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only watching the scooter puff white smoke as it sped away. The scooter roared out of campus, wind whipping past. Ling Yishan leaned forward and called to Mo Shijian, Uncle Jian, don't call me young master out here. It's super embarrassing. All right, young master, Imo Shujian replied without missing a beat, clearly not taking the request seriously. Ling Yishan held onto the seat behind him and sighed helplessly, half suspected his dad used some weird app to hypnotize Imo Shujian. Otherwise, how could the guy willingly play along with such an awkward role play? Why is everyone around me so strange when I'm perfectly normal? Ling Yishan brooded as he walked on without stopping. When he reached the small restaurant near his home, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. The doorway was packed with a dense crowd. Business was usually good, but never this crazily busy, like people were starving. Look, number 13 is back. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone turned sharply to stare at Ling Yishan sitting in the back seat of the car, their eyes predatory like sharks sensing blood. They swarmed forward all at once. Oh wow, number 13 has really made it. He actually awakened a spiritual root. The leading middle-aged woman grabbed center stage, bubbling with excitement like a boiling kettle. Andy always said you were smart, really extraordinary. Others nodded eagerly and showered him with praise from every direction. After a few seconds of admiration, the woman cut straight to the point. Number 13, no one in the old Ling family has ever become a cultivator before. You suddenly awakening a rare spiritual root. Is there some secret? Tell Auntie, please. Other parents leaned forward, their eyes shining with anticipation. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. Of course, they wouldn't come empty-handed. Clearly, the news of his spiritual root awakening had spread like wildfire among the students by afternoon, and now their parents had come together to seek advice at the restaurant. Well, yes, there is a secret. He lowered his voice and pretended to keep it mysterious. The crowd instantly fell silent and pressed closer. You need to rest more and exercise less. Play more games and study less. Stay up late and get up late. Eat lots of junk food and skip proper meals. Ling Yishan delivered his secret method with complete seriousness. The air froze. The parents exchanged glances, stunned as if their brains had overloaded. Still, the leading woman pressed on, unwilling to let go. Is that all? No other habits? There is, Ling Yishan shrugged, feigning helplessness. Eat the food my dad cooks. That statement caused many heads to nod. Compared with the rebellious advice before, this one sounded much more believable. Maybe there really was some hidden trick in Ling Bufan's cooking. The parents quickly exchanged glances and silently resolved to bring their kids here to eat more often. Dad, this is as far as I can help you. Hope you don't let your son's efforts go to waste. Ling Yishan watched the crowd being led astray by his teasing and nodded smugly. While everyone was still dazed, he grabbed Ma Shujian and pushed through the crowd, slipping inside the shop. The group tried to follow but was stopped cold by Ma Shujian's intense keep-out aura. Sorry, we're closed today. If you want to eat, come back tomorrow. Ma Shujian shut the door with a bang. Inside the kitchen, Ling Bufan slumped in a chair, his face as dark as an empty iron pot. You made quite a racket today, nearly wore me out. Ling Yishan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It's okay, the fuss will die down in a few days. Though he spoke casually, he knew his stunt had only just begun to keep his dad busy. After confirming it was quiet outside, Ling Bufan finally relaxed, only for his son's next words to make him tense again. Let's go. Your mom's waiting at home. It's time for a family meeting to talk about my future. He turned and ordered, Shujian, I'm leaving the shop in your hands. Remember to lock up when you leave. Ma Shujian nodded immediately. Ling Bufan packed his things and, after making sure no one was blocking the back door, hurried Ling Yishan away. 13. What kind of spiritual root have you awakened? At the dining table, Yi Qi-mei and Ling Bufan sat side by side, their eyes fixed tightly on Ling Yishan across from them, their expressions full of restrained tension. Under his parents' watchful gaze, the young man rarely dropped his usual casual attitude. He straightened his back and answered solemnly. Report. I have awakened an unusual spiritual root, metal mixed with fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the couple's reactions were completely opposite. Ling Bufan was momentarily stunned, then clapped his hands loudly and laughed heartily. Good son, just like your old man. He shot a proud look at his wife. But Yi Qinmai's smile instantly disappeared, as if she had bet everything and lost it all, her disappointment nearly making her slump onto the table. Ling Yishan expected his father to be happy, but he hadn't anticipated his mother's expression to be so desperate. About to comfort her, Ling Bufan already raised his cup and asked enthusiastically. 13. What name did you give this unusual root? It needs to be fierce, got it? Golden Flame Spirit. All right, no need for self-introduction. I'm asking for the root's name. Ling Bufan raised his eyebrows. Oh, the root's name is Golden Flame Spirit. Buffed right as he took a sip, Ling Bufan sprayed the wine all over his face, his smile frozen with shock. In contrast, Yi Qinmai's lips curved into a smile. What a terrible name. Change it immediately. Ling Bufan's face flushed red. Like a child in distress, he anxiously pounded the table. 13. You really are your mother's good son. Yi Qinmei laughed, her eyes curved in delight as she stuffed a large chicken drumstick into her son's bowl. Ignore him. I like that name. No changing it. The family bickered playfully. After the laughter died down, The conversation shifted to the call they received earlier from the prestigious Cultivation Academy in the Western Military District. 13. You just awakened an unusual route and already want to go so far. Mom is worried about your safety. Yiqin Mei frowned, her voice full of concern. Ling Bufan didn't try to soothe her. Instead, his expression darkened and he spoke more seriously than usual. 13. Think back when you first heard the words lifelong treasure. What was your immediate reaction? To go or not to go? Be honest. Without hesitation, the youth replied, go. I wanted to go then, and I still want to go now. Hearing this, Ling Bufan nodded. Then follow your feeling. Don't overthink it. Again, the parents disagreed. Yiqin Mei opened her mouth to argue, but was cut off firmly by Ling Bufan. Enough, Yiqin Mei. I will never harm 13. Mom, really, it's fine. Ling Yishan quickly put a piece of her favorite braised pork on her plate. And it's for winter break. There's still a month, it's not urgent. Yiqin Mei had no choice but to turn her worry into appetite, eating hungrily. When it came to magical treasures, she truly didn't understand them as well as Ling Demon, so she remained silent for the time being. As the meal was almost finished, Ling Yishan looked up and threw out his last question. We're about to split into classes. Should I choose physical cultivation or magical cultivation? Yiqin Mei, choose magical cultivation. Ling Bufan chooses physical cultivation. No sooner had he spoken than he and Yiqin Mei butted heads like two roosters, their eyes practically sparking with fiery determination. Physical cultivators are so crude and unsophisticated, using only brute force and violence. It's dangerous and exhausting. How can it compare to the ease of magic cultivation? Yiqin Mei crossed her arms and scoffed coldly. Magic cultivators are delicate and weak, with low stats. If you're unprepared in battle, one sudden attack and you'll get beaten up. Ling Bufan shot back sharply. Compared to physical cultivation, you're nowhere near as strong. You think you understand physical cultivation better than me, and you think you know magic cultivation better than me? Their voices rose nonstop, until Ling Yishan's head started to throb from all the noise. Scratching his head awkwardly, he suggested, why don't we draw lots? No way. They both said in unison, their tone firm and unequivocal. This was the path for their child's life, not to be decided lightly. Then what? We can't cultivate both paths at once, right? Ling Yishan shrugged. Physical cultivation channels energy through the body, while magic cultivation gathers qi in the dantian, two completely incompatible methods. Even in Dragon Kingdom's history, those who tried both progressed as slowly as snails. By the time he reached the mid-qi refining stage, his peers were already breaking through foundation establishment, leaving him crushed under their power. Most had to choose one path by that stage. But this idea suddenly lit up the eyes of Ling Bufan and Yiqin Mei. What if we team up? Could it work? Worth a try? In my previous life, I stole a dual dantian cultivation technique from the immortal tomb, Ling Bufan whispered. What if 13 can't handle it? If he can't, he'll specialize after breaking through foundation establishment. Their heads bent together in a hushed discussion before they slapped their hands in agreement, totally on the same page. Turning back, they wore unusually gentle smiles. 13, Mom and Dad will be away for a few days. You'll be home alone, okay? Ling Yishan looked puzzled. They just argued fiercely minutes ago. Now they were leaving and dumping him at home? But suddenly his eyes sharpened. Were his parents planning to have another child? If it's possible, I want a little sister, he said seriously. Yiqin Mei and Ling Bufan froze for 2 seconds before their faces flushed crimson when they understood the meaning behind his words. Rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? I think you've got a rash or something. Before Ling Bufan finished, his hand went straight for the legendary copperhead belt. Ling Yishan wisely dashed into his room at top speed, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Left alone in the living room, the couple dared not breathe too loud. Their cheeks glowed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. The atmosphere was thick with awkward tension. Ling Demon, don't mess around. Stay away from me. Could take 10 of you at this distance. Yiqin Mei crossed one arm over her chest and balled a fist with the other, glaring fiercely. Hey, you think I'm scared of you? Ling Bufan scoffed but obediently took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance. Magic cultivators can't reason with brawny physical cultivators. The next morning, Ling Yishan opened his door to find the room empty. His parents had already left, leaving a few days' worth of meal money and a strange gym membership card on the table. Nice weather today. Looking out the window, he saw the golden dragon carriage streaking across the sky as usual, spreading its scorching light over a cloudless horizon. After awakening his spiritual roots, the school gave him a 3-day break. Bored, Ling Yishan tucked the money and the odd gym card into his pocket and prepared to go out and earn some pocket money. Ling Yishan found a shared flying sword by the roadside, preparing to borrow one for transportation. Ding hello, the flying sword is unlocking. Please do not disconnect Bluetooth. With a crisp click, the lock by the road popped open, and a golden yellow flying sword shot out, hovering in midair. Ling Yishan stepped onto the blade. A strong suction from beneath his feet kept him as steady as if he were standing on solid ground. Ding ready to depart. City speed limit, 25 miles per hour. Maximum flight height, half a meter. Internal spiritual energy reserve at 100. Please travel safely and yield to pedestrians. He guided the sword as it flew along the street, quickly leaving behind the city's noise and heading toward the suburban forest park. The park was free to enter and sparsely populated, with only a few elderly men practicing martial exercises. Following the mountain path through the trees, the view suddenly opened up to reveal a wide, expansive lake. Several anglers were already seated by the lakeshore. Since the area was near the city, it had long been nourished by ambient spiritual energy discharged from daily life. The water's spiritual energy concentration was unusually high, resulting in plump, robust fish, making it a favorite spot among local fishing enthusiasts. But Ling Yishan wasn't here to fish this time. Whoosh, total flight time, 1 hour and 6 minutes. You're being charged for 2 hours. After returning the flying sword in the designated area, he glanced at the charge record on his phone and gasped in shock. The sting to his wallet made him vow silently. Once I reach foundational cultivation, I'll definitely buy my own private flying sword. The thought alone instantly reignited his determination. He walked over to the anglers, found a clean stone to sit on, and pulled out his phone to scroll through it. The fisherman found it strange that he neither cast a line nor joined their conversation, but since he caused no trouble, they left him alone. Suddenly, one elderly angler's rod bent sharply, nearly forming a bow. A big catch. The old man's eyes lit up, but the tip of the rod trembled violently. He couldn't hold the pull alone. His body was yanked forward, stumbling and falling to the ground, yet he still slid toward the lake. A nearby fisher threw down his rod to rush over, but another stopped him. Wait, someone's coming to help. Before the words finished, Ling Yishan suddenly sprang to the shore and firmly grasped the fishing rod. Young man, thank. The old man started to speak, but Ling Yishan took a deep breath and hurriedly said, almost in a rapid-fire pitch. Hello, I offer fishing assistance services. Strong and enduring, skilled with all kinds of big fish. Also provide after-sales support, expert at flawless photo retouching and video editing to capture your highlights and boost your social media presence. Multiple platform accounts to post comments on your behalf, providing emotional support too. The barrage of words stunned the old man, who instinctively asked, so, what's the charge? 500 per session, cash or scan payment accepted. Ling Yishan wore a professional smile and pulled out a payment QR code from his chest pocket. 500? Not expensive. As long as we land this fish today, he'll pay whatever it takes. The old man was clearly well off, and with such a big fish on the line, if it got away, he'd probably die on the spot from shock. All right, just watch and wait, Ling Yishan said with a smile, pushing a cigarette out of his right pocket. Here, have a smoke while you wait. After settling on the price, Ling Yishan threw himself wholeheartedly into the battle with the big fish. Having been remarkably strong since childhood, he was used to the kind of pull that could drag a grown man into the water. He held firm, feet planted like nails in the riverbank, completely still. For safety, he deliberately let the fish run a bit to tire it out. Don't worry, young man. This rod was custom made by a master craftsman. It won't break, the old man said, exhaling a puff of smoke and squinting in reassurance. Confident in the rod's strength, Ling Yishan tightened the line. Veins bulged on his forearms as he thrust his hips, giving a powerful snap. A massive greenfish, probably over 100 gene, roughly 100 pounds, broke the surface, water arcing clearly through the air before plopping heavy onto the riverbank grass. Wow, that must be over 100 gene for sure, the old man said, grinning from ear to ear. Without hesitation, Ling Yishan quickly unhooked the fish, then set up a photo shoot for the old man and his catch. The fish's tail propped up toward the camera, the old man turned sideways supporting the fish's belly. He snapped dozens of shots and also recorded several short videos. Then, crouching on the grass, Ling Yishan worked furiously, editing, applying filters, and beautifying the footage with such speed the old man could barely keep up. In just a few minutes, a finished video played on the screen. Take a look, sir. How's the quality? The old man's eyes lit up. The soundtrack was The Sailor, starting with the bite moment, then showing the old man fighting the fish. When Ling Yishan took over, it switched to a first-person perspective with him invisible in the frame. The intense drumming made the struggle feel like a life-or-death battle. At the song's climax, the fish flipping in midair was slowed down. The ending featured clever close-ups that made the 100-gene fish look like a 200-gene giant, even smoothing out the old man's liver spots. The entire video was essentially a lakeside version of The Old Man and the Sea. The old man was hooked at once. He scanned the QR code and immediately transferred 500 yuan to Ling Yishan, then shared the video to his social circle and Douyin. Ling Yishan logged into a secondary account and vividly described the scene in the comments. Silver waves crashing, man versus fish battle. The epic feel was off the charts. It was the old man's first time catching such a huge fish, and combined with Ling Yishan's emotional storytelling, he was grinning so widely it showed his molars. This kid's a real talent, one of the nearby anglers commented in amazement. You catch a big one someday, you can get him to edit it too, another said with a laugh. Paying 500 yuan for the whole package actually sounded like a bargain. But that's not even the strangest part. The first man lowered his voice. We've noticed that as long as this kid's around, the chances of catching fish shoot way up. It's uncanny. Seriously? His companion's eyes gleamed with hope. Meanwhile, Ling Yishan, just finishing up, was about to head back to Stone Spot for another round when the old man stopped him, smiling and gesturing at his fishing spot. I've been at it all day, and I'm getting tired. Why don't you sit here and fish for a bit? Anything you catch is yours. With time to spare, Ling Yishan gladly took the seat and skillfully baited his hook and cast his line, quietly waiting. Soon, the tip of the float dipped, and then the line was suddenly yanked hard. But Ling Yishan sensed something was off with the pull. Haha, buddy, your luck doesn't seem to be holding up very well. The fishermen on the shore packed up their rods, teasing him good-naturedly, which made a faint flush of embarrassment creep onto Ling Yishan's face. At his feet, the pile of spoils grew taller and taller. Moldy dead branches, cracked wooden planks split in two, a leaky broken bucket. The most valuable item was a tunterlong, glossy black old rolling pin. He planned to use it as a clothes hanger. Suddenly, the fishing line plummeted with a heavy tug, nearly jerking the rod from his hands. A cold flash sparked in Ling Yishan's eyes. His instinct screamed that this time had caught something big. Gritting his teeth, he pulled with all his might to bring the prize closer to shore. But when the dark water splashed loudly, he froze in place. The hook had caught not a giant carp, but a pink suitcase tightly entangled in water plants. What the heck was that? As soon as he dragged the suitcase onto the shore, the surrounding anglers swarmed over like cats drawn by the scent of blood. With a click, the latch popped open. The next second, a stench of rot and decay hit them all like a wave, turning their faces pale in shock. Inside lay a dismembered corpse, skin bleached and festering from long immersion, blood and sludge swirling in the bottom of the case. Clearly, someone had chopped up the body and dumped it in the lake, but Ling Yishan had pulled it up instead. Shouts of alarm broke out. Phones started ringing with emergency calls. The sky darkened rapidly, and shadows crept through the woods like spilled ink. Seeing the scattered bones and shattered limbs at their feet, most of the fishermen's nerves snapped. They hastily packed their bait and gear, crunching away on dry twigs and dead leaves as they fled. Only Ling Yishan and the white-haired old man who had lent him the fishing rod remained behind. No one noticed the figure hidden in the shade of some trees on the far side of the lake, silently watching their every move. Old sir, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, Ling Yishan said with a wry smile, closing the suitcase and letting out a long sigh as he sat down on a mossy stone beside the elder. Haha, no worries, the old man waved it off, crouching to tidy his fishing gear at his feet. I was the one who egged you on to keep fishing, so this is half my fault. Besides, it's just a dead body. Old man seen plenty in his younger days. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a round scar about the size of a thumb on his arm that was a bullet hole. I've got a few more, but some are in awkward places, so I won't show you, he chuckled. You were in the military? Ling Yishan asked in surprise. In the gun-forbidden Dragon Kingdom, few professions are blessed with such battle wounds, and every one of them commands deep respect. Cultivators protect the people, mortals defend the land. That's how it's always been, he thought with quiet admiration. The old man didn't answer, just hummed softly and fixed his gaze back on the pink suitcase. Such a sin, a fine young girl, ruined like this. Though the body was swollen and deformed from soaking, from the hair scraps and shredded clothes, he could tell the victim was a girl not much older than his granddaughter, right at the age of blooming youth. Ling Yishan nodded silently, but his mind raced with chilling questions. What kind of killer could slice through bones so precisely? Watch out, the old man suddenly shouted. Almost at that moment, a strange gust of wind surged through the forest, fracturing ripples on the lake's surface, and pushed Ling Yishan violently backward. A flash of blue light streaked past his nose. An icy water blade over a meter long screamed through the air, then with a sharp crack, cut a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half right before him. Ling Yishan broke out in a cold sweat. Immediately, had just narrowly escaped being beheaded. He hurriedly stood up and turned around, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in fishing clothes walking toward them, carrying a fishing rod and a fish basket. You're the killer? Ling Yishan asked in a deep voice, his mind racing. The nameless young woman, dismembered by water blades in the lake, was most likely murdered by this man. The faint spiritual energy emanating from the fisherman showed he was merely a chi refinement cultivator. The police wouldn't arrive for at least 10 minutes. If Ling Yishan could seize the opportunity, there might still be a chance to survive. I'm the one who killed her, the middle-aged man sneered, a cruel smile curling his lips. Handled the body so cleanly, never thought you'd fish her up with a single cast. Too bad for you. He had been pretending to fish daily to check if the body had surfaced, never expecting to be caught by Ling Yishan. Now that he was found out, he planned to leave no witnesses. Even the elderly man nearby had to die. Ling Yishan stepped in front of the old man and said coldly, I'm taking him with me today. Let's see how you stop me. The tension snapped tight. Ling Yishan was the first to move, crouching to grab a handful of small stones and hurling them fiercely. The The stones flew straight at the man's face, forcing him to instinctively raise his arm in defense. At that moment, Ling Yishan didn't run away. Instead, like a leopard, he dove in to close the distance. He knew his opponent excelled at wielding water blades from a distance. Turning his back to escape only exposed him to deadly slashes. Up close, where the cultivator's physical strength barely surpassed immortals, hand-to-hand combat might be his only way out. How dare you come close? The man's dusty face contorted with rage, feeling disrespected. Blue light burst from his palms, and with a flick of his arms, two water blades rose from the ground and screamed forward. Ling Yishan rolled sideways just in time, slipping between the razor-sharp blades, but the edges still tore through his chest, ripping his clothes and drawing blood. He gasped for breath, but had already closed the distance to 3 meters. In the next second, he flicked his wrist, and a shadow appeared like a whip. It lashed toward the man's face. The middle-aged man stepped back and easily avoided it, sneering, "Kid, you're still green." Before he could finish, a cold smile spread across Ling Yishan's face. In the faint moonlight, a glint flashed. The thin fishing line was already wrapped tightly around the man's neck, the sharp fishhook deeply embedded in flesh. This was a custom fishing rod and line commissioned from a forging specialist by the old fisherman, now firmly held in Ling Yishan's grasp. When they're weak, strike for the kill. His arm muscles tensed as he pulled hard. The razor-sharp fishing line nearly cut through the man's carotid artery. The man's face twisted with shock and fury as he used both hands to choke the line, blood dripping between his fingers, but never letting go. The situation reversed in an instant. Ling Yishan was about to catch his breath when the man suddenly lifted a foot and kicked out a water blade with his toe. Casting spells with your foot. Ling Yishan was caught off guard as the icy water blade slashed toward his right arm. At the critical moment, his body reacted instinctively. The faint spiritual energy he had accumulated from last night surged into his right arm, forming a platinum-colored light membrane around the muscle. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as the water blade was blocked, only leaving a shallow cut on his arm. What kind of spirit energy blocks my water blade with so little effort? The man said in shock, attempting to cast again. Ling Yishan moved first, fiercely swinging the fishing rod at the opponent. Seizing the moment when the man raised his hands to block, Ling Yishan grabbed the unconscious old man and turned to run wildly. By the time the man tore the fishing line from his neck, blood staining his clothes, and looked up to chase, a figure in black had already slowly stepped out from the shadows of Mo Shujian. "Who are you?" Before the words finished, the scene flipped. Moments later, the shattered body lay strewn on the ground, the head rolling into the grass. In his last moments, the man never understood why merely trying to silence two mortals brought down such a terrifying killer. Mo Shujian wiped his blade clean and placed the severed head before a luggage case meant for carrying corpses, as if offering a sacrifice. The great revenge is complete. Remember to bless our young master. He walked to the lake shore, wiped the blood off his palm, and casually kicked a stranded small fish back into the water. The night breeze swept by as the black-clad figure vanished into the forest, leaving the surroundings in silence once more. In the distance, the wailing sirens of approaching police echoed through the night. Name? Ling Yishan. Age? Just turned 18. So you're saying that after you were chased by that finding assassin, it took less than 10 minutes for us to arrive with reinforcements, only to find him torn into pieces, right? That's right. The interrogation room was brightly lit by cold fluorescent lights. Ling Yishan sat on a metal chair, fingers intertwined, his expression slightly dazed. Opposite him, a handsome young man flipped through records on a digital screen. His name was Yin Xiao, an officer from Section 6 of the Immortal Cultivator Management Bureau. "Let me introduce myself first," Yin Xiao said, closing the screen with a friendly tone. "I'm Yin Xiao. Don't be nervous, Ling. This is a routine inquiry. Once we're done, you can go home." He gave a slight smile. "Honestly, thanks to your help, we solved the Marauder murderer case so quickly. We'll be awarding you a banner and a cash prize afterward." Marauders were the official term for rogue cultivators involved in crimes. Compared to ordinary criminals, their offenses caused far greater harm. A reward? Ling Yishan suddenly sat up straighter. The lake where the crime happened had been completely sealed off because of the marauders' involvement. No fishing allowed for the foreseeable future. Losing his main source of income, Ling Yishan had been worried. This government stipend felt like a timely lifeline. Helping the authorities is every citizen's duty. I'm a senior in Class 6 at Linjiang No. 2 High School. I should gladly do my part, the boy said dutifully, but a spark of joy couldn't be hidden from his eyes. "Please deliver the banner to our school on Monday. You can have it sent directly to your home." "No, there's no room there. It has to be sent to school." Ling Yishan's tone was firm. Facing down a finding cultivator alone was something he wanted to commemorate publicly, felt it was only right to let the whole school witness it during the flag-raising ceremony. Then he quickly changed the subject. "But, can the cash reward be given in advance?" "Okay." Yin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't refuse. After confirming a few details, the questioning ended. Stepping out of the police station, Ling Yishan felt the 5-10,000 bills of Longwa currency heavy in his pocket, the delight clear on the raised arch of his eyebrows. His other hand still held the Tumterlong black rota staff the officers had verified was unrelated to the case, and promptly returned to him. At the entrance, a familiar face waited. The elderly witness who had been invited for tea hadn't moved a muscle in a long time, seemingly guarding the spot. "Hey kid, you're out." The old man smiled warmly as he clapped Ling Yishan on the shoulder, full of hearty enthusiasm. They had at least survived a near-death experience together. "Sorry, sir. I probably won't get your fishing rod back anytime soon. Should I compensate you?" Ling Yishan scratched his head sheepishly. Unlike the harmless black staff, the fishing rod was treated as a weapon in the investigation and would only be returned after the case was closed. What's a broken fishing rod worth? No need for money between us. The old man waved off the concern generously. Still, that rod was a high-end custom piece by a master craftsman, but the old fellow showed no sign of attachment. Realizing they hadn't properly exchanged names yet, Ling Yishan added, "By the way, sir, may I know what to call you?" The man looked up with a smile. "Old man's name is Su Shanha. You can just call me Old Su." Su Shanha smiled cheerfully as he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan took it casually and glanced down, his expression subtly shifting. The card boldly read Shanha Food Company, Limited. This company was a star enterprise in Linjiang City, specializing in snacks. The spicy strips he sold on campus actually came from this very factory, which he proudly considered his top personal pick. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ling Yishan introduced himself. When Su Shanha learned that the boy in front of him was also a senior at Linjiang No. 2 High School, he raised an eyebrow in obvious surprise. Just as he was about to ask more, a clear, youthful voice rang out from behind. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Following the voice, Ling Yishan saw a girl pushing open the door and hurrying over. Her long black hair fell loosely to her waist. Her clear eyes sparkled. She wore a white knitted sweater that accentuated her striking figure far beyond those of her peers in wide-leg jeans that revealed long, slender legs. Her whole presence radiated youthful energy, mixed with an aura not to be trifled with. Such a distinctive appearance made Ling Yishan recognize her instantly. Su King-Suya, genius born with both water and earth spiritual roots, known alongside Li Xiao as the twin beauties of Linjiang No. 2 High. Recently, Li Xiao's antics had turned her into the school's comic relief, leaving the crown of campus belle almost solely to Su Qingxue. "LLing classmate, what are you doing here?" Approaching quickly, Su Qingxue suddenly noticed Ling Yishan. Her cheeks flushed red as if on instinct. She ducked behind her grandfather, nervously twirling a strand of hair while sneaking glances. Recalling that this was likely their first proper face-to-face meeting and considering his own fearsome reputation on campus, Ling Yishan relaxed. After all, it was natural that peers might find him intimidating. "Su Lao, they'll be off then. Let's fish together next time if there's a chance." He waved and prepared to leave. "Hey, Ling kid, don't rush off just yet. Add us on Xinshin before you go," Su Shanha called out, grinning as he gently pushed his granddaughter forward. "This old man can't figure out smartphones. You should add my granddaughter." "All right." Ling Yishan nodded, pulling up his QR code. Su Qingxue bit her lip, her hand trembling slightly as she scanned the code several times before succeeding. "Ding. You have added victim of the Luo Tianyi fried rice noodle incident as a friend. Start chatting now." The screen pop-up blinked, and she stared blankly at the familiar, yet somewhat notorious avatar until her grandfather gently nudged her back to reality. At that moment, Ling Yishan was already waving goodbye, his figure fading into the distance. "So he's that little Lu Bu?" Su Shanha said teasingly to his granddaughter, winking. Su Qingxue whispered softly, lowering her gaze further. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Such fate. Su Shanha nodded approvingly. "The kid's not bad." Su Qingxue nodded, her mind drifting back to several years ago. Back then, Su Qingxue wasn't the bright and confident person she is now. Orphaned, from a poor family, and plagued by health issues, she always stooped over, looking like a small, timid weed by the roadside. Weeds like her were the easiest to trample on. The troublemakers in her school quickly set their sights on her. At first, it was little things making her run errands, clean during duty time. When they saw her shrink back without resistance, they escalated to threats, extortion, and even physical violence, testing her limits step by step. Every day after school, Su Qingxue would have to dig through garbage just to retrieve her ruined textbooks. Her clothes and shoes were often torn to shreds, hanging on her frail frame like rag dolls. The constant oppression pushed her to the brink. When those bullies pressed her to steal money from her grandfather, something inside her snapped. She fought back with all her strength. But the angry tormentors quickly called in 3 tough-looking guys with dyed yellow hair from outside school. Surrounded in a corner, she was beaten mercilessly, and they even tried to strip her in public. Just as a desperate thought crossed her mind, wouldn't dying be a way out of this suffering? A figure broke through the crowd. It was Ling Yishan, who had been punished to clean the toilets. Wielding a mop like a weapon, he quickly chased off the attackers. Afterward, Ling Yishan was reprimanded for excessive force and had to publicly apologize in front of the whole school. In his fury, he even knocked down arriving teachers and the principal. The commotion was so loud that the bullies were expelled and the three outsiders handed over to the police. Once the storm passed, Su Kingsu's school life finally returned to normal, while Ling Yishan spent a whole extra month scrubbing toilets. Thinking back to that apology meeting, the boy's carefree, almost smug expression made Su Kingsu's lips twitch into a faint smile. At that moment, Ling Yishan was completely unaware of the secret feelings stirring inside the girl. All he noticed was the thrill of having earned over 50,000 yuan in a single day, smashing his mental ceiling. That night, breaking his usual Thursday-only habit, he even indulged himself with a hearty meal at Kindaji. Why am I so tired today? He yawned widely, blaming the fight with the chi cultivator for draining his energy. After a quick wash at home, he burrowed into bed, just drifting off when his phone lit up. Shirta Lin Tu Haijiao. Hey big bro, wanna play some games? Victim of the Luo Tianyi stir-fry incident. Getting ready to sleep. You play on your own. Shirta Lin Tu Haijiao. Going to bed so early? Are you lost in the biggest casino by any chance? Victim of the Luo Tianyi stir-fry incident. Bro, I made some money today. Just tired. Shirta Lin Tu Haijiao. Listen to me. Shirsan, you're still young. Don't earn dirty money. Victim of the Luo Tianyi stir-fry incident. Don't worry, I'm saving it all for you. We'll split it later. Shirta Lin Tu Haijiao. Saving what? Pocket money? Like a curious beagle.jpg. Victim of the Luo Tianyi stir-fry incident. No, generosity points. Victim of the Luo Tianyi stir-fry incident. Sigh, can't explain it in just a few words. Let's talk tomorrow. Let's set a time to meet. Shirta Lin Tu Haijiao. Alright, perfect timing. Me mom gave me a gym membership today. They'll treat you to the gym tomorrow, so we can practice dissipating internal energy. Ling Yishan recalled the gym membership card his mother had left him earlier that day. He pulled it out, took a photo, and sent it over. Comparing the two, it was clear they were from the same place, obviously arranged by Li Xingyao and Yi Qingmei. After confirming the meeting time with Li Xiao for the next day, he could no longer resist the overwhelming fatigue and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep immediately. The mysterious black wooden staff was carefully rinsed repeatedly with clean water, thoroughly dried, and then casually propped up beside the bed. Late at night, under the bright silver moonlight pouring through the window, the light landed perfectly on the black staff. Suddenly, the room's illumination began to vanish little by little. The moonlight appeared to be drawn toward the staff, twisting into arcs that continuously flowed into the wood. In the next moment, cock-a-doodle-doo, a thunderous crow of a rooster shattered the silence. Ling Yishan shot upright, heart pounding wildly. Who keeps a rooster in a residential area in the middle of the night? He looked toward the sound and saw the black staff standing straight up, with a completely black rooster perched on top. Even stranger, a rooster's head was hollow, empty inside. Ling Yishan froze and pinched himself hard, wincing from the pain. This wasn't a dream. Could it be that the fried chicken he ate earlier was raised by spirits? He reached for his phone to call emergency services, but the black figure suddenly executed a flying kick. The phone arced through the air and smashed against the wall. Cold sweat dripped down his temples. Swallowing nervously, Ling Yishan forced a smile and said, "May I ask, honored guest, what brings you to my humble home tonight?" "I am not a chicken." The shadow's voice was hoarse and deep. "Then what species are you?" "Can't remember, but definitely not a chicken." "How should I address you?" "Call me Mo Yuer Corvus brother." It seemed annoyed by the chicken label, but couldn't clearly identify its true nature. Mo calmed down and his tone deepened. "I am the spirit within this divine weapon. The weapon is broken, so is my memory." "A weapon spirit?" Ling Yishan was stunned. Had heard of spirits inhabiting objects, whether magical artifacts or ordinary items, as long as enough care and soul were invested. People set off firecrackers for new homes, bless running shoes before races, or bow to servers before a holiday, all to appease such spirits. But he had never encountered one that could take shape and speak before. "Corvus brother, why have you come to me? Since you fished me out from the lake bottom, it's fate. Help me find the lost spearhead and restore my body. I will help you grow stronger, deal?" Ling Yishan nodded, thoughts racing in his head. No spearhead, no rooster's head, so missing memories made sense. He raised his hand to ask, "But if you don't remember what the spearhead looks like, or where it was lost, how can I find it?" "I don't know." Mo's voice was heavy. Ling Yishan grimaced and muttered, "What if it's not a spearhead? Maybe it's a sword tip, a hammerhead, a dagger, or even a ladle?" Before he finished, he saw Mo's wings stiffen for a moment. Apparently, it wasn't sure either. "Well, at least tell me where you came from. Maybe I can trace some clues?" Ling Yishan pressed. Hearing the question, Mo stretched out one of its black wings and pointed upwards, saying simply, "From the sky." "From the sky?" Ling Yishan's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary black rod was actually an object from beyond the heavens. As the black rod fell, memories long sealed within Blue Star flashed through his mind. The beginning of cultivation history was marked by that golden dragon chariot from the skies that shattered the sun. Afterward, the heavenly palace rising from the moon's surface unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, opening countless mystical realms. Scholars theorize that before the dragon chariot's arrival, Blue Star had been repeatedly affected by these celestial relics, sometimes triggering furious evolutionary leaps, sometimes causing waves of mass extinction. Now, this black rod was likely another piece of such a relic. Brother Crow, you really mean it when you say you can help me get stronger? Ling Yishan rubbed his hands together, his face bright with hope. Self-improvement demanded hard work, of course, but if he had a secret advantage, the world could be his playground. That's right. Mo wanted to nod, but suddenly remembered he didn't have a head right now, so all he did was quietly flap his wings. However, I've been dormant too long. I need to recharge some spiritual power first. No problem. Ling Yishan waved his hand, pulled out his phone, and opened the Spirit Beast food delivery app. It specialized in high-grade feed for beast tamers, rich in both spirit power and nutrition, so rich in fact that even poor physical cultivators bought it as emergency rations. He glanced at Mou, barely as tall as a basketball, and thought, how many bites can one this size eat? 10 kilograms per bag. 2 bags for now that should last him until next month. Late at night, he squatted in the living room, watching the piles of feed bags slowly flatten one by one. Brother Crow, have you eaten enough? If not, just eat me instead. Over 30,000 spirit stones worth of feed disappeared in no time, and Ling Yishan silently calculated his bank balance with a blank face. Burpanoff. Mou gave a satisfied, long hiccup, his round belly nearly touching the floor. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth from between his dark feathers. Mou trembled violently, puffing up and contracting like a leaky balloon. Boom. At the peak of the light, accompanied by a strange sound, a chicken egg-sized object suddenly shot out from behind him, tracing a perfect arc through the air before thudding onto the floor. Ling Yishan, a rooster laid an egg? But you're male. Who says a weapon has a gender? Mou retorted confidently. After laying the egg, his figure visibly shrank. Ling Yishan picked up the still warm egg, gold with red streaks, with spirit energy dissipating like mist, tingling at his fingertips. This is the essence distilled from 30,000 spirit stones worth of feed, pure to the max, Mou boasted, lifting his head proudly. Quick, eat it while it's warm. The spiritual power contained within the egg was roaring yet gentle. Even Ling Yishan, newly awakened with spiritual roots, could clearly sense its vast energy. Absorbing it would equal months of grueling training with zero side effects. Such an item on the market could easily sell for many times the cost. Yet to eat this scalding egg raw right now, he couldn't help but hesitate. Did it really have to be eaten fresh? The next morning, Ling Yishan, dressed casually, arrived at the meeting place he had agreed upon with Li Xiao. When he got there, he found her already waiting patiently. Li Xiao was dressed in a teal tracksuit today, her zipper pulled down just below the collarbone to reveal a white tank top underneath. On her feet were crisp white sneakers, and her ponytail was tied high. She chewed gum, occasionally blowing little pink bubbles that popped with a sharp pop. Catching sight of Ling Yishan not far away, she instantly rose onto her toes, waved gracefully, and called out to him. The vibrant energy of youth practically radiated from her. Before she could say more, she pushed off the ground with her toes, sprinted forward, and launched a swift, impressive sidekick directly at Ling Yishan. But his raised hand caught it solidly. He sidestepped skillfully and let go of her leg, narrowly avoiding the sneaker that had almost brushed against his face. No thanks, he quipped casually, catching the remains of her just-popped gum with a playful grin. Li Xiao didn't smile. Instead, she shot him a fierce glare. You're the one who sent my mom educational tips about parenting early this morning in 3 sets of those cram final exam papers links. My entire holiday's been ruined because of you. About to fire off another retort, her attention suddenly shifted to the tightly wrapped bandages on his hand, and her expression darkened. Where did you get hurt? Ling Yishan recounted the harrowing events of last night in detail. As she listened, her frown deepened, and her earlier anger slowly subsided. Her voice softened noticeably. Forget it. They'll let you off the hook today. They exchanged a look and then followed the GPS on their phones toward a gym in the city called Shuemei. The huge poster outside gleamed brightly in the morning sun. Spiritual root awakening must-have, advanced physical cultivation special training camp. Despite the high price, it was always packed. In this fiercely competitive age, relying on school alone wasn't enough. Parents poured money into giving their children a head start at every opportunity. Just as they were stepping up the stairs, a surprised female voice called out from behind. Ling, is that you? Ling Yishan turned around and met the eyes of Su Qingxue, who had only met yesterday. She wore a crisp, white martial arts uniform, her long hair neatly tied into a bun. At first, she smiled gently until her eyes flicked to Li Xiao. The warmth vanished instantly, replaced by the cold, distant expression she often wore at school. Li Xiao noticed the sudden shift and raised an eyebrow. When did these two get so familiar? Ling, are you signing up for the physical cultivation class? Su Qingxue asked, hope evident in her voice. If he chose physical cultivation, they'd be in the same group. No, not decided yet. Just trying it out today. Ling Yishan shrugged. Before foundational cultivation, mixing physical and magical practice was fine. His unique spiritual root talent could support dual cultivation. Li Xiao was equally confident her secret weapon was her well-off mother, who ran a prosperous spiritual plant shop. Hearing this, a fleeting disappointment crossed Su Qingsu's eyes, but she only nodded quietly. At that moment, a roaring sports car pulled up at the entrance. A young man in a tailored martial arts uniform strode inside with purpose. He approached the front desk and slammed down a black credit card. Set me up with the most expensive membership. I heard you have a master at the nascent soul level teaching physical cultivation. I'm here for her. The receptionist bowed politely. Sorry, sir, Ms. Shue's private lessons are fully booked. But we have other excellent instructors available. She handed him a brochure. No thanks. The man barely glanced at it. Without a nascent soul master, the other teachers are just a waste of my time. He grabbed his card to leave. As he turned, his eyes caught the three standing nearby, and they lit up. He hurried over, while Li Xiao and Su Qingxue tensed, expecting another sleazy pickup attempt. But instead, the man cut right through them and stopped in front of Ling Yishan. With genuine excitement barely contained in his tone, he said, Bro, how did you train that physique? Mind if I touch it? Ling Yishan? Who are you, student? Ling Yishan asked as he subtly took a small step backward, barely noticeable. Oh, sorry, I got a little excited, the newcomer said with a bright smile, extending his hand. I'm Su Song, from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Man, how did you train that body? You haven't been using those tech injections, have you? By tech, they meant a recently popular type of injection discreetly used in the body training community. Injecting into specific muscle groups dramatically sped up spiritual energy absorption almost like cheating. But the side effects were terrifying, draining one's potential, injuring the body, and even damaging the brain's logic centers. Mild cases caused a loss in IQ. Severe ones prematurely added people to the Ascension death list. Despite being officially banned throughout Long Kingdom, an underground industry still thrived. Ling Yishan almost reached up to touch his head, as if to ask if he really looked like someone who'd used needles. Instead, he grinned and said, completely natural. I haven't even taken any elixir powders. He wasn't lying. Since childhood, Head had excellent constitution. Plus, an energetic love of sports had given him well-defined muscles flowing smoothly from shoulders to waist, sculpted and symmetrical. Really? Su Song's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Bro, I gotta run, let's catch up some other time. After speaking, he pressed a gilded business card into Ling Yishan's hand and left with speedy, backwards glances, his figure already fading into the distance. Ling Yishan was left standing alone, his hair rustling in the air-conditioning breeze. Ha! Li Xiao finally burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and doubling over. Su Qingxue remained composed, but the corners of her mouth twitched into a small smile, and her shoulders quivered subtly. The little interlude didn't delay them long before the three continued toward the front desk. Su Qingxue took out her membership card and softly invited, Ling, do you want to train with me? I bought private lessons for the Golden Dance stage body training class. The instructor is really good. Just as Ling Yishan was about to reply, Li Xiao slapped the card down on the counter with a snap. No need, we've got gym cards. At the same moment, Ling Yishan handed over his own. The front desk's eyes widened as two black and gold high-tier membership cards appeared. After verifying their authenticity, she lowered her voice to make a call. Then, with a beaming smile, she bowed deeply. Welcome. Ms. Shui is already waiting for you on the 4th floor. Her respectful demeanor was a stark contrast to how she had spoken to Su Song earlier. Su Qingsu's face flushed deeply. Recalling her confident invitation moments ago, she just wanted to melt away in embarrassment. At that moment, the receptionist looked up again. Ms. Shui said this other student can come up with you as well. And Li's got some serious connections, huh? Ling Yishan whispered to Li Xiao. He figured these precious membership cards were probably thanks to Li Xingyo's influence. He himself was just riding the coattails. Allowing Su Qingxue up must have been a courtesy to Li Xingyao. No, Su Qingxue opened her mouth, initially planning to decline politely. Her reserved personality and past experiences made her dislike socializing or owing favors. Come up together then, free is free, why refuse? Before she could finish, Li Xiao interrupted. After speaking, Li Xiao grabbed Su Qingsu's hand firmly and pulled her upstairs without asking. Since you're a body cultivator, don't miss this chance. Guidance from a nascent soul cultivator is rare, she whispered as a reminder. Ling Yishan heard this and secretly nodded. Having a senior body cultivator to mentor you was not something he wanted to waste. Though unclear when Ling Yishan had met this senior, Li Xiao thought, since she was a friend of Ling Yishan, that made her half a friend of hers too. Su Qingxue parted her lips slightly, wanting to say something, but stopped short. Finally, blushing, she softly muttered, thank you. The three quickly reached the 4th floor. Unlike the bustling 1st to 3rd floors, this level was empty and quiet, reserved entirely for the nascent soul body cultivator. The lighting was bright white, and training equipment was arranged like a military formation. The air carried no scent of sweat, only a faint herbal fragrance. 13. Xiao, you're finally here. A clear female voice called out first. Approaching was a blonde beauty wearing a see-through workout tank top and dark gray yoga pants. Her sun-kissed skin and defined abs gleamed, limbs muscular and sculpted like an ancient Greek statue embodying both strength and grace. Ling Yishan and Li Xiao were sure this was their first time meeting her, but she greeted them like old friends reunited. Ahem, forgot to introduce myself, the blonde woman teased, clearing her throat playfully. Shui Roland, a close friend of Yiqin Mei and Li Xingyao. Then she generously hugged both of them. Another close friend. Ling Yishan gasped exaggeratedly, though inside he was already overwhelmed beyond words. Shui Roland then turned her gaze to the somewhat shy Su Qingxue beside them. Since you're 13's classmate, don't stand on ceremony. I told reception, next time you come to the gym, just come find me. I'm usually free. No sooner had she said this than she copied the hug again, pulling Su Qingxue into a firm embrace that made the latter's cheeks even redder. Seeing Shui Roland's enthusiasm verge on over the top, Ling Yishan suddenly entertained a ridiculous thought. Could this girl be some kind of enlightened golden retriever spirit in human form? After a few polite exchanges, Shui Roland didn't waste time, leading the three into the dining hall. The spacious, bright room had a long table set with energy meals prepared in advance. However, upon seeing the food, Ling Yishan and Li Zio's knees nearly buckled, almost making them want to turn around and flee. The shimmering, multicolored mush resembled rice porridge, but undulating on the surface were pieces of ba bao yu chicken breast that still held fibrous texture, along with fist-sized chunks of spirit vegetables. The entire pot's eerie rainbow hues made it impossible for anyone to associate it with the word delicious. Ling Yishan hardly ever described food as dazzling, but at that moment he truly felt full just from looking at it. Shui Roland, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. Body cultivation is 30 training, 70 eating. You need enough energy before practice. This is spirit rice porridge cooked with ba bao yu chicken breast and select spirit vegetables, plus sprinkled medicinal powder for flavor. It's excellent at channeling spiritual power to muscles and doesn't cause fat gain. My exclusive recipe, she explained animatedly, oblivious to the gradually paling faces of Ling Yishan and Li Xiao. Only Su Qingxue showed no change, her eyes even gleaming with eager anticipation. Coach, I actually ate a boiled spirit egg before leaving. Can I have a smaller portion? Ling Yishan immediately tried to save himself. That morning before heading out, had eaten the spirit power egg given by Moyu, filling his body with spiritual energy, and he really couldn't handle more food now. Shui Roland glanced at him. You do have plenty of internal spiritual power. Then she smiled even more brightly. All the more reason to eat more, so you can digest it properly. With that, she reached into the pot and ladled a huge bowlful for Ling Yishan, spirit rice and chicken plunging in together, thick steam rising straight to his nose. Leaning back in his chair, Ling Yishan exhaled a heavy breath, already expecting the taste to be unpleasant. As it turned out, his guess was spot on. The medicinal broth residue churned uncomfortably in his throat. He looked up to see Su Qingxue had finished every drop the bowl, so clean it could reflect an image, while Li Xiao clung to the edge of the table, pale and retching. The difference in their innate physical cultivations was evident even to the naked eye. Good, everyone finished eating. Next, I'll guide your spiritual energy through massage. Who wants to go first? Shui Roland smiled with narrowed eyes, her gaze flickering between the three. They exchanged glances and finally agreed to let Ling Yishan start. His spirit energy was restless, and delaying would only make matters worse. All right, come in and take off your clothes, Shui Roland said as she pulled Ling Yishan into the adjacent massage room. Only in his boxer shorts, Ling Yishan stood under the cold light, his muscles sharply defined. Number 13, not bad. Shui Roland whistled playfully as she motioned for him to lie down on the massage table. He'll first apply a special medicinal oil to open your pores, helping the spirit energy absorb better. She poured the cool oil onto his skin. Ling Yishan felt a refreshing chill slide from his shoulders down to his waist. Then two supple palms spread the oil evenly. Her fingertips probed like snakes weaving through his muscles, causing a tingling sensation wherever they touched. Once coated, the real massage began. Shui Roland rhythmically pressed on muscles, acupoints, and meridians with a mix of gentle and firm pressure. The once stagnant spirit energy within him was stirred, flowing through his channels and permeating every tendon and bone. Ling Yishan's eyelids grew heavy, sleepiness washing over him until Shui Roland's low command broke through. Hold on. Remember the flow of the spirit energy. ITLL save you half the effort in future training. Summoning his waning focus, Ling Yishan clung to consciousness. Watching his efforts stirred a wave of nostalgia in Shui Roland's eyes. In her past life, Master Yikinmei had held her hand the same way, guiding her spirit veins bit by bit. Now, it was her turn to pulse and guide her master's son's energy. Time seemed to rewind. Lost in thought, her palm suddenly smacked down on Ling Yishan's buttocks with a sharp slap. He jolted awake, the intense sleepiness instantly dissipating. Shui Rulon blushed slightly and hurriedly explained, "You were about to fall asleep. I just wanted to remind you." Before she finished, her eyes widened in surprise. Though her hands had stopped, Ling Yishan's spirit energy continued to flow actively along the path she had just set, showing no signs of stopping. To grasp the body cultivation flow after just one massage? Truly the master's child. Shui Rulon marveled inwardly, feeling more comforted than astonished. Spirit energy surged rapidly into his muscle fibers. Black impurities appeared on Ling Yishan's skin like fine dust, filling the air with the old smell of sweat and herbal oil. Soon, the turbidity cleared and 4 streams of white golden spirit energy emerged from his body, twisting like fine threads around every inch of flesh. The foundation stage of body refinement complete this milestone was originally scheduled for the end of senior year's first semester, but had now been achieved early. With his spirit energy completely stabilized, Ling Yishan clearly felt his power surge, increasing by at least threefold compared to before. Not only that, but Ling Yishan discovered that after unwrapping the bandages on his hand, his original wound had completely vanished. He flexed his wrist, rotating the joints gently with no pain at all. Still damp with sweat, he headed straight to the shower on the 4th floor, tossing his disinfectant-scented clothes aside and turning on the tap. Warm water cascaded over him, washing away the leftover blood and dust. His skin began to glow faintly like jade in the steamy air. The handsome face reflected in the mirror looked even brighter, blinked, and muttered, "Getting better looking again." Outside, Shui Rulon had invited the 2 girls to lie on the massage beds. Compared to Ling Yishan, whose internal spiritual energy was thick and needed delicate handling, the adjustment time for the 2 girls was noticeably shorter. Still, neither of them could immediately grasp the methods to channel their internal force as Ling Yishan did. The fastest learner was Su Qingxue. She had already vaguely caught on to the essentials and, with a few more sessions, could fully master it. "Be sure to come often, I'm actually pretty free most of the time," Shui Rulon said with a smile as she pushed open the glass door for the 3 of them. As a nascent soul stage cultivator and owner of Shui Mei Gym, she rarely taught in person anymore. Before, she had only guided Su Qingxue out of respect for Ling Yishan. But after today, she genuinely recognized the girl's talent and even admitted her hands were quite skillful. Just then, she suddenly recalled something. Pulling Ling Yishan aside and away from the girl's sight, she subtly shook her wrist, a red envelope slipping quietly into his jacket pocket. "Hey, race 100,000 for you. Use it to buy some food and strengthen your body. Just don't tell your mother," Shui Rulon whispered close to his ear. A warmth spread through Ling Yishan's chest. The high cost of preparing the spiritual egg for Mayu had been weighing on his mind, but unexpectedly, Aunt Shui had come to his rescue in his moment of need. "Aunt Shui, I promise you, this 100,000 will be the greatest investment ever made," he said with earnest conviction. "Haha, when you reach the golden core stage, come back and repay Auntie then," she laughed, ruffling his hair before turning back upstairs. After leaving the gym, the 3 parted ways. Su Qingxue hurried home to consolidate the spiritual energy circulation she had just grasped. Li Xiao, frustrated at falling behind, resolved to intensify her training, though her destined path was that of a magic cultivator. "With Aunt Shui's 100,000 added, I have about 120,000 total. That sounds like a lot, but it's only enough to feed Brother Wuing 4 times what a headache," Ling Yishan mumbled, planning as he walked. Next, he intended to head to the Eastern Military District's Advanced Cultivation Academy to collect materials for forging his destined magic treasure. Ideally, he'd push his cultivation to the refined qi or perfected body stage before then. Muyu's spiritual egg was indispensable during training. His breakthrough today owed much to the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Now that he was a genuine cultivator, Ling Yishan decided to try some part-time jobs aimed at practitioners to help cover the spiritual egg's cost. He pulled out his phone, opened a job app, quickly filled out his profile, and began scrolling fast. The highest paid positions all centered around talisman crafting, artifact forging, pill making, and spirit plant cultivation, but sadly, all required various professional certificates he didn't have. After a long scroll, he spotted a promising listing. Seeking offline assistant trainers, 5,000 dragon bucks per hour. Requirements: entry-level refined body stage or above, no specific major, experience, or education required. Meals and lodging provided. With such a good pay offer, Ling Yishan couldn't resist applying. He went straight to the interview location. But as soon as he checked in, the recruiters glanced at his humble background and dismissed him politely but firmly within minutes, barely sparing him a second look. Just as the cold wind blew outside, and he was about to close the app and go home, a notification popped up: an unsolicited job invitation. It was a physically demanding moving job with moderate pay. Ling Yishan had originally planned to give up, but after reading the details, he quickly changed his mind. Riding the shared immortal sword, Ling Yishan followed the address to the Lijiang Steelworks. The steelworks sat beside the Lijiang River, in Linjiang City, once renowned steel forging hub of the Long Kingdom. When spiritual energy first revived, the very first furnace of spirit steel was smelted here. Later, most of the weapons used in the counterattack against the demon beasts were forged here. For a time, Linjiang was considered a holy land by the artificers. But as new mineral veins were discovered in the spiritual realm and national development priorities shifted, the Lijiang Steelworks gradually faded from its peak glory, never to regain its former prominence. After explaining his purpose to the gatekeeper, Ling Yishan was allowed in and led directly to the personnel department. The staff, seeing his youthful face, hesitated briefly before casually warning, "This job's tough, think you can handle it, kid?" He wasn't exaggerating. The part-time work involved moving and processing scrap steel from the production line, deafening noise, scorching furnace heat. One careless moment, and he could easily be cut or burned. The high pay was tempting, but many ambitious newcomers bragged on day one and vanished by day two. No problem. Ling Yishan patted his chest, emphasizing his robust physique. The staff smiled and pushed a temporary contract toward him. Sign here. 2 hours every evening after 6. 800 per hour, paid daily. If you keep at it, salary may increase. Ling Yishan skimmed the terms, found them legitimate, and signed without hesitation. Then he headed toward the back gate of the steelworks as instructed. "You're the new part-timer today?" The foreman in a hard hat noticed his young age and came over to inspect him, then muttered thoughtfully, "You're a body cultivator?" Ling Yishan nodded and activated his spiritual energy, causing a golden flame glow to shimmer on his skin. The foreman's expression brightened. Being a body cultivator himself, he understood the high costs of cultivation. Remembering his own part-time days, his voice carried a note of camaraderie. "Go grab your helmet and gloves over there, then come back for work. Today, start by helping load scrap steel outside." After gathering his gear, Ling Yishan followed the foreman to get to work. His task was straightforward: carry baskets of scrap steel to a designated open area, ready for mechanical hoisting. Each basket was heavy, yet he could clearly sense the dispersed gold and fire spiritual energy within. With his mixed gold-fire spiritual roots, training here might actually be faster than outside. The scrap steel had originally been cut-offs from casting spirit steel, but with too many impurities, they failed to meet the standards for forging magical weapons. These scraps were sent to an ordinary steelworks for remelting. As Ling Yishan worked quietly, a black earthworm silently slithered out from his sleeve and into the scrap pile. It was Moyus' true form in miniature, now infused with spiritual energy and able to shapeshift freely like a magical artifact. "Brother Crow, how's it going?" Ling Yishan whispered. "No problem," the earthworm-shaped Moyu responded mentally. "But just absorbing spiritual energy takes longer than outright devouring it." "How long to get full?" "About an hour or so." Ling Yishan nodded, a spark of excitement rising in his chest as a relieved smile broke across his face. Could working actually be this enjoyable? The foreman, who had been sneaking glances at him, scratched his shiny bald head in bewilderment at the unexpected scene. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. The co-workers who had initially come to watch the show soon realized that Ling Yishan wasn't slacking off at all. In fact, after getting familiar with the process, he worked faster and faster, eventually leaving several of them behind. They exchanged glances, a flicker of admiration stirring inside. If only they had this kind of drive back when they were 17 or 18, they might not have found the hard labor so grueling. But now, with families to support, they could only grit their teeth and push on. "Well done, kid. Go collect your pay." The foreman approached, tossing a bottle of chilled beverage to Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan tilted his head back and drank deeply. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, followed by a sudden burst of metallic spiritual energy exploding within him. His eyes lit up. This functional drink that replenished spiritual power and accelerated cultivation would easily cost hundreds out there. What a hidden perk this was. "Coming back tomorrow?" the foreman asked with a smile. Ling Yishan felt the now depleted spiritual energy within his sleeve, where the ink-feathered mohu was resting, and returned a satisfied smile. "He'll be here tomorrow, with great benefits, good wages, friendly co-workers, and most importantly, a place to feed mohu." How could he not return? That evening at home, a well-fed mohu predictably laid a spiritual egg. Ling Yishan examined it for a while, sensing this egg was noticeably larger than yesterday's. On the last day of the holiday, the routine remained: breakfast with a spiritual egg, gym in the morning, where under Shui Roland's guidance he refined his body. Having broken through to the physical refinement stage, he could now not only use massage, but also specialized equipment in his training. In the afternoon, he returned to the steel factory for his part-time job, casually letting mohu roam wild. Time sped forward to Monday. Finally, it was Ling Yishan's turn to give the speech under the national flag. His banner had been promptly delivered by Yin Shao to the school, and he now stood with an air of pride. On the flag-raising platform, the principal held the microphone in one hand and raised the banner in the other, passionately praising Ling Yishan before the whole student body. Just 4 days ago, a problem child. He had become a warm-hearted, helpful model student. Principal, isn't it my turn to say a few words now? Ling Yishan smiled and quietly prompted. Ling Yishan, just forget it this time. We have reporters from local TV in the audience. Can't have you saying whatever you want. The principal wiped sweat from his brow. He knew that kid well enough if let loose. Who knew what outrageous words might come out? Family scandals simply must not be aired in public. All right, but I've done you a favor by keeping quiet this long. Don't you want to show some gratitude? The principal's pupils jerked in alarm. Was the kid threatening him? They'll cover your cultivation room expenses for the whole month and sponsor you a spellbook. A flash of brilliance sparked in Ling Yishan's eyes. The school's cultivation room charged 300 Dragon Kingdom coins an hour. Even with government subsidies, 3 hours a day cost 900 coins, nearly 30,000 a month. Add a spellbook starting at 100,000 coins for the chi refining stage. This totaled 150,000 coins. He eyed the principal suspiciously, silently questioning if he was being swindled. I may be a foundation establishment cultivator, but I can't afford this. The principal gritted his teeth yet maintained a gentle smile. But it's not free. There's a competition next week you have to enter. Deal. Their hushed conversation made them look like the perfect teacher and student from the outside. But no one would have guessed a shady deal was sealed above the flagpole. Thanks to Ling Yishan's cooperation, the speech finally ended amid the principal's nervous relief. After leaving the principal's office, Ling Yishan hummed a little tune as he made his way back to his new class. At the entrance of Linjiang No. 2 High School, Class 1 of Magical Cultivation, a brand new seating chart was posted. Two names stood out boldly in the front row: Ling Yishan and Li Xiao. Seeing his name in row 1, seat 1, Ling Yishan's mouth twitched involuntarily, a silent groan rising in his chest. But when his eyes landed on Li Xiao beside him, he found some comfort. At least he wasn't the only unlucky one. No sooner had he sat down than he turned sideways with a grin and quietly greeted, Li Xiao, you don't look very well. On the desk, Li Xiao had her head buried in her arm. Ling Yishan reached out and lightly poked the back of her hand. Don't mess around. I didn't sleep well last night, the girl replied, lifting her eyes. The dark circles beneath her eyes were striking against her fair skin, making her look ethereal rather than tired. Over the past 2 days, she had been chugging coffee just to keep up, staying up all night to avoid being outdone by Su Qingxue. Why did you go to the principal's office? She asked, propping her chin on her hand and glancing at him sideways. Ling Yishan didn't hesitate and handed over his phone, the screen displaying a freshly downloaded electronic document. Is this spirit sword technique? Li Xiao flipped through it expertly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. It's a universal spell with no spirit root restrictions. The principal is really investing in this. Perfect for someone like you with a heterogeneous spirit root. Her words hit the nail on the head. Ling Yishan's spirit root was a rare fusion of metal and fire, powerful, but with almost no dedicated cultivation techniques available. He had no choice but to study both metal and fire branches separately, hoping to eventually invent his own spell at a higher level. But universal spells were always costly, often out of reach for ordinary students. It's mainly because of the city-level magical cultivation competition in a week. The principal probably wants me there to support the team. Ling Yishan shrugged and took back his phone, beginning to study the file carefully. The document spanned 30 pages, filled with textual instructions, corresponding meridian flow diagrams, and instructional videos. A dense list of obscure acupuncture point names left him nearly baffled. It's ridiculous how in novels the protagonist picks up a secret manual and instantly levels up, he thought with a smirk. In reality, wrongly striking the meridians could blow you apart in seconds. Still, he wasn't about to give up. His mind replayed the water blade thrown by the fire-finding cultivator who had been hunting him, its cold gleam splitting stone walls with lethal grace. That fierceness and style reignited his fighting spirit. Not learning spells and relying on brute strength all day only makes me a crude physical cultivator. Lost in thought, footsteps sounded at the door. The homeroom teacher poked his head in, holding a stack of textbooks. The teaching materials have arrived. I need some boys to help carry them over. Then a figure appeared in the doorway that Ling Yishan knew very well: Su Miao. Their eyes met briefly. Ling Yishan was the first to flash a smile, but Su Miao's expression instantly darkened. Since hearing Su Miao would be transferred here, Ling Yishan had anticipated this moment, but when it actually happened, his fists clenched involuntarily. San, come with me, and bring 4 other boys, Su Miao ordered grimly. Remembering Ling Yishan's hulking build, he thought best suited for hard labor. Besides Ling Yishan, 4 other male classmates in the back row immediately jumped up and followed him out. The surge of youthful hormones meant they wouldn't miss any chance to show off in front of the girls. It was a perfect sunny afternoon on campus. The 6 of them jogged toward the school gate. The ground was hot from the heat, and the air smelled faintly of scorched grass. Rows of cardboard boxes were stacked beside the gatehouse, each sealed with a gold-embossed label reading Longhua Official Beginner's Cultivation Textbooks Anti-Counterfeit. A subtle scent of ink wafted out from the packaging. Su Miao led the way, holding out his hand to slow the group. Take care, Don't carry too many at once, watch your safety. These books aren't cheap. The school gives a discount, but outside they go for over 1,000 yuan apiece. Abroad, the price can be a few times that. No sooner had he said that than he saw Ling Yishan bend down and effortlessly lift 4 boxes as if they were light as cotton, slinging them over his shoulder. In that moment, it was like a flash of divine light shimmered under the boy's skin in the sunlight. Su Miao's eyelid twitched wildly. He opened his mouth to scold, but instead couldn't help blurting out an expletive. Damn, are you already at the body refining realm? As a body cultivator himself, Su Miao recognized the signs immediately. A subtle flow of spiritual energy weaving between muscle lines that was the hallmark of body refining realm. The term had only just started, and this kid had already broken through? The other classmates nearby stared wide-eyed, like they were looking at a mutant half annoyed, half envious, their expressions silently protesting. Don't outpace us so fast we can't even look up. Why not just honestly spend the break gaming? Su Miao lowered his voice, suspicious. You haven't been taking any sketchy stuff, right? Relax, all natural, pure talent. Ling Yishan grinned, his white teeth gleaming in the sun. Only after hearing that did Su Miao relax. He knew this guy might be a troublemaker, but when it came to important matters, he generally kept a clear head, just liked to mess around with some abstract flair. After finishing moving the books and returning to class, the news of Ling Yishan's breakthrough spread like wildfire through whispers and passing notes. With cell phones, it soon reached other classes as well. Envy, jealousy, and resentment from all directions wove an invisible net around his back. Ling Yishan couldn't help but curl his lips into a wild grin. For this otherwise ordinary kid, being envied was the ultimate spice of school life. But after the first class, the smile faded. He slammed his math book onto the desk. The cover still smelled of fresh ink. His fingers trembled slightly as he muttered, "Why does everyone have to be cultivating now? Why is math still chasing me? Nothing you can do." His desk mate Li Xiao shrugged, her black hair swaying. Even in college, divination and astronomy courses, and lots of science majors require math skills. Plus, you're always good at science. So why get worked up? You don't get it. Ling Yishan wore a resigned expression. Just because I'm good at math doesn't mean I like it. Likewise, not being great at liberal arts doesn't mean I don't like them. Math's just a tool for boosting my scores. My real passion is literature. My heart always beats for the warmth of words. Is it still beating now? Li Xiao leaned over teasingly. Spill it. Admit it, you're a spirit-driven arts student. You secretly enjoy the ancient spirit language class with all those obscure words twisting your brain. Ling Yishan buried his face in the desk, staring blankly and saying nothing as she teased him. The original spells in the spiritual ancient texts were mostly classical Chinese intermixed with specific terminology like learning a foreign language. To him, every class felt like someone was sanding down his cerebral cortex repeatedly with coarse sandpaper, leaving only a dull ringing. Around them, classmates clutched their heads, scratching their ears and faces, like little monkeys bathing in a tropical rainforest while eating bananas, the whole room thick with an atmosphere of pain and confusion. Compared to them, Li Xiao, though equally lost, managed to take some notes, already far ahead. The moment the bell rang for break, she poked Ling Yishan's hand. Hey, snap out of it. Next class, we start meditation training. Hearing that, Ling Yishan thought of the monthly package the principal had arranged for him and finally perked up. Ling Yishan and his classmates from class 1 of the law cultivation division followed their homeroom teacher, Su Miao, to the school's training chamber. Pushing open the alloy sliding doors, the cold white lights immediately turned on, revealing row after row of training pods neatly lined up like a miniature capsule hotel. Each pod was wrapped in a silver-gray metallic shell with a semicircular transparent cover. Embedded electronic screens on the pod walls blinked with standby lights, giving off an overwhelming sense of advanced technology. On the side of every pod was an operation manual. Select the type of spiritual energy, set the meditation duration, basic steps clearly laid out at a glance. The female instructor for this meditation practice class, Zhao Xian, soon entered the room. She looked only about 27 or 28 years old, with sharp and clear features. But in the cultivation world, appearance deception was common, and her real age remained a mystery. Zhao Xian did not immediately let the students enter the pods. Instead, she activated the lesson slides on the light screen at the podium and straightforwardly explained the fundamentals of spiritual energy circulation in Longhua. Cultivation proceeds in 3 steps. Her slender fingers pointed to the schematic diagram on the screen. First, sense the spiritual energy freely floating in the air. Second, use your own spiritual root to attract the spiritual energy that matches your attribute. Third, guide the energy into your body, circulate it through meridians and acupoints, and finally gather it in the dantian. The steps sounded simple, but then she shifted tone sharply. Even the first step is a challenge for beginners. Physical cultivators can only sense spiritual energy already absorbed inside their bodies. But you must capture the ambient spiritual energy using your spiritual root hats, an entirely different difficulty. As she said this, she deliberately glanced across the room, her gaze resting on Ling Yishan, the gifted wielder of an unusual spiritual root, widely recognized as the most promising student this term. Though the training pods can simulate high concentrations of spiritual energy, shortening the time you spend exploring it, true progress depends on calm meditation. Zhao Xian emphasized the words calm meditation with great intensity before adding a safety reminder. I've already adjusted the spiritual energy concentration inside the pods. Nobody is allowed to change it on their own. Don't forget, too high an oxygen concentration can cause oxygen poisoning, and excessive spiritual energy can damage your meridians and acupoints. Her expression was stern, and the students responded in unison. The atmosphere grew even quieter than during early morning study sessions. After the explanation, everyone swiped their cards to enter the pods one by one. As the pod lid sealed shut, a faint hiss of air pressure was heard, and a blue light glowed inside, resembling a serene deep sea. When it was Ling Yishan's turn, he noticed many classmates secretly popping some kind of pill into their mouths before entering the pods, trying to look casual but clearly anxious. Curious, he lightly nudged the nearby human-shaped search engine, Li Xiao. That's an oral supplement to aid meditation, she whispered, showing the pill's size with her pale fingers. It regulates hormones, helps clear distracting thoughts, and allows for rapid focus. I've seen it often in my family's spiritual herb shop. Sounds pretty good, Ling Yishan said, stroking his chin with interest. Li Xiao smiled faintly, a subtle hint in her smile. I advise you not to take either or side effects. Does it drain your potential? Ling Yishan immediately thought of the quick-fix injections used in physical training. So far, research says no. Li Xiao shook her head, though her eyes seemed to suggest the medicine was not as simple as it seemed. Ling Yishan fell silent for a moment, but then felt a different urge rising inside him. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. What's a little cost? The way of immortals is tough. A few side effects are nothing. When it comes to cultivation pills, I'll take them if I have to. As a man, I've got the guts for that. Ling Yishan smiled coldly. In the path to immortality, speed is everything. If it doesn't affect potential, then what's there to fear? But once you use it, you might not even remain a man, Li Xiao teased with a raised eyebrow. Since you don't mind, I won't mind calling you sister. What do you mean? Ling Yishan's expression darkened. This stuff is addictive. Long-term use causes sexual dysfunction. He pushed the small bottle across the table. I, Ling Yishan, have always despised these shady shortcuts. I cultivate purely through natural methods. Before he finished, his carefree look vanished, replaced by a tense glare as if staring down a venomous snake, locking eyes with the pills. Really? Li Xiao shook the bottle regretfully. I actually have a herbal incense at home with the same effect, but no side effects. I was going to share it with you. But if you're so opposed, forget it. She changed tone. That said, using external aids is pretty common among cultivators, isn't it? Ling Yishan's face flipped again, this time from rejection to thoughtful contemplation. The sudden shift made Li Xiao roll her eyes. They quickly picked their respective cultivation pots. Doors shut, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Ling Yishan tapped rapidly on the control panel. Following the manual, he set the pod's spiritual energy parameters to gold and fire dual attributes. Silently, he admired, technology can really dry out even ginseng. This pod must be pricey for good reason. 300 credits for a single use seemed worth items out in society. Such perks are rare. Setup complete. He sat cross-legged on the cushion and closed his eyes to meditate. Time faded in his mind, breath steady and slow, ears filled only with the soft hum of circulating air. In the darkness, flickers of golden and crimson light appeared, spiritual energy drifting invisibly through the air, perceived clearly by him. Outside the pod, Su Miao and Zhao Xian patrolled among the students, their gaze repeatedly drawn to pod number 13. When do you think 13 will successfully sense the energy? Step 1. Su Miao asked. Usually noisy, Ling Yishan was unsettlingly quiet now. Afternoon, maybe, Zhao Xian replied after a moment's thought. The fastest record at Linjiang number 2 high school was sensing energy on the morning of day 2, and that person was hailed as a genius. Ling Yishan's unusual spiritual root might give him an edge, but not to that extent. Ding! A sharp alert tone suddenly sounded. Both seasoned instructors exchanged looks. Someone had just succeeded in energy sensing. Their eyes scanned the pods and locked onto pod 13, which displayed a green light. Inside, the youth remained with eyes closed, completely unaware. How could he be this fast? Did he study secretly during the holidays? Zhao Xian looked at the timer in disbelief, had only been meditating for 3 minutes total. Unlikely, Su Miao took a deep breath. Forgot to tell you, he succeeded in physical refinement 3 days ago. He's now a proper body refinement realm cultivator, not even practicing energy refinement yet. Zhao Zin's eyes went wide. You're saying this kid refined his body and sensed spiritual energy in just 3 days? Her expression suggested she thought he was joking, but Su Miao's shocked stare confirmed it was real. Something weird is definitely going on. Then something even more unbelievable happened. The second green light on Ling Yishan's pod suddenly lit up. What the hell? While Su Miao and Zhao Xian watched the cultivation chamber where Ling Yishan was training, their expressions grew complicated. Suddenly, a tall figure pushed open the training room door and strode in. "Where's Ling Yishan?" The man's voice rolled like distant thunder, making ears ring. Zhao Xian spun around sharply, her face darkening instantly. The man at the door was over 2 meters tall, shaved head gleaming, muscles bulging like iron blocks beneath a black tank top stretched tight. This was Lin Yishan, head teacher and body cultivation coach of Class 1 at Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. He and Zhao Xian were longtime rivals who often clashed over students. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Miao quickly stepped forward to ease the mood. "Teacher Lin, is there something you need today?" Though Su Miao was head of the magic cultivation class and only taught academics, he usually stayed neutral amid conflicts between the physical and magic disciples. "I want beat around the bush." Lin Yishan crossed his arms and spoke bluntly. "I heard that kid has already stepped into the body refinement realm. A talent like that should be in our body cultivation class." His gaze was resolute, showing clear disdain toward Zhao Xin when it came to poaching students. The earlier the better. Hearing this, Zhao Xian immediately glared at Su Miao as if accusing him of leaking information. Su Miao hurriedly shook his hands, looking innocent. "So what? Ling Yishan has chosen magic cultivation, so he belongs with our class." Zhao Xian took 2 steps forward, shorter than Lin Yishan but not lacking in presence. "Are you a teacher or not? Don't you respect the student's choice? If a student is on the wrong path, a teacher should bring him back." Lin Yishan snorted coldly, standing firm. "Your magic cultivation is a detour for him. He's already at the body refinement realm. I'm confident I can help him get the Dragon Kingdom's top-tier body refinement certificate before graduation. Then both he and I will be the school's pride." "Humph, Ling Yishan may be a body refinement genius, but who says he can't excel in magic cultivation?" Zhao Xian sneered, raising her hand toward the training chamber not far away. Following her gesture, Lin Yishan turned his gaze, and his previously dismissive expression froze. 2 green lights blinked steadily side by side on the chamber's door, indicating that the chi sensing and guidance steps had been completed. Both lights lit on the very first training session? How is that possible? He blurted out. Body cultivation was straightforward to start, while magic cultivation was naturally complex. For someone to complete the first 2 stages on their initial attempt meant extraordinary talent. Zhao Xin's lips curved slightly in satisfaction, just as the 3rd green light quietly flickered on. The air seemed to drain away, and everyone froze because the 3rd light meant refinement had been successfully achieved. Ling Yishan had completed all 3 foundational steps in one go. Inside the chamber, Ling Yishan was completely unaware of the dispute outside. 10 minutes earlier, he had closed his eyes, circulating magical incantations to feel the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. "Feels easier than I thought," he thought to himself. Ling Yishan realized that not only could he clearly sense the spiritual energy, but under the guidance of his atypical spiritual root, it was as if he had accidentally registered as female on a dating app. Those long-suppressed spiritual energies wildly flocked to him. It was less like he was communicating with the energy and more like the energy was clamoring to crowd into his embrace. In the blink of an eye, sensing and drawing it all in was complete. Next, he only needed to guide the spiritual energy along specific meridian pathways to complete a full grand cycle and naturally converge it in his dantian. When he last sparred with that doubt-defying chi refinement realm opponent, Ling Yishan had already grasped the basics of spiritual energy manipulation. Now, with the foundation of physical refinement training, the circulation was smooth and effortless, like breathing. In his mind, he replayed Professor Zhao Xin's explanation of the energy flow routes, imagining his unusual spiritual route as a traffic cop and the spiritual energy as vehicles. Yellow lights meant slow down, red lights meant stop. At his command, the energies all turned into law-abiding drivers terrified of losing points, not daring to stray. The white stream of energy meandered through the meridians, finally condensing into a thread of platinum-white spiritual energy in the dantian. Chi refinement realm, complete. Zet, the class bell rang. Ling Yishan sat up inside the cultivation pod, feeling completely refreshed. For spiritual energy streams had already been refined into his dantian, and his efficiency was steadily increasing. But as soon as he stepped out, he found the entrance packed with people. Most were his classmates, unable to sense the spiritual energy and feeling prickly and uneasy. They had all exited the pods early and now stood red-faced with agitation. Zhao Xian, Su Miao, and Lin Yishan stood at the front, with several teachers who had come hearing the news gathered behind them. Students and teachers alike looked at him as if examining a newly discovered species reproductively incompatible with themselves. "You refine chi?" From the crowd, Li Xiao was the first to speak, her voice trembling. Ling Yishan said nothing, just lifted his hand and flicked it. Silver-white spiritual energy rose up, coiling like a serpent. 13. Stop flexing. "You're scaring me." Li Xiao clutched her chest, disbelief written all over her face. She had seen him break into physical refinement, which was somewhat understandable with help like Shui Rulon and nascent soul Ultimer. But Qi refinement was a whole different level of difficulty. She had hoped to reach the threshold this afternoon and finally surpass him. Instead, he just listened to the teacher for a bit, entered the pod once, and succeeded immediately. This both comforted and tormented her as his good friend. Ling Yishan. Lin Laishan's eyes gleamed greedily as he appraised his solid physique. Join the physical refinement class. With my Hansen guidance, your talent is off the charts. By graduation, getting a national first-level physical refinement certificate is no problem. I can even help you get a bodybuilding green card and enter the pro scene. His tone was hot as iron. Faced with the burly bald man's intense gaze, Ling Yishan felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back quickly. Scram, scram, scram. You crude bodybuilders, get lost. Zhao Xian shoved Lin Laishan aside, then instantly softened her expression into a wide smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. 13. Don't listen to him. With your root talent, next semester you'll learn spirit talismans, spirit swords, spells, forging basics, and win a few competitions and scholarships. Getting direct admission to a top school will be a breeze. The two teachers were on the verge of a showdown as soon as they spoke, almost ready to erupt again. Ling Yishan exchanged a glance with Li Xiao, who immediately understood. Together, they slipped quietly through the crowd and made their swift escape. In the end, Ling Yishan still didn't leave the magic cultivation class. He had weighed his options. Going to the gym after school would still let him practice physical techniques with Shui Roland, but it made more sense to reserve his daytime hours for the school's exclusive training chamber, one that couldn't be found anywhere outside. Besides, after the past couple of days, he had developed a deep unease toward those physical training students. Their habit of comparing arm circumference at first sight made him see them as nothing less than dangerous creatures. Back in the classroom, Ling Yishan immediately felt the air tighten like a wound-up violin string. Before, right after class, everyone was either scrolling through videos or chatting, but now the entire room was seated upright, eyes closed, channeling spiritual energy, all while covertly spying on one another. Anyone who dared to get distracted would instantly get slapped and then had to politely say thank you afterward. Li Xiao was even more extreme, pulling out 2 herbal pieces from her backpack and holding them in her palm to sense the spiritual energy, dark circles under her eyes making her look like she was about to ascend. The classroom was thick with competitive tension. Ling Yishan was like a catfish tossed into a barrel of restless fish, stirring unease throughout the magic cultivation class. He snorted coldly. Those who dare to challenge the gods have to pay the price. Since everyone's competing, this physical training student isn't about to lose. He pulled out his phone and opened the document on spirit sword technique. Now that he was a chirofining cultivator, he finally qualified to touch the threshold of magic techniques. But the document was full of obscure terms, each more complicated than the last. He had to look up words while mentally simulating the flow of spiritual energy. After multiple attempts, he furrowed his brows. Too complex. There was no way he could chew through this on his own. Luckily, he was still on campus and could ask a teacher for help. Decision made, he dashed into the faculty office, eyes locked onto his target. You're the one, Teacher Zhao Xian. Without a word of greeting, he pounced on Zhao Xian like a tiger leaping on prey. The young female teacher, gracefully sipping spiritual tea, almost choked at his sudden shout. Seeing Ling Yishan, she immediately switched to a gentle smile. Trouble with the chirofining stage? Talented and eager students like him were always a favorite among teachers. Ling Yishan shook his head and handed her the spirit sword technique document. Zhao Xian zoomed in with 2 fingers, brows rising as she read through the full spell. Softly, she advised, it's great that you're ambitious, but isn't it a little too soon to practice spellcasting? You should first master the foundational exercises. Teacher, I really want to improve, Ling Yishan said, his eyes burning with sincerity. The water blades casually cast by that mysterious man by the lake were still vivid in his mind, so cool and impressive. What's the point of learning magic if you can't create effects like that? Seeing his determination, Zhao Xian didn't dampen his enthusiasm. Since it would take time to truly master spells, she patiently began explaining each obscure acupuncture point and meridian pathway. Before the podium, diagrams showing energy circulation appeared one after another. Ling Yishan took notes attentively, but the more he listened, the deeper his frown grew. He muttered softly to himself, still overwhelmed by the flood of information and unable to capture the 3-dimensional feel of the energy flow reversals in writing. Just as Zhao Xian was explaining the energy sinking into the jade pool point, a sudden spark of insight flashed through Ling Yishan's mind, his extraordinary genius beginning to ignite. He first ran back to the classroom and borrowed some markers from Li Xiao, then hurried right back. Teacher, why don't you just draw directly on me? Ling Yishan said as he burst into the office, handing the pen to Zhao Xian and quickly lifting up his shirt. The lean boy's waist and stomach were instantly exposed to the air, his fair skin still faintly damp with sweat. Zhao Xian froze for half a second, then her eyes lit up. Indeed, compared to describing the meridians and acupuncture points verbally, Using the body as a canvas was much more intuitive. Everyone's proportions are different, so simply stating locations risks slight inaccuracies. Now with markings, Ling Yishan could accurately reference them during future cultivation. The two immediately agreed. Zhao Xian lined up the colored markers on the desk and picked up a dark green one, marking below his collarbone. This is the hand-tying lung meridian. It improves spiritual energy circulation efficiency. Then she switched to bright red, drawing a thin line along his chest. This is the Chong My channel, which flows strong. Don't push it too hard at once. Next, she changed to blue, lightly tapping under his ribs. Here is a death point. Be sure to avoid it when moving energy. Lines and labels in different colors quickly covered Ling Yishan's chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back, with tiny arrows and notes at the bends, like an abstract body painting. The boy kept glancing down furtively, his ears flushed slightly from embarrassment. Suddenly, the door pushed open. Teacher Zhao, I want to swap afternoon classes. Wait, what are you two doing? Math teacher Su Miao froze, almost dropping the lesson plans in his hands. The scene before him looked exactly like a butcher in a market dividing up pork cuts. Without looking up, Zhao Xian said, perfect timing. There are some private points I can't reach to mark. Could you help? Huh, me? Su Miao blinked, the corners of his mouth twitching. In the end, he resigned himself and picked up a black marker, crouching down to draw the muscle meridian flow around the upper thigh. Soon, Ling Yishan tidied his clothes and left the office refreshed. Except for the absolute territory of his boxer briefs, his body was covered in colorful annotations. Thankfully, he wore long sleeves and pants, so no one outside could tell. Where does this kid always get such wild ideas? Zhao Xian stared at the door, suddenly feeling a bit old. You get used to it, Su Miao said with the knowing air of someone who had been around. He's in class 13. New tricks like this are nothing to them anymore. Meanwhile, Ling Yishan returned to the classroom and found Li Xiao already awake. Light sparkled in her eyes. I successfully activated my spiritual energy. The girl whispered excitedly, her fingers trembling. The guidance of the spiritual herbs had sped her progress half a day ahead of schedule. Bro, you're different now. This new you feels kind of unfamiliar, Ling Yishan said seriously. Li Xiao rolled her eyes at him. With how ridiculously he was leveling up, if she didn't keep pushing, what chance did she have to get into the same university? Here, your pen. Ling Yishan handed back the marker. Instead of taking it right away, Li Xiao carefully wiped the barrel with a tissue before putting it away. Be careful with this pen. It's waterproof and won't fade, but if it gets on your hands, it's really hard to wash off. Before she finished speaking, she noticed Ling Yishan's expression suddenly turn horrified, like he had just met a fully loaded truck at a crossroads. After confirming everyone else was meditating, he quietly lifted his shirt again, letting her glimpse the vividly colorful body map drawn on him. Li Zio's pupils dilated in shock. Who did this to my bro? Genius, you really are a genius. After Ling Yishan finished explaining the whole story, Li Xiao finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She collapsed onto the desk and burst into loud laughter, frequently teasing him with a sarcastic compliment. Her laughter was like a pebble tossed into a still pond, instantly disrupting the classroom's calm. The surrounding classmates all turned to look, their eyes filled with resentment and indignation. The teacher sighed helplessly and knocked on the desk. Students who do well academically, please don't disturb those who are struggling. But Li Xiao refused to hold back. Wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, she mock seriously patted Ling Yishan's shoulder. But, 13, this is actually a good thing. If that body paint really didn't fade, you'd get to practice for a few more days and wouldn't have to keep running to the office for teacher Zhao Xian to repaint it. She lowered her voice, but the corner of her mouth twitched like a stuck trigger on an AK-47, unable to relax. Faced with her teasing, Ling Yishan simply snorted coldly, was determined to master the spirit sword technique in the next couple of days and show this girl just how brilliant his old-fashioned methods really were. In the afternoon, everyone returned to the cultivation chamber. Upon learning that Li Xiao had completed sensing the spiritual aura, Zhao Xian was initially impressed, but after witnessing Ling Yishan's astonishing performance that morning, she remained composed. The day's courses flew by. Cultivators didn't have evening self-study sessions. After school was prime time for attending various tutoring classes and making strides to get ahead. Ling Yishan first headed with Li Xiao and Su Qingxue to the Xuemei gym for private instruction from Shui Rolan. During the medicinal oil back massage, the intricate body paint on him was impossible to hide. Shui Rolan's reaction mirrored Li Zio's perfectly, instantly filling the gym's fourth floor with an atmosphere of mischievous delight. Only Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as if struck by inspiration. She begged Shui Rolan for the same kind of body paint to boost her spiritual power, but was sternly refused, ending in disappointment. The workout finished, Ling Yishan rushed to his part-time job at the steel mill without delay, also dispatching Mo Yu to sneak into the scrap steel pile to hunt for materials. Night fell. After a hot shower, he saw that the body paint remained clear despite the sweat and water washing over it. Relief came first, followed by a complicated feeling. Shaking off the distractions, he sat cross-legged and opened the spirit sword technique manual. Guided by his notes on his body, he quickly pinpointed the channels of spiritual energy flow and key acupoints, grinning. This thing actually works. He then closed his eyes to begin cultivation but immediately encountered a new problem. His proficiency was still shallow, so he had to meditate with eyes closed to mobilize spiritual power, but closing his eyes meant he couldn't see his notes. A minor problem was no match for him. His world-shaking wisdom kicked in again. Ling Yishan rummaged around and pulled out a key item, menthol oil. Everyone knew this stuff cools the skin when applied, especially refreshing in summer. Due to some traumatic memories from a chicken essence chemistry experiment in the past, he had kept it untouched, but now it came in handy. He put a drop of menthol oil on each marked acupoint and meridian spot, then closed his eyes and meditated. The cool sensation crept precisely along the skin, allowing him to clearly locate each point even without opening his eyes. He succeeded. Wasting no time, Ling Yishan started circulating his spiritual energy. With the menthol oil guiding him and the foundation built from multiple daytime practice sessions, he soon completed the energy flow. Spiritual energy gathered in his right hand as Ling Yishan opened his eyes, surprised to see a toothpick-sized flying sword made of platinum-colored aura hovering in his palm. Examining it closely, he could faintly discern the slender outline of a flying sword. Though only the size of a toothpick, it was exquisitely crafted. Ling Yishan didn't lose heart. He firmly believed that with improved proficiency, this tiny sword would eventually grow into a true weapon. He withdrew his spiritual energy, then took advantage of the lingering tingling from the medicated balm to cycle his energy repeatedly several times, until drowsiness overcame him and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day at school, he immediately showed off his new achievement to Li Xiao. She watched in stunned silence in front of their peers. She felt like an outdated relic whose entire mindset was being reshaped. The night before, she had quietly practiced drawing in spiritual energy and finally broken through the first barrier. She was about to try refining spiritual power. Ling Yishan's toothpick flying sword proved this method viable and held great promise for her too. Yet, thinking of that strange medicinal bomb smell, she hesitated and never said a word. At that moment, she felt a newfound respect for Ling Yishan's relentless determination to pursue immortality. If he went down the wrong path, he might truly become a menace to society. After the academic classes ended, the law cultivation class and physical cultivation class combined for gym. Law cultivators sitting long hours tended to have fragile spines and blocked meridians. Although not as harsh as physical training, they still needed jogging and stretching. As Ling Yishan stepped onto the playground, he noticed the number of physical cultivators around them suddenly rise sharply. Those burly boys deliberately happened to meet the law girls nearby, elbowing each other, performing shoulder throws, then dribbling and shooting with smooth, fluid motions, feigning casualness, yet clearly showing off. The girls all excitedly rated them as boyfriend material. Humph, these aren't genuine physical cultivators, Ling Yishan said coldly, arms crossed. Oh, why do you say that, my lord? Li Xiao asked curiously. Ling Yishan tilted his chin slightly, gesturing toward a cluster of secretive physical cultivators not far away. Li Xiao tiptoed over to eavesdrop. How's this magic pill powder? Anyone tried it? Not bad. Muscles grow fast, but the brain feels itchy. Does it damage kidneys? Just swallow it with 6 yuan kidney strengthening pills. Treat it like a cheat meal. Genius. That jar of magic pill powder was obviously feed for boosting spirit beast's muscles. Li Zio's heart shook violently. She hurried back to Ling Yishan. Her respect for the physical cultivators deepened. For the path to immortality, these people even dared to take beast medications. No wonder they could knock law cultivators flat with a single punch later. As they spoke, a voice called from behind. Ling Yishan turned to see Su Qingxue jogging over. Her training bun and cold expression contrasted sharply with the crisp crunch of meat jerky she chewed noisily. You guys want some? Here she mistook their glance for interest and generously offered the snack. Ling Yishan and Li Xiao accepted without hesitation and chewed tight meat fibers, oily and sweet aroma, strengthening with every bite. Su Qingxue explained it was their company's new spiritual fat beef jerky, specially made for long-term consumption by body-refining cultivators. Finishing her last bite, she licked her lips and suddenly became serious. 13. During the physical test later, I want to have a proper match with you. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, sensing a change in her aura. You've reached body-refining realm? Thanks to Teacher Shue's help. What? Ling Yishan calmly nodded, while Li Xiao nearly fainted as if struck by lightning, leaning back and clutching her face in horror. That made her the only mortal left in their trio. No, not this kind of thing. Li Xiao cried out in despair, the beef jerky in her mouth suddenly tasting dull. I'm a student in the law magic class. Oh, why am I being dragged over here to do the physical fitness test with you guys? Ling Yishan stood at the edge of the field, brushing the stray hairs from his forehead with a casual flick of his hand. His tone was indifferent, as if he were merely asking in passing, but with a subtle kick of a small stone across the ground, his feet betrayed his annoyance. Across from him, Su Qingxue dressed in the physical training uniform and wiping sweat from her brow was momentarily speechless. She quickly composed herself, straightening her shoulders. They both knew the physical tests were on completely different levels. The law magic class was tested on spell control and spiritual energy precision, while the physical training class endured wave after wave of brutal, foolin' physical challenges. Ling Yishan had no interest in making things harder for himself, so he just shook his head. I'm not going to waste my time on something that's just a pain with no payoff. But Teacher Lin specifically named you. Su Qingxue softened her voice to persuade him. He said you're needed to keep the other students in line, and there's a prize for whoever gets first place. Oh, Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. Curiosity suddenly piqued. What kind of prize? A jar of his specially concocted spirit pill powder, Su Qingxue quickly offered. Before she finished, Ling Yishan waved her off, the light in his eyes instantly dimming. I told you, in purely natural and physical training this stuff won't do me any good. Is that so? What a shame. Su Qingxue lowered her eyelids, her voice cool, but light. I heard someone in our class offered 50,000 yuan to buy that jar from whoever wins first place. I was going to tell you, but since you're not interested, they'll go back and tell Teacher Lin you're not taking part. She turned, shrugging slightly as if ready to leave. But before she could take a step, a large, clearly defined hand landed on her shoulder, gently holding her in place. Ling Yishan spun her back around, his expression suddenly serious. That said, I am a student. Even if we're not in the same class, it's my duty to help the teacher solve problems. 50,000 yuan for a jar of spirit pill powder? The physical training class sure knows how to be generous. Su Qingxue looked up, lips parting to say more, but Ling Yishan raised a hand in a clear that's enough gesture and cut her off. The message was unmistakable, no more words needed. Nearby, Li Xiao crossed her arms, watching the exchange with interest. As Ling Yishan and Su Qingxue turned to leave, Ling Yishan looked back and waved at her. Bro, I'm heading out. Li Xiao stretched out her fingers and gave him an unapologetically casual wave back in return. The two headed toward the physical training field along the running track. Before they were close, Lin Laishan's rough, thunderous shout echoed across the field, rattling their eardrums. Look at you all, what a mess. We forceful physical training students pride ourselves on an unbreachable life force and an unbreakable core. Yet when the law magic class shows up, you swarm around like monkeys. What's that supposed to be? If you want to fall in love, wait until university to take the path of ruthlessness electivale, get plenty of chances then. Now shape up. The boys being scolded hung their heads low, barely daring to breathe. Lin Laishan waved his massive arms thick as tree trunks and bellowed on. Look at Ling Yishan over in the law classes already reached the body refinement stage. Even Su Qingxue on the girl's side has made it there. And you boys? Not even a hint yet. You're the worst class I've ever taught. One burly boy looked up, mouth ready to retort, but upon seeing Lin's steel-like arm, he swallowed his words. At that moment, a cool, clear voice cut through the air. Teacher Lin, Ling has arrived. The field went silent. Lin Laishan's face instantly brightened, his anger melting away into a warm smile that squinted his eyes. Ah, Ling. Finally, you're here. The physical training boys in the back stared daggers at Ling Yishan, their eyes practically willing him to be torn apart. Not only was he outcompeting them mercilessly in law magic class, but now he was stirring things up in their territory too. Lin Laishan wasn't ready to give up. He tried a few words to persuade Ling Yishan to join their class, but Ling smoothly sidestepped the pitch, his answers drifting and turning until he stalled with a vague, "We'll discuss it later." Lin Laishan eyed him closely, thinking this monk may have run from the temple, but eventually he'd have to return. Ling, why don't you go change into a set of sportswear? That'll make the test easier. No, we'll stay in this. Ling Yishan shook his head slightly, smoothing down his shirt over his chest. His tone was gentle but firm. He still had notes written on his clothes. Switching to short-sleeve sportswear would definitely expose them. From an outsider's perspective, things looked very different. Damn, this guy is such a show-off. The surrounding classmates stared daggers at Ling Yishan, itching to crush him in the upcoming physical fitness test. When the bell rang, Ling Yishan strolled out humming a tune, holding a large jar of specially made elixir powder. The classroom was a complete mess. This set of fitness standards was designed specifically for body refining realm cultivators. Besides him and Su Qingxue, no one else could even finish. Most collapsed halfway through the run. The market for the elixir powder was even hotter than Ling Yishan had expected. A masked, heavily bundled body cultivator appeared furtively and bought the entire jar at a high price. Seeing the newly received 200,000 transfer on his phone, Ling Yishan smiled like a blossoming flower. That money was enough to buy an official spellbook, or even pick out a decent quality civilian-grade flying sword. 13. When are your parents coming back? I want to eat the dishes Uncle Ling makes. Li Xiao lay on the desk, dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted. 2 nights of grueling cultivation had just allowed her to form her initial spiritual power, and after 2 more full cycles of her Great Zhou Meridian, she could officially complete Qi refinement. But her biggest headache was hunger. Though the mess hall's large, spirit-infused meals for body cultivators were plenty in quantity, the taste left much to be desired. The old couple must be having too much funno news from them lately anyway. Ling Yishan shrugged. Their letters home were always vague, so he assumed his parents were lost in travel pleasure and didn't want to come back. Seeing Li Zio's end-of-the-world craving, he finally relented and sighed. Well, Aunt Shue said today's a cheat day. He'll cook up some dishes and bring them to the gym for a celebration. You can cook. Li Zio's eyes went wide like she just heard a husky say it wanted a full 4 dishes and soup. Don't underestimate me. Ling Yishan snorted. Back in the day, had trained for years with his dad to take over the little family restaurant. Yichin Mei had originally tried to encourage him to focus on studying using the kitchen as a test, but it turned out learning was even more tormenting than cooking, which still frustrated her. After school, he first messaged Shui Rulon to explain the situation, then headed excitedly to the market with Li Xiao. Bustling stalls and shelves full of spirit materials were all new sights to her, coming from a wealthy family. With 200,000 in his pocket, Ling Yishan didn't hold back. He spent 10,000 on several types of spirit-infused meat from the meat section, then picked out a huge bundle of vegetables before heading back to his family's little restaurant with 2 full bags. Deboning, removing tendons, marinating, cutting, cooking. The timing was perfectly controlled with the help of fire spirit energy. Oil crackled as fragrant waves rolled through the cramped kitchen. Li Zio's eyes grew wide, exclaiming again and again. A few steaming spirit dishes were neatly packed into specialized insulated containers. She sneakily tasted one when he wasn't looking. Her pupils instantly dilated. Delicious. 13. You should seriously consider becoming a food cultivator. You'd definitely be popular. Food cultivation was a branch of alchemical cultivation that specialized in spirit dishes. It had wide career opportunities and was especially favored by body cultivators. Ling Yishan thought for a moment. After finishing the system's introductory course next semester, it wouldn't be too late to decide. Once everything was packed, the two headed to the gym with the insulated boxes. Ling Yishan didn't notice the shadow silently tailing him in the darkness. But the stalker was unaware that 10 meters behind him, under a street lamp, a stranger cloaked in black was watching coldly like someone staring at a corpse. Delicious. In the gym, Ling Yishan sat in a circle with Shui Rulon, Su Qingxue, and Li Xiao around a low table that was nearly covered with a variety of dishes, all made by Ling Yishan himself. Shui Rulon kept taking bite after bite, her chopsticks twirling like windmills as the savory juices dripped down her chin, paying no mind to the decorum expected around elders. Su Qingxue's movements were much more graceful. With sleeves slightly lifted, she brought the food to her mouth smoothly, though her chopsticks never paused. Her eyes sparkled, clearly delighted. Li Xiao had a smaller appetite but was a steadfast carnivore, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the meat dishes as she battled with a braised pork rib. Ling Yishan quietly scooped a portion from the pot, packed it in a box for Mou, then barely touched his chopsticks again, partly because he had already tasted enough while cooking, and partly because after eating the spiritual egg Mou had refined, he wouldn't feel hungry for a long time. Sure, San, have you thought about becoming a food cultivator? I'd even give you a salary. Shui Rulon said with admiration and enthusiasm. For someone focused on physical cultivation, finding a top-tier food cultivator was a rare and precious opportunity. Hearing this, Su Qingxue showed a flicker of interest, her gaze naturally settling on Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan waved off the idea politely. It's too early for that. Being a food cultivator isn't just about taste. I still need to learn how to harmonize and awaken the spiritual energy in the ingredients. Shui Rulon nodded regretfully, but chose to respect his decision. After the meal, she offered to reimburse Ling Yishan for the ingredients, but he refused. Such a small amount was nothing compared to what he had already gained from her, and she had already given him 100,000 before. He felt awkward accepting more. He left the food containers and the thermal box at the gym, arranging to pick them up the next day, then headed toward the steel refinery. Unexpectedly, just as he was unlocking his immortal sword at the entrance, a figure suddenly collided with him. Sorry, man, I was distracted, the other apologized earnestly. Ling Yishan waved him off, signaling that it was okay. After the man walked away, he clenched a strand of jet black hair tightly in his palm, a smug smile curving his lips. Got it. Bang. While staring at the hair in his hand, a man in a black trench coat suddenly crashed into him, knocking him to the ground. Watch where you're going, will you? He checked his hair was still there and sighed with relief, then cursed at the trench coat guy. The other just glanced at him coldly and walked off. TCH. If I weren't in a hurry today, I'd have skinned you alive. He spat before quickly getting up and leaving. Leaving the city behind, he arrived at a secluded villa in the outskirts. After knocking in a secret pattern, the iron gate clicked open, and he headed straight for the basement. Under the dim yellow light, a man with stubble wearing a plain shirt was already waiting. If you didn't know better, it would be hard to associate him with being a seasoned and scrupulous figure and organ trafficker. Old Sheen, did you get it? Got it. As soon as Old Sheen spoke, he tossed a small evidence bag over. The light filtered through the plastic, clearly revealing a strand of jet black hair inside. Brother Mao, security outside is tight now. Are we risking exposure? Lao Qin's tone was hesitant. The recent lawless mutilation case by the lake had caught the attention of the Immortal Cultivators Regulatory Bureau, making him feel this was too risky now. Although the partner known as Brother Cat was a seasoned expert, he was still a temporary ally, and Lao Qin didn't fully trust him. Fish are easiest to catch in muddy water, Brother Cat said with a confident smile, looking up. Don't worry, my method is foolproof. They'll never trace this back to us. Lao Qin frowned but still whispered, fine. After this job, I'm done. Brother Cat said nothing, calculating in his mind that as long as they got hold of that mysterious spiritual root, their employer's pay would guarantee them a life, without worry. Get out. I need to start working, he said, sending Lao Qin out the door. The room fell silent except for faint white light from the wall lamp. Brother Cat put on disposable gloves and picked up the evidence bag containing Ling Yishan's hair from the table. He suddenly clapped his hands together. Spiritual energy surged. White light exploded. In the next instant, the sealed bag vanished into thin air, leaving only a silver-white bullet about the size of a thumb resting quietly in his palm. A revolver materialized in midair. Its black and white patterned body shimmered with spiritual energy. This was his signature treasure, the lucky wheel. Brother Cat loaded the bullet into the chamber, cocked the gun, whispered the words spiritual root, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle trembled slightly. The bullet seemed pulled by an invisible force and vanished in the blink of an eye. How long will I be bettered in this time? He holstered the revolver, muttering to himself. This revolver had saved his life overseas when all hope was lost, won in a deadly gamble. After returning home, he refined it into his core magical weapon. It had no direct lethal power, but could materialize life-risking bullets using another's DNA. When fired, it forced the target into an invisible high-stakes gamble set the terms, and both parties then suffered escalating misfortunes until one died. If Brother Cat survived, the wagered stakes would quietly fall into his hands. This power came with a price. The richer, more connected, and stronger the target, the higher the entry fee he must pay and the more the resulting calamity would backfire on him. With his mere foundation establishment realm strength, he could only prey on mortals or low-level novices. Fortunately, he had already researched Ling Yishan. 1. Both parents were ordinary mortals with no powerful connections. That was one advantage. 2. Ling was a lowly worker struggling financially, while Brother Cat had over 20 million in his account. That was 2. 3. Ling had just stepped into cultivation, whereas Brother Cat was already foundation establishment. That made 3. With these 3 wins secured, this civilian genius was the perfect prey. Prepared, he shouted, Lao Qin, come back in. Bang! The door shattered from a heavy impact. With splinters flying inward, Lao Qin's body was thrown into the room. Brother Cat's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could step back, a stranger crossed the threshold. An intense aura radiated from him, a killing intent sharp as a cold wind. It was Mo Shujian, who had been tailing Lao Qin all along. Cold sweat drenched Brother Cat's back. Was this the calamity summoned by the lucky wheel? Ling Yishan was just a poor student barely activating his powers. How could there be such a terrifying backlash? As if sensing his doubts, Mo Shujian said lightly, that hair belongs to me. Brother Cat fell silent, his heart pounding, nearly bursting from his chest. Forced calm gripped him as his gambler's instinct kicked in, and he quickly tossed out an offer. Let's make peace. Once I remove the power, he'll tell you everything I know. Only with the target's consent could he end the gamble. Otherwise, his own weapon would drag him to death too. No need. Mo Shujian's voice remained icy. I will search your soul. Mo Shujian casually tossed the hollowed out corpse aside, his expression darkening. The opponent's methods were too covert, contacting through a single intermediary, communication only one way. Not even Brother Mao could trace the source, let alone uncover the real identity. Fortunately, the target was only Ling Yishan's rare spiritual root, likely intending to steal it for research or collection, rather than seek revenge against the demon lord's heir for past grudges. Dealing with such people was straightforward. So long as Ling Yishan's strength and status kept rising, doubling the risk, they would naturally retreat. Mo Shujian's mission was clear. Anyone who dared reach out, he would cut down immediately. Judging by recent moves, that group wouldn't act rashly anytime soon. After sorting through the intel, Mo Shujian looked down at the oddly shaped revolver in his hand. Brother Mao's trusted magical treasure. With its owner dead, the relic had lost its spirit, the gun now cold and lifeless. Still, he thought it might reveal some clues if handed to the master. Compared to familiar items from his past life, the magical treasures in this world were stranger and more intricate, with wildly varied functions. Although Mo Shujian disliked this complexity, he had to admit each had its merits. After cleaning the scene and eliminating all evidence, he vanished quietly. Meanwhile, Ling Yishan, still working at the steel mill, remained completely unaware. The next few days followed the same routine, cultivating qi during the day at school, training his body in the gym after class, then heading to the mill for work and returning late to practice sword techniques. His life was disciplined and fulfilling. After Li Xiao successfully entered the qi refining stage, she thought she could finally relax somewhat. But when she checked Ling Yishan's progress, 30 threads of qi refined and 36 threads of physical qi forged, both reaching early success, her anxiety doubled instantly. In the early morning hours, her fingers trembled as she set the alarm for 4:30 a.m., a serene yet intense aura about her, as if she might ascend to immortality at any moment. Seeing this rare vulnerability, Ling Yishan felt a touch of pity. Who pushed his brother this hard? Why don't you take a break? Cultivating to live forever isn't worth dropping dead from exhaustion, he said sincerely. But Li Xiao, dark circles under bloodshot eyes like a wandering ghost of the night, replied, no way. Just thinking that you might be training when I sleep keeps me awake. I promised the principal I'd compete today, so no training for now, Ling Yishan said seriously. Li Zio's eyes finally regained some life, but then remembered she'd also been tricked by Zhao Xian into signing up. On the bus heading to the competition, Li Xiao cuddled Su Qingxue and fell asleep instantly, a baby-like smile of contentment on her face. Ling Yishan scrolled through his phone, reading the principal's earnest advice: win first, friendship second, leave nothing behind. In case anything happens, I've got your back. Beneath the words, he found no trace of moral responsibility, only raw ambition for results. Luckily, the principal did provide useful info. The contest was hosted by the city's Cultivation Association, sponsored by Wanbao Pavilion, held at the city stadium, which old civil engineering brother had hastily converted. The exam was divided into 3 parts, including a cultural section with a relatively small proportion of the total score. In the end, the final rankings would be based on cumulative results. Those who placed near the top would not only receive competition certificates and extra points for the immortal exam, but also take home a mysterious grand prize sponsored by Wanbao Pavilion. The moment Ling Yishan heard the word reward, he instantly perked up from his drowsiness in the car. Across all of Linjiang City, only Linjiang No. 1 High School truly rivaled Linjiang No. 2. Other high schools were nowhere close in terms of teaching staff or student quality. Although few schools entered the contest, Ling Yishan dared not slack off because, as he knew, Linjiang No. 1 had also sent a prodigy, Zhan Tianqing. His water element single spiritual root was so rare it was almost unparalleled not only in Linjiang City, but throughout EC province. Ling Yishan felt no fear facing such a formidable opponent. In the afternoon, No. 2's bus sped along until finally coming to a smooth stop outside the hotel. Meanwhile, several schools from remote areas were still on their way. According to the organizers' plan, all students would stay in the hotel tonight to rest. Before the bus had fully stopped, Ling Yishan spotted a boy standing ahead through the window. The boy wore Linjiang No. 1's uniform, his shoulders squared like a sharp sword in its scabbard. Noticing the arrival of the No. 2 bus, his tired eyes suddenly brightened as he scanned the crowd, finally locking onto Ling Yishan. A chill ran through Ling Yishan's mind. Was this guy planning a sneak attack to clear the path for his own school? The boy was half a head shorter than Ling Yishan, with delicate yet firm features. He stood upright, exuding a cold sharpness. His natural arrogance was almost palpable. You must be Ling Yishan from Linjiang No. 2? The boy asked, his voice low and indifferent. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. That's me. And you are? Zhan Tianqing from Linjiang No. 1. After confirming he had the right person, the boy gave his name. Ling Yishan hadn't expected his top rival to appear so soon before the competition. He swung his backpack onto his shoulder, teasing, Zhan Tianqing. Waiting here from so far away, are you trying to throw down some pre-match trash talk? Their eyes locked, sharp and competitive. Ling Yishan was confident in his verbal skills. He figured he could break Zhan's spirit without a fight. But Zhan Tianqing smirked slightly and suddenly changed tone. Temperature's dropping today, and there'll be rain tonight. Keep warm. Don't set the AC below 26 degrees. The hotel has boxed meals. Don't order spicy takeout. The competition starts at 8. Don't stay up late, get enough rest. Ling Yishan blinked. His prep trash talk instantly caught in his throat. You're here just to remind me all that? Words like that had only ever heard from his own mother, Yi Mei. Zhan nodded. Of course. You're my only real rival this trip. Don't disappoint me. With that, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ling Yishan stared after him, struggling for a moment before squeezing out. You're actually pretty decent. Zhan's steps paused, then quickened as he called over his shoulder. Humph. Even if you praise me, I won't go easy on you. Watching him disappear through the hotel entrance, Ling Yishan scolded himself. He slapped his own face hard. I'm really a terrible person. The next day, Ling Yishan and Li Xiao met with Su Qingxue at the restaurant as planned. After a night of rest, Li Xiao still had faint bruises around her eyes, but no longer looked as pale as the day before. Her forehead had regained a healthy glow, as if she had gained a bit more life energy. Ling Yishan picked up a piece of fried egg and casually asked, Sure, San, what do you think the mysterious grand prize this time will be? Her tone carried a hopeful excitement. Not sure, he replied, munching on a slice of bread somewhat absent-mindedly. But since it's sponsored by Wanbao Pavilion, it's probably some kind of magical artifact. The two chatted as they ate, while Su Qingxue sat nearby, focused on devouring the large, high-protein meal specially prepared for the physical cultivators. The food was so good she practically swept through her plate, leaving no room to join the conversation. According to previous competitions, the first stage tested cultural knowledge, followed by a spiritual energy perception test catered more toward magical cultivators. Although Su Qingxue had barely opened her awareness in the past week, her main training was physical cultivation, so her proficiency was clearly lacking. She knew she'd probably just be a low scorer. But the specially prepared breakfast for the physical track was delicious enough to be a small consolation. Thinking this, she sped up her chopsticks even more. After finishing their meal, the three met up with coach Zhao Xian and passed through the security spiritual array to enter the competition arena. Since it was a weekend, the stands were already packed with spectators. The people of Long Kingdom were always enthusiastic about cultivation contests, especially the life-or-death battles filled with swordplay and clashes. Today's event was just an ordinary competition without direct combat, so most attendees were students and teachers cheering for their own teams. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the far side of the stands. Su Qingxue, go! Ling Yishan turned toward the voice to see a group of muscular youths all raising their arms in unison. They were the physical cultivation class from Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, all broad-shouldered and imposing, standing out in the crowd. Leading them was Ling Yishan. Today they had come specifically to rally behind their only physical cultivator, Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue lowered her head to tidy her plate and didn't respond. Ling Yishan, however, smiled brightly and waved back. The physical cultivation students immediately went wild with excitement and gritted their teeth. This guy was clearly a magical cultivator, but Lin Leishan often dragged him into friendly sparring, dominating the spotlight. If it weren't for friendship, they'd have lost their tempers by now. Lin Leishan's voice boomed like distant thunder. San, don't let Lin Jiang No. 2's reputation fall. His deep tone instantly drowned out the surrounding noise. Ling Yishan raised his hand in acknowledgement. Not far off, the magical cultivation classmates had arrived as well. Most were girls, whose voices couldn't compete with the physical cultivators, but they held banners that read, "Go Linjiang No. 2. Then they unfurled a larger banner, "Go Catfish Spirit." Ling Yishan's face briefly registered confusion, but the crowd at the edge of the field burst into laughter. A stirring anthem played as two flying swords zoomed past the dome, trailing blue and white light. Suspended in the center was a scarlet banner inscribed with, "The 13th Linjiang City Intra-Level Middle School Cultivation Challenge Cup." Coach Zhao Xian led the three to the designated rest area, handed out talisman slips and IDs, then whispered a reminder, "Don't be nervous. The cultural questions will be tough, but the first few are easy points. The cultural section isn't weighted heavily, so just secure whatever points you can and pass to advance." As the start neared, Zhao Xian gave them one last word of encouragement. The group nodded and entered their respective examination rooms according to their assigned numbers. Inside the exam room, Ling Yishan sat down, unfolded the test paper, and immediately felt a chill. Where are those so-called easy questions? 1. In ancient Lingjing textual techniques, when the term appears, what does it signify? Even the pronunciation was unfamiliar, but thankfully it was a multiple-choice question. A. Laughter. B. Tiger. C. Fear. D. Inner demon. Trusting his gut, he chose C. 2. Xiaoming notices a demon beast on the opposite bank preparing to attack a human. He sends out his flying sword, but its spiritual energy is insufficient, causing its height to decrease uniformly over time. Given an initial horizontal velocity of 200 meters per second, a river width of 400 meters, the flying sword's height dropping 2 meters per second, and the demon beast's height at 5 meters, at which of the following height ranges should Xiao Ming launch the sword to slay the beast? A. 1015 meters. B. 13 meters. C. 49 meters. D. Cannot be determined. Ling Yishan skimmed the question and sneered. Air resistance isn't mentioned, nor the quality of the sword or the disparity in cultivation levels. Insufficient information. D. It is. 3. Which acupoint stimulates a spirit beast's reproductive urges? A. Death acupoint. B. Wild charge acupoint. C. Great charge acupoint. D. Charge acupoint. He recalled a foreign beast master on the Immortal Cultivation channel once said, "Near death, creatures seek to procreate." Gritting his teeth, he picked A. The remaining questions mostly focused on identifying acupoints and meridians, with a few involving key elements of spirit sword techniques. He managed to write down some answers, guessing the rest. After completing the exam paper, he handed it in and walked out without a backward glance. Outside the exam room. 13. How did it go? Li Xiao and Su Qingxue had been waiting by the door and approached him nervously. Not sure, probably not too great, Ling Yishan admitted, shaking his head and acknowledging his weak foundation. Fortunately, some questions involving spirit sword techniques near the end of the test might save him a few points. Ugh, the questions were way too hard. I didn't know most of them, Li Xiao sighed dejectedly. While Su Qingxue nodded in agreement, she was a body cultivator and was always weaker at theoretical studies. As they chatted, they noticed a staff member carrying a thick stack of lists toward the bulletin board. Ling Yishan quickly motioned for the two girls to follow him over. Results announcement. 13, it's okay. You passed, didn't you? 61 isn't bad at all, Li Xiao whispered in consolation as she spotted Ling Yishan. 61 prominently on the list, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a barely contained smile. Su Qingxue remained silent. She had scored 64, just barely passing herself. Ling Yishan, however, froze in place, his gaze fixated on another line. Li Xiao, 92. His voice took on a sharp, icy tone, colder than 10,000 years of frost. From today onward, we're no longer comrades, 92 points classmate. The difference in their scores now seemed to wedge an awkward gap between their friendship. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. It was Zhang Tianqing, whom they'd briefly met the previous day. All this theory is just armchair knowledge. For cultivators, the foundation lies in practice and one's cultivation level. Considering you started late on this path, scoring as you did is already commendable. With arms crossed and his tone still arrogant, Zhang Tianqing's words carried a trace of comfort. Having scored 96 and taking first place, he could have seized the chance to mock them but refrained. Thank you. I just don't want the upcoming trials to be too boring. With that, he turned and left, his retreating figure remarkably carefree. Weird guy, Li Xiao muttered with a frown. Smack. The sudden sound made everyone turn their heads. Ling Yishan had just slapped himself hard across the face and was muttering under his breath. I'm such a disgrace. Come on, isn't that going a bit far? It's not like failing a test is the end of the world. The second round began without much delay. Ling Yishan stood at the starting point, looking around to find that 2/3 of the arena had already emptied. Nearly all the remaining contestants were clustered around Linjiang No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools. Many schools had been entirely eliminated in the first round. This round took place in an artificial underground cavern, meticulously carved by senior civil engineers from Longwa Construction. The cave walls were uneven, with numerous branching paths. Each contestant was assigned an individual entrance, and the passageways were scattered with fragments of elemental spirit stones. The challenge was to pick the path infused with spiritual energy, matching their own elemental affinity. The sooner a contestant reached the exit, the higher their score. Teacher Zhao, do you think Shan can beat Zhang Tianqing? Su Miao asked quietly beside the referee's stand, frowning. In terms of sensing spiritual energy, a single element route has such an advantage. Ling Yishan needs to find a path with both metal and fire energy, but Zhang Tianqing just needs to lock onto pure water. Don't worry, Zhao Xian said confidently, arms crossed. I'm sure Shan will be the first to burst out. Inside the dimly lit cave, new forks appeared every few steps along the stone walls. Most contestants sat cross-legged at each junction, closed their eyes, and concentrated, painstakingly tracking faint spiritual energy. That was the safest approach. Li Xiao was solidly grounded. She only needed a few breaths to determine the direction before hurrying off. Her strategy came down to skillful execution. Ling Yishan's rhythm was completely different. He moved like an agile monkey, barely pausing as he dashed through the cave. At every fork, he briefly stimulated his internal spiritual roots, drawing metal and fire energies to him, which directly indicated the correct path. This method relied on an exceptional configuration. In just a minute, Ling Yishan burst out from the other side of the cavern, stirring up a rush of warm air that sent the crowd into cheers. About 20 seconds later, Zhang Tianqing also crossed the finish line. Seeing Ling Yishan ahead by a step, he first froze for a moment, then smiled with admiration, nodding respectfully. Ling Yishan returned the gesture, a mutual respect growing between the two heroes. Teacher Zhao, you really called it. Su Miao's eyes were filled with respect. How did you know Shan would be faster than Zhang Tianqing? It's simple, Zhao Xian said with a light chuckle. Don't forget, Ling Yishan is not only a magic cultivator, but also a master in physical cultivation. Both hetero-elemental and single-element roots have sensory advantages, so instantly identifying the path doesn't waste time. Since both can pick the right direction in seconds, the real contest is who can run faster off course. Physical cultivation has the edge there. Hearing this explanation, Su Miao suddenly understood and thought to himself. No wonder Zhao Xian was the leader of the magic cultivation faction at Linjiang No. 2 middle school. Her thinking was so clear. A minute after Zhang Tianqing finished, the rest of the contestants gradually arrived. Once again, the results proved that single-element and multi-element spiritual roots held overwhelming dominance in this kind of challenge. After combining the results from both rounds, Ling Yishan surged ahead to second place overall, thanks to his top score in the second round. First place remained firmly in the hands of Zhang Tianqing. Although he lost to Ling Yishan by a single move in round 2, his substantial lead from round 1 kept his advantage secure. In third place was Li Zaya, her talent ranked just behind the top 2, but pressured by the relentless, whirlwind Ling Yishan. She had trained hard and left the other competitors far behind. What truly surprised Ling Yishan was Su Qingxue. She shared the rare double elemental affinity of water and earth, yet focused on physical cultivation. She should have been at a disadvantage in tests emphasizing spiritual energy perception, but she somehow squeezed into the top 10 at 8th place and was the only pure physical cultivator among them. Qingxue, how did you manage that? Li Xiao finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she lowered her voice to explain. In the labyrinth during the second round, when she could sense the spiritual energy, she chose her direction accordingly. When she couldn't, she blindly picked a path and charged ahead, retreating only when facing a dead end. Relying on her unmatched stamina and speed as a physical cultivator, she used the simplest brute force exhaustive search method to break into the top 10. Ling Yishan exchanged a subtle glance with Li Xiao, straightforward and crude, but effective. With round 2 complete, everyone received a brief break. Next up, the top 10 would advance to round 3, the sword hunt. The arena would display 300 spirit swords, among which one had far superior quality and spirit storage capacity. Contestants would face off on Unknown. The first to detect and select the true sword and place it on their designated sword rack would win. After all matches, rankings would be based on wins and cumulative scores from all 3 rounds. In short, this round remained a test of spiritual energy perception. I definitely won't do well in this one. You guys go ahead. If I face you, they'll just forfeit to save energy, Su Qingxue said flatly after hearing the rules. Oh really? I'm not so sure, Ling Yishan said, staring at the rulebook and rubbing his chin as a spark suddenly lit up his eyes. Sure, San, what crazy idea are you hatching this time? Li Xiao, knowing Ling Yishan well, immediately saw he was scheming something. Ling Yishan grinned and beckoned the 2 girls closer. With their heads together in a small circle, he whispered the plan all at once. That's actually a pretty good idea, but doesn't it seem a little sneaky? Li Xiao frowned deeply, shooting Ling Yishan a glare that clearly said, "You've changed, Guzi." Whether it was wise or not was debatable, but it was certainly bold. Qingxue, you don't really intend to do that, do you? Li Xiao asked, clinging to a faint hope. But Su Qingxue, standing beside Ling Yishan and feeling the warmth of his breath tingling her ears, felt like a kitten being tickled inside. She involuntarily leaned in a bit closer. When Li Zio's question caught her off guard, she twitched like a thief caught red-handed, but still kept her composure and nodded seriously. They'll follow Ling's plan. Li Xiao could only rub her forehead in resignation. She nearly forgot that the moment Su Qingxue came within a certain distance of Ling Yishan, it was like an automatic Bluetooth connection. Whatever he said, she'd obey. Asking her the question was completely pointless. In the afternoon, the third round of the competition began. On the Ling Yishan team, Li Xiao was the first to step onto the stone platform. Sitting opposite him was Li Lei from Linjiang No. 1 High School. The two sat cross-legged, palms facing up, eyes closing as they quickly entered a meditative state. Their spiritual senses rippled outward like waves, seeking to detect the aura of the soul, swords beneath the sword pool. In terms of cultivation, Li Xiao had the advantage, but it was Li Lei who moved fastest. Within seconds, he suddenly stood up, his robe billowing with a gust of wind, and leapt down from the high platform. Surrounded by cold mist swirling in the sword pool, he barely paused before selecting a wooden sword. Seeing Li Xiao still motionless, a faint smile curved Li Lei's lips as he silently chuckled. Clutching the sword, he dashed toward the designated stone trough, where he snapped the soul sword in with a click. Unfortunately, although the wooden sword he chose had more spiritual energy than those around it, it was not the very best sword in the pool. Realizing this, Li Lei had no choice but to turn back to the platform and meditate again an entire round slower than his opponent. What's that kid doing? Isn't he just wasting time? The Linjiang No. 1 High School viewing area erupted in criticism. Several students loudly complained that Li Lei hadn't settled on a sword yet, and should have compared several before choosing. Shut up if you don't understand. The team leader shot back angrily, raising his hand with the force of a landslide and tsunami to quell the noise. If I hear you shouting again, it's 100 laps around the school for all of you. His sharp warning silenced the chatter immediately. The students fell quiet, as if their throats had been squeezed, frozen into silence. Li Xiao is almost certainly going to win. On the opposite stands, Ling Yishan suddenly spoke up. Su Qingxue stared at him in surprise. He only made one mistake and hasn't fallen far behind. How can Ling be so sure she'll win? Exactly as Ling Yishan had hoped, was itching to show off in front of the pure physical cultivators. Spiritual perception radiates outward in a circle from the center, right? The closest sword is always detected first, so there's always some luck involved. He explained. So if luck favors you and the strongest sword is right at your feet, doesn't that basically guarantee victory? Seems unfair. Su Qingxue pressed on. Somewhat yes, but not entirely, Ling Yishan replied calmly. If the range is too small, even if you find a sword stronger than the others nearby, betting everything on it like Li Lei did can backfire. You might pick the wrong one and waste time. But if the range is too large, a better sword might show up later during comparison, so you still lose out. The key to this test is balancing the sensing radius with the number of times you can go down to choose. He paused, then added, mindset matters too. You have to enter meditation quickly at the start to save time, but if you make a mistake, you need to adjust immediately. Li Lei stumbled on his first try, and his already flusteretto won't be able to act as decisively as before. As long as Li Xiao stays calm and expands her perception range steadily, checking one sword at a time, she can easily pull ahead. As he spoke, he raised a hand towards the arena. Li Lei furrowed his brow, noticeably prolonging his meditation and showing his growing impatience on his face. His slowing entry into meditation reflected the turmoil in his mind, and such anxiety would only hinder his spiritual sensing from now on. Su Qingxue nodded, then recalled the method Ling Yishan had shown her. Her face immediately lit up with admiration. Ling, you're really amazing. Just right, Ling Yishan smirked slightly, thinking to himself, no wonder teacher Zhao Xian likes having Su Miao around. Having a cultivator nearby to provide emotional support anytime is pretty satisfying. On the surface he remained calm and collected, but the corners of his mouth kept twitching upward like an AK that couldn't be suppressed. Just as Ling Yishan predicted, Li Xiao only went into the arena once, but precisely locked onto her target's spirit sword. Her opponent hesitated after fumbling at the start and never dared to enter again for the remainder of that match. The following bouts went about the same. Among them, Zhang Tianqing stood out by using his single spirit root's extreme perception to crush his opponent with a single move. He only acted once and easily claimed the target spirit sword. Then it was Ling Yishan's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, he noticed the slight trembling of Tu Sun's shoulder. There was an instinctive tension brought on by the pressure of the rare spirit root. But Tu Sun forced himself to control his emotions. Not without a chance. As long as luck is on my side and I can get closer to the spirit sword, the thought made his heart race with hidden excitement. At the referee's signal, both entered meditation immediately. Tu Sun expanded his spirit consciousness. A sword image surging with spiritual energy suddenly pierced his perception, causing his heartbeat to spike. This had to be it. He snapped open his eyes and was about to leap down, but his pupils suddenly contracted. There stood a completely ethereal long sword forged from platinum spiritual energy. Is that here? I don't remember that. Tu Sun froze, while Ling Yishan casually raised a hand, uttering a single word clearly, explode. Boom. The platinum spirit sword erupted in midair, blazing golden spiritual fire surging out like a torrent, churning the entire sword pool into a chaotic whirl. Damn, dude, you learn magic now? Tu Sun was completely dumbfounded. Even worse, the spiritual energy nearby was severely disrupted, and his consciousness seemed trapped in muddy water, couldn't discern the positions of the spirit swords stuck in the ground anymore. Playing dirty. Tu Sun's mentality instantly collapsed. Ling Yishan just smiled faintly, not even bothering to leave him a shred of winning chance, relying on luck to turn things around. No way. The viewing area at Linjiang No. 1 High School erupted. Referee. He's interfering with the players. Isn't this a foul? The referee frowned, pondered briefly, but finally raised the flag to signal continuation. There was nothing in the rules prohibiting this. The students of Linjiang No. 1 were furious, readied and itching to rush the stage. Linjiang No. 2's students cheered gleefully. 13, as expected of you. But the teachers had entirely different focuses. In just a few days, this kid not only reached the chi refining stage, but also mastered magic? A monster. The coach of Linjiang No. 1 drooled watching this, like Chow Chow eyeing Guan Yu. Such a fierce warrior. If only had come to my school, yet their confidence in their ace, Zhang Tianqing, remained unshaken, still had trump cards. Ling Yishan ignored the noise, wryly thinking catfish spirit fit him, well had thoroughly stirred the pond into chaos. He floated down from the stage lightly. Under the furious gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the sword pool and calmly sat cross-legged in the center, as if returning to his own living room. This spot held the richest spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, releasing his consciousness, working far more efficiently than on the stage. The other participants realized this new tactic instantly, mentally taking notes. After a few breaths, Ling Yishan slowly opened his eyes and grasped with a hand the target spirit sword rose in response. A clean hit, decisive and swift, and he naturally claimed victory. Next, Su Qingxue was called up. Watching her, Li Xiao sighed softly inside. She knew if the opponent truly followed Ling Yishan's method, this match would completely veer off course. As soon as the two entered the arena, Su Qingxue's opponent performed a swift movie, a crow sitting on a plane leaping directly into the sword pool and quickly making their way to its center. That spot was exactly where Ling Yishan had demonstrated the highest perception efficiency. On the raised platform, Su Qingxue sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, showing no intention to compete. Seeing this, Wang Wu's heart leapt with joy. This girl must be slow to react and not planning to seize the advantageous position. In the previous round, she had ranked dead last at 10th place. Clearly weaker in perception than he was, this round was in the bag. With that thought, Wang Wu immediately settled into a cross-legged position, sending his spiritual awareness first toward the half of the pool where Su Qingxue was. Cunningly locking onto that area, he quickly detected a sword pulsating with strong spiritual energy, positioned very close to her, obviously unnoticed by her. A cold smile curved on Wang Wu's lips as he sprang up and dashed over, fingers closing tightly around the sword hilt before suddenly pulling. Click! The sword did not budge. He was momentarily stunned, eyes drifting upward just in time to see a pale, slender hand firmly pressing down on the end of the hilt. Before he could react, Su Qingxue had silently slipped from the platform to stand before him, calmly watching. Humph, classmate, though you're somewhat good-looking, this is a competition. If you don't let go now, I won't go easy on you. Wang Wu coldly declared his Sigma statement. Compared to the points for the immortal exam, any female beauty was nothing. I'm a body cultivator, Su Qingxue replied indifferently. Wang Wu's expression instantly stiffened, cursing himself silently. Having a body cultivator reach the third round would be a nightmare. He was a newly initiated law cultivator, and any slip-up would see him folded like a broken screen. Classmate, so many people are watching. Can't you show some sportsmanship? Since brute force didn't work, Wang Wu switched to a softer tone, hoping she'd care about her image. But Su Qingxue increased her grip, easily pulling the spiritual sword from his grasp. Give it here. Her actions made clear this was jungle law, survival of the fittest. Seeing the sword he had painstakingly pulled out snatched away, Wang Wu felt like a powerless husband staring up at a hulking blonde. Unable to fight back, he could only stand there bitterly. Su Qingxue handed the sword to the judges, only to find it was not the target sword. Wang Wu breathed a long sigh of relief. There was still hope, but his flicker of hope was short-lived. He saw Su Qingxue didn't return to the platform to continue sensing, but stood not far from him, expressionless, staring dead at him with her intent glaringly obvious. She was ready to keep fighting for the sword. Not being salty at all, Wang Wu nearly spat blood, turning a pleading glance toward the referees. This isn't against the rules, right? Quickly rule him out. The audience at Linjiang No. 1 High School erupted, spitting words in disbelief. They thought Ling Yishan was already shameless enough, but couldn't believe it could get even more ruthless. That girl looked innocent and sweet, but acted with far greater arrogance. Even the teachers nearby were struggling to keep a straight face. Such a tiny Linjiang No. 2 High School really had some hidden dragons and phoenixes. The referee found himself in a difficult spot, sweating profusely. He paused the match, carefully reviewed the rules, then called his superiors to confirm. Only after double-checking did he confirm there was no clause banning that particular move. He then announced that Su Qingxue would not be penalized. The City Repair Association would have to update the rules for the next tournament. I admit defeat. Wang Wu gave up on the spot. With Su Qingxue's piercing gaze locked on him like a nail, any resistance was just a waste of energy. Su Qingxue wins, the referee declared. The girl, unfazed by the stunned and shocked eyes around her, briskly jogged over to sit beside Ling Yishan, once again offering a sincere thanks to the mastermind behind the brilliant strategy. Only then did the students of Linjiang No. 1 High School realize the true mastermind was Ling Yishan. Meanwhile, the Linjiang No. 2 High School crew showed looks of I knew it. Mixed with regret, the school's double beauties had both fallen to Ling Yishan. 13. This move is powerful, but what about your parents? Relax, I checked their botsy. They're tough as nails. Getting blindsided was just a matter of time. That's why I never take shortcuts. Li Xiao glanced cautiously toward the stands, noticing Linjiang No. 1 students nearly ready to storm the field, quietly putting some distance between herself and Ling Yishan to avoid accidental injuries. The demonstration by Ling Yishan and Su Qingxue completely changed the tone of the following matches. After entering, competitors would leap straight into the sword pool, sitting cross-legged at the center to face off. If one stood to draw their sword, the other immediately followed, circling around the same blade in a tense psychological duel. Some feinted, deliberately offering the fake sword to confuse opponents. Others drew their swords repeatedly with a mix of real and fake strikes to drain their rival's stamina. Some even anticipated their opponent's anticipation, using them as cover to dash for the spirit sword. Chaotic but thrilling scenes that made the audience cheer, calling it way more entertaining than just sitting still and sensing. The world is truly full of heroes, like fish swimming upstream. Ling Yishan mused, secretly marveling at the endless creativity in their unconventional tactics. The round-robin continued. Ling Yishan's team of 3 appeared again, and seeing the Ling Su duo, other competitors admitted defeat to avoid wasting energy. Poor Li Xiao still had to fight on. Thanks to her higher level and solid training background, she won without too much trouble. Against Zhang Tianqing, Su Qingxue and Li Xiao followed Ling Yishan's orders and conceded early to conserve strength. According to Ling's calculations, even with those losses, they were safely in the top 5. To be safe, Li Xiao deliberately let Su Qingxue win against a mid-tier player to prevent her score from being overtaken. By this point, the two girls had locked in 3rd and 4th places. Facing Ling Yishan again, they surrendered automatically. So by the end of round 3, Ling Yishan and Zhang Tianqing both remained undefeated at 80. Knowing the audience craved suspense, the organizers scheduled their showdown for last. After recalculating scores from the first 2 rounds, the gap between them was razor-thin, meaning whoever won this final match would be crowned champion of the competition. Ling Yishan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Standing atop the high platform, Zhang Tianqing's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly plunged forward, his long robe fluttering as he shot like an arrow into the sword pool below. Ling Yishan's mind raced instantly, understanding his opponent's intent. He quickly flipped and leapt down after him. The sword pool was vast, shrouded in cold mist, and its bottom was densely planted with hundreds of long swords, their chilling brilliance stretching a foot long. The two men positioned themselves opposite each other across the forest of blades, their gazes sharp as edges, killing intent hanging thick in the air. After a brief locked stare, they stepped forward nearly simultaneously, stirring the white mist around them. Ling Yishan shook his right arm, summoning a golden-red spiritual glow that gathered in his palm, before transforming into a blazing spirit sword. Wrapped in scorching flames, he slashed fiercely at Zhang Tianqing. The crowd gasped repeatedly. What should have been a contest of skill had suddenly escalated into a deadly duel. Outside the ring, at the teacher's seats for Linjiang No. 1 High School, a female teacher nervously tugged her sleeve and whispered to the team leader, "Zhao Hu, Teacher Zhao, Ling Yishan can use magic. Could Tianqing be at a disadvantage?" Zhao Hu adjusted his glasses confidently, a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Even if it's a physical fight, Zhang Tianqing won't lose. For days ago, he completed body refinement, cultivating both physical and spiritual bodies, and also mastered a spiritual martial art." Those nearby teachers perked up, whispering admiringly. Physical cultivation may be mocked as crude, but at an early stage with shallow foundations, its fighting power is by no means weak. Within the sword pool, a fierce sword light surged toward him, but Zhang Tianqing showed no sign of retreat. Aqua-blue spiritual energy boiled up from his meridians, rolling across his body like a tidal surge. He pivoted on a stone slab beneath his toe, his figure turning into a streak of blue light as his speed soared. Then, with a sweeping kick, he struck the hilt of an unattended sword crooked in the ground. Clang! The near 100-pound sword unsheathed, slicing through the air as it charged directly at the blazing golden-red spirit sword. Boom! The two spirit swords clashed and exploded, golden flames bursting into a shower of fierce sparks. Before the flames faded, a figure cloaked in azure broke through the mist, palms gathering water that surged like ocean waves. Wave-chasing palm. He struck down with both palms, the force heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ling Yishan raised his arms to block an in-shaped defense, grunting through the impact. Stone slabs underfoot were gouged out 2 half-foot deep furrows, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining balance. The audience erupted again, thrilled by the unexpected martial showdown, their faces alight with excitement as if given an early payout. Zhang Tianqing steadied himself, and, instead of pressing his advantage, loudly praised, "Ling Yishan, you're incredible. Unique thinking, high talent, and even magic. I can't match that. If luck hadn't been on my side today, the outcome would be uncertain. If you'd put some effort into physical cultivation, I doubt I'd stand a chance." Ling Yishan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then suddenly smiled and asked, "Zhang Tianqing, if you lose, will you cry?" Zhang Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly shook his head. "If I lose to you, I will accept it wholeheartedly. Then I'm relieved." Ling Yishan exhaled softly, no longer concealing the surging power within. In an instant, his skin shimmered with a faint golden glow. 36 strands of spiritual energy weaved through his muscles and bones like slender serpents. Deep in his dantian, 30 spirals of energy roared like thunder. With dual cultivation of body and spirit intertwined, his aura surged visibly, rising sharply. Chi refining realm, small success. Body refinement realm, small success. Suddenly, silence fell over the sword pool. Every gaze locked on the figure wrapped in spiritual light, awe and shock written plainly on every face. Ling Yishan is also cultivating both body and spirit, and both realms have reached small success? Did this guy take some kind of potent elixir? Zhao Hu, who had been extremely confident in Zhang Tianqing, suddenly felt a deep sense of unease. Normally, by the end of the first semester of senior year, most students would have barely reached the threshold of chi refining or body refining stages. By mid-second semester, simply reaching a small breakthrough at the entry level was considered acceptable. But Zhang Tianqing had managed to simultaneously enter both the body cultivation and chi cultivation paths in a short time, and on top of that, mastered the spiritual martial art surging wave palm, truly the mark of a prodigy. Yet Ling Yishan was even more extraordinary. Though he had entered both paths at the same time, his overall attributes far outstripped Zhang Tianqing's. With a heavy tap of his toe, the spiritual swords floating around him all rang out in unison, like a metallic storm rising in waves. In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his fist plain yet packed with thunderous power. Zhang Tianqing's expression tightened. With a fierce push, both his palms surged forward, unleashing the surging wave palm again. The clash of fists and palms erupted like rolling thunder, shaking the entire sword pool. But this time, it was Zhang Tianqing who was blasted backward by the aftershock. Ling Yishan not only held the advantage from his unique spiritual root, but completely overwhelmed him with superior attributes. They tangled again for several rounds. Sword flashes, palm shadows, and fist winds intersected in a blur, the spectators holding their breath. In the end, Zhang Tianqing was utterly exhausted, barely able to stand as Ling Yishan seized his collar and tossed him out of the sword pool. I admit defeat. After landing, Zhang Tianqing raised a trembling hand. Knowing Ling Yishan had held back his final blow and refusing to make a worse impression by struggling further, he spoke decisively. Well played. Ling Yishan retracted his fist and grinned sheepishly, cupping his hands in salute. Then he added, remember to add me as a friend after this. Sure I will. You're a worthy opponent. Zhang Tianqing gave a sincere smile and nodded in reply. With that, the competition finally drew to a close. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands. The pure spectacle of martial prowess had the students of Linjiang No. 1 High School clapping enthusiastically alongside their teachers, while those from Linjiang No. 2 High School cheered like a roaring sea. Next came the awards ceremony. Ling Yishan, Zhang Tianqing, Li Xiao, Su Qingxue, and a student from Linjiang No. 1 High School stepped onto the stage one by one. Seeing the eager eyes of the crowd, Ling Yishan planned a flashy backflip, but was immediately pinned down by Zhao Exine and Su Miao on either side before he could move. Today, we gather to witness the rise of Linjiang City's brightest talents. Zhang Tianlong, chairman of the City Cultivation Association, stepped up with a deep voice. On behalf of the association, I extend my sincerest respect to these students. At the same time, this event could not have succeeded without the generous support of Wanbao Pavilion and Longhua Construction. This was the first major tournament for the senior students after awakening their spiritual roots, and the Cultivation Association's leadership took special interest. Zhang Tianlong's speech was lengthy, but every word carried weight. Then, the local agent for Wanbao Pavilion took the stage to deliver a well-timed advertisement. Only when the audience's backsides ached and they began shifting uneasily did the award distribution finally commence. Ling Yishan, your performance was remarkable. Zhang Tianlong personally pinned a golden medal onto him, patting his shoulder heartily. I truly hope this is just the smallest entry on your resume as starting point for an even greater journey. Thank you for your praise. It'll make Linjiang City proud in the future. Ling Yishan answered aloud. Zhang Tianlong paused, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. Good kid, full of ambition. In Longhua, the only way to access the finest, most advanced cultivation resources was through admission to a top academy. Failing meant a hard life as a scattered cultivator struggling on their own. For any student, even the smallest boost mattered immensely, and the hopeful examinees in the crowd looked on with envy. After all the medals were awarded, the Wanbao Pavilion agent approached with a box in his arms, announcing the arrival of a mystery grand prize. Ling Yishan's spirits lifted, eager to find out what treasures the famous Longhua enterprise had in store. Unexpectedly, Wanbage went all out this time, not only giving the top 5 winners 5 limited edition spirit swords. The bus bounced down the highway on the way back. Neon lights flashed past the windows against the dark night. Zhao Exine glanced at Ling Yishan, Lin Leishan, and Li Xiao sitting across from her, the trio who had just taken the top 3 spots for Linjiang No. 2 High School. Each of them hugged their brand new spirit swords, and Zhao couldn't help but marvel. They even gave the first place winner, Shirsan, a sword bone. Haha, with our Linjiang No. 2 scoring 3 awards and snatching the champion. The principal must be over the moon, probably can't sleep, Lin Leishan said unusually without teasing Zhao Exine. Just thinking about how this would boost the school's performance bonuses and increase the quality of his precious elixir powder. His lips twitched into a genuine smile as he looked at Ling Yishan with heartfelt admiration. Ling Yishan home teammates, habitually called Shirsan 13, was surrounded by the law cultivation class students. A girl with a high ponytail shook his arms sweetly, coaxing, Shirsan, no, Shisanjij, can I please touch your sword bone? Pretty please. Cheers and teasing voices broke out. Dozens of eyes focused on him, all burning with curious excitement. Ah, your classmates, if you want to touch it, go ahead, he said with mock reluctance, but the corners of his eyes were full of pride. But it's pretty sensitive, so be gentle. He rolled up his sleeve and raised his arm, revealing a black metallic bracelet. The bracelet's design was sleek and high-tech, its outer ring covered with intricate runic arrays. Faint golden spiritual energy flowed within the grooves like a living, breathing thing. This was Wanbao's latest artificial sword bone. The surrounding students instantly quieted down, holding their breath as they reached out to touch the metal. Unlike spirit swords, whose technology was public and mass-produced, sword bone production was exclusively controlled by Wanbage. Even for this Dragon Country powerhouse with deep pockets, due to high costs and technical barriers, only a few sword bones were released each year. Rather than a commodity, it was a priceless treasure. Wanbage often used sword bones as awards, carefully giving them to the most promising talents to build reputation and subtle advertising, a win-win strategy. Sure-san, what grade is this sword bone? Which model? Li Xiao moved closer, eyes full of curiosity. She knew Wanbage categorized sword bones into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each advancing level having more impressive functions. Mysterious tier, enhanced functionality model, called Mystic Sword Bone. Ling Yishan glanced down at the manual in the box and smiled as he added, it strengthens spirit sword control. Wait, he'll connect it to the sword via Bluetooth first. Following the instructions, he tapped the bracelet. Light patterns flickered. After finishing the pairing, he snapped his fingers sharply. Next moment, the spirit sword in his arms shot out of its sheath with a swish, like a golden snake with wings, circling the bus. The weapon, named Spirit Sword Jinghong, was also crafted by Wanbage. Its body gleamed gold and red, forged by hand from subterranean, refined red-hot mysterious gold far from a mass-produced item. The official flagship store priced it at a whopping 760,000. Swift as a startled swan, sharp as flowing fire, both its sharpness and appearance were on point, as if tailor-made for Ling Yishan. Nearby classmates stared at Jinghong, imagining themselves standing on a spirit sword, with shy junior female and male classmates clinging to them as they soared on the wind. Suddenly, their mouths almost watered at the thought. Wearing this thing on the street, there's no way the back seat won't have a girl. If not, I wouldn't call you my sworn brother. Ling Yishan pressed the Jinghong sword lightly against his foot and joked casually, but the whole car burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, everyone's hearts started pounding. A Qi refining realm cultivator who can wield a sword like that, this sword's core must be insanely powerful. Thinking that, they silently vowed to double their training effort once they got back. That's awesome. I really wish my Qi Lian could fly, too, Li Xiao said, holding her slender blue-green sword with undisguised envy. The spirit sword Qi Lian was slim and elegant, with a faint fragrance emanating from the blade. She received it as a prize after coming in third in the competition worth over 500,000. Su Qingxue hugged her heavy sword quietly. As a body cultivator, she never expected to learn sword techniques. She was fine with it. The organizers probably didn't expect a body cultivator to make the top 5 either. Body cultivators couldn't master sword control and could only fight close range with brute force. If not for technological advancements and upgrades in spirit swords, she wouldn't even have a chance to fly on a sword. Fortunately, the Wanbao Pavilion was rich and quickly sent her a Chonghua. The heavy sword was brass-colored, exaggerated in shape, etched with spiritual mountain patterns, each strike heavy and powerful. It even came with a user-friendly sword flying aid, tailor-made for body cultivators like her. Stop crowding around them. The competition's been going all day. Let them rest. Homeroom teacher Su Miao clapped his hands gently, his calm voice carrying an unmistakable authority. The students around the three immediately scattered like startled birds and returned to their seats obediently. The carriage fell quiet again. Ling Yishan laid the Jinghong sword across his lap and lowered his voice. Bro, do you know where I can buy spirit martial arts? He still had 250,000 left. Had planned to buy another spirit sword, but now that he had one, he might as well invest in a body cultivator skill. His spirit sword technique was already taking shape. It was just the boring grind of improving proficiency left. The moment he said that, the carriage went dead silent. Then all the students turned to glare at him like he was the ultimate overachiever still trying to outdo everyone. Li Xiao, who had been leaning against Su Qingxue to nap, twitched and snapped fully awake. 13. Are you trying to kill me? Despite gritting her teeth, she gave an honest answer out of years of friendship. You can sign up for an offline body cultivator class. There are plenty of institutions with experienced teachers who teach Hansen. The courses are reliable. How much? Ling Yishan's first concern was always price. Starting at 500,000. If it's a course with exclusive rights, it's even more expensive. Li Xiao spoke while swiping her phone, showing him several schools she found. Ling Yishan's face dropped immediately. Too expensive. Any cheaper options? Of course. Li Xiao anticipated his tight budget and offered an alternative. Try the Dragon Nation Immortal Net. People upload various spirit martial arts and spells there. It has a huge selection. You pay to download ebooks and tutorial videos. It's cheaper than offline classes, but nobody supervises you. You have to be self-disciplined. With your skill in spirit sword techniques, that shouldn't be a problem. Ling Yishan clicked the link and browsed the Dragon Nation Immortal Net. He saw the prices for spirit martial arts were much lower than classes. His eyes lit up. This is perfect. This is perfect. Seeing his excitement, Li Xiao reminded him, just be careful when you buy. Don't get junk spells. This isn't some shady site, right? Someone must screen the content. How bad can the junk be? Ling Yishan asked, puzzled. Li Xiao didn't answer. Instead, She swiped quickly and handed over her phone. On the screen was a bold, eye-catching phrase. What is Milk Dragon Fist? Although Milk Dragon Fist sounds dubious at first, a closer look reveals some merits. Ling Yishan sat before the glowing screen, studying the spiritual martial art introduction for Milk Dragon Fist, nodding subtly as he formed a sharp critique. For example, Su Qingxue took over the conversation since Li Xiao had already nestled into her arms, fast asleep. The biggest advantage is the price, only 500 yuan. Ling Yishan smiled and tapped the price field in the air with his index finger. A long list of positive reviews appeared below the sales rankings. Thank you, my child really likes it. My son didn't believe me when I said I practiced the Milk Dragon, but after trying this style, he was convinced. Clean and odorless, planning to reorder. Setting aside obvious planted reviews, Ling Yishan clicked into customer videos and saw a dazzling spiritual light surging skyward, forming a milky white miniature dragon aura that was indeed impressive. Getting more curious, he leisurely browsed around the immortal network. The screen displayed an endless stream of bizarre spiritual martial arts. Cologne cleanse technique stimulates intestinal peristalsis with spiritual energy, expelling instantly, saving cultivation time. Thumb protection skill strengthens the thumb to prevent nail bed infections during fights. Sweaty feet technique stimulates foot acupoints to produce copious foot sweat. The first two seemed tolerable, but surprisingly the top seller was sweaty feet technique, all with glowing reviews. Thanks, bought by my boyfriend, he loves it. 10 days later update. Bad review, my boyfriend developed a lung fungal infection. So cool. Another update. Any brothers recommend a reliable men's hospital? The ridiculous feedback sent a chill through Ling Yishan's heart. What on earth was going on in the cultivation world? Just as he was about to open the buyer videos for the sweaty feet technique, the system popped up a warning. Many spiritual martial arts come from graduation projects of elite cultivation school students. Quality varies widely. Recommended to browse trusted shops with good reputations. Su Qingxue quickly advised, Ling, better check the recommended stores first. Don't wander around blindly like a headless chicken. Surprised at how much Shed said, she paused. Makes sense. Ling Yishan withdrew his finger. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Entering an official store, the number of absurd spiritual martial arts dropped sharply. What kind do you want to pick? Su Qingxue approached softly, placing Li Xiao on her lap to rest her head. Sword cultivator type. After all, I have a spirit sword now. Ling Yishan quickly typed in sword cultivator and searched. He fell silent as he stared at the results. Among similar spiritual martial arts, sword cultivator ones are 50% more expensive than knife cultivator, twice the price of spear cultivator. A finger technique called sword point has nothing to do with sword cultivation, but still marked up? Are they using sword cultivators like neon signs for price hikes? He felt his cultivation heart tremble wildly, a cold chill running through him. At that moment, he truly understood the ruthless exploitation of sword cultivators in the cultivation world. Any product associated with the word sword suddenly soared to several times the price. Because sword cultivation was the most popular discipline among cultivators, with huge demand and not enough supply, related items naturally commanded inflated prices. Su Qingxue spoke softly to comfort Ling Yishan, then continued, it's mostly because sword cultivators have an appealing image. Many TV shows and movies like to feature sword cultivators as protagonists, and entertainment companies often package their popular stars with sword cultivator personas. This has indirectly influenced social trends. By the way, if you're short on money right now, I can lend you some. Her voice lowered to almost a whisper at the end, eyes faintly hopeful, as if eager for Ling Yishan to agree immediately. However, Ling Yishan paused a moment before shaking his head. No, I have spirit sword technique for offense. It's better to choose a defensive spiritual martial art instead. His tone was calm, but caused Su Qingxue to feel a little disappointed. She could only nod silently. He reopened the official spiritual martial arts store, entering tags like spiritual martial art, physical cultivation, defense, and universal for all spirit roots, deliberately filtering out the popular keyword sword. After the page refreshed, prices originally in the 6 or 7-figure range dropped to more affordable amounts. Defensive martial arts are typically more expensive than offensive ones, but these prices were still acceptable. After browsing fewer than 10 pages, he zeroed in on a highly rated cultivation method called jade skin technique. When practiced, spiritual energy turns the skin's surface into a jade-like texture, forming a dense, crystal-clear protective layer that greatly boosts defense. Long-term cultivation can also improve skin quality. Almost all reviews were positive. Most buyers were female cultivators. The only recent negative review came from a male cultivator who complained that his own brother broke through the defense with just 2 punches. The comment section was filled with demands for refunds, quite a spectacle. Just as Ling Yishan was about to click purchase, a system prompt popped up. Insufficient permissions. Please register as a cultivator at the City Cultivator Association first. Since it was the weekend the next day, he calmly closed the light screen and decided to handle it later. That evening back at school, a huge red banner with gold letters hung across the gate. warmly celebrate our school's senior Ling Yishan for winning first place in Linjiang City's 13th Middle School Beginner Cultivator Challenge. Students lined up on both sides to applaud, and the principal stood front and center, beaming from ear to ear. Once known as a problem student, Ling Yishan had now become the school's pride and about face in the principal's attitude. After class, Ling Yishan stuck to his routine. He went to the gym to complete his daily body refinement, then headed to the steelworks for his evening shift. He also picked up his spirit pet, Ink Feather, which he had been wild hunting nearby for 2 days. The bird ate non-stop, but never pooped, puffing up into a round ball that almost rolled off his shoulder. At night, he practiced spirit sword technique as usual, quickly restoring his disciplined pace. The next morning, chewing a freshly cooked fried dough ring with his mouth, holding a steaming cup of soy milk in his left hand, Ling Yishan mounted the soaring sword and shot through the air, heading straight to the Linjiang City Cultivator Association. The clerk was surprised at his young age, but steady, reserved aura. After a swift identity verification and background check, within 10 minutes a pale blue glowing card was placed in his hand. Here is your temporary cultivator ID card. Please keep it safe, the female clerk said professionally but without emotion. You must complete a basic commission within 3 days. After that, we will issue your official certificate and upload your data online. If lost, be sure to reapply promptly. The basic commission was part of a recent resource decentralization policy. New cultivators take on low-risk, grassroots tasks to help ordinary citizens access cultivator services, mostly errands and minor duties with low difficulty. Browsing the list, Ling Yishan's eyes lit up as he selected a specific mission by code. The clerk immediately confirmed, "Commission, a wild tiger appeared on the mountain behind Ling Family Village. Please capture it has been successfully assigned." Ling Family Village was his hometown. He was ready to return and bring honor to his family. The sky was clear and endless, a deep, pure blue, while beneath his feet rolled the lush green mountains. Ling Yishan rode the soaring phoenix sword, cutting across the horizon. Platinum-colored spiritual energy swirled along the blade's spine, and the sharp wind tousled the boy's black hair. Once out of the city's confines, he unleashed his full spiritual power and soared at top speed toward Ling Family Village deep in the mountains. Ling Family Village was his hometown. The year his grandfather passed away, his father Ling Bufan left with the village youth to find work elsewhere, and the whole family eventually settled in the city. Since then, he only returned briefly for Lunar New Year or ancestral rites. Now that he was back again, the morning fog shone brightly under the sun, and faint smoke curling at the village entrance stirred memories of his childhood. Arriving outside the village, he dispelled his sword technique and leapt down smoothly, boots lightly touching the earth. The soaring phoenix sword hummed as it retracted, making him look like the star of a stage performance. Unfortunately, no one was around. His carefully practiced grand entrance went to waste, he muttered with a wry smile. Woof, woof. A half-grown yellow dog suddenly dashed out, barking wildly at the unfamiliar face behind him. Ling Yishan stopped and looked back. The dog froze, caught between chasing and retreating, its eyes darting nervously. He took a step forward, and the dog followed again, repeating the cycle. Then suddenly, Ling Yishan spun around and shouted furiously at it. Woof, woof, woof. Panic, almost human in expression, flooded the dog's eyes. Tail tucked, it howled and sprinted away. The boy crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Just a lousy mutt, yet daring to show off? Had I been born a few years earlier, they'd all know the overlord of Ling Village. Thinking of the glory days when he used to award direct firecracker exploding cow manure observer titles to dogs that dared chase him, he smirked inside and admitted to himself had grown more mature since then. He walked deeper into the village, which felt quieter than in his memory. Many mud brick houses stood empty, with dead grass poking out of window holes like trapped earthbound spirits. The young people worked far away, leaving only elderly residents with limited mobility to tend the yards. Occasionally, when a family had a new child, they'd send the baby back to the countryside to be raised by grandparents, bringing brief moments of warmth. A few more years, and Ling Family Village might be deserted. He was here to find the tiger that'd been attacking livestock. The beast had yet to harm any humans, but had killed 2 sheep. After asking around and circling the village several times, he finally found the household that lost the sheep. In front of a mud brick house, an old woman of 80 or 90 sat in a cane chair, soaking up the sun. Near the door, chickens clucked in their coop, and at her feet crouched the very same yellow Dogan enemy again on a narrow path. Hey, third granny, it's me, Shursan. I'm back. Ling Yishan approached her with a brilliant smile. The old woman squinted, sizing him up calmly. Who's Shursan? Don't know her. Xiao Huang, chase him away. Ling Yishan? Xiao Huang stepped forward immediately, though a trace of fear still lingered in his eyes when he looked at Ling Yishan. Third granny, it's me, Ling Yishan said with a bow, wearing a flattering smile. Remember that beehive behind your house? I was the one who got rid of it back then. If I don't recall, the old woman squinted her eyes, her tone cold. Then you must remember when I helped Second Master catch the rooster from the mountain? Is that so? Third Granny frowned. I even blew up the village chief with cow dung bombs. You forgot that too? Ling Yishan scratched his head. Just as he finished speaking, Third Granny suddenly widened her eyes, as if something clicked. Ah, sure San. You're back already? Ling Yishan sighed silent Lyso. All she remembered were his glorious blunders. But time was pressing, so he cleared his throat. Third Granny, didn't a tiger come down the mountain a couple of days ago and kill some of your sheep? She nodded. That did happen. Do you know which direction it ran off toward? I came specifically to catch it. He asked seriously. You still want to catch a tiger? Do you think you're Wusong or something? Third Granny eyed him suspiciously from head to toe. I'm an immortal cultivator now, even tougher than Wusong. Ling Yishan grinned, flicking his fingertips lightly. His Jinghong sword unsheathed with a sharp clang, circling twice in the air before returning to its scabbard. A hint of disbelief appeared in Third Granny's eyes. You've been gone so many years and really became an immortal cultivator? The heavens blind themselves. She then changed the subject. But sure San, you're not even the first in the Ling family to cultivate immortality. No way. Isn't our family 3 generations of ordinary folk with no heirs? He replied. Go back 4 generations and you'll see. Third Granny sighed. Old Master Ling died young back then, left nothing behind. I was too young to remember clearly. Maybe I got it wrong. Whether he cultivated immortality or not, no one can say for sure. Since pressing further would get no answers, Ling Yishan turned the topic back. Which way did the tiger run? The old woman thought for a moment and pointed toward the mountain behind the village. He'll be off then. This place isn't safe. You should rest inside. I brought some good supplies for you. Eat them slowly in the house. Old woman like me won't live much longer. Why bother eating such stuff? Keep it for yourself, she grumbled, but warmth glimmered in her eyes. Precisely because you don't have long left, you need to eat well. Ling Yishan unscrewed a jar and pressed it into her hand. Once opened, you can't put it back. Not eating it would just be a waste. You stubborn kid, your mouth never changes, she chuckled, scolding him affectionately, but didn't refuse anymore. After settling everything, Ling Yishan bent to ruffle Xiao Huang's head and turned to leave. Sure San, be careful. She called after him. Got it. He answered cheerfully. If I can't find it, I'll check around the back mountain. The tiger might be there. With that, the Jinghong sword lifted him up. Ling Yishan soared into the sky, becoming a streak of light before disappearing from the old woman's hazy sight. Speaking to herself, Third Granny muttered, the Ling family village used to have many tigers on the back mountain. How did they all vanish back then? Unable to figure it out, she gave up pondering, slowly rising and shuffling back inside. Ling Yishan rode his flying sword, his sharp eyes scanning the forest below. His body, tempered by the cultivation of his true form, gave him vision as keen as an eagle's. Through the gaps in the dense leaves, he could clearly see mud tracks and broken grass. In no time, he caught sight of a trail of tiger claw marks and blood spots. Without hesitation, he dived down lightly, landing quietly among the trees. Following the mottled bloodstains, he also noticed chewed-up sheep bones scattered along the way, fragments of skull and shattered bones. The closer he approached the back mountain, the more the forest seemed to hold its breath. Birds fell silent, insects hid away, and a heavy stillness pressed down on his chest. Ling Yishan knew this meant the tiger was nearby. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest sea. Using the sound to locate it, his flying sword stirred up a gust of wind beneath him, and within moments, he locked onto the figure of a brightly striped fierce tiger. But just as he was about to descend, the tiger's fur bristled wildly. With terrified eyes, it suddenly turned and bolted. What could scare the king of beasts like that? Ling Yishan wondered. In the next instant, a huge shadow lunged from the darkness at incredible speed, so fast, even he only caught a glimpse of white. With a thunderous crash on the ground, the giant beast pinned the striped tiger down beneath its sharp claws. Focusing his gaze, Ling Yishan finally made out the creature resembling a white horse, but with tiger claws for feet and fangs dripping its menace, emitting a low roar like a beating war drum. This was the legendary strange beast known as Bo, famed for preying on tigers and leopards. Sitting calmly atop the bow was a figure dressed like a Taoist. As the beast opened its jaws to bite, Ling Yishan hurriedly shouted, Elder, please wait. The boss front hoof paused, stirring up dust as the rider lifted their eyes. Seeing that they had not yet attacked, Ling Yishan urged his sword closer, landed, and cupped his hands respectfully. Elder, could you spare this old tiger's life? Is this tiger your pet? A clear female voice asked. Looking up, Ling Yishan saw a young woman about 20, her hair bound in a white jade crown with black and white strands interwoven like ink over frost. Dressed in snow-white Dao robes that accentuated her porcelain skin, her golden eyes shone fiercely like molten glass. The bow behind her bared its teeth threateningly, but bowed halfway under her gentle touch, its menace simmering beneath the surface. Ling Yishan dared not delay. Respectfully, Elder, this tiger is not domesticated, but wild. If it has no master, why can't I use it to feed the bow? The girl's tone turned cold, golden eyes radiating an unyielding pressure. As her mood shifted, The bow growled lowly, its gleaming white fangs flashing sharply. Ling Yishan's heart tightened. He quickly cleared his throat, pulled out his phone, and opened a document, speaking rapidly but clearly. Ah, Elder, pardon me. According to the latest provisions of the Dragon Kingdom Cultivator Wildlife Protection Law, no cultivator may hunt or kill protected native wild spiritual beasts without permission. If hunting is necessary for cultivation, one must first report to the authorities and proceed to designated spiritual realms to hunt. He held out the glowing screen. The legal text was clear in the dim forest light. The girl arched a delicate brow, her pale gold eyes flicking between the screen and the young man. After a long pause, she parted her lips slowly. What is this so-called wildlife protection law? Issued by the government? Even wild beasts without owners are illegal to take? The girl asked 3 questions in a row, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she looked at Ling Yishan. Then she pointed to the phone in his hand and asked with genuine confusion, "And what is this? Could it be some kind of spiritual artifact? Is there still anyone today who doesn't recognize a phone?" Ling Yishan muttered to himself. Then, as if recalling something, he cautiously cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask how long you've been in seclusion, senior?" "Not very long. Only 143 years," the girl answered clearly, as if stating something completely ordinary. Upon hearing this number, Ling Yishan immediately understood the situation and briefly explained to her the revolutionary changes the Dragon Kingdom had undergone over the past century. Steam power fading out, electricity rising, an explosion of information, the coexistence of spiritual networks, and a parade of new, dazzling inventions. The girl listened quietly, her initial doubts slowly giving way to bewilderment. Only one round of seclusion, yet the world had changed so drastically. Drones, holograms, high-speed trains, starships, each term felt like a heavy stone dropped on her chest, making her want to retreat back to her cave and continue her seclusion immediately. But thinking of unfinished business, she forced herself to hold back. "If you don't mind, I can help contact the Cultivation Association. Someone specialized will be assigned to assist you," Ling Yishan offered. After a moment's thought, the girl nodded. "Thank you, young friend. I do require official assistance. A mere trifle, it's just a few cents in call charges." Ling Yishan chuckled as he took out his phone, smoothly logged onto the Cultivation Association's official website, and dialed the help hotline. After a brief pause, a clear female voice came through the speaker. "Hello, how may we assist you? There is a senior just emerging from seclusion after many years. Please send someone over as soon as possible," Ling Yishan said straightforwardly. "Understood. Could you provide the exact location, as well as the senior's name and level of cultivation? We will dispatch someone immediately." Ling Yishan glanced back at the girl, who spoke calmly and openly. Qi Xinhu, also known as Jade Tiger Taoist, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Nodding, Ling Yishan relayed the details. The caller's tone suddenly grew enthusiastic upon hearing Pinnacle Golden Core. "Very well. Please hold on a moment while dispatch a spirit vessel at once." After hanging up, Ling Yishan couldn't help but sigh. TSK, the cultivation world sure is practical. He smiled and explained to the waiting Qi Xinhu, "Senior Jade Tiger, you're all set. Someone will be here shortly to escort you." "Many thanks, young friend." Qi Xinhu bowed again, still showing signs of unease with this new era. Seeing this, Ling Yishan reassured her, "This is quite common. Cultivators live long lives, and many who've been in seclusion for a century or two find it hard to adapt when they emerge. Their strength can cause disturbance if they're not careful. So the association formed a guidance team specifically to assist elders like you." He added casually, "Besides, Tao Mu and the others often have to pick burial sites carefully when building caves, sometimes accidentally digging up old cultivators underground. Big projects nowadays always require senior cultivators to supervise, and they even need qualification certificates." As he spoke, Ling Yishan suddenly frowned and said, "Senior, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, could you please tell that chimeric beast to stop pressing down on the tiger? It looks terrified." Only then did Qi Xinhu look down and see the chimera's giant claw still resting on the back of a northeast tiger. Tigers and leopards naturally fear chimeras. At that moment, the mighty king of the forest was cowering, tail tightly tucked, pupils shrunk to pinpoints. She quickly motioned, and the chimera obediently withdrew its claws. The tiger seemed to feel it had been pardoned, but didn't dare run off. Instead, it turned and hid behind Ling Yishan, pressing its large head against his back, trembling all over. The proud king of beasts had instantly become a frightened Haji tiger. The task was finished, but Ling Yishan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He could catch a ride with Qi Xinhu. He turned around, picked up the captured Hakihu, and casually set it down on the ground as a makeshift seat. Then, without a second thought, he plopped down and let out a breath of relief. On the dilapidated mountain path, broken branches and withered leaves swirled in the evening breeze, while scattered sunlight filtered through the dense forest canopy, dappling the ground like shattered gold. Ling Yishan and Qi Xinhu sat side by side, waiting for the Repair Association's vehicle and chatting casually. At first, their Their conversation was about the differences between eras, what high-speed trains were, how food delivery worked, until inevitably the topic turned back to Ling Yishan himself. You actually have an unusual spirit root? Can I see it? Qi Xin's eyes lit up. Since it wasn't much of a secret, Ling Yishan didn't hold back. He raised his right hand, and spiritual energy surged, a wisp of platinum-colored aura spinning on his fingertips, flickering like electric light. Qi Xin's pupils constricted sharply as she exclaimed, "You're a gang spirit root. Have you seen one before, senior?" Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. Strictly speaking, his gang spirit root wasn't recorded in current manuals, but Qi Xinhu was a golden core cultivator from a century ago. Maybe she recognized it. "No, I haven't seen one with my own eyes." Qi Xinhu shook her head, still fixed on the platinum aura. "But it was mentioned in the sect's ancient texts. An elder once encountered a gang spirit root and left a record. Higher-level cultivators valued spirit roots greatly, and Qi Xinhu was no exception." A rare warmth shone in her gaze. Unlike the present-day Dragon Kingdom with widespread education, before she left seclusion, resources in the cultivation world were limited. The sect only fully nurtured the exceptionally gifted. Most disciples remained at the bottom, serving as spiritual fodder. Coming across a gang spirit root genius now was truly enviable. "It's a shame," she said regretfully. "If the sect were still around, my master would have taken you as my junior apprentice." To their Jinsha Hushin sect, with its abundance of metal-type cultivation methods, nurturing a gang spirit root perfectly suited their style and might produce another unparalleled prodigy. "Curious," Ling Yishan asked, "which sect was your senior from?" "Jinsha Hushin sect, once a top-tier sect," Qi Xinhu said with pride, though it quickly gave way to sadness. "But after I emerged from seclusion, all I saw were ruins. I don't know if my master and senior brothers and sisters are safe." "No need to worry too much, senior," Ling Yishan offered comfort. "When the Repair Association people arrive, ask them. They keep records of every legitimate cultivation sect in Dragon Kingdom. Maybe your master is teaching at some university now." Qi Xinhu didn't understand what a university was, but the young man's gentle reassurance eased some of the weight in her heart. "All right, they'll rely on your luck then. If we find the sect, would you be willing to become my junior apprentice? They'll watch out for you." "I'm afraid not." Ling Yishan scratched the back of his head helplessly. "My academic record and file are still at Linjiang No. 2 High School, so I can't join another sect for now." Qi Xinhu sighed softly, but didn't press further. "Very well. Still, you've helped me a lot. As a senior, I have to show some gratitude." Before she finished, she opened her palm. With a slight flow of spiritual energy, a radiant, shimmering scroll appeared in her hand. Qi Xinhu unfurled the scroll, revealing a vivid landscape of sacred pools and immortal mountains, with the sun and moon cycling through the sky. Numerous divine birds and fantastic beasts roamed within, creating a self-contained little world. The patchwork beast lying quietly at her feet suddenly transformed into a streak of light and darted into the painting. She focused intently, her fingertips gliding over the image until settling on a white ape perched on an ancient tree. A gentle tap made the white ape dissolve into dense ink at her fingertip. With a snap of her fingers, the ink splattered onto Ling Yishan's arm, instantly forming a lifelike white ape tattoo so vivid it seemed ready to leap off his skin. "I specialize in the art of painting," Qi Xinhu said with a smile. "This white ape tattoo can unleash a single strike comparable to a golden core cultivator's power when you're in danger enough to repel enemies." She looked very pleased as Ling Yishan, full of surprise, instinctively touched his arm. "Ah, senior, I can't accept this gift." Ling Yishan sighed suddenly and withdrew his hand. Qi Xinhu's expression stiffened, and her tone turned cooler. "Humph, you don't think my skill is good enough?" "Not at all," Ling Yishan hurriedly explained, waving his hands. "I'm only a Qi refinement stage novice. Using a large area offensive one-time magical skill requires reporting to the authorities, and they'd need a senior sponsorship. There sure are a lot of rules in modern society." Qi Xinhu muttered with disbelief, complaining a little. But seeing Ling Yishan's sincere attitude, much of her irritation washed away. She withdrew the white ape tattoo and, half in a huff, flicked her brush to create a turtle instead on his forearm, the ink shell thick and solid, limbs muscular and sturdy. "A defensive, ink-armored spiritual turtle, this one's no problem, right?" "Hee, no problem at all. Thank you for the treasure, senior," Ling Yishan gratefully repeated, staring in awe at the giant turtle tattoo capable of blocking golden core attacks. Similar spiritual talismans on the market easily cost over $1 million. He never imagined that just running a simple commission would lead him to such a benefactor. Just then, a roaring sound split the sky as a spirit vessel nearly 50 meters long burst through the clouds. The hull was carved from spiritual wood, wrapped in swirling mist and glowing runes, radiating immortal energy. Ling Yishan thought to himself, they really tailor things to their guests. The association is putting on a grand display for a golden core cultivator. Staff respectfully invited Qi Xinhu aboard, and Ling Yishan joined along as a helper of the crowd. She was led into the cabin, while he stayed on deck, gripping the railing and watching the swirling clouds outside, quietly reflecting. I've never flown in a plane. Guess my first flight is on a spirit vessel. The vessel sped ahead and soon arrived at the city's cultivation association. After the handover was complete, Ling Yishan casually accepted the 10,000 yuan commission from the other party, then went to register as a cultivator with his tiger companion, Haki. As soon as the formalities were done, he immediately placed an order for the long-coveted jade skin technique, along with a few bottles of jade-enhancing elixir to speed up physical refinement. In total, he spent 220,000 yuan, and his once bulging wallet suddenly felt flat as a sheet. Money really doesn't last long, he said with a bitter smile, pouring all his focus into his new spiritual weapon. Time flew by amidst busy cultivation and part-time work. The next morning, just as Ling Yishan was about to resume studying the jade skin technique, his phone suddenly vibrated. Hello, who's this? Is this Ling Yishan? This is Qi Xinhu. I'd like to meet you. Qi Xinhu. Why did you want to see him? Ling Yishan was a little puzzled but decided to meet her in person after some thought. The two met in front of the subway station. When Ling Yishan arrived, Qi Xinhu had already been waiting for a long time, but he looked like a completely different person. His loose Taoist robe had been replaced by a fitted white shirt and jeans, outlining a tall, well-proportioned figure. Clean sneakers were on his feet, and his black and white hair flowed down to his waist. If it weren't for that distinctive hair color, Ling Yishan might have hardly recognized him. There are too many people around here. Let's go somewhere more private to talk, Qi Xinhu said, reaching out to pull him away as soon as they met. Ling Yishan silently thought, if you're afraid of crowds, why did you arrange to meet at a subway station? Sensing his doubt, Qi Xinhu's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained softly, sorry, I'm not familiar with modern buildings. If not here, I'm afraid I'd get lost elsewhere. To her, the crisscrossing roads and uniform high-rises all looked indistinguishable. Managing to pull yourself together like this in one night is already impressive, Ling Yishan said, taking the initiative by grabbing her wrist. Follow me, I know a quiet place. Seeing her anxious expression, he didn't press further. The two walked off briskly side by side. A screech of brakes interrupted their steps as a red sports car came to a halt beside them. The window rolled down, and a familiar voice called out, 13? Ling Yishan looked toward the sound and saw Li Xingyao behind the wheel. Auntie Xingyao, what a coincidence, he greeted with a smile. Li Xingyao took off her sunglasses and hung them on her chest, her gaze shifting between the two of them. And who is this? A friend from my hometown, just came from the countryside. I'm showing her around. Ling Yishan answered calmly and honestly. A friend from your hometown? Then we must treat her well, Li Xingyao said with a meaningful look toward Qi Xinhu. Qi Xinhu stiffened under the gaze and glanced away, quietly slipping behind Ling Yishan. As a minor golden core cultivator facing Li Xingyao at nascent soul level, she felt cold sweat trickle down her back, but still forced herself to bow. Hello, senior. No need for senior, it makes me sound old. Call me auntie, just like you call 13, Li Xingyao smiled warmly. Ling Yishan thought to himself, doesn't calling her auntie make her sound even older? But he didn't dare say it out loud. Need me to help entertain your friend? Li Xingyao offered. No, auntie, you're busy. We're just wandering around. Ling Yishan quickly declined with repeated hand gestures. Li Xingyao didn't insist. After congratulating Ling Yishan on winning the competition, she stepped on the gas and the sports car sped away. Don't be nervous. Auntie Li is very nice, Ling Yishan said with a smile, comforting the still slightly frightened Qi Xinhu. No, maybe they're just easier to talk to. Qi Xinhu let out a soft sigh, tinged with a bit of resentment as she tried to smooth things over. In her heart, she silently thanked the fact that this was a time ruled by law. If this had been ancient times, encountering a wild nascent soul cultivator on the street would have meant she'd have to immediately hand over a ransom just to save her life, then run like the wind. With that thought, the rest of the journey was calm. Ling Yishan led her back to his small restaurant. The door closed and locked with a click, leaving only the two of them inside. Ling Yishan handed her a cup of warm water and sat down at the table. Senior Qi, speak freely. What's going on? The Jinsha Huxin sect is gone. Qi Xinhu forced calm, but Ling Yishan caught the faint tremor in her voice. He said nothing, lowering his gaze deep in thought. The sect was no word left behind had long feared this outcome. Any leads from the official side? He asked softly, scratching his chin. Qi Xinhu nodded gloomily. Core members of the sect, including my master, all disappeared during a spiritual realm exploration. She pulled out a photocopy of a file and handed it over. This is the accident report. Wanlong Court. Ling Yishan's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the cover, memories surfacing. Years had passed since the revival of spiritual energy. The cultivation world in Long Kingdom had changed greatly. New spiritual realms rarely demanded lives the way they once had. But Wanlong Court was an exception. Sealed 80 years ago, sent in over 20 nascent soul cultivators and countless resources, yet none survived. It remained the worst spiritual realm disaster in recent history, taught in middle school as a cautionary example never to underestimate the dangers. The file was filled with blood-stained names that chilled the heart. Midway through, Ling Yishan's fingers suddenly paused. Ling Qing, Jinsha Huxin sect, ancestral Honlingjia village. His mind recalled what third grandma had said. Could the ancestor who disappeared without a trace be this person? If so, it was tragic to have perished in Wanlong Court. He silently closed the file and pushed it back across the table. What do you plan to do next? They'll go to Wanlong Courto, recover the sect's legacy, and give my master and the others a proper burial. Qi Xinhis' expression was resolute. Ling Yishan sighed inwardly just as he thought. But Wanlong Court is extremely perilous. Not a single golden core cultivator has ever returned alive, and now no one even knows where the entrance is. He left the sentence hanging, clearly trying to dissuade her. I know my cultivation is low. I won't rush to my death recklessly. She nodded in agreement, then dropped a bombshell. But I do have some clues about Wanlong Court's location. What? Ling Yishan's pupils contracted sharply. That spiritual realm had been mysteriously sealed off by top-tier powers of Long Kingdom after the accident. Aside from official high-levels, no one knew where it was. Outside, only rumors swirled. Some claimed it held the secret to immortality, and black market bounties for information had soared into the 9 figures. What exactly did you find? Qi Xin, who didn't answer directly, but handed him the new phone Shed bought yesterday. Ling Yishan looked down and couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. It was the Long Kingdom Immortal Net. Take a look at this, Qi Xin said, pointing at an item on the Immortal Network. Ling Yishan leaned closer. On the holographic screen hung a spell called Sha Hu by Bien 100 transformations of the Tyrant Tiger. He raised an eyebrow and asked, is there something wrong with this spell? That's a technique from the Jin Sha Huxin sect, Qi Xin replied sharply. As soon as he said that, Ling Yishan understood. You mean someone took the sect's secret technique out of Wanlong Court and put it up for sale on the Immortal Network? Qi Xinhis' golden eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, confirming the guess. Ling Yishan continued, could it be that a surviving disciple from the sect is selling it themselves? Impossible. Qi Xinhis' tone was as sharp as a knife. This technique is a closely guarded secret. Besides me, only my master has a handwritten copy. I just created the preliminary form before my retreat. It's incomplete and flawed, and we agreed to polish it only after my cultivation improves. With her character, there's no way Shed let this leak. Ling Yishan nodded, already forming a conclusion. So 9 times out of 10, the seller is a fraud. He swiped the screen, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The seller's registered name boldly showed Qi Xin. Clearly, this person knew the secrets of the Jin Sha Huxin sect inside out, and was deliberately using that name to bait Qi Xin into revealing themselves. Ling Yishan tried to open the seller's profile, but found no real name verification had been done. Key details were blurred out by the system. Since real name registration was now mandatory, such blank accounts were rare. Yet, they had hit a dead end right in front of them, stalling the investigation. The trail's gone cold, Ling Yishan said, closing the holographic screen and sharing the situation with Qi Xin. Qi Xin frowned. Should we report this to the authorities? No. Ling Yishan shook his head immediately. Wanlong Court's records involve sensitive secrets. Just accessing them could alert dangerous people. If internal involvement exists, probing further would be walking into a trap. Qi Xin was silent for a moment. Then what's our next move? Start with the buyer, Ling Yishan said, pointing to the sales record. This spell was only sold once, 3 years ago, the only sale ever. If we can find that buyer, we might trace something from there. Ling Yishan, you're sharper than I thought. Qi Xinhis' golden eyes flickered like a cat watching its prey. Ling Yishan cooled the mood. Don't celebrate yet. You're only at the golden core stage, and am still in refining qi. The investigation itself is dangerous, and even with clues, stepping foot in Wanlong Court could mean a death sentence. Qi Xin lowered his gaze, knowing he spoke the truth. You could hitch a ride with someone at the transcendental realm. Then would just follow their lead and cheer rock on behind them. Ling Yishan joked half-heartedly. Qi Xin shook his head at once. No way, I don't trust anyone else. So why do you trust me? We've only met twice. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. Because right now, you're the only one I know. Qi Xinhis' tone was tinged with helplessness, like a stray kitten abandoned by the roadside, curling up in a corner to hide from the rain, her eyes glistening as she looked at Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan was momentarily speechless at the sight. Scratching the back of his head, he thought. She's been in seclusion for 100 years, the outside world has changed beyond recognition, and the official channels are unreliable now. Qi Xin has no choice but to rely on herself. Then work hard and break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he said, gripping her shoulder firmly, his expression serious enough to make his eyebrows straighten. Once you reach that level, everything will become much simpler. Think of your master. Think of your sect. You have to push yourself twice as hard. Qi Xin was momentarily stunned, but then instinctively nodded. Seeing her get into the spirit, Ling Yishan felt a wave of relief. Operation Find a Shoulder to Lean On is underway. Oh, we'll do my best, she said, her tone shifting from bewilderment to determination, clearly moved by his sincerity. Watching Qi Xin take the bait, Ling Yishan smiled with satisfaction. The risk of jointly exploring the Wanlong court was high on the surface, but it was exactly what each of them needed. He needed to wrap up things for the Grand Ancestor, and he coveted that treasure trove, not to mention the priceless inheritance left behind by the Sect Alliance. Moreover, he had essentially gained a dead-and-level bodyguard for free, a major boost to his security. If he quietly developed in the shadows and urged Qi Xinhu toward the nascent soul stage, he could win without lifting a finger. But first things first, he had to break through to the Yuan Ing stage himself. I remember those baby-breaking pills are expensive. Ito, you have a plan to make money? The baby-breaking pill was made from the ancient Ling Jing formula, drastically increasing the success rate of Gene Dan cultivators advancing to Yuan Ing. With potent effects and rare ingredients, each pill fetched an astronomical price. Last year's auction sold a mid-grade one for a full 100 million, numbers that Ling Yishan remembered vividly. Don't worry about that, I already have a plan. Qi Xinhu's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence as she pulled out her phone. Yesterday, some kind person told me if I buy a certain financial product, it's a guaranteed profit with no loss. I can make money fast. Ling Yishan's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. You didn't actually buy it, did you? Yes, I used all the living allowance the officials gave me this month. Qi Xinhu had wanted to share her excitement, but seeing Ling Yishan's face darken, her voice grew uncertain. What's wrong? Nothing. Ling Yishan stood up and grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the door while silently cursing the ancestors of every scammer. Come with me. At the police station, they filed the report. The officers kindly warned that the money was probably lost for good. Ling Yishan nodded in thanks, but felt his frustration deepen. So this is what they call telecom fraud. Leaving the station, Qi Xinhu encountered the dark side of modern society for the first time, clenching her fists in anger. The world has gone downhill. People's hearts aren't what they used to be. Having grown up in a sect, living a pure and disciplined life, she had been naive and innocent. Now she had a harsh lesson. Senior Qi, Ling Yishan sighed, patting her shoulder, the outside world isn't full of kind, honest people like me. Be cautious, and if you're uncertain, come find me. He never thought someone could be so old and inexperienced at the same time, a rare combo that made her a natural target for con artists. You're the most honest one here, Ling Yishan, Qi Xinhu said sincerely. Do you have a Shinshin account? Add me as a friend. I think so. The staff helped me register it yesterday. She fumbled with her phone and handed it over. Ling Yishan frowned deeply as he looked down. Why would you use your real name online? Huh, why not? You're easy to curse remotely that way, and it could harm your parents too. Ling Yishan shared the wisdom of an old internet user. Qi Xinhu's face turned pale, quickly pushing the phone back. Change it for me quickly. I've got you covered. After a moment, Ling Yishan had changed her nickname from her real name to Tiger Lover Nascent Soul Sprint Edition. Ling Yishan is truly a wonderful person. Looking at the fresh transfer record on her phone, Qi Xinhu held it quietly, feeling touched. When they broke up at the street corner, Ling Yishan found out she had no money at all and didn't hesitate to send her living expenses. Even though she repeatedly refused, saying she had been fasting for a long time and didn't need to eat, the money was still steadily deposited into her account. The navigation clearly says this road should lead home. As night fell and the street lights glowed dimly, Qi Xinhu stood at the crossroads, staring down at the map on her phone. Scratching her head, she tapped the route on the screen again. The wind howled through a remote alley, with only the echo of distant footsteps around. She seemed to be lost once more. Feeling a surge of urgency, she was about to transform and take flight, when suddenly she sensed a heaviness behind her. Two slender shadows stretched along the corner of the wall. Qi Xinhu spun around sharply, blood surging through her veins. Instantly, she shifted into her stegosaurus form, a row of spikes rising along her back, watching the newcomers warily. In the moonlight, a man and a woman stepped forward slowly. The woman wore a moon-white long robe. It was Li Xingyao, who had been seen with Ling Yishan during the day and whose cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage. The man beside her wore a black trench coat, his expression cold and imposing. The chill radiating from him seemed to freeze the air more than Li Xingyou's presence. I wonder what brings you two respected seniors to me. Qi Xinhu suppressed her fighting spirit and respectfully cupped her fists. The man in the trench coat, Ma Shijian, spoke without any greeting, his voice cold and low. You want to investigate Wanlong Court? That brief sentence felt like a sharp blade at her throat. Qi Xinhu's heart tightened. She had just been planning a future with Ling Yishan and had barely accessed information before being blocked. Spotting Li Xingyao earlier was clearly no coincidence. She inwardly regretted acting hastily, and her worry for Ling Yishan grew. Seeing her sudden change in expression, Li Xingyao quickly spoke to ease the tension. We have no intention to trouble you. If you're investigating Wanlong Court, we won't interfere. In fact, we can support you. She turned her palm over to reveal a jade box. Opening the lid released a faint golden medicinal fragrance, and inside floated a perfectly round, translucent spirit pill. The wave of medicinal power hit Qi Xinhu like a spring pouring into a parched desert, shaking her soul. Her body instinctively craved the pill. This is She swallowed with difficulty. A baby-breaking pill, top grade, Li Xingyao replied calmly. Qi Xinhu was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. What do you want me to do, respected seniors? Simple, Li Xingyao said directly. For certain reasons, we can't act openly. We need you to protect Ling Yishan publicly until he successfully forms his core. Afterward, this pill will be yours. Having long regarded Ling Yishan as an ally, Qi Xinhu hardly hesitated. All right, I agree. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Xingyao lightly touched her toes and vanished like a moon shadow. With the deal done, there was no need for her to stay. Only Ma Shijian remained standing, coldly observing a moment before suddenly asking out loud. Your cultivation pat is at the Tao of painting? After Li Xingyao left, Qi Xinhu grew even more fearful. Hearing Ma Shijian's words, she hurriedly nodded. Upon hearing this, Mo Shijian nodded slightly. Then he formed a sword finger with his hand and lightly traced it in the air. A streak of black ink suddenly appeared and swiftly entered Qi Xinhu's third eye in his spiritual sea. A searing pain shot into his consciousness. Cold sweat poured down Qi Xinhu's back as he didn't even have time to react. Deep down, he knew. As long as Mo Shijian wished, he could take his life at any moment. Reflect carefully, Mo Shijian left these words behind before his figure dissolved like ripples on water. The dim alley was soon left with only Qi Xinhu alone. She reached up and pressed her palm against her brow, then sank her spirit into her inner world. The dark ink mark spanned across her entire spiritual sea like a deep and unfathomable abyssal fissure. Focusing intently, she pondered it for a while but reluctantly opened her eyes. No good, I don't understand it at all. It must be because my cultivation is too low. She firmly believed that the master wouldn't deceive me, immediately blaming herself for the confusion. Thinking of Li Xingyo's promise of the rare infant breakthrough pill and the mysterious ink mark left by Mo Shijian, Qi Xinhu suddenly felt that Ling Yishan was extremely inscrutable. Could it be that Ling Yishan is the illegitimate son of some secret sect's patriarch, hidden from the world and protected in secret? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Excitement flickered in her eyes, so she had unknowingly clung to a very powerful ally. Surely my master is watching over me from below. I will seize this opportunity to revive the sect and make you smile in the afterlife. Remembering Li Xingyo's condition that she could obtain the infant breakthrough pill once Ling Yishan broke through to the formation core stage, Qi Xinhu quickly pulled out her phone and clumsily typed out a message. Love Tiger Infant Soul Sprint Edition. Ling Yishan, you must work hard and not slack off in your cultivation. I will keep a close eye on you. The first prize trophy hunter of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School replied, confused. Wait, aren't those all my words? Ling Yishan had originally planned how to urge Qi Xinhu to break through to the nascent spirit stage sooner, but now she was pressuring him first, reversing the situation. Nevertheless, he was always self-disciplined, so this external pressure didn't disrupt his cultivation plan. The real problem was the jade skin technique he had just acquired last night. First, the jade transformation fluid needed to be applied all over the body, which was difficult to do alone. Second, during cultivation, the skin constantly expelled impurities and needed to be rinsed promptly. These two factors severely slowed down the process. Fortunately, his unparalleled wisdom activated again, and he quickly devised a solution. In a flash, his figure appeared before the door of a shop with a signboard reading Xianzhu Hall. Ah, for cultivation's sake, no choice, he thought to himself and pushed open the door. Hello, do you have a reservation? The receptionist greeted politely, her gaze lingering briefly on his young and handsome face. No, ID like a massage package. Please assign me an experienced masseur. No problem, here are the masseur profiles. You can choose yourself. She handed him a booklet. Ling Yishan flipped through it and casually added, by the way, any young ones with good stamina? It might get tiring later. The receptionist's expression suddenly stiffened and her tone grew serious. Sir, this is a formal massage parlor. Don't worry, I want proper service. Ling Yishan smiled and pointed to the booklet. Number 18 looked strong. The receptionist glanced down and twitched at the corner of her mouth. A black silk, long-legged mature woman. It was a mystery how he judged her stamina just by looks. Sir, hello, I'm therapist number 18. Just as Ling Yishan settled onto the massage table, the sharp click-clack of high heels echoed from outside. The door opened, and in walked a confident woman with long, wavy hair. Her voice was sultry, and her features were so perfectly sculpted she looked like a retouched poster model. So it's not just images for reference after all. Ling Yishan's eyes lit up, but he said nothing. Instead, his gaze roamed freely over her from her collarbone to her waist, then down to her legs as if he were conducting a scientific study. Under his intense scrutiny, the woman felt an uncomfortable tingling, like tiny bugs crawling under her skin. She almost blurted out, this kind of service isn't offered here. Just as she opened her mouth, Ling Yishan cut in abruptly. You're a physical cultivation student, right? She blinked in surprise, then nodded instinctively. Indeed, she was a student at Linjiang Immortal Cultivation University's Physical Cultivation Department, working part-time at this club. Have you also practiced the jade skin technique? Ling Yishan continued, his tone more declarative than questioning. Her eyes widened even more. How do you know? The jade skin technique improved skin quality, but she hadn't trained long enough for it to be obvious at a glance. Ling Yishan raised a finger to his own eyes. I saw your customer review photos. Those two-tier moles under your eyes are very rare. She froze, then her cheeks flushed deeply. Those review photos had only been posted for cashback incentives. She never expected a client to recognize them. Embarrassment curled her toes. Seeing this, Ling Yishan dropped the matter and said, enough small talk. I've got everything ready. You know what to do. Is he here to blackmail me? The thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She instantly raised her arms protectively over her chest and took several steps back, tears welling in her eyes. She wasn't particularly gifted but kept up the act of a prodigy in front of classmates, working crazy hours just to buy cultivation resources to maintain that image. If this man exposed her side job, she'd become a laughingstock. Fear crashed over her like a tidal wave. Her legs gave way and she dropped to her knees at Ling Yishan's feet, grabbing his sleeve and choking out. Please, if this leaks out, I really. Ling Yishan, let go. He stepped back, frowning as he commanded. What do you want me to do so I don't tell my classmates? I promise, anything I can do. Her voice trembled, eyes red-rimmed. Ling Yishan tugged at his wrinkled sleeve, exasperated. Could it be that I don't even know where your school is, nor do I know any of your classmates? What? Then why did you click me? Her sobbing stopped abruptly. She stiffly looked up, disbelief written all over her face. Ling Yishan said nothing more and silently pulled a small, glassy blue bottle from his pocket. The label bore 3 silver characters, Jade Refining Liquid. You want me to help with your cultivation? The woman recognized the bottle immediately, as if spotting an alien. Coming to a massage parlor to practice spiritual martial arts, this guy must be crazy. Ling Yishan nodded and then headed to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. If you're okay with that, you can stay. I want shortchange you on the price. Steam quickly filled the air, accompanied by the sound of running water. After a while, Ling Yishan emerged wrapped in a towel, only to see the masseuse still quietly standing there. She hadn't spoken or left, and he knew silently she had agreed to the deal. He'll lie face down on the bed. You apply the jade-infused ointment for me. You know where to put it. So I won't say more, Ling Yishan said as he bent over onto the soft couch, his muscles rippling under the light. The masseuse nodded, smoothing the jade-green ointment evenly over both hands, then starting to press his neck and shoulders, gradually spreading it down his back and limbs. The coolness seeped into his skin, and Ling Yishan let out a comfortable breath. Use a bit more strength. I'm a body cultivator too, so don't worry about hurting me. Hearing the reminder, she applied more pressure, her knuckles digging deep into his muscles. Ling Yishan thought to himself, body cultivators really do have power behind their hands. Then he quietly started running the jade skin technique, mobilizing his internal spirit roots to channel the ointment's medicinal power rapidly into his bones and flesh. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he spoke calmly, please change the ointment. The masseuse was stunned less than 10 minutes. She herself required a full hour each time. But when she lowered her eyes for a closer look, the original deep green ointment had turned pale blue. Its medicinal energy was almost completely drained. She gasped softly but didn't hesitate. She quickly scraped off the residue and applied a fresh layer, kneading it in with renewed force. What shocked her most was that Ling Yishan's absorption speed kept increasing. Before her hands could leave his skin, the ointment's color already began to fade, forcing her to apply more repeatedly. After over an hour of this back and forth, her breathing grew heavy, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her arms trembled slightly. Suddenly, a gentle jade light shimmered on Ling Yishan's skin, spreading rapidly over his whole body like a translucent shell forming around him. Jade skin technique complete. The masseuse froze in place, still holding a half-used jar of the jade ointment. She recalled how she had burned through 3 full jars, but never succeeded, feeling a mix of bitterness and shock. As fellow cultivators, the gap between them was wider than that between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Ling Yishan, however, felt nothing special, only that his bones and muscles seemed reforged light and renewed. He snapped his fingers against his forearm, and the clear ting of jade stones echoed through the room. Dressing, he was about to leave when a soft breath called out behind him, Sir, you left your jar of jade ointment. Ling Yishan raised his hand in a wave. Keep it. Consider it a tip. He no longer needed the ointment and couldn't sell it anyway. The masseuse's flushed face and evident exhaustion made it an easy favor to grant. The masseuse was momentarily stunned, then her face lit up with delight. She had just run out of the jade refinement ointment recently, and although Ling Yishan had already used most of it, replacing the remaining amount would cost nearly 10,000 yuan. She quickly put away the half-empty jar, skillfully scraping the last traces of the ointment from Ling Yishan's skin back into the porcelain box. Even though most of its power had been absorbed, with careful refinement, a small portion could still be recovered. Thinking of his nearly sculpted, muscular physique almost like a work of art, she secretly admired it. Even secondhand ointment was by no means a loss. Sigh. These days poverty can really turn a woman into a shrimp head. She didn't waste the remaining jade refinement liquid in her hand either, rubbing it carefully onto her own arm and calf, feeling the cool tingle and slight numbness. After securing both jars, her thoughts already turned to planning her grueling training regimen for after work. Ever since Ling Yishan mastered the jade skin technique, he had refocused on advancing his cultivation level. In just 10 days, he persistently balanced both magical and physical training. Inspired by his example, the top students in the class gradually completed the basics of qi refining or body refining, advancing overall at a much faster pace than previous years. This progress brought great satisfaction to Zhao Xin and Lin Leishan. Li Xiao and Su Qingxue also completed dual cultivation foundations during this period, but unlike Ling Yishan, each returned to their original specialization afterward. Qi Xinhu often sent messages every few days, sometimes sharing interesting observations, sometimes asking Ling Yishan about social knowledge, but mostly the two kept each other accountable for training. Except for a few times he was dragged outside for fresh air, Qi Xinhu mostly stayed at home, taking official commissions to earn enough money before returning to seclusion. Late at night, Ling Yishan stood barefoot on the wooden floor, knees slightly bent in a standing meditation posture. Spiritual energy surged within him like tidal currents. He repeatedly inhaled and exhaled, refining the spiritual power in his dantian and flesh and blood. When the energy reached its peak, he suddenly pulled out a steaming boiled egg and swallowed it down in 3 quick gulps. Bang! It was as if invisible shackles shattered instantly. His aura paused for a moment before exploding upwards. 60 streams of spiritual energy spiraled through his physical organs and the Danshan's dryness palace, and both his physical and magical cultivation advanced to mastery. Brother Crow, your eggs just keep getting stronger. On the bed opposite, the sleek black, well-feathered fat chicken ruffled its wings and puffed out its chest proudly. Ling Yishan knew well that his rapid progress wasn't just due to his aptitude, but also thanks to the spirit eggs that Mou provided day and night. I am an ancient divine weapon. Such trivial matters are unworthy of mention, Mou declared proudly. Besides, I have now unlocked a new ability. As Moyu absorbed more and more spiritual energy, its size grew larger and larger, swelling from the original size of a basketball to something the size of a wash basin. Its thick feathers pressed down into smooth black plates that gleamed with a cold luster under the light. This increase in size also boosted its egg-laying efficiency. Each spirit egg was heavy and filled with surging spiritual energy that seemed ready to burst through the shell at any moment. Along with the changes to its body surface, Moya's abilities advanced again. I can no longer just absorb spiritual energy. As long as you bring me the flesh and blood of demon beasts, I can extract the essence of their qi and blood. This sentence lit up Ling Yishan's eyes. As a physical cultivator, he not only needed to absorb large amounts of spiritual energy, but also had to rely on dense qi and blood to temper his muscles and bones. The ordinary ingredients from school and the gym could no longer keep pace with his training demands. Recently, he had clearly felt his physical cultivation progress slow down, even being caught up by practitioners of magic cultivation. To speed up again, he had to choose one of 3 paths: spend large amounts of money on pills, use costly high-tech methods, or desperately hunt and consume high-level demon beast flesh and blood, none of which were easy. Moya's blood extraction and essence refining ability happened to solve this urgent problem. By the way, the final prize for the physical cultivation competition in a few days seems to be a batch of spirit pill powder made from high-grade demon beast meat. Ling Yishan scratched his chin, lowering his gaze in thought. A few days ago, Lin Leishan had forcibly signed him up, and Ling Yishan had originally planned to resell the pill powder to his classmates in the physical cultivation class once he got it. Now it seemed he could keep it for himself, feeding the pill powder into Moyu. Then eating Moya's eggs would still count as pure natural body refinement, avoiding the risks of pill poisoning. The next day in gym class, Ling Yishan walked straight up to Lin Leishan. Teacher Lin, please train me. I want a place in the physical cultivation competition and bring honor to the school. His words were sincere and firm, and the students in the physical cultivation class all turned to look. Good child. Lin Leishan was momentarily stunned, but then joy spread across his face as his big hands pounded Ling Yishan's shoulders. This tough, iron-willed man's eyes actually welled up with tears after so much earnest advice. He finally had Ling Yishan volunteer to train. Although Ling Yishan hadn't switched classes yet, volunteering for extra training was the best sign ever. With Lin Leishan's active efforts, the principal agreed immediately. For the next few days, Ling Yishan would join the physical cultivation class training fully, with the competition taking priority. However, Ling Yishan's paid monthly meditation classes would not be neglected, so he had to reschedule his academic lessons later. Hard work, but worth it. On his 3rd day of intense training with Lin Leishan, Ling Yishan's physical cultivation realm breakthrough to mastery could no longer be hidden, and Ling Yishan made no effort to conceal it. But Lin Leishan deliberately kept the news quiet, planning to surprise their opponents on competition day. Under the scorching sun at the training ground, sweat left wet marks trailing on the rubber track. Lin Leishan looked at the boy in front of him, speaking in a low but serious tone. 13. Even though you've mastered your physical cultivation, you must not take this competition lightly. I've already mastered physical cultivation and am still not stable? Are other schools really this intense? Ling Yishan frowned, a trace of surprise on his face as well. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School is considered one of the top schools in Linjiang City. Yet despite that, Su Qingxiue, the #1 student in the body cultivation class, has only just reached the initial body refinement stage. Other schools at best have students at the same level. How could a senior disciple like him, already a grand master in cultivation, not easily dominate them? No, Lin Leishan shook his head. Your cultivation level might be unmatched even at Linjiang No. 1, but this competition will also include Zhongwu Middle School. As he spoke, he looked up toward the distant sky, his brows knitted with concern. Though Zhongwu's overall ranking wasn't as high as No. 1 or No. 2, they were just as strong if not stronger in the path of body cultivation. Their school motto was blunt. If you don't smash yourself today, you can't break others tomorrow. That phrase perfectly captured their fanatical pursuit of limits. Ling Yishan shivered, leaning in to whisper, are they really using technology and harsh methods in training? Playing it safe? Lin Leishan tapped lightly on his head. What are you thinking? No matter how hard they try, it's still a school. Pills and powders might be borderline public methods, but who dares to inject themselves with syringes openly? Besides, Zhongwu takes the traditional body cultivation route, totally different from our modern style. What kind of traditional method? Ling rubbed his temple, grimacing as he silently cursed the brutal body training. They make their students inject beast blood serums to fuse the bloodlines of demonic beasts into their bodies. Or they simply recruit mixed blood students from birth, Lin Leishan said bitterly. No pills, no supplements, no nutrient shots, just these reckless shortcuts. Ling Yishan was stunned. Demonic beasts naturally have strong tendons and bones. Human-demon hybrids also possess superior physiques. Beyond using beast meat as supplements, many took it further, researching how to merge beast blood into humans. This was once a niche practice in the spiritual realm, but with modern technology expanding rapidly, countless kinds of beast blood serums flooded the market. Anyone daring enough to inject them might gain beast blood traits. Extremes in body cultivation have remained consistent since ancient times. The government initially banned these by decree, but some reckless individuals tried secretly. Some died from rejection reactions. Others went berserk and became half-human, half-beast monsters rampaging the streets. Eventually, authorities realized containment was impossible, so they regulated it. Full medical screening before injections, strict approval of serum formulas, post-operation monitoring, and regular psychological evaluations. Over time, it became a sizable industry. Humph. Lin Leishan snorted coldly. Those students train intensely, their bodies soaring in strength. But they turn somewhat beast-like, neither fully human nor ghostly, and nowhere near as clean as us relying on pills and powders. Do they really grow beast ears and tails? Ling squinted, eager to know more. How do you know that? Lin Leishan was caught off guard yet. It was almost an admission. Ling's pupil shrank sharply, his gaze now sharp as a hawk's. Zhongwu Middle School is definitely worth fighting. Seeing the fiery battle spirit ignite in his eyes, Lin Leishan felt a surge of warmth. Here was a kindred soul, a passionate youth who believed in the modern body cultivation path. Kid, keep working hard. The competition has individual and team events. Overall, we're no match for Zhongwu, but as long as you perform well in the individual competition, you'll place high for sure. He sounded a little wistful, as if a fine horse had no suitable saddle. Zhongwu's beast blood route gave them a strong edge. Ling Yishan just shook his head gently, his fighting spirit only burning brighter. He considered himself Linjiang No. 2's top trophy hunter. Either don't compete at all, or compete and take first place. Heavy Martial Arts High School is located on the outskirts of the city, nestled against a range of mountains, making transportation inconvenient. Unlike Linjiang No. 2 High School, where students leave school in the afternoon, most students here have evening self-study sessions and therefore usually choose to live on campus. As dusk settled, strings of lanterns lit up, illuminating the bustling night market in front of the school gates. Today, Heavy Martial Arts High School welcomed 3 unexpected visitors: Ling Yishan, Su Qingxiue, and Li Xiao. 13. Are you really here to scout out the competition? Li Xiao glanced sideways at Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan crossed his arms, his gaze sharp like a hawk as he surveyed the school entrance. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Heavy Martial Arts High School is a strong contender in this body cultivation tournament. We need to see what makes this traditional body cultivation group so different. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, he had dragged fellow competitor Su Qingxue over to check the scene. Although Li Xiao hadn't signed up, she wasn't about to be left out and tagged along for the fun. Heavy Martial Arts High School is renowned as the cradle of body cultivation. These students have infused the bloodline of demon beasts into their bodies, so they all have voracious appetites for flesh, consuming massive amounts of beast blood and meat every day. Consequently, they show little interest in spiritual pill powders. The huge demand has spawned a sprawling night market at the school gate, where dozens of stalls sizzle with iron pots and pans, filling the air with the mingled aroma of meat and mystical energy, drawing crowds of students. Ling Yishan glanced around the bustling crowd but muttered in disappointment. Surprisingly few beast-eared girls. On second thought, it was understandably a regular high school only has so many students with cultivation aptitude. The more prestigious number 1 and number 2 schools are no different. Unlike Ling Yishan and Li Xiao arriving empty-handed, Su Qingxue was already captured by the various meat delicacies, weaving among the stalls, happily chewing while pulling out money to pay. 13. Xiao, this is delicious. Do you want to try some? She held out a steaming skewer of grilled demon beast ribs, her eyes shining. I have urgent business. Ling Yishan waved her off, but Li Xiao was unbothered and pulled Su Qingxue onward to continue snacking as they strolled. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Ling Yishan. Hey, with those muscles, are you Ling Yishan? He turned and saw Su Song, whom he had met before at Shui Mei Jin, the origin of his stereotypical impression of body cultivators. Su Song's body was all sinewy muscle, but his face was lit up with fan-like excitement. Ling, I saw your match. It was amazing. Especially the final fight against Zhang Tiankingthat was epic. Can I touch your muscles? Ling Yishan inwardly groaned and stepped backward repeatedly. Su Song, aren't you from Linjiang number 1 high school? What are you doing here at Heavy Martial Arts? I came to see my girlfriend. She's in the body cultivation class here. Su Song scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. His burly frame combined with his shy gesture was an amusing contrast. Only then did Ling Yishan notice a graceful figure standing behind him. Tall and slender with perfect proportions, elegant features, and short black hair just brushing her earlobes. The most striking feature was her eyes, extraordinarily beautiful, like green gemstones. Scattered among her hair were a few brilliant feathers, clearly a sign of some beastly bloodline. At the first glance, Ling Yishan was utterly captivated. So this is your girlfriend? He asked curiously, pointing to the student with the unique aura standing behind Su Song. Are you kidding? Su Song scoffed as he turned back with a thumbs up. I don't go for those skinny arms and legs. Besides, that's my elder brother for real. Ling Yishan froze on the spot. He looked first at the burly, bear-like Su Song, then at the tall, elegant brother, and his pupils trembled in disbelief. The other politely smiled, clearly used to this kind of reaction. Ling Yishan silently marveled. DNA really is amazing to squeeze these two creatures into one family tree. Hello, I'm Su Song's older brother, Su Xian, senior year at Chongwu High School, Su Xian said, extending a graceful hand. Linjiang number 2 middle school, Ling Yishan, he replied. As they shook hands, their eyes simultaneously flickered. They both sensed the undercurrent of spiritual energy flowing within the other. The seemingly delicate Su Xian was already at the early stage of body refinement cultivation. So this is the power of the traditional style body cultivators? Intriguing, Ling Yishan said, his face calm but eyes full of surprise. Su Xian's heart surged like wild waves. He had heard Su Song say Ling Yishan had reached early body refinement, but now touching and feeling the dense spiritual energy inside him, it far exceeded even his own beast blood-augmented power. I was too naive. Modern-style body cultivation is truly formidable. They shook hands, each lost in thought, maintaining the composed demeanor expected in social interactions. Just then, Su Song suddenly raised his arm, waving to the crowd loudly, my girlfriend's here this way. Ling Yishan sharpened his senses, his gaze locking onto the newcomer. Could it be a famed beast-eared girl from Chongwu High? The crowd parted as a towering figure approached. Ling Yishan's eyes traveled up the imposing frame, finally resting on a pair of huge, glossy black bull horns sprouting from her head. No way, real horns, he thought, astonished. The girl stood at least 2.5 meters tall, her loose school uniform stretched taut over bulging muscles. Standing next to Su Song, she made him look like a small bird. Hello, I'm Wu Ming Ming, she said warmly, extending a broad hand like a fan, her voice low and gentle. You must be Ling Yishan, the one Xiao Song's always talking about. Just call me 13, Ling Yishan replied as he offered his hand, which was almost swallowed by her huge palm. He forced a sincere smile. You're signed up for the body cultivation contest too, right? Well, cheer each other on and have a good match, Wu Mingming said with a hearty laugh, her horns gleaming softly in the sunlight. The four formed a circle and shared their training methods. Su Xian explained how his beast bloodline enhanced his physical control. Wu Mingming described using her horns as anchor points to release power. Su Song excitedly added his self-developed black bear, tree-hugging training. Ling Yishan carefully broke down the subtle breathing rhythms of modern body cultivation. Their brief time together was filled with warmth and friendliness. When parting, Ling Yishan felt surprisingly reluctant and thought to himself, they're all good people after all. Walking out of the school gates, he couldn't help but compare Wu Mingming and Su Xian to the big, burly guys back at his own school. Traditional-style body cultivators looked exaggerated and wild, but up close they were genuine and approachable. By contrast, modern-style cultivators appeared normal outwardly, but felt more and more like cold machines inside. Having learned the basics about Chengwu Hai's two champions, but failing to find the beast-eared girl he was longing for, Ling Yishan decided to withdraw. After regrouping with the two girls he had been roaming with, the three of them left Chengwu High School behind. Linjiang City, on the banks of the Lijiang River, stands the Qingluo Dragon Mother Terrace. The Lijiang River has nourished the Dragon Kingdom for over 10,000 years, its rice blossoms and abundant fish continually giving rise to one of the brightest civilizations on planet Blue. That's why it is affectionately known as the Mother River. Yet every summer flood season, it erupts like an angry dragon, frequently breaking through the dikes and violently battering both shores. Floods would come every 3 years and severe breaches every 5, forcing successive dynasties to invest heavily in water management projects that always fell short. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that a great water master established 9 river worship altars, and the emperor officially declared the Lijiang as the Dragon Mother, granting it eternal reverence. Since then, flood disasters have sharply declined. Though today's technology has made flood control much easier, the tradition of river worship remains intact. 4 days have passed since Ling Yishan's adventure at Mount Lingyi during the Zhongwu Middle School expedition. The 8th Qingluo Dragon Mother River Fitness Competition for Linjiang City's middle schoolers is now underway, with the arena set on the Qingluo Dragon Mother Terrace. 13. Don't be nervous, Ling Yishan said, pressing a hand on Ling Yishan's shoulder with his usual solemn tone. As long as you take first place in the first 2 individual rounds, even if your team doesn't win the third, you'll still secure a spot in the top 5. He had repeated this to him countless times. Ling Yishan could only nod helplessly. His brain selectively filtering the information had to perform well in the individual events and also in the team event. Crowds gathered along the Lijiang riverbank. The physical fitness competitions were always more visually exciting than the magic-based ones, and being free and outdoors, the spectators here were twice as many as previous years. 13 Bow. Mom loves you. Give it your all. The familiar voice cut sharply through the heat. Ling Yishan didn't need to turn around to know who it was. He looked back to see Li Zio's teasing, mischievous smile. Li Xingyao and Shui Rulan stood beside her, politely waving, and even Shui Rulan joined in the cheering. With their elders around, Ling Yishan had no way to respond except to grit his teeth quietly. Among the crowd, Imo Shujian appeared after a long absence, his face still cold as ever. He simply raised a hand in greeting. Even more surprising to Ling Yishan was Qi Xinhu, who had somehow slipped into the event as staff. I took the official security job commissioned by the Dragon Kingdom, Qi Xinhu said, wrapped up like a dumpling in a mask, sunglasses, cap, and security uniform. Makes watching the competition a way to earn some extra money. Not bad, right? You're so covered up, you're not planning to rob a bank, are you? Ling Yishan joked. I'm uncomfortable in crowds, so this way is better. Don't worry, if there's real danger, they'll be the first to save you. She threw out the line, then slipped into a secluded corner, clearly trying to avoid suspicion. Besides familiar faces, many passers-by also cast glances at Ling Yishan. That must be Ling Yishan, the one who beat Zhang Tianqing in the Challenge Cup? So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Oof, looks don't matter. The cultivation world is all about background. Someone like him, coming from an ordinary family, won't get far. The buzz around the Challenge Cup hadn't died down, and many people had already started paying attention to Ling Yishan. But with fame came gossip, and naturally, plenty of slander mixed in. Facing those baseless rumors, he simply said, still need to train more. My offense isn't nearly as strong as the students from Linjiang No. 1 High School. After speaking, he glanced toward the stands where Linjiang No. 1's students were gathered. That area instantly came alive with loud cheers and playful teasing from boys and girls alike, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Ling Yishan raised his hand in a friendly wave, then turned and headed to the locker room amid their lively send-off. The upcoming events were all water sports, and the organizers provided standard one-piece swimsuits. The fabric clung tightly to the skin, leaving only the hands, feet, and head exposed, designed both to reduce drag and comply with official competition's modesty rules. Ling Yishan changed into his suit. The tight material outlined his muscular definition clearly. He then strode out toward the staging area. From a distance, he spotted Su Song, Su Xian, and Wu Mingming waiting on the other side. Ling Yishan waved to them, but didn't go over. Instead, he headed straight to Linjiang No. 2's rest zone. This time, Linjiang No. 2 had sent only 5 competitors. 1. Ling Yishan, at the Great Success Realm. 2. Su Qingxue, at the Small Success Realm. 3. Lu Yi, Li Kersin, and Zhou Ruodong, all at the entry realm, all girls. Cultivators were full of energy and vitality, so it was rare to see anyone with plain looks. Watching the girls, each with her own charm, Ling Yishan recalled an old question he had asked before. Why did the Physical Training Institute have more females than males? Were they secretly giving the girls special treatment? Lin Laishan's answer had been straightforward: no favors. Just that after training their energy surged, metabolism was high, and nutrition often couldn't keep up. By now, the four girls had all changed into their swimsuits. The uniform design was modest, but still showed off their graceful figures. When Su Qingxue stepped out of the locker room, Ling Yishan couldn't help but glance twice, thinking to himself, with a whole swim ring ahead, how could anyone win? Ling, do you have any good strategies for this competition? Su Qingxue reached out, her tone naturally relying on him. The other three girls immediately fixed their eyes on Ling Yishan. Su Qingxue trusted him completely, and they all accepted him as team captain. Their bright, watery eyes focused so intently that Ling Yishan couldn't help but smile and nod before speaking. The competition is split into 2 individual races and 1 team race. Only first place in the individual races gets a high score. The rest earn very little. The bulk of the points come from the team race. Based on past scores, as long as I win both individual races, and the 4 of you place in the top 10 of the other individual events, plus first place in the team race, Lin Jiang number 2 can sweep the top 5 prizes. His tone was calm, but the ambition was staggering. Lu Yi, Li Kersin, and Zhou Ruodong first froze, then widened their eyes, not only surpassing Lin Jiang number 1 and Zhongwu High School, but even breaking into the top 10 would be a stretch, let alone taking the top team spot. Only Su Qingxue nodded calmly, fully accepting such wild talk. He'll take care of the team race, he'll find a way to beat Zhongwu, Ling Yishan added. And he'll also try to boost your individual rankings, most likely pushing you all into the top 10. Ling Yishan did not get angry at the 3 girls' doubts. After all, to outsiders, this sounded like a fairy tale, and it was actually Su Qingxue's unconditional trust that seemed unusual. He glanced up at the 3 in front of him, his usual playful expression rare to see replaced by a serious and steady look. His voice was low but determined. If I say we can, then we definitely can. This rare earnestness made the 3 girls, who had been full of hesitation, tremble slightly inside. The subtle doubt that had risen within them quietly began to shift their attitude. Recalling the impressive scene they had witnessed not long ago, a catfish demon boy cutting through the competition and winning first place in the Challenge Cup, the 3 girls already knew well the strength Ling Yishan possessed. He was not just empty talk. Do you really have a way to get us into the top 5? One of them asked, her voice trembling, unable to suppress the hope growing in her heart. Her eyes stayed fixed intently on Ling Yishan's face. As long as you cooperate, Ling Yishan said calmly, lifting his hand to tap the table with his fingers, giving a clear and confident answer, am 80 sure of it. That short sentence struck the 3 girls like a hammer to the chest. Their cheeks flushed red, and the frowns of doubt slowly eased. Even their breathing became instinctively quicker. But in the next moment, Ling Yishan's tone shifted. However, I have one condition. His calm but firm voice made the girls' hearts tense abruptly. If you can get us into the top 5, you can have whatever you want from us. They almost said in unison, eager to pledge their commitment. What was originally just a formality had turned into a real chance they could not afford to miss. Ling Yishan smiled faintly. If I bring you into the top 5, all the prizes will belong to me. The air seemed to freeze as his words sank in. Not just 1 or 2 prizes, but all of them. Still, they quickly realized that with their current abilities, they wouldn't reach those rewards anyway, so agreeing to his condition meant no real loss. More importantly, it was the ranking and the extra points for the immortality exam that mattered. Deal. The 3 girls responded almost simultaneously, their voices steady as if afraid Ling Yishan might change his mind. Ling Yishan nodded slightly, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Contract is made. Now it's time to hear my plan. He raised his hand, and the girls immediately leaned in closer. Ling Yishan's gaze swept over them, his tone steady but commanding unquestionable control. One by one, he laid out the tactical points clearly and precisely. Their breaths mingled silently, as if the only sound in the quiet room was his deep, magnetic voice echoing the strategy session had begun. The scene was filled with stirring music, the resounding clang of bronze bells, and bursts of psychic fireworks. Fellow cultivators, welcome to witness the 8th annual Qingluo, Jianghai Body Cultivation Competition for middle school students in Linjiang City. The announcer hovered in midair beside a spirit boat 3 zhang long, his voice amplified by a spiritual arrow ray, booming like a great bell across the riverbank. Though the opening lines were familiar, the surging waves of sound instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Today, we'll hold 3 matches, 2 individual contests, and 1 team event. The competition uses a point system, with final rankings based on cumulative scores. The top 5 will receive exclusive spirit pills sponsored by Tianin Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, and the champion will be awarded a mysterious grand prize. Now, let's welcome the contestants from each school to enter. As the introduction played out, students filed in, school by school. Since this was a city-level event, 20 schools had registered, so the teams moved swiftly. By the time Linjiang number 2 middle school's name was called, the stands were already buzzing with excitement. In the entry passage, Ling Yishan led his teammates, 5 of them stepping forward under the staff's guidance. He glanced back and gave Su Qingxue a slight nod, then lowered his voice to remind the 3 girls behind him. Did you remember everything I just said? Want me to repeat it again? The 3 girls shook their heads eagerly, clearly confident they had it all down. Exiting the passageway, they were greeted by the rushing Lijiang River. The waves crashed against the embankment like pounding drums, while the cheers from the stands were even louder. The announcer's tone rose accordingly. Audience friends, right before you is the traditional powerhouse of Linjiang City Linjiang number 2 middle school. Leading the charge is Ling Yishan, who recently shone at the Challenge Cup, making notable progress in both body and chi training, hailed as a peerless prodigy. The praise was generous, and the crowd's roar nearly blew off the roof. Ling Yishan just smiled, spinning around to raise his arms and flash a double V sign on both sides VV. His adorably goofy gesture sparked laughter throughout the stands, lifting the atmosphere even higher. Next came Linjiang number 1 middle school. The announcer remained passionate, but the audience's attention was already fully engaged, their cheers rising and falling like waves. Last to enter was the reigning champion and body cultivation powerhouse Zhongwu Middle School. Let's give the warmest applause to last year's champions, Zhongwu Middle School. The announcer's words dropped as thunderous applause erupted. Led by Su Xian and Wu Mengmeng, the team stepped in perfect formation, radiating unstoppable momentum. No need for many words, the announcer said with pride and a touch of nostalgia. They've held the crown for multiple years now. This year's lineup includes 4 students who have attained minor success in the body training realm. Bolstered by the power of demon blood, their strength eclipses all others, making them the overwhelming favorites. For with minor body training realm achievement, many spectators gasped, the murmurs spreading quickly. This roster is insanely strong, isn't it? Looks like they'll take the championship again this year. Demon blood enhancements, who can stand against that? So who'll get second place, number 1 or number 2 middle school? The stands buzzed with talk, but the spirit boat itself was a quiet bubble of focus. The announcer unfolded a jade slip and announced solemnly. Next, the competition rules: spirit talismans, spirit tools, and any banned substances are prohibited. Spirit pets are forbidden, and malicious attacks between competitors are strictly banned. Because body cultivators often fight fiercely, these regulations are even stricter than those of the Challenge Cup. Please everyone adhere to them. He shifted tone, raising a hand to point at the black iron chain spanning the Lijiang River in the center of the arena, its metallic sheen shimmering in the morning light. First up is the individual competition iron chain ascension. Each contestant selected an iron chain within their designated area, using it to reach the Qing Luo Dragon Mother platform. Their rankings would be determined by the order in which they arrived at the platform. At this moment, the turbulent Lijiang River roared like a colossal dragon overturning the waters, waves crashing against the shore and mist rising thickly. The Qing Luo Dragon Mother platform sat in the river's heart, like a massive jade rock guarding the channel. Stretching across the banks were hundreds of thick black iron chains, each taut, as if shackling the furious currents. At the judge's signal, the competition officially began. Ling Yishan and the other competitors quickly locked onto the iron chains in their zones and leapt down simultaneously. The icy water slammed against them like giant hammers, staggering them instantly. Only by gripping the cold iron chains tightly could they avoid being swept away. The floodwaters were terrifying, carrying mud, stones, broken wood, and debris that battered every muscle and bone. The contestants relied on their spiritual energy to protect their bodies, stepping carefully between the narrow gaps in the chains, inching closer to the Dragon Mother platform in the river's center. Their movements were difficult and strained. Any distraction could cause a fatal slip into the river. On the commentary stand, 2 hosts watched the struggle below. One shifted his gaze to a guest. Ms. Yin, in this first round of the individual event, where do you think the main difficulties lie? His tone carried a hint of challenge. Yin Ziqing, head of Tianan Pharmaceuticals' Linjiang branch and the competition's main sponsor, readily took the microphone with poise. Contestants must withstand the full force of the Lijiang River. Every step drains their stamina, testing their willpower and endurance. Meanwhile, the water is mixed with sand, stones, and driftwood, forcing them to rely on spiritual energy for protection. The key to success is managing one's spiritual power precisely, so it doesn't run out halfway. Her words were clear and confident, revealing thorough preparation. Ms. Yan's insight is truly sharp. The commentator praised lavishly. But before he finished, a sudden shout erupted from the stands. A student's arms gave way and his grip loosened. The raging current swept him off in an instant. As the judge raised the eliminated flag, security personnel standing by sprang into action. With a piercing cry, a fishhawk-like demon beast shadowed across the water surface, creating a high spray curtain before swiftly snatching the fallen contestant back to shore. The student was placed safely on the riverbank, soaked and coughing up muddy water. When he pulled open his outer garment, Shocking bruises covered his chest and abdomen, causing a shiver among onlookers. Even a body cultivator suffering such injuries would be serious. For an ordinary person, it might be critical. Rescue staff quickly opened a medical kit, applying a silver spray to the bruises with a hiss sound. The purple marks visibly faded within moments. This is our company's latest healing spray, Yin Zicheng took the moment to introduce with a smile. Extracted from a blend of rare spiritual herbs, it's specially formulated to accelerate recovery for cultivators, showing rapid effects on all kinds of external injuries. With the first elimination, a few other students were swept away by the river, but timely rescues ensured no serious harm. However, the competition grew even more intense. Leading now was Wu Mengmeng from Chongwu Middle School, who had already covered a quarter of the course. Her muscles bulged as she stepped on the waves like a bull. Several of her teammates followed closely, forming the lead pack. Su Song from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School is right behind. Breaking into the top 5, the commentator reported quickly. Clearly, a body cultivation level of minor accomplishment gives a natural edge over beginners. Yin Zicheng added, at minor accomplishment, cultivators have stronger physiques and larger reserves of spiritual energy, better resisting the muddy currents. Wu Mingming cultivates the bloodline of the bull tribe demon beast, thick skin, sturdy flesh, large lung capacity, and excellent endurance. This course was practically tailor-made for her. Her insight prompted many in the audience to nod repeatedly. On the other side of the stands, Li Xiao clenched her fists tightly, whispering, "TCH, this is a custom-built champion, no doubt. Ling Yishan and Su Qingxiu need to hold their ground. Wait, where's that kid 13? Could he have been swept away?" The commentator scanned for favorite competitors. Ling Yishan was a recognized favorite and deserved focus, but his figure was nowhere to be seen on the iron chains at the front lines. After a moment, he finally spotted Ling Yishan's figure surprisingly in the middle of the pack, far behind the first group composed of minor accomplishment level cultivators. How did Ling Yishan end up in that position? The commentator's voice was thick with confusion, and his exclamation immediately drew the attention of countless spectators. I bet he took some hardcore medicine pushing his limits earlier, and now his body just can't keep up, someone in the crowd sneered, seizing the chance to mock him. What did you just say? Before the words were fully out, Li Xiao, a devoted fan of the 13 treasures, sprang out from the crowd. Her large almond-shaped eyes widened fiercely, her voice sharp like firecrackers. The man who had spoken shrank back under her glaring, murderous look and quickly crept into the crowd, unwilling to argue further. The jeers continued sporadically, some fueled by jealousy, others with furrowed brows lost in thought, wondering if Ling Yishan had some hidden plan. That guy definitely isn't up to anything good. The students from Linjiang No. 1 High School remained sour, but dared not doubt his skill. A man who could defeat Zhang Tianqing was no ordinary underdog. High above on the spirit vessel, Snow White's swordswoman Shui Rulan and Li Xingyao, both of nascent soul cultivation, exchanged meaningful glances. A subtle, knowing smile played across their lips. "Mom, do you see something? Please tell me." Li Xiao suddenly softened, tugging on her mother's sleeve with a touch of coaxing. "Patience, you'll know soon enough," Li Xingyao replied with a teasing smile. Not far away, Yin Zicheng also focused on Ling Yishan. As the earliest among the body cultivators to reach the small completion stage, she understood his true strength perfectly. He had every capability to claim first place. Yet now, with a calm expression and steady stride, he was deliberately holding back. Suddenly, a flash of insight lit up her eyes, which opened wide in realization. He's not falling behind, controlling his speed, using his body to shield his teammates from the mud and stones. Her revelation snapped others to attention, and the crowd's gaze followed naturally. The 5 contestants from Linjiang No. 2 High School formed a line, with Ling Yishan at the very front upstream. His back was rigid like a human shield, bearing the brunt of the rushing current laden with sand and stones, standing as a barrier, so the 4 behind him remained unstained. This saved the others a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. He's taking all the grit himself just to ease the others' burden? This guy Ling. Then doesn't that mean he wants place? Admiration, doubt, and awe mingled together, but the roaring river already drowned out the voices. Ling Yishan, unaware that he had become the focus of attention, pressed on steadily. His eyes flitted through the competitors, especially locking onto the leader, Wu Mingming. Time sped by. Wu Mingming was now only a fifth of the river away from the finish line. Ling Yishan silently calculated, knew the moment had come. "From here on, it's all on you," he whispered to his teammates. "Don't hold back your energy use at all." "Got it." The 4 responded simultaneously, flames of determination igniting in their eyes. In the next instant, the Linjiang No. 2 team surged forward with explosive speed, sending sprays of water flying as a narrow white streak cut across the river. Linjiang No. 2 is accelerating. So fast. The commentator's excitement finally erupted as Ling Yishan and his team made their move. With Ling Yishan shielding them from the impact, Su Qingxue and the others, whose spiritual energy far exceeded that of the rest, felt their energy flowing freely throughout their bodies, completely unconcerned with consumption. Their speed surged dramatically as they began to overtake opponents one by one. The runners who had initially led the pack watched anxiously, suddenly desperate. They tried to force their pace, but in doing so lost their rhythm. Barely a few steps forward, some slipped on the unstable ground, tumbling into the rushing river with debris, instantly eliminated. However, the crowd paid no attention to Su Qingxue and her teammates' burst of speed. All eyes were fixed solely on Ling Yishan's figure. Shock etched deeply in their expressions. How could he still be sprinting this fast? At this moment, Ling Yishan seemed like a wild stallion unleashed, spiritual energy roaring within him, his velocity skyrocketing again. His form was steady as a rooted pillar. Even as mud churned and stones flew, nothing impeded him. His steps lightly tapped the ground as he darted past the racers ahead, who only caught the sound of rushing wind before turning back with terrified looks. This is bad. He's using some kind of advantage. 15th place, 10th place, 5th place, 3rd place. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yishan shot past, leaving Su Xian behind and taking 3rd place. Only Wu Mingming and Su Song remained ahead. Su Song was soon overtaken, yet Ling Yishan's speed showed no sign of fading. Ling Yishan has caught up to 2nd place. Only Wu Mingming remains ahead. Less than 10 meters to the finish line, can he pull off this stunning comeback? The commentator's voice rang out loudly, and everyone present locked their eyes on the two figures racing side by side. Go, Mingming. Hold steady. 13. Push harder. Overtake her. In the stands, students from Zhongwu High and Linjiang No. 2 Middle School shouted themselves hoarse, led by their teachers. Lin Laishan's veins bulged, fists clenched white, palms sweaty. If Wu Mingming won 1st place, the bonus points would vanish, and Ling Yishan would lose his chance to place. What the heck? How much spiritual energy does this guy have? Wu Mingming cursed inwardly, though relieved to see the finish line so close. She reached out, her fingertips nearly brushing the cold stone edge of the Qingluo Dragon Mother platform. Clang! Behind her, iron chains rattled violently, the metal clinking sharply and urgently. Instinctively, Wu Mingming turned. Pupils dilating. Ling Yishan launched a somersault midair, arms straining as he propelled himself out of the water. His right foot surged with spiritual energy, landing forcefully on the iron chain with a reverberating shock. The chain cracked and whipped wildly as he soared like an eagle, gliding past Wu Mingming's head. The next moment, he landed steadily on the Qingluo Dragon Mother platform. The first round of the individual race, the first to reach the iron chain platform. Ling Yishan, the commentator's voice thundered. For a moment, the stands fell silent, then erupted into roaring applause. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, louder than the river's crashing waves, pouring directly into Ling Yishan's ears. The young man said nothing, only raised both hands and flashed a triumphant yeah gesture. The other competitors gradually arrived on the platform, and as the last person reached the finish, the first round of the race came to an end. 13. Thank you. 3 girls rushed over excitedly, hugging Ling Yishan tightly, exclaiming in disbelief he had truly led them into the top 10. It was worth noting that Zhongwu High had 4 students at the early body refining stage. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School had only 2, including Ling Yishan and Su Qingxue, and Linjiang No. 1 Middle School also had 2 early body refining students like Su Song. Those 8 spots seemed nearly locked in. The girls were only beginners and normally couldn't compete at that level, but Ling Yishan's earlier defense against mud and debris had saved them a huge amount of spiritual energy, allowing this latest surge. Su Qingxue stepped forward, furrowing her brows as she coldly glanced at the 3 girls around Ling Yishan, then asked, 13, what do we need to do in the second round? The 3 girls immediately perked up, eyes full of anticipation. Oh, you don't have to do anything in the second round. Just stay idle. The 4 girls looked at him questioningly. The second round took place atop the Qingluo Longmu platform. Compared to the initial crowd of over 100, only about 30 contenders remained, each a standout talent in physical cultivation from Linjiang City, their sharpness concentrated here. Having just endured the exhausting first round, almost everyone was panting heavily, sitting cross-legged on the ground without concern for appearances, gulping down the spirit meals and elixirs handed out by the staff, desperately trying to restore their spiritual energy. Yet, Ling Yishan looked as if he had just finished warming up, his expression relaxed. Noticing that Su Qingxue hadn't quite finished eating, he casually pushed his own spirit meal toward her, then placed his hands on his hips and leisurely wandered around the platform like a curious tourist. This was his first time truly setting foot on the Qingluo Longmu platform. Previously, he had only admired it from the shore and felt its grandeur, but now, standing on it, he could fully appreciate its overwhelming majesty. The entire Longmu platform stretched over 100 zhang in length and width, cast entirely from Qingshui Bao copper. For 1,000 years, the rushing waters of the Lijiang River had flowed against it without causing the slightest damage. Instead, the river nourished it, imbuing the platform with a profound spiritual aura. Sunlight fell upon the surface, the scale-like patterns resembling the scales of a crouching dragon, gleaming with a cold light. Behind the platform stood a towering bronze statue of the Dragon Mother, solemn and imposing, surrounded by massive tripods emitting curling incense smoke. By mid-morning, the contestants had mostly recovered. The stirring drumbeats and music swelled as the second round officially began. Suddenly, the platform trembled, the ground beneath Ling Yishan and the others shook as if an earthquake had struck. Wind chimes at each corner jingled sharply. Amid a deep rumble, massive bronze blocks covered in runes slowly shifted, mechanisms clicked and opened layer by layer, and massive gates folded and reassembled. Within moments, a huge pool measuring 50 zhang square took shape. The water was crystal clear and about a meter deep. Ling Yishan estimated the depth carefully and committed it to memory. Congratulations to all for passing the first round. Now, the second round begins. The steward's voice boomed through the arena. Individual event chasing jade in the pool. Soon, a spirit fish known as Jiangzhong will be released into the pool. It will continually shed scales. The competition lasts 30 minutes. Rankings will be based on the number of scales collected. After the rules and prohibitions were announced, Ling Yishan and the other contestants leapt into the water, spreading out and quietly waiting for Jiangzhong to be released. The commentator's booth remained lively as usual. The host handed the microphone to Yin Ziqing, inviting her to analyze the competition. The Jiangzhong you used today is extremely rare, Yin Ziqing explained, raising her hand to gesture at the large screen. Its scales are fine, glossy, and flawlessly white, often treated as precious jade for collectors, making them quite valuable. Unfortunately, this fish is incredibly fast. Even in turbulent currents and intersections of hidden eddies, it can dart through instantly, making it very difficult to catch. She went on, for contestants at the physical stage, blindly chasing the fish to collect scales quickly exhausts their stamina. But if you keep too much distance, others could snatch the scales first. Timing, stamina management, and short bursts of speed will all determine success. As in the previous round, Yin Ziqing succinctly highlighted the key challenges and critical points of the match before passing the microphone back to the host, who promptly offered flattering words for the event sponsors. In the pool, everyone was intently waiting for Jiang Zongyi's arrival. Although this was an individual competition, the rules didn't forbid forming alliances or transferring scales, so students from each school had long since formed tacit coalitions, with tension running just beneath the surface. On the side of Zhongwu High School, team captain Su Xian quickly issued instructions. We lost the first round, but there's still a chance this round. Don't rush to make a move. Wu Mingming, you have the best stamina, stay behind Jiang Zhongyu and collect scales to conserve your energy. Got it. Wu Mingming nodded immediately, her expression focused. Watch his shedding pattern first, then strike together. I'm the fastest when the time is right. You shield me, and I'll grab the scales. In the end, gather all scales to Luo Yu. He finished last in the previous round. We need to get him into the top 5. Everyone responded in agreement. Su Xian's leadership was undeniable, not just because of his skill, but his demeanor. With his speed, he could easily collect the most scales, maybe even top this round. But he chose to support his teammates instead. It was this spirit of sacrifice that won the wholehearted loyalty of the Zhongwu student-athletes. Other schools had similar strategies. Observe first, then consolidate scales on their best performer from round 1. They knew they couldn't outmatch Zhongwu as a team, but still hoped for a top 5 spot. By comparison, Linjiang No. 2 High School remained unusually silent and inactive. In the stands, Li Xiao anxiously stamped her foot. This is bad. All the 13 treasures will suffer in this round. Is the organizer from the sports school? What a messed-up rule. This isn't an individual contest. It's clearly a team match. With a bit of thought, she realized the other schools would inevitably unite, which was very unfavorable for Ling Yishan. She wasn't the only one seeing through this. The crowd murmured in dismay. 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. No matter how strong Ling Yishan is, he can't hold out alone. Only the Linjiang No. 2 students remained tense and alert. They still vividly remembered that painful defeat. I feel like this guy definitely has something up his sleeve. At the sideline, the commentators sighed. Looks like these rules don't favor Ling Yishan at all. Having hosted the Zhejiang Sports School Cup for years, he could immediately read the situation, though he still admired Ling Yishan's stunning performance in the first round. That's right, his co-host Yin Ziqing chimed in. Su Xian from Zhongwu High has merged the Sparrow Demon bloodline, achieving incredible speed and holding all the advantages this round. As she spoke, she recalled praising Wu Mingming in the previous match, only to be immediately proven wrong by Ling Yishan's comeback, which made her uneasy. Hopefully, we won't get proven wrong again this time. Suddenly, the bronze mechanism clicked shut. A dazzling beam of light shot into the pool, stirring up white waves across the surface. Jiang Zhongyu had arrived. As Jiang Zhongyu appeared in the pool, the competitors from various schools sprang into action. Born with a natural affinity for water, Jiang Zhongyu moved through the water like lightning. his serpentine swimming left behind a shimmering rainbow trail of scales reflecting the light. Most of the contestants standing by the pool were only at the body refinement stage, far too slow to keep up. Fortunately, the rules only required them to collect the scales he shed. Wu Mingming and the others were lying in ambush according to plan when suddenly, the situation changed drastically. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Jiang Zhongyu surfaced, three cold, gleaming spiritual swords burst from the water, sealing off his retreat on the left, right, and directly ahead. In the next instant, the runes on the sword blades flashed brightly before exploding with a roar. A huge pillar of water shot skyward, sending Jiang Zhongyu spinning through the air as droplets scattered like rain. At that moment, the contestants, commentators, Yin Ziqing, and the audience were all stunned speechless. Before anyone could react, a figure shot forth from the shore like an arrow released from a bow. Skimming across the splashing water, he leapt into the air and caught the spinning Jiang Zhongyu firmly in his palm. His movements were fluid and seamless, clearly well planned. This was Ling Yishan. The three spiritual swords had been his technique all along. Plop! He landed steadily in the shallow water holding Jiang Zhongyu, then immediately sprinted away, splashing up waves behind him. Only then did the students by the pool snap out of their shock. Everyone had been preparing for the exam. Yet this guy had just carried off the exam paper distributor teacher. Outrageous. On the stands, the usually stoic Mo Shujian watched Ling Yishan's retreating figure attentively. For once, his expression softened and a rare look of satisfaction filled his eyes. Sure enough, number 13 never disappoints. Li Xingyao exchanged a glance with Shui Rulon and quietly chuckled, their shoulders shaking slightly with amusement. Meanwhile, Li Xiao quietly clenched her fists in worry for Ling Yishan. She could clearly feel the dark, dangerous glances the other contestants were now shooting at the boy. Where's the referee? Isn't that cheating? Someone shouted from the stands like thunder. The students, who had been cheering for their own schools moments before, now erupted into chaos, loudly protesting and demanding the referee explain. The commentators also looked baffled and quickly turned to seek some resolution. Everyone, please remain calm. Let's hear what the referees have to say. The camera cut to the referee's table. The official flipped through the thick rulebook, scanning it from start to finish. In the end, he shook his head helplessly. The rules forbade attacking contestants, but said nothing about interfering with Jiang Zhongyu. The conclusion: Ling Yishan's actions were not a violation. Yin Ziqing caught the verdict immediately and relayed it to the audience. No rules explicitly forbid this. Ling Yishan's action is allowed. As her words fell, the crowd erupted again. Students from various schools glared fiercely, their eyes nearly turning into lethal blades, locking onto the boy who still darted skillfully across the pool, evading the encircling pursuers. Only the students from Linjiang No. 2 and No. 1 high schools exchanged knowing smiles, their faces expressing a resigned "we knew" had caused trouble. Some puffed out their chests, as if proud of this foresight. I just knew this kid was up to no good. Yet Ling Yishan's situation was far from ideal. Aside from his own teammates, all the other schools had silently agreed on a surrounding formation, determined to retrieve Jiang Zhongyu at all costs. Seeing the crowd's tension escalate, the commentators hurriedly shifted topics, trying to cool down the fiery scene. After all, the nature of the competition had completely changed. No, if Jiang Zhongyu wasn't reclaimed, none of the other students would be able to score a single point this round. Yin Ziqing took over the narration. In other words, as long as someone could snatch the Jiang Zhongyu from Ling Yishan before the match ended, that person would win outright. Ripples spread across the water as Ling Yishan darted through the pool like a monkey in the mountains, clutching the crystal-clear Jiang Zhongyu. Splashes sprayed behind him in a continuous arc, and dozens of contestants couldn't even grab the edge of his clothes. Time ticked by, but more and more pursuers joined the chase. Wu Mingming, the Su brothers, and other top school fighters pressed closer, tightening the encircling blockade. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yishan was cornered against the pool's wall, the cold, slippery surface behind him allowing no escape. Ling Yishan, hand over the Jiang Zhongyu. Su Xian panted heavily, raising both arms to block the way. The others swarmed forward, knuckles cracking audibly. But Ling Yishan suddenly raised his hand, stopping them. Wait. The rules forbid attacking fellow contestants. You're still talking about rules? Several players chuckled but kept moving forward. We're not hitting you, just holding you down to take the fish back. It's all within the rules. With a resigned sigh, Ling Yishan swung the Jiang Zhongyu in a white arc and flung it toward the center of the pool. Plop! The spirit fish dove back into the water, instantly regaining vitality. Its tail fin flicked, turning into a silver streak as it swam away. The encirclement broke apart, and everyone rushed to chase the fish. With less than half the time remaining, no one cared about tactics, they just fought to seize the prize. In the chaos, some noticed something odd. Why is the Jiang Zhongyu only swimming? Not a single scale is falling off. Suddenly, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Everyone stood by the pool empty-handed, drenched and exchanging bewildered glances. All right, hand over your scales in an orderly fashion, The official in charge of tallying results approached calmly. Finally, someone dared to shout, "Official, is something wrong with this Jiang Zhongyu? It hasn't shed a single scale." The official raised an eyebrow and held out his hand. The once erratic Jiang Zhongyu was instantly drawn into his palm. Its body gleamed pure jade white. Its triangular head and smooth lines resembled a fine artifact, but as everyone looked closely, his face paled. The fish's surface was as flawless as porcelain, not one scale loose or missing. Only one person had ever caught it, and the answer was obvious. "Official, I'd like to submit my scales." Ling Yishan raised his hand amidst the nearly enraged stares and grinned as he stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve. Rattling sounds followed as a dense cascade of fish scales poured out, hitting the ground like raindrops with a crisp tinkle. "They're all here," he chuckled smugly. It turned out that while fleeing, he had carefully peeled off every scale and hidden them inside his sleeve. There was a brief moment of stunned silence before an eruption. From the stands came a tidal wave of angry shouts. "Cheater! What a cheater!" For once, students from all schools dropped their grudges, venting their fury on the culprit in the center of the pool, wishing they could devour Ling Yishan whole. The students from Linjiang number 2 all shrank back nervously, fearing the backlash. But Ling Yishan was not alone. Students from Linjiang number 1 rose as one, applauding thunderously. "Well played. That's the way to do it." Their eyes sparkled with glee at the chaos. After much commotion, the official gave Ling Yishan a complex look before finally announcing the results. "Ling Yishan, first place. Everyone else is tied for second. Number 13, as expected from you." At this moment, the four girls who had been offline the entire match finally logged in. As soon as they appeared, Ling Yishan recounted the entire process of the second round to them. When they learned that the Steal the Sky and Swap the Day plan had actually succeeded, they all gasped in unison despite not obtaining a single fish scale. The awkward situation of both sides coming up empty-handed, combined with Ling Yishan's precise calculations beforehand, catapulted the four girls' scores straight into the top 10. This was the true meaning of a win by doing nothing. If they could win the third team match, Linjiang number 2 High School would claim all 5 top spots, fulfilling Ling Yishan's bold pre-match promise. However, everyone knew deep down that the real challenge was only beginning. Chongwu High School's overall strength was far superior, especially with each player reaching a solid partial breakthrough in the body refinement realm, making them intimidating opponents. Thinking this over, the three girls felt a twinge of shame if they had attained that level. Maybe Ling Yishan wouldn't have needed to take such frequent risks and pull off those odd maneuvers. "Ling, what's your plan for the third round?" Su Qingxue spoke first, her tone edged with urgency. "We'll play as usual," Ling Yishan replied casually. He crouched by the poolside, rubbing his palms repeatedly. The fishy smell from stuffing the scales into his clothes earlier was unpleasant. "But can we really beat Chongwu with the standard strategy?" Another girl muttered softly, frowning. "They'll go into the match," Ling Yishan added calmly. No further explanation, but his voice carried an unshakable confidence and authority. "All right, we trust you." The three girls exchanged glances and instantly felt their worries lift. The two previous matches had proven Ling Yishan's methods. They followed him almost blindly now, as if adopting a Su Qingxue mindset. Relaxed, they surrounded him, chattering as the tense atmosphere dissolved. Meanwhile, the rest area at the arena was clouded with gloom. Chongwu High had been the top contender for the championship, but after being outmaneuvered by Ling Yishan, the crushing blow left everyone feeling heavy-hearted. "That was my mistake. He tricked me. I should have seen through Ling Yishan's little schemes earlier," Su Xian said, shoulders stiff as he bowed deeply in apology to his teammates. He believed that since he was the fastest, if he had rushed up first, he could have exposed the hidden scales. Even when Jiang Zhongyu was blasted away, if he had acted promptly, he might have snatched that crucial scale first. "This isn't your fault. Who would expect him to pull something like that?" A teammate quickly comforted him. "Exactly, Su Xian, don't blame yourself. The team match hasn't started yet. It's more important to focus on tactics now." Wu Mingming helped him up, and the other teammates nodded in agreement. With the third round approaching, they collected themselves and quickly reviewed the current situation. Su Xian clenched his fists and spoke solemnly. Ling Yishan concealed the scales by not distributing them to his teammates, so except for him, everyone else's points start from the same baseline. Traditionally, the team match uses a round-robin format, testing both skill and endurance. Among all the teams that can field a full lineup, only we, Linjiang number 1 and Linjiang number 2 remain. As his words hung in the air, the faces of the Chongwu team grew even more serious, yet a final spark of determination ignited within them. The top school wasn't foolish. They clearly understood the strength of Chongwu High. Even if they did run into them, they wouldn't waste unnecessary energy. Instead, their main focus would be on competing for second place against Linjiang number 2 High. Number 2 High thought the same way, especially Ling Yishan. He had taken first place individually in the first 2 rounds, but if their team only placed third overall, he might even fall out of the top 5 in the total rankings. On top of that, after stirring up anger in the second round, no matter how close Su Song was to him, The other teammates at number 2 high wouldn't miss any chance to let him fall behind. Su Xian quickly analyzed the situation. Lin Jiang number 2 and number 1 were similarly matched, both with 2 fighters at the early refining body stage, so any encounter between them would be a fierce battle. He ran through the psychological dynamics in his mind, then decisively laid out a strategy. In the team match, we'll only send out 4 players in rotation to prioritize conserving stamina. Luo Yu, you're the weakest and recover slowly, so minimize your time fighting. Meng Meng recovers fastest, so you'll take his place. He drew 2 lines on the table with his finger. If we meet number 1 high first, and they haven't fought number 2 yet, everyone hits hard to drain their energy. But if number 1 faces number 2 first, we wait for the opportunity to swoop in. If number 1 wins, great for all of us. I prefer number 2 to win well strike when they're exhausted. After he finished his plan, the team's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang number 1 high was also holding a meeting. Their core strategy was simple: at all costs, take at least 1 point from Ling Yishan. Su Song didn't disagree. He wanted to suppress Ling too. But while his teammates suggested giving up the fight against Chongwu High to save strength, he thought losing before the battle was disgraceful. Settling for second place was already frustrating, and backing down without a fight against Chongwu High would tarnish number 1 High's reputation. Both sides were busy preparing as the third round heated up. The announcer's clear voice echoed through the arena. Third round event: Bronze Cauldron push. Teams will stand on either side of the Bronze Cauldron, pushing against each other. Whoever pushes the cauldron over the opponent's finish line wins. He finished listing the rules, then handed the microphone to the sponsor's representative. Ms. Yen, could you please introduce the origin of the Bronze Cauldron push for everyone? I'm a local from Linjiang too, so of course I know. Yen Ziqing smiled and began. Legend says that when constructing Longmu Terrace, a stretch of the dam suddenly split open, and the river surged wildly, threatening to break the dam. Several workers bravely stood against the flood with nothing but their bodies, pushing a bronze cauldron into the breach to block the rushing water, buying precious time for repairs. Her voice was full of emotion, drawing the audience in even though many had heard the story many times before. Cultivators were powerful, but ordinary people weren't powerless either. They could block rivers, build dams, and carve mountains. This is the very foundation of our long kingdom. Her words fell, and the crowd erupted in applause. The atmosphere was electrified. The third round deciding the team match was finally underway. The first match of the round-robin tournament was between Linjiang No. 2 High School and Asahikawa High School. Although Asahikawa didn't rank among the top tier like Linjiang No. 1, No. 2, and Chongwu High, they had earned the nickname Little No. 2, thanks to their Iron Gate level goalkeeper. After the initial knockout round, only 3 players from Asahikawa remained eligible to continue. One had reached a minor breakthrough in body refining, and the other 2 were also formidable fighters. As soon as the 3 stepped onto the field, their sharp eyes locked onto Ling Yishan. They were still furious over his divine move in the second round that prematurely eliminated many schools. Even if they couldn't win, they vowed quietly to drain their opponent's stamina. The referee raised his hand to signal both teams to take their places on opposite sides of the bronze cauldron as per the rules. Ling Yishan stared at the bronze vessel before him. A square cauldron with 4 feet, nearly 1.5 meters tall, adorned with dragon patterns all around. The cold metal gleamed dimly. Even with the brute strength of a body refiner, pushing it would not be easy. Prepare yourselves. The referee called out for the first time. The 3 Asahikawa players immediately pressed their palms against the cauldron, muscles bulging and ready to strike. But Linjiang No. 2 remained motionless. Not only Ling Yishan seemed lost in thought, but even Su Qingxue and the others stood with their arms behind their backs, as if utterly disinterested. Prepare yourselves. The referee repeated, but Linjiang No. 2 still stood as immovable as a rock. Shrugging, the referee lowered his hand. He had given them every chance. If they insisted on such passivity, there was nothing he could do. Voices of speculation erupted from the stands, and the commentator, puzzled, asked, "What are Ling Yishan and the others doing? Losing the initiative now could be disastrous." He glanced at Yen Ziqing beside him, hoping for insight. Yen Ziqing replied cautiously, "Maybe it's some kind of strategy." After twice being publicly outwitted by Ling Yishan, she dared not jump to conclusions for fear of missing hidden meaning. On the opposite side of the stands, the Asahikawa cheer squad roared with enthusiasm. "Asahikawa, come on." Their cheers surged like waves into the arena. The 3 Asahikawa players' blood raced, a heroic passion swelling in their chests. They were prepared to face any dragon and fight to the last. Begin the match. With this thunderous command from the referee, Ling Yishan finally moved. He pushed off the ground with a sudden burst, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, instantly becoming a blur as he dashed toward the bronze cauldron. Nearing the cauldron's edge, he lightly brushed the ground with his left toe to reduce momentum, while his right leg coiled with power. In the next instant, the top of his foot slammed forcefully into the cauldron wall. Boom! The deafening sound exploded across the arena like rolling thunder. The massive bronze cauldron, weighing hundreds of kilograms, was kicked flying along with the three Asakawa players clinging on. The huge behemoth left long scratches on the ground as it slid all the way to Asakawa High's finish line before coming to a halt. The crowd's lively cheers were abruptly silenced and eerie stillness gripped the arena as if someone had strangled their throats. With a single kick, Ling Yishan had ended the match. The commentator jumped to his feet, but no words came out. Yan Ziqing took a deep breath, her expression complex. Body refining realm, major breakthrough. On the field, Ling Yishan said nothing. He simply flashed a victory sign toward the audience. After these last few days of intense pre-match training, the spiritual energy threads flowing through Ling Yishan's body had increased from 60 to 72. The energy circulated beneath his skin, radiating a dazzling glow that made the entire audience squint in discomfort. Damn! No More Pretending's reached great success stage. Someone shouted from the sidelines, their voice echoing through the arena. How is that even possible at this point? Not even beast potions are this strong. Another spectator exclaimed, eyes nearly bulging out, but no one had an answer for him. Instead, a new question rose in everyone's minds. If he had already reached great success, why did he play so dirty in the earlier rounds? Only Ling Yishan understood the truth. A wild grin spread across his face like an uncontrollable recoil from an AK rifle. As one of the few in the know, seeing the shock on everyone else's faces was even more satisfying than downing an entire bottle of high-grade spirit pills. This kid, Shur-san, even kept it a secret from me. I guess brotherly bonds have their limits. On the other side of the stands, Li Xiao gripped the railing tightly, teeth clenched and muttering through gritted teeth. Those two share everything erotic pictures, and all yet such a huge secret is hidden from me? He'll definitely be training extra hard when we get back. Her beautiful eyes burned with anger, though it felt more like the stubborn refusal to admit defeat. Meanwhile, Li Xingyao and several elders in the stands nodded repeatedly, their expressions filled with a kind of quiet pride that only age could bring. At center stage, the other competitors were completely stunned. Is he hacking? How does he not even have a bottleneck? If the match were postponed a few more days, would he start secretly foundation establishment on us? Low whispers swept around, but no one dared voice such suspicions openly. The most tense were the heavy martial middle school team. Their gazes all locked onto their captain, Su Xian, but even he was too shocked to speak. He finally realized just how badly Head miscalculated. Overconfident in heavy marshal's overall strength and underestimating Ling Yishan, he had assumed the opponent was only at the early physical refinement stage and had snatched the scale in round 2 through sheer cunning, monopolizing resources just for personal ranking. But recalling Ling Yishan's tactics from the earlier rounds, a terrifying thought popped into Su Xian's mind. Ling Yishan's goal wasn't just his personal ranking aimed to take all 5 top spots alone. It wasn't Ling Yishan challenging heavy martial. They had been playing the challengers all along. Not over yet. Su Xian drew a deep breath, his eyes sharp as blades. With 4 heavy martial fighters at early physical refinement stage boosted by demon blood enhancement, a comeback was not impossible. Ling Yishan was strong, but his teammates were weak. This was heavy marshal's last and best chance. Meanwhile, the 3 Asakawa middle school fighters still lay on the ground, eyes glazed as they stared blankly at Ling Yishan's upright form. Fear sank bitterly into their hearts. Is the gap really this wide? They knew better than anyone the power behind that single kick. The unrest was soon quelled by the referee's whistle, and the match pressed on. Other schools faced Ling Yishan like he was a looming threat, yet no matter the mental preparation, those weaker than Asakawa were still doomed to be sent flying by his kicks. The situation changed only when the second middle school faced Linjiang, first middle. This time, Ling Yishan did not perform his one-kick knockout. Su Xian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If Linjiang had been kicked away too, he couldn't imagine how the next rounds would go. What pleased him more was seeing Linjiang first send only Su Song against heavy martial, both nearly at full strength by the end of their struggle, just as he had predicted. When it came to facing Ling Yishan, Linjiang first threw everything they had. Their 5 fighters went all out. Spiritual energy roared through the arena. The bronze cauldron vibrated with a deep hum. After a fierce contest, the result was unsurprising. Led by Ling Yishan at great success physical refinement, second middle still won against first, though it was far from easy. 3 girls from second could barely stand, leaning heavily on the bronze cauldron for support. Su Qingxue gasped for air, and Ling Yishan himself was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Everyone's stamina was clearly drained to the limit. Worse still, there was no chance to rest. The next match was a direct clash with heavy martial middle, whose 5 fighters were fully rested and at peak condition. The scale was already tipping in their favor. The moment of the decisive third round had finally arrived. Linjiang number 2 middle school versus Chongwu middle school. Who would claim ultimate victory? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The announcer's voice rose with excitement, like a taut string vibrating through the entire arena, while the crowd fixed their gaze on the 2 teams standing on either side of the bronze cauldron. Ling Yishan and Su Xian locked eyes in silent challenge, their fierce determination almost tangible. On the stands, many spectators felt their chests tighten from the palpable tension, some subconsciously swallowing hard. Yet those with experience could tell at a glance. The Linjiang team's chests rose and fell heavily, sweat beading at their temples still drained from the grueling previous match with number 1 middle school. They had not fully recovered. The referee raised his right hand and shouted sharply, "Begin." In an instant, all 10 players pressed their palms simultaneously against the bronze cauldron and slammed their feet into the ground. This was the final battle. No one held anything back. Muscles tensed to their limits. Veins bulged. Spiritual energy surged fiercely through their meridians like blazing fire flickering beneath the skin, darkening and brightening, ready to erupt at any moment. The cauldron trembled slightly, but didn't butt a stalemate in the first round. But such a deadlock was a deadly sign for the exhausted Linjiang team. What came next promised a long, grinding battle of willpower, and the one thing they lacked most was stamina. Seconds ticked by. The trembling in the arms of Linjiang's 3 female players worsened beyond control, their knuckles whitening, palms bleeding faintly. The bronze cauldron slowly began to tilt toward Changhua's side. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Xian's eyes. It was time. A fierce roar burst out simultaneously from the 5 Chengwu players, sounding like tigers howling and leopards snarling. Their demonic blood boiled. Their bodies suddenly expanded by several inches, muscles swelling, a pale gray demonic aura surfacing on their skin as their strength soared instantly. The 3 Linjiang girls let out strained, nearly hoarse cries, but could no longer summon any strength. Their knees buckled, and they collapsed heavily to the ground. Without the support of their 3 teammates, the bronze cauldron slammed forcefully toward Linjiang's side. Veins stood out on Ling Yishan and Su Qingsu's shoulders as the pressure multiplied. "Ling Qingxue, I'm sorry," the 3 fallen girls whispered tearfully, blood-stained palms leaving bright marks on the ground. They blamed themselves silently. If only they had trained harder. Could they have held on? Voices rippled through the stands. Some lamented Ling Yishan's exceptional skill being undermined by his teammates. Others watched coldly, anticipating his defeat. Ling Yishan lifted his eyes, sweeping over the bronze cauldron. The mottled bloodstains on its surface darkened crimson under the lights. He took a deep breath and said softly, "It's okay. I know you gave it your all." Then he turned his head and instructed the still gritting her teeth, "Su Qingxue, you should step down too. Help them to the side. But do as I say." Ling Yishan's voice was low but firm. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue finally released her grip, the veins trembling in her hand as her palm left the cauldron's surface. She bent down and dragged the 3 teammates toward the edge of the arena. This scene left everyone in the crowd utterly bewildered. Only Ling Yishan remained on the field, struggling to hold his ground, while the fierce momentum surged from Zhongwu High School opposite him. The massive bronze cauldron rumbled relentlessly as it slid toward the finish line of Linjiang No. 2 High School, wooden floorboards around it deeply scratched by its weight. The crowd in the stands held their breath, convinced Ling Yishan was doomed, yet no one could bring themselves to mock the lone young warrior fighting on. If anyone was to lose, it would be Linjiang No. 2, not Ling Yishan himself. The boy drew a sharp breath, his chest rising proudly as a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The dormant spiritual energy deep in his dantian burst forth violently, surging through every limb and muscle. His aura exploded again like a broken flood raging unchecked. 76 streams of spiritual energy appeared clearly on every judge's screen. Undeniably, he had reached the peak of the chi refinement stage. Peak chi refinement already. The commentator nearly shouted through his microphone, disbelief thick in his voice. Yan Ziqing beside him opened his mouth, but no words came out. Even Lin Leishan, ever confident with his vast knowledge, sat stunned in the coach's seat. Ling Yishan had truly mastered chi refinement at its pinnacle? Another master? No, mastering both chi refinement and body refinement to the peak. The crowd murmured in shock. Whether peak chi refinement or peak physical refinement, either was a prodigy status in Linjiang City. To achieve both together seemed like myth unless witnessed firsthand. By now, talk of championship was drowned by awe and terror. But what is he planning? Someone finally asked. Before the question even settled, Ling Yishan answered it. Clang. A platinum-white spiritual sword silently formed behind him, bursting with blinding light as it violently struck the bronze cauldron. Boom! The spiritual sword technique exploded on the spot, scorching white light and metal shards shooting outward several meters. The immense shock force stopping the moving cauldron dead in its tracks. That kid can't be trying to blast the opponent back with chain spiritual sword explosions. The commentator shouted hoarsely. The crowd inhaled sharply in alarm. No wonder he ordered his teammates to retreat first. Yan Ziqing's pupils narrowed as he whispered, "He's insane." This tactic was effective, but Ling Yishan took the full brunt of each blast himself. It wasn't just damaging the enemy at one's own cost. It was more like damaging himself far more than the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Yishan gave no explanation, only repeatedly triggered the spiritual sword's explosion. Wave after wave of spiritual energy engulfed him, filling the air with scorching residue. The 5 students from Zhongwu High School looked terrified as they noticed bit by bit they were forced to retreat. The tables turned instantly. Hold on. Su Xian roared, veins bulging with effort. He knew Ling Yishan couldn't last long, but if they could just survive this brief interval, victory would still go to Zhongwu High School. Yet no matter how fiercely they resisted, the bronze cauldron in their desperate eyes was slowly sliding backward, inching closer to the finish line behind them. Finally, the bronze cauldron thundered past Zhongwu High School's finish line. The referee's flag dropped. Linjiang number 2 High School wins. At his words, the 5 from Zhongwu sagged in relief, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, their strength utterly depleted. The explosion ceased, the dazzling spiritual light fading away, revealing Ling Yishan's battered form. His uniform was shredded and burned, the entire upper garment gone, only his pants hanging by a thread at his waist. His defined muscles were bare, but his skin glowed with a jade-like radiance. That jade skin shimmered faintly in sunlight, like a finely carved statue of white jade. Jade skin technique, no wonder he held out so long. Su Xian, lying on the ground, suddenly understood, cursing softly, what a freak. Ling Yishan stood straight and silent. Turning toward the stands, he raised his right arm high, holding up just one finger. The once-dead arena paused briefly before erupting into a thunderous roar of applause and cheers, drowning out all else. The match was over. The victor, Linjiang number 2 High School, Ling Yishan. The competition ended just as Ling Yishan had promised from the start. All 5 Linjiang number 2 High School contestants secured spots within the top 5. Unbelievable, brother Shursan. Wow, Shursan got MVP. Catfish Spirit, we adore you. The stands erupted with cheers as Linjiang number 2 students waved school flags and stomped their feet in excitement. But their laughter abruptly stopped just as their energy returned. Su Man, Lin Miao, and Shun Ku dashed over to Ling Yishan and immediately surrounded him. One of them was so thrilled, she almost kissed him in front of everyone, but was quickly stopped by Su Qingxue, who acted fast to hold her back. Down below, especially among the boys in the physical training class, jealousy burned in their eyes. Why was it that these 3 girls following Ling Yishan could effortlessly secure top 5? If it were them, they'd run backward in thermal leggings and still do better. Meanwhile, on stage, at the very moment the 3 girls rushed over, Ling Yishan quietly dispelled his jade skin technique so swiftly that hardly anyone noticed, showing why he was Lin Jiang's fastest responder. Outwardly, he looked calm and composed, carrying the aura of a master, but inside he was already over the moon. The organizers didn't let the excitement drag on. After the staff treated all contestants with basic care, the award ceremony officially began. As usual, a leader from the City Cultivation Association read an official speech that no one wanted to really listen to, leaving only sparse applause in the audience. Then the host loudly announced, "Now, please welcome the 5th-place winner of this competition, Linjiang number 2 High School Su Man, to come up and receive her award." Hearing her name, Su Man instinctively covered her mouth, her round eyes shining with shock and joy as her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. With her average talent, she had never imagined standing here. Her first glance was full of gratitude toward the biggest contributor, Ling Yishan. Ling Yishan smiled and made a polite please gesture. She bowed deeply before stepping toward the stage with almost floating steps. The official gave a few routine compliments. The photographer clicked a few times to capture the moment. And then Yin Ziqing personally handed her a specially made spirit pill powder for the competition, briefly explaining its benefits with a subtle promotional tone. The host's voice rose again. Now, the 4th-place winner is one by one. The Linjiang number 2 contestants came up to claim their prizes. Only after Su Qingxue stepped down with her award did the spotlight finally focus on the brightest figure of all. Finally, please welcome the 1st-place winner of this competition, Linjiang number 2 High School's Ling Yishan, to the stage. As the announcer finished, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Though the second round had been like a life-or-death struggle for Ling Yishan, credit where it was due. His explosive performance in the 3rd round, the decisiveness and raw strength he displayed had completely won over every spectator. Even those cast as supporting roles, like Su Xian and Wu Mengmeng, clapped vigorously, eyes mingling disappointment with genuine respect. Ling Yishan raised his left hand to wave at the audience, right hand in his pocket, and strode onto the podium with the casual confidence of a leader. Several city cultivation officials nodded approvingly nearby, some quietly wanting to take notes on his commanding stage presence. As expected, the City Cultivation Association leaders offered words of encouragement to Ling Yishan. He responded like a seasoned veteran, showing no hint of nervousness, his expression easy and composed. But his attention was completely captured by a young lady standing next to Yin Ziqing, or more precisely, by the prizes she carried on her tray. Alongside a large, exquisitely packaged jar of elixir powder, there was a wooden box that held the special first place award. The arena's dazzling lights caused the golden ribbons on the tray to shimmer softly. Ling Yishan's gaze was locked on them until Yin Ziqing approached him with a bright smile and extended his hand. Ling Yishan, your performance was excellent. I have high hopes for you. How about joining our company after you graduate? When they shook hands, the warmth and genuine admiration in Yin Ziqing's palm were unmistakable. Ling Yishan grinned confidently. By the time I graduate, I won't come cheap. Then I'd better strike a deal while you're still affordable, Yin Ziqing said, leaning in to whisper, it's not convenient here. Let's talk after the event. TCH. No way it's a multi-billion project, right? Ling Yishan kept the question to himself and turned away to continue the awards ceremony. The host opened the wooden box to reveal a thick metal block with a blue-green patina, heavier than a fist, its surface patterned like dragon scales. In that instant, the surrounding water energy seemed to pause subtly. The Lijiang Dragon Mother's Water Calming Iron, a City Restoration Association official announced proudly. This artifact is leftover material from the casting of the Dragon Mother statue 1,000 years ago. It is said to be a scale that fell off the statue. The winner of the Zhoujiang Cup receives this exclusive prize. A scale fell off a statue? Ling Yishan examined the water-calming iron in his hand, an odd sense of incongruity growing inside him. Could it mean the statue might not be an inert object after all? He instinctively glanced back at the towering Lijiang Dragon Mother statue. The setting sun streamed through the dome, gilding the greenish bronze with gold edges, as if invisible eyes were watching him, sending a chill down his spine. Yin Ziqing exchanged a knowing smile with the official and left Ling Yishan with a cryptic hint. No one ever said the Dragon Mother statue was lifeless. The dispersal bell rang, and the crowd slowly left. Su Man and a few others were waiting by the stage, pressing the promised jars of elixir powder into his arms and warmly inviting him to dinner as thanks. Ling Yishan thought of the negotiations and tests at the MOU laboratory ahead and politely declined. I'm really tied up today. Maybe another time. Su Man and the others watched him leave with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. At that moment, Su Qingxue quietly approached without a word, placing her jar of elixir powder in front of him. No need. Loyalty is important out here, you keep it for yourself. Ling Yishan waved her off. I don't drink this, she said calmly but earnestly. Wow, you're a pure natural cultivator too? Ling Yishan was surprised. In an age when elixir powders were popular, he hadn't expected to find a kindred spirit still relying purely on nature. Su Qingxue simply nodded softly. Ling Yishan glanced down at himself, 2 jars clamped under each arm. Hands already full, and gave a helpless smile. But I can't carry any more. The girl thought for a moment, then stood on tiptoe to carefully place her jar on top of his head. She looked up at her handiwork and nodded in approval. So it was that Ling Yishan left the stage, wobbling under the weight with 2 jars in each hand, one balanced on his head, and the Lijiang Dragon Mother's water-calming iron attached to his waist. With all the prizes gathered, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner of the competition. You want me to endorse your spirit pill powder? In the president's office of Tianan Pharmaceuticals, Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Yin Ziqing, who was glowing with energy across the desk. Sitting nearby, Qi Xinhu, worried about Yan's safety, kept a vigilant eye on everything. Yin Ziqing smiled and nodded. You're very popular in Linjiang City right now. We want to take advantage of this momentum to promote our new product. She raised a finger. The endorsement fee is 1 million. Plus, we'll send you a bucket of high-quality spirit pill powder every month, worth 200,000 on the market. Ling Yishan had intended to explain that he was a pure natural cultivator, but when he heard the price, the words caught in his throat. After a slight frown, he said calmly, I want 2 buckets of spirit pill powder per month. Yin Ziqing had been prepared for Ling Yishan to ask for more money, but she hadn't expected him to ask for more of the powder instead. 1 bucket was enough for an ordinary cultivator to last 4 months. 2 buckets a month made her worry this little precious would overindulge himself. Still, she agreed readily. Fine, I accept that condition. Let's have a smooth collaboration. After signing the contract, she immediately called the photography team and the shoot went smoothly. When night fell, Yin Ziqing transferred the 7-figure endorsement fee into Ling Yishan's account and even arranged a driver to take him home. A ping sounded on his phone. Looking at the balance, Ling Yishan grinned so wide he could barely close his mouth, marveling once again. Cultivators really do make money fast. Back home, he nudged MOU, who was dozing nearby, and pushed the 2 buckets of spirit pill powder in front of it, signaling for the creature to start eating. When he opened a lid, a faintly fishy sweet medicinal fragrance wafted out, oddly mouth-watering. MOU dipped the tip of a wing into the powder and rubbed some on its headless neck, murmuring, not bad, refined from the blood and flesh of foundational stage demonic beasts. Then it flapped its wings sharply, a surge of crimson blood light bursting from the powder and rushing into its body. In the blink of an eye, half a bucket of spirit pill powder was drained of its essence. Immediately after, a blood-red egg dropped from behind MOU's tail. Eat it while it's warm, MOU said calmly. Without hesitation, Ling Yishan grabbed the blood egg and swallowed it whole. The scorching blood energy exploded like a flood inside him, and he immediately activated the introduction to body refining cultivation technique. His muscles heated and bulged, his meridians surged, and his spiritual energy climbed steadily 76 strands. At the late body refinement stage, spiritual energy growth should have become increasingly difficult, but he gained 4 strands within a single day. Surprised and secretly worried about the cost, Ling Yishan thought. At this rate, the spirit pill powder costs 100,000 spirit stones per day. Brother Crow really is a golden eater. At this pace, I should complete body refinement before winter break. He calculated his upcoming breakthrough points. Then his thoughts turned to his mysteriously missing parents. I wonder what the elders are up to right now. Thousands of miles away from Linjiang City lies the fiery spirit realm, where veins of flame weave through the scorched rock layers and crimson streams of fire surge intermittently. Within this harsh domain dwell numerous demonic beasts at the nascent soul stage, dangerous creatures no ordinary cultivator dares approach. Yet, less than a month ago, 2 uninvited visitors quietly made their way inside, Ling Bufan and Yi Qinmei. At this moment, beneath a dark ancient tree, Ling Bufan sat cross-legged, holding a translucent communication talisman. The talisman flickered with spiritual light, transmitting a message from Imo Shuijian. Shursan took first place in the body cultivation competition. He looked up and called loudly to the female cultivator in the distance. Shujian just sent word Shursan won the championship. Humph, no doubt my clever boy has inherited some of my talent, Yi Mei said with a smile at the corners of her eyes. Casually, she tossed aside the corpse of a monstrous beast as tall as a small hill. In a flash, she was at Ling Bufan's side. Seeing the message on the talisman, pride immediately blossomed across her face. Ling Bufan said nothing more. He raised a hand, palm facing empty air. In an instant, the still warm corpse of the nascent soul beast was drained of its flesh and blood, leaving behind only pale bones. The surging pure vitality and blood essence erupted like a crimson torrent, flowing straight into a green sapling beside him, about half a person's height. Nourished by this energy, the young tree instantly flourished, its leaves shimmering fresh and bright. Mysterious spiritual patterns appeared across the leaf surfaces, flickering faintly like subtle lightning, and faint Taoist aura hung from its branches. Yi Qinmei frowned as she stared at the little enlightenment tree, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Ling, does that worthless tree of yours actually work? You've been working on the dual pill cultivation technique for so long, and there's still no sign of a breakthrough. I've slain over 20 nascent soul beasts just to feed it my blood essence. The whole area's almost been wiped out by me. TSK, the path of dual pill cultivation was cut off by those demons from beyond the heavens a long time ago, Ling Bufan said coldly with a hint of defiance in his tone. It's not so simple to reconnect the path. Only coarse body cultivators like you fail to understand the difficulty. Before he finished, the little enlightenment tree trembled violently, its branches clashing with a rustling sound. All the mystical patterns flashed rapidly, merging into a delicate pale golden fruit that suddenly dropped and struck Ling Bufan on the forehead. Now I've got it. He clutched his head, his face alight with excitement. Yi Qinmei immediately leaned in, eyes full of anticipation. Ling Bufan was silent as he pulled out a palm-sized piece of pale golden beast hide. His fingertips shimmered with spiritual light as intricate runes came to life, swiftly spreading across the hide into a complex formation. After a moment, he withdrew his hands. Yi Qinmei peered closely, her expression shifting, eyes widening. What if Shursan's first soulbound artifact doesn't fit with your plan? Ling Bufan carefully stored the beast hide into his dimensional pouch, shaking his head with a sigh. There's no other way. This is the only solution I can come up with. To bypass the blockade set by the demons from beyond, we have to rely on his soul-bound artifact. He stood up, brushing dust from his robe, and slipped the nearly withered little enlightenment tree into his sleeve. As for his soul-bound artifact, well, just let nature take its course. Yi Qinmei furrowed her brows. Back in the day, your nickname Master of 10,000 Treasures wasn't for nothing. Why not just forge one for him directly? Of course I could imitate one with the same cultivation technique, Ling Bufan said, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on the rolling fire clouds at the edge of the spirit realm. But what's the point? The reason we want Shursan to walk the path of dual pill cultivation is so he can have more cards to protect himself. There was a sculptor named Michelangelo who once said that every block of stone contains a statue inside. The sculptor's job is just to free it. Similarly, every cultivator's fate holds a soul-bound artifact meant just for them, waiting in secret. In the end, cause and effect will lead them to find each other. Hey, principal, I need to take a day off. On the other end of the line, the principal stood with his hands behind his back, gazing leisurely out the office window at the silver arowana swimming in the pond, sipping his hot tea. The moment he heard taking a day off, he suddenly straightened up. Number 13, why the sudden leave? Feeling unwell? Want me to drive you to the hospital? 10 days ago, Ling Yishan had led Linjiang No. 2 High School to a decisive victory over their longtime rival Zhongwu High. sweeping the top 5 spots and completely reigniting the principal's pride in his star studenthy, was sure this kid was destined for greatness. No, I'm fine, just a bit tired lately. I want to go to the internet cafe to relax. Oh good, as long as you're not sick. Balance is important. Write up your leave request, and call me when you're done. I'll come get it myself. The principal exhaled slowly, his tone softening into the gentle coaxing of a doting grandfather. You can write it yourself. Just snap a photo and send it to me, and don't make your handwriting too messy. Principal? Before he could ask more, the line went dead. The principal froze for 2 seconds, then reluctantly picked up his brush. Meanwhile, in Fa Shio's first classroom, Ling Yishan hung up and bent down to pack his bag. Sitting nearby, Su Miao had overheard the whole call and quietly wondered if Ling Yishan was holding some secret leverage over the principal. How else could he speak to a figure of authority so casually and get them to bend like that? Stay safe. The final exams are 3 days away. You better get back in time, Su Miao warned, the duties of a homeroom teacher coming through despite feeling somewhat redundant. After all, a student who had reached peak physical cultivation was probably tough enough to take on a semi-truck on the national highway. In the past 10 days, Ling Yishan had forcefully boosted his physical cultivation to 99 threads, the pinnacle of physical mastery, using MOS spirit pill powder. His energy cultivation was only at 87 threads. The class had silently concluded. Ling Yishan had earned MVP for his physical realm, while the energy cultivators were coasting. Ling Yishan dumped all his books out, shoved a bag full of snacks into his backpack, flashed an OK sign at Su Miao, and casually jumped out of the window. Hey, be careful. That's the marble floor they just installed last year. Su Miao shouted after him, but watching the boy step away with the grace of a startled swallow, he finally relaxed. TSK, kids these days' wings are getting stronger. They've all got their own lives now. Li Xiao sighed deeply from her seat, like a parent watching their child leave after the holidays. Then suddenly, her face twisted into a scowl. Number 13. I'm going to kill you. She flipped open her desk to find her secret stash of snacks completely wiped out. And worst of all, why the heck is all my Coke replaced with Pepsi? The betrayal stung like a pension fund quietly stolen away by an errant child. Unlike the flustered Li Xiao, the classmates in the back row, dark circles under their eyes, looked genuinely relieved, even planning to chip in to top up Ling Yishan's internet cafe funds. Who could understand the salvation brought by number 13 saying he wants to go to the internet cafe? I get it. Finally, this kid is done with the rat race. I haven't slept for 3 days straight. I can't keep this UP. I have to catch some rest during the next math class. No sooner had Ling Yishan thought this than he guided his flying sword to cut through the clouds, descending straight toward the gate of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. Standing there early was Qi Shihu, who waved as soon as she spotted him. Ling Yishan halted his descent with a backflip, landing gracefully right in front of her. Ling Yishan, this is for you. Before she finished speaking, Qi Shihu tossed him a grayish-white cloth bag. Ling Yishan caught it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His pupils suddenly dilated. A storage bag? You're really giving this to me? Storage bags, also called space bags, can hold the contents of an entire room, and for low-level cultivators, their price is astronomical. This one from Qi Shihu was even rarer. An interior space, Tinjiang cubed. If sold on Zhuangshuan's second-hand platform, just the phrase used by a beautiful female cultivator could raise the price by 30%. I noticed you never found a bag that suited you, and I recently got a new one, so I figured I'd pass this one on to you. Qi Shihu explained, showing off the new bag hanging at her waist, embroidered with a cute little tiger. Her voice softened, tinged with hesitation. It's used, though. I hope you don't mind. She wasn't just being polite. To her, Ling Yishan, the heir of a secretive sect with a retinue of protectors, would probably look down on second-hand items. But the truth was the opposite. Ling Yishan's eyes shone as he caressed the bag's intricate patterns, treating it like a precious treasure. Qi Zai's kindness felt impossible to return. Have you talked to your uncle and aunt about this? Seeing Ling Yishan about to launch into a gratitude speech, Qi Shihu quickly changed the subject. My mom's not on board yet, but my dad's working on it. Ling Yishan shrugged. A few days ago, his long-missing parents suddenly came home, scaring him badly. If they found the spiritual pills had stashed in his room, he'd be doomed. So he'd quietly moved the items to Qi Zai's care while his parents weren't paying attention. Ichi Mei nearly fainted when she heard he was skipping class to hang out with a woman he just met, but luckily Ling Bufan had calmed her down. What excuse was given, Ling Yishan still didn't know. When he heard the boss had already given tacit approval, Qi Shihu finally relaxed completely. They took the bus to the city's outskirts. Then with a wave of her hand, the long-missed beast appeared. It had 4 paws enveloped in clouds, a sleek black coat, and a broad back. The two mounted the beast, which soared into the sky, slicing through the wind. The devious map will continue guiding you. The speed limit ahead is 500 kilometers per hour. Speed cameras are active. Please slow down and yield to passing aircraft, a cold mechanical voice repeated in their ears. Qi Shihu deftly navigated her phone, completely unaffected by the turbulence, clearly well adapted to the pace of modern life. Senior Chi, can we really see the hunt for a nascent soul-level demon beast this time? Ling Yishan asked eagerly as the air current steadied, still thrilled by the fragments Shed mentioned last night. Yes. Chi's eyes smile was faint, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The official force organizing the hunt for the nascent soul-level swallowing river toad invited me to observe. She gazed toward the distant mountains and rivers, her eyes burning with the same fierce passion as Ling Yishan's. After all, fights at the nascent soul level weren't something you got to witness every day. The Lijiang River is prone to frequent floods, and with them, various water monsters and demons have emerged. Just 3 days ago, not far from Linjiang City, a Yuan-level devouring river toad suddenly surfaced in the water. If not dealt with promptly, it could threaten the safety of the entire urban area. After failed attempts at communication, the authorities quickly issued a suppression order and sent out an invitation to all registered golden core level perfected cultivators nearby, hoping they might gain inspiration for breaking through to the Yuaning stage by witnessing the battle. Qi Xinhu was notably included on the list. She was even allowed to bring along a family member. Being alone outside, the first person she thought of was Ling Yishan. When they met, she couldn't help but scrutinize him, but casually asked with concern, "By the way, weren't you recently at the perfected physical body stage? Any progress on your true spirit treasure yet?" There was a complex mix of emotions behind her words: shock, admiration, even envy. The modern cultivation environment was definitely stronger than in her day, but Ling Yishan's advancement was still astonishingly fast. Knowing that once he successfully forged his core, Senior Li Xingyao would gift him a top-grade infant breaking pill, her surprise quickly turned into excitement, strengthening her suspicion that he was the second generation of an elite secret sect. Ling Yishan scratched his head. "I'm not sure. I asked my dad yesterday. He said he'd send me a link." He then took out his phone and opened the Immortal Message app to check historical messages. Just as Li Xingyao had warned, his father Ling Bufan seemed to know a treasure forging expert and was planning to consult them on his behalf. Soon, a link popped up. Quad A Drunken Foodie Gathering Place. A guide to forging a true spirit treasure even a body cultivator can learn with fool crossed out. Ling Yishan stared at the title and twitched at the corner of his mouth. This link is a bit harsh. Is it even reliable? Still, he clicked through and immediately sucked in a breath. Step 1. Breakthrough to perfected physical body stage. Step 2. Gather materials for the true spirit treasure. Don't worry, the materials will find their way to you. Step 3. Forge the true spirit treasure. Don't worry, just wander around with the materials, it will naturally form. Reading it all, he could only sum it up with 2 words: go with the flow. His expression immediately fell into a bitter grimace. Qi Xinhu noticed his face and leaned in with concern. "What's wrong? Feels like a bug flew into your mouth." She offered a metaphor, like taking a sip of overnight cold-brewed orange tea, then rushing to the public restroom with stomach cramps. But when you open the door, there's a strawberry tart. Ling Yishan was speechless as he handed her the phone. "See for yourself." Qi Xinhu read it and actually nodded thoughtfully. "Isn't this pretty good?" Ling Yishan almost doubted his own life. "Is this real? Kid, something is definitely wrong with this cultivation world." Seeing him shocked, Qi Xinhu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I had the exact same look the first time I heard about it." After laughing, she shared the origin of the true spirit treasure. True spirit doesn't just mean the moment the treasure is forged and binds with its host linked in life and death. Gain and loss. It also means the cultivator's fate intertwines with the treasure's destiny. There's an invisible causality that firmly binds the two together, as if by fate itself. A true destined treasure is not forged by a person's own hand. Rather, it is delivered to them by the law of cause and effect. But this process varies from person to person. Some receive it easily, while others may wait their entire lives without success. The latter are the majority, so most people choose to forge their treasure themselves. Qi Xinhu spoke with ease. In other words, Ling Yishan furrowed his brow in thought. Right? Simply put, it's all about luck, Qi Xinhu said with a bright laugh as she caught his troubled expression and finished his sentence for him. She raised her hand, her sleeves stirring a gentle breeze, a proud smile playing on her lips. "My Wanyao Mountain Sea Scroll is my destined treasure. Before I reached the foundation establishment stage, I waited a long time, but ultimately chose to have someone else forge it. Fortunately, I was lucky. Most of the materials share the same source as this scroll. While not perfect, it fits my painting path very well and gave me a significant advantage among my peers." At this point, she stopped smiling and offered some consolation. "Since you've advanced so quickly to the peak of the body refining stage, it's good to take this pause to gather yourself. Push chi refinement to completion, and if you hit a dead end, follow your agreement with the Western Military District and have them forge your destined treasure. The quality will surely be guaranteed." Ling Yishan nodded, silently calculating the time needed for cultivation and forging. He agreed with her advice. After a brief conversation, they took off riding their beast mounts. The creatures beat their iron-like wings, slicing through layers of floating clouds, and soon arrived at the designated location. Since the notice came only last night, a good number of cultivators had already gathered. some walking on empty space with starry trails behind them, others piloting spirit boats glowing with sunset hues, some wielding flying swords that left silver streaks, and a few like them astride wild beasts. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own unique skill. Next to nearly every elder was a young companion, whether disciple or offspring, taking advantage of this opportunity to watch the life-or-death battles of nascent soul masters, tempering their Tao hearts. The chance was precious. Dragon Country's laws were strict, and such high-level duels rarely happened in the cities. Some golden core cultivators even sold tickets, bringing wealthy second-generation cultivators along to broaden their horizons. Qi Xinhe's beast was the most eye-catching, a strange creature with a wingspan of several zhang, its scales and feathers interwoven, eyes like polished glass. The golden core cultivators nearby couldn't help but glance over. Despite their wide knowledge, most had only read about such creatures in ancient books. This was their first close encounter with a living one. This one's not simple, they muttered quietly but maintained their dignified golden core composure, nodding coldly to Qi Xinhu before withdrawing their gazes. At that moment, Ling Yishan caught a familiar figure amid the crowd. Ling classmate, long time no see. Zhang Tianqing's voice rose as he waved loudly, disregarding his usual grace. Beside him, a gentle and refined lattice sleeve was tugged, and she could only yield a half-smile mixed with indulgence and resignation as she floated over on a cloud of rain beneath her feet. Hello, I am Tianqing's grandmother, Zhan Huayu. The lady introduced herself first. She wore a light blue Taoist robe, her dark hair styled in an elegant bun adorned with a jade phoenix hairpin. Her gentle eyes and brows resembled a spring rain, and her features bore a strong resemblance to Zhan Tianqing. Ling Yishan was unsurprised. Among cultivators, maintaining a youthful appearance was common. Qi Xinhu, sitting nearby and appearing about his age, was likely old enough to be his great-great-grandmother. Qi Xinhu, greetings, fellow Taoist. Qi Xinhu cupped her hands, speaking with measured tone, polite yet reserved. Cultivation etiquette in the old days was strict, with clear distinctions between Antrank, fellow Taoist, and elder rank. She handled it perfectly. And this is your? Zhan Huayu's eyes shifted toward Ling Yishan as she smiled and inquired of Qi Xinhu. Qi Xinhu frowned slightly, as if weighing her words carefully. After a moment, inspiration struck, and she answered confidently, he is my guardian. Ling Yishan, Zhan Tianqing, Zhan Huayu. The declaration stunned everyone present. Faced with Qi Xinhe's outrageous claim, Ling Yishan didn't know how to respond, since he had actually accompanied him to register the household at that time and even signed the documents. Fortunately, a deafening croak suddenly cut off everyone's attention. The surface of a tributary of the Lijiang River exploded with splashing water as a giant toad slowly rose from the riverbed. It was over 100 zhang tall, with 2 sharp, ebony horns on its head and 2 eyes like dark crescent moons. Its body was covered in thick, mysterious blue skin, overlaid with an orderly array of black armor plates etched with ancient patterns, like natural armor. Half its massive length was taken up by a great mouth that breathed out mist and clouds, filled with jagged fangs and a cavernous black abyss within. As the swallowing river toad appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven, earth, and water stirred wildly. Dark clouds churned above the Lijiang, and fine rain began to fall, clinging to the toad's body without sliding off. Its colossal form stretched across the outlet of the tributary, completely blocking the flowing water, waves crashing fiercely against the shore, creating a terrifying spectacle. Ling Yishan's eyes widened. Such a huge toad, why is it only showing itself now? The satellites should have picked this up by now. Hearing his question, Zhan Huayu and Qi Xinhu exchanged puzzled looks. Qi scratched his head hesitantly. Maybe it has some way to conceal its aura? No sooner had he spoken than the swallowing river toad's black crescent eyes scanned the golden core cultivators on the riverbank, a faint expression of disdain almost human-like flickering across its face. Then it glanced beyond the surging waves, fixing its gaze on a distant point on the water. Far off, a solitary boat was paddling upstream against the turbulent current. What was usually a raging river had now become a stormy torrent, but the simple wooden boat remained rock-steady. Sitting cross-legged at the bow was an old man. His lean figure cloaked in a brown straw raincoat, back slightly hunched, a wide-brimmed hat shading him as the drizzling rain pattered down like a living painting of an angler alone on a lonely boat. This was Xue Wugo, the demon slayer officially dispatched by the Long Kingdom. No wonder this ancient ferocious beast, the swallowing river toad, has stirred old Mr. Xue Wugo himself to appear. Zhan Huayu whispered excitedly, unable to hide his enthusiasm. Qi Xinhu still looked clueless, while Ling Yishan secretly pulled out his phone to look up information. Xue Wugo, a veteran cultivator of the Long Kingdom, late nascent soul stage, specializing in water cultivation paths. When the emperor appointed the Lijiang Dragon Mother 1,000 years ago, he was designated the demon slayer tasked with guarding the Lijiang waters. Ling Yishan held the screen up for Qi. He's been active for a millennium, and you don't recognize him? I have been secluded for years, rarely going out. Qi scratched the back of his head, his voice growing quieter. On the riverbank, Zhang Huayu remained focused on the river's center, unaware of their quiet exchange, practically starstruck. Tianqing, since you have a single water affinity, this demon hunt will be a great chance to observe. All right, Grandma. Obediently replied Zhang Tianqing, standing stiffly, eyes fixed ahead in case he missed a single detail. Amid the rolling waves, the lone boat drew near the giant toad. The tension between man and monster filled the river with pressure, but none dared to breathe heavily. Soon, without forcing everyone to wait any longer, their auras exploded simultaneously, the river's surface bursting with energy as the battle erupted loudly. Croak! The river-devouring toad struck first, its massive mouth gaping wide as it unleashed a terrifying suction force in an instant. The surface of the river suddenly reversed, swirling fish, shrimp, and silt into a vortex that it swallowed whole. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of feet of river surface were vacuumed dry, exposing the bare riverbed like a menacing crack stretching between the banks. Immediately after, a water column 100 feet thick erupted with a thunderous roar, resembling a furious wave or savage dragon, its sharp whistle tearing through the air as it surged straight toward Shui Wugo. Shui Wugo merely flicked his withered bamboo fishing rod lightly, and seemingly endless hookless fishing line stretched instantly downward from above, transforming into a sharp immortal sword. With decisive precision, it cleaved the entire water column in two. Though severed, the halves of the water column still barreled forward, instantly smashing the cliffs on both sides and flooding the 100-mile river marsh. One strike reshaped the landscape, truly the might of a nascent soul cultivator. The first round declared the difference. Everyone clearly saw that Shui Wugo held the slight advantage. Then man and toad intertwined as every move was met in perfect counter, thunderbolts flashing and dancing between water and sky. On the riverbank, Zhang Huayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though Zhang Tianqing stared intently, he could not hide his confusion and anxiety. The gap in cultivation was too great. He didn't understand what was happening. Ling Yishan also could not keep up with the pace, but maintained a calm mindset, attending simply to broaden his horizons. At this moment, the battle was more spectacular than any top-tier special effect, so he took a bottle of soda from his pouch, took a long sip, and felt the trip was well worth it. Nearby, Qi Shihu had at some point pulled out his life artifact, the 10,000 Demons of the Mountains and Sea Scroll, and was tracing the battle with a finger on the painting. Curious, Ling Yishan came closer and saw on the scroll a vividly lifelike image of the river-devouring toad, cutting off the river with awe-inspiring majesty, as if it might leap off the paper at any second. Sensing the moment, he wisely refrained from disturbing Qi Shihu and quietly had his flying boat Jinghong drift to the fringe, continuing to appreciate the fight. While watching, a sudden insight struck Ling Yishan. How could a fishing line sever such a massive water column? Water, as a fluid, should instantly close back together. Why was it forcibly split into two parts? He visualized the scene of a blade cutting flowing water, then oddly recalled the principle behind a urinal split flow, his eyes lighting up. If something lingered at the outflow, it could cause bifurcation. Focusing carefully on the spatial traces left by the fishing line's passage, using his extraordinary physical cultivation vision against the backdrop of the cleaved water columns, he finally discovered an anomaly. The trail of the line left behind faint, hair-thin, nearly invisible energy threads. Though seemingly fragile, they possessed a terrifying sharpness capable of slicing river water apart. That's sword energy. Ling Yishan's heart pounded wildly. Legends said sword qi and blade qi involve condensing spiritual energy into weapons through secret techniques, then striking through the air with world-shaking power. It was a core course at high-level academies and far from easy to master. Yet Shui Wugo could maintain fishing qi persistently, condensed but unbroken. His methods clearly surpassed the norm. Just as Ling Yishan was absorbed in study, the battle on the river finally reached its conclusion. Shui Wugo flicked his wrist and tossed the bamboo basket, which shimmered with blue light, enclosing the exhausted river-devouring toad on the brink of capture. At that moment, the demon toad's eyes gleamed with vicious cold light. Its belly swollen suddenly, it spat out a demon infant draped in ghostly blue radiance. Then, the massive creature and the demon infant exploded together fiercely, the entire body detonating along with the infant inside. The self-detonation of the river-swallowing toad, a nascent soul-level powerhouse, unleashed in unimaginable force. The gathered golden core cultivators all showed looks of shock. Suddenly, the surface of the Li River boiled violently, as if stirred by invisible hands. 5 straight columns of water shot up with thunderous roar, intertwining and converging into a massive azure dragon's claw that blocked out the sky. The roaring demonic energy and shattered primordial chi storms were crushed by this dragon claw, which compressed what should have been a blast capable of leveling several miles into scattered fragments of flesh and blood, splattering across the river's surface. The dragon mother has made her move. Zhang Huayu exhaled deeply, his eyes full of reverence. The Dragon Mother of the Li River was the strongest water deity within the Dragon Kingdom. Since her consecration, she had enjoyed a millennium's worth of worship, and her true might was unfathomable, so the fate of the river-swallowing toad was sealed from the start. Among the crowd, Ling Yishan was the most shaken. Just days ago, he had learned the Dragon Mother possessed self-awareness. Now, seeing her act with his own eyes, his heart surged with excitement beyond control. He instinctively reached for the storage pouch at his waist, where the Li River Dragon Mother water-sealing iron lay quietly. With the Dragon Mother's overwhelming power, this divine iron must be extraordinary. The thought alone made his heart race. At that moment, an aged voice came from above the Li River. The river-swallowing toad is dead. Feel free to claim its blood and flesh. The voice belonged to Shui Wugo, who gestured toward the vast clouds of blood mist and scattered remains, signaling the golden core cultivators on the opposite shore. Although the demonic pill had been destroyed in the toad's self-explosion, as an ancient abnormal beast, its blood and flesh were still immensely nourishing. The golden core cultivators bowed in unison and, after a chorus of thank you, Senior, scattered in beams of light to seize the remnants. Without hesitation, Zhang Huayu joined them. But Qi Xin, who paused to glance back at Ling Yishan, his brow furrowed with concern. Go ahead, don't forget I have this. Ling Yishan waved his sleeve, revealing the mottled black tortoise tattoo on his arm, a mark personally gifted by Qi Xinhu half a month ago. Seeing this, Qi Xinhu finally relaxed and rode his summoned beast, slicing through the air to join the scrap over the bloodied fragments. After Zhang Huayu and Qi Xinhu left, Ling Yishan approached Zhang Tianqing, seeking a chance to talk. True to his boastful nature, Zhang Tianqing first praised Ling Yishan's outstanding performance in the body cultivation tournament, then lamented that he hadn't been able to participate himself. Ling Yishan had been curious. Zhang Tianqing was also a deeply trained body cultivator with a single water element spirit root. If he had joined the competition, the team might have cracked the top 5. Now the answer was clear. During that period, Zhang Tianqing had been undergoing specialized clan training with remarkable results. His body refinement had reached a solid stage at the physical refinement realm, and his chi refinement realm cultivation was nearing great success. The two naturally exchanged observations about the earlier fight. Zhang Tianqing raised his left hand, water vapor condensing at his fingertips to form a lively water snake coiling in his palm. From the river-swallowing toad, I gleaned a thread of water. Tao truth water has no fixed form. It changes with the mind. But how much I can refine into myself will take time to fully grasp. That's already impressive, considering that was a nascent soul-level battle technique. We're still quite raw. Ling Yishan smiled in encouragement. He didn't exaggerate. Zhang Tianqing's talent was truly exceptional. Afterward, Ling Yishan raised a finger and lightly traced it through the air, then spoke. I've managed to grasp a bit of what sword energy's everlasting essence means, but since I haven't even cultivated sword energy myself, how much I can ultimately absorb remains a complete unknown. You figured out sword energy's everlasting essence just by looking. Zhang Tianqing's eyes went wide. As a prodigy who could score 96 points in a competitive knowledge test, his experience far exceeded that of Ling Yishan, who had only started training later in life. Naturally, he had heard of this extremely difficult advanced technique. That Ling Yishan could intuit the core of it through mere observation was akin to a newcomer knowing only addition and subtraction, suddenly deriving solutions to linear algebra problems just from the questions themselves. I'm not as good as you. Zhang Tianqing exhaled deeply, his expression bitter. But after a moment, he composed himself. Cultivation depended on 4 factors: wealth, companions, methods, and terrain. Wealth, methods, and terrain were not scarce for him. The hardest to come by was companions, not just partners on the path, but also masters, fellow cultivators, and rivals. He made up his mind again. Ling Yishan was the companion he needed on his journey. With this person as his whetstone, he was certain he could go even further. As they chatted casually, the water surface of the Li River suddenly broke open. A blue shadow leapt out forcefully and slipped stealthily into the shadows of the forest. Damn humans! How dare they disturb me during my shedding phase? Once I succeed, they'll devour you all. The blue figure was the Tunjian toad, which should have perished earlier. Now its form was drastically different from before. Once mountain-sized, it had shrunk to the size of a calf, its imposing aura gone, and a tadpole tail still clung to its rear. During its earlier self-explosion, it used its bloodline inheritance technique, called shedding, to escape. Though its cultivation level dropped sharply, it was confident it would rise again. Its confidence came from an innate, life-bound divine ability called Huntian. While regular divine abilities could only be cultivated from the transcendent level or higher, a life-bound ability was an exception, born simultaneously with its owner. Huntian's sole power was to confuse heavenly mechanisms and conceal the user's presence. Using this secret art, the Tunjian toad had stealthily developed to nascent soul stage. If not for the current shedding distraction, even the Dragon Kingdom would have found no trace of it. A human prodigy with a single elemental affinity, and its water attribute? It suddenly caught a sweet scent and fixed its gaze on a Qigong stage cultivator Zhan Tianqing. Though severely injured, his remaining strength was still no match for ordinary Qigong practitioners. Devouring this rare, gifted body would greatly accelerate its recovery and avenge the current insult. It was certain that a single strike would kill the target instantly. Then it could use Han Tian to disappear without a trace. The seemingly dazed Ling Yishan beside him, who hadn't yet manifested foundation establishment, was ignored entirely utterly insignificant. Decision made. The Tunjian toad shimmered with blue light, unleashing its life-bound divine power as it ghosted toward the two. Old John, Luke, there's a giant toad coming at us over there. The two were already familiar enough to address each other informally. Ling Yishan's eyes sharpened as he caught sight of the blue shadow first and tugged on Zhan Tianqing's sleeve. Zhan Tianqing looked in the direction but shook his head in confusion. I don't see anything. His expression was calm. Clearly, he had no awareness of the toad. The blue shadow drew closer. Gusts of wind tossed leaves into the air, but Zhan Tianqing still acted as if he saw nothing. Only then did Ling Yishan realize something was off. Someone with his eyesight shouldn't have missed such a large creature. This toad is suspicious. He tightened his grip in his palm, pretending to notice nothing, but inside he was already on high alert, determined to uncover what tricks this giant toad was hiding. Ling Yishan pretended to watch the Golden Core cultivators fighting over the blood and flesh of the Swallow River toad above the Lijiang River, but secretly kept his attention fixed on the strange creature. He rested his hand on the Jinghong, sword at his waist, patiently waiting for the distance to close. Suddenly, the bulky Swallow River toad flexed its legs sharply and launched itself in a graceful, yet ruthless parabolic arc through the sky, its blood-red maw aimed straight at Zhan Tianqing. Old John, look over there. That female cultivator has really nice legs. Ling Yishan's voice dropped as he casually draped an arm over Zhan Tianqing's shoulder and shifted aside about 3 feet. The two of them fixed their gaze, acting nonchalant, on the stunningly talented female cultivator off in the distance. Losing its target, the Swallow River toad tumbled toward the ground, smashing through several giant trees, dirt flying everywhere. It twisted its fat body to shake off broken branches, its glossy black eyes dark with frustration as it thought. Humans are in heat 247 all year round. Unlike me who only wants to get busy during mating season. Proud of its concealment technique, it never expected to be discovered and assumed its sudden exposure was just a fluke. It coiled its hind legs again and made another powerful leap. Hey, look at that body cultivator over there. Man, he's biting into fresh meat right in his arms. Ling Yishan spoke rapidly while pulling Zhan Tianqing back another half-step. Deja vu played out again as the Swallow River toad lunged and missed. Its normally deep blue skin blushed crimson from fury, murderous intent bubbling like a storm. That little bastard will be swallowed whole, no matter what. The toad charged repeatedly, but Ling Yishan always found some plausible excuse to pull Zhan Tianqing out of harm's way. Though baffled, Zhan Tianqing played along, commenting on each supposed new discovery. Ribbit. Die. They'll see you dead, Ribbit. The Swallow River toad finally lost all temper. It stopped concealing itself and blasted out a massive water cannon. Wild spiritual energy whipped up mist and thunderous force. Ling, watch out. Zhan Tianqing finally saw the beast clearly for the first time and shouted in shock. How could Ling be so close and unaware? TSK, what a bad temper for a toad, Ling Yishan said calmly, having prepared. Raising his right hand, the turtle pattern on his wrist suddenly glowed. The ink-clad spirit turtle burst forth, black spiritual energy forming a shield that slammed down to block the powerful water attack. What? The attack was stopped. The Swallow River toad snapped awake, realizing it had been revealed, and frantically tried to use its powers to escape. TSK trying to run? Surprised by the enemy's over-the-top ability, Ling Yishan instantly triggered the Jinghong, sword beneath his feet. The man-made sword bone radiated spiritual light as he became a rainbow shadow, soaring into the sky, then slashed downward. Clang! Several gleaming spirit swords shot out, sealing off every direction like a cage, their cold intent aiming straight at the toad's throat. You can see me? The Swallow River toad gasped in horror, feeling the terrifying first taste of losing its powers. Its huge eyes filled with panic. Boom! The spirit sword technique exploded, but when Ling Yishan clearly saw the form of the swallowing river toad, his brows furrowed deeply. A layer of drifting, unstable water had somehow wrapped around the massive toad's body light, yet unbreakable, completely dissipating the sword energy. Ribbit! You can't kill me, the swallowing river toad jeered loudly. In the next instant, a vast shadow loomed over its head. Ling Yishan leapt directly off his flying sword, his body plummeting like a falling stone, aiming straight for the toad's head. Why is this human so fierce? The toad trembled inwardly, hastily activating its water-binding spell, but then suddenly locked eyes on the strange black iron piece clenched in Ling Yishan's hand. Bang! The water-subduing iron of the Lijiang Dragon Mother, held in Ling Yishan's palm like a brick, slammed hard against the toad's head. The dragon mother's formidable pressure poured from the iron, instantly shattering the water binding. Ribbit! The toad's head caved violently, its scream sharp and agonizing. Terror flooded its senses as it realized that this iron carried the exact same power as the dragon mother, suppressing it completely. Ling Yishan squeezed with his legs, mounting the toad's back, swinging the iron with powerful afterimages. Bang! 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 Strike after strike smashed the toad's head. Blood and broken bones scattered everywhere. The water roiled violently before settling once again. Ribbit! Stop hitting me. He'll be your beast companion. Please spare me. The toad begged desperately. Still got breath to beg? Looks like I wasn't hard enough on you before. Ling Yishan muttered to himself, instantly activating Jade Skin technique. His muscles and bones swelled as he swung the water-subduing iron again with fierce momentum. The toad's croaking deepened then abruptly ceased. Its bulging eyes glazed over, and its mangled, bloodied head caved in, dying beneath Ling Yishan's Thysa death utterly hopeless. With the Hunyuan divine power broken, Zhan Tianqing nearby broke free from captivity, rushing over. Ling, are you alright, huh? Seeing the corpse, he gasped sharply. That's the juvenile form of the swallowing river toad. You killed an ancient beast's offspring all by yourself. He imagined facing it alone. He would have died within minutes. Never expected Ling Yishan to slaughter this vicious creature with sheer brute force. Truly like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Ling Yishan brushed off the faint bloodstains on his clothing, offering a modest smile as he placed the toad's body in his storage bag. Zhan Tianqing shook his head sadly. What a pity, this is an ancient beast. Such a loss. A filthy beast. Dead is dead, Ling Yishan said indifferently, holding out his hand. Zhan Tianqing immediately condensed spirit water to wash the blood from his palm. Sigh, this one's quality was top-notch. If sold at auction, it could fetch 8 figures, maybe even 9, Zhan Tianqing remarked. Ling Yishan froze mid-wash, slowly looking up in disbelief. Du Xiao, are you sure you mean Dragon Kingdom currency, not Sakura currency? Of course. Ancient beasts have insanely rare talents. Beast tamers pay huge sums to acquire them, Zhan Tianqing replied honestly. Those words struck Ling Yishan like a dagger in the chest. He stared down at the still wet bloodstain on his palm, trembling all over with regret. He had just killed an 8-figure gold toad. The blast of water from the river-swallowing toad was far from subtle. All the bystanders were Jin Dan-level experts, so naturally they noticed it. A deafening roar erupted from the river's surface as waves rose several feet high. Hot mist carrying a sharp, fishy smell washed over the shore. Dozens of Jin Dan cultivators along the bank turned simultaneously toward the sound. The tiny juvenile toad, no bigger than a palm and marked with jade green patterns, was tightly restrained in Ling Yishan's sleeve. A fierce glint flickered in their eyes, but no one made a move. Stealing a junior's chance at a rare treasure would cost them face, especially since behind Ling Yishan stood Qi Xinhu, a great beast-taming master renowned for his control paintings. No one wanted to provoke him. Moments earlier they had been scheming how to bargain after the catch. Suddenly, the toad unleashed its primordial power, flickering out of sight like a phantom. Eyes darted frantically, but the target was lost. When they looked again, Ling Yishan's fist had smashed the toad's head into a bloody pulp. Crimson mixed with jade green life extinguished instantly. The cultivators' faces twisted with unease. It was too late to stop it now, leaving them to curse the reckless youth secretly for wasting such a rare creature. Ling Yishan, are you hurt? Are you okay? Qi Xinhu was the first to rush to his side, pacing anxiously with concern written all over his face. Ling Yishan looked down at the mangled corpse in his palm, feeling a pang of guilt. That precious MOU toad at home was a legendary gold-swallowing giant. Now the rare opportunity to turn it into a fortune was lost, all smashed by his own fist. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn toad. If it had its value marked on its back, I wouldn't have gone this far. Qi Xinhu hurried to soothe him. Don't be too downhearted. Though dead, the river-swallowing toad is an ancient beast. The flesh and blood are tremendously nourishing. Just looking at it makes me sick. I'm not eating it, Ling Yishan huffed, still queasy from the earlier scene. Qi Xinhu scratched his head earnestly. It really does strengthen kidneys and essence, toughen muscles and bones better than many elixirs. Ling Yishan lifted his chin proudly. I'm naturally gifted, don't need external help. Then he lowered his voice. But if I ate it raw, would the effects be even stronger? Qi Xinhu froze, speechless, as if stuck in place. A breeze swept over the Lijiang's shimmering waves. Off in the distance, Xue Wugo watched Ling Yishan for a moment, sensing a faint dragon mother aura within him. He withdrew his gaze. Such a person was not to be casually observed. The toad was now shattered and divided among the Jin Dan cultivators. Lingering held no purpose. The group exchanged bows and dispersed into the sky. Ling Yishan and Qi Xinhu traveled with the Zhan family's grandfather and grandson, skimming the waves as their light soared like rainbows toward Linjiang City. Along the way, Zhan Huayu smiled genuinely. Brother Kai's skills are extraordinary. When the 10,000 Demons mountain map unfurls, all rivals fall silent. With such talent, it won't be long before you ascend to nascent soul. Qi Xin fanned himself lightly, adopting the demeanor of a wise elder. Brother Jean, you flatter me. Your rain transforming technique is also peerless. Yet the corner of his mouth betrayed a slight grin. Ling Yishan noticed and chuckled inwardly, finally understood who had taught Zhang Tianqing all his flattering lines. At Jindan pace, the group soon arrived back in Linjiang City. First, Zhang's granddaughter and Ling Yishan said their goodbyes. Shortly after, Qi Xinhu also took his leave and headed home. This time, she had gained quite a lot and needed to carefully digest everything, while also refining the unusual beast painting of the river-swallowing toad. Ling Yishan mounted his sword and departed, but instead of heading straight home, he took a detour and landed on a spacious riverbank just outside the city, near the Lijiang River. The sunset painted the water in golden reds. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he shook out his hand and summoned a black iron cauldron about half his height, placing it with a sharp thud onto a pile of river stones. He was going to cook the river-swallowing toad fresh on the spot. First, he scooped river water into the cauldron, then lit a fire underneath. The flames roared wildly, fanned by the breeze from the river. Once the water started boiling turbulently, he tossed the toad larger than a millstone into the pot. Its slate-gray corpse hit the water with a dull thud. Ling Yishan thought wryly to himself. Good ingredients only need the simplest cooking anyway. It's not like him the one eating. Bullfrogs might be edible, but toads were truly hard to stomach. Luckily, he had a dedicated mouthpiece. How much longer until it's done? Moya's round body had already hopped onto the cauldron's rim. Its glossy black feathers were damp from the steam, and its small eyes gleamed with hungry anticipation. Ling Yishan grabbed the crow-like Moyu, who was basically a living black stick, and stirred the pot. Frowning, he said, "Ugh, this thing's got a weird energy. No matter how it's cooked, it just won't get done." As he stirred, the toad's corpse started absorbing the surrounding water's spiritual energy. The water level inside the pot kept rising, yet the temperature stubbornly refused to climb. Suddenly inspired, Ling Yishan tossed in the Lijiang Dragon Mother water calming iron. Upon contact with water, the metal hissed sharply, instantly suppressing all the spiritual energy. The water finally began to boil vigorously, and waves of heat surged upward. "Slowly soak it, slowly savor it," he muttered, calculating the cooking time by counting on his fingers. Then he called out to Moyu, "All right, time to eat." Ling Yishan wiped sweat from his brow. "Crow brother, since you only absorb blood energy, do you even need the toad cooked?" "That's for the ritual," Moyu answered solemnly, spreading its wings. A surge of thick, red blood energy poured from the toad into Moya's body. In the next moment, Moya's body visibly inflated, its normally round shape stretching taut like a balloon. No way, this isn't a chi refinement stage river-swallowing toad, but a nascent soul stage 1. What? Ling Yishan's heart tightened as he realized. Apparently, that nascent soul toad had faked death to escape before, but by a stroke of bad luck, he had cut off its head, which fooled even the golden core stage spirit detection. "There's something good inside it," Moyu exclaimed. "He'll know once I lay the egg." With that, Moyu puckered its rear and strained hard. Ling Yishan rubbed his hands together, eyes shining eagerly. But as time ticked by, Moyu stayed frozen in an awkward pose with no progress. "Oh, it's too big, I think I'm stuck." Moya's voice trembled. Ling Yishan was about to comfort him when suddenly a dazzling beam of light shone from behind the crow's rump, like a flashlight hitting maximum brightness. "Crow brother, push harder. I can already see the tip of the egg. It's so delicate." Moyu tightened its sphincter muscles so hard its black feathers quivered. But in its overexertion, its claws slipped splash and it slipped entirely into the boiling pot. "Crow brother!" Ling Yishan shouted, lunging to grab him from the cauldron. Boom! A blinding white explosion erupted, immediately followed by a thunderous roar. Hot steam and water sprayed violently upward. Ling Yishan was caught off guard, thrown like a shadow, tumbling along the riverbank for several spins before plunging into the Lijiang River with a splash. From that moment on, the odds of fresh river delicacies winning against cultivators were no longer 0%. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ling Yishan struggled out of the water, completely soaked and disheveled, with mud and sand unexpectedly caught in his mouth. He spat out the dark muck while shaking the wet cuffs of his pants. Then, astonishingly, he reached into his crotch and pulled out a lively river crab. Without hesitation, he tossed it aside and dashed toward the iron pot on the shore, which was just about to go out. The stew pot, which had been neatly balanced on stones, was now overturned in a chaotic heap, the bottom facing up. Scalding broth splattered everywhere, steam rising from the ground. Yet the corpse of the giant toad that had swallowed the river remained nowhere to be seen. "Brother Crow." Ling Yishan looked around anxiously and called out repeatedly, his heart pounding with worry. At that moment, the flip pot lid suddenly shattered with a loud bang, pierced by something from underneath. A sleek black shadow shot out like an arrow and landed right in front of him. But instead of attacking, the shadow stopped about a meter away, hovering motionless. Only then did Ling Yishan get a good look at the creature's appearance. A black fish-shaped magical treasure about 1.5 meters long, its body covered in sharp, metallic scales that gleamed coldly. Its flat head split open to reveal a wide, fierce mouth resembling a catfish but even more menacing. Dark light shimmered between the scales, cloaking the fish in a faint shadow, leaving only two narrow, glowing crimson eyes flickering. The black fish swam nimbly in the air, circling Ling Yishan a few times, acting almost affectionately like a living being. Ling Yishan's heart stirred. He raised a hand to touch its head, and it nudged his palm with its forehead in return. In an instant, a surge of powerful spiritual energy poured from the black fish into his meridians, flowing through his limbs and converging in his dantian. It coalesced into a dense, liquid spiritual essence. Ling Yishan felt his bones being cleansed, his flesh trembling. Physical cultivator, foundation establishment stage. At the same time, an innate bloodline connection awakened in his mind, revealing information about the magical treasure before him. Name: Hunyuan Earthshaker Shuaming Kuan. Skill 1. Hunyuan confuses heavenly principles, concealing the owner's entire aura. Skill 2. Earthshaker absorbs various spiritual energies and even enemy spells, then unleashes a one-time burst combining offense and defense. 2 skills. Ling Yishan's eyes lit up, joy almost bursting from his chest. Most people's personal magical treasures only have one ability cultivated with great effort, but has had 2 powers inherently formed by fate, not made by human forging exceptionally powerful. Thinking this over, he couldn't help but marvel had only wanted to make a simple fresh toad soup, yet by accident forged a top-tier personal magical treasure. This was even more surreal than the mysterious links Ling Bufan had given him. He quickly recalled the ingredients in the pot: the iron from the Dragon Mother's dam on the Lijiang River, the corpse of that strange giant toad that swallowed the river, and Ling Yishan's gaze suddenly sharpened at detected a faint familiar black feather aura on the Xuanming Kuan. No way. My huge brother Crow just disappeared like that. He examined the Xuanming Kuan anxiously from all sides, pacing frantically. Brother Crow, why did you dive into the water and turn into a catfish? Can you still talk? I can't even find your head, and you left me first? Are you even my brother, or what? Ling Yishan hit and prodded in frustration, even prying open the fish's mouth to look inside. But the Xuanming Kuan just floated quietly, its magical glow swirling, with no sign of the black-feathered response. After all this time together, Mou was more than just a powerful ally to Ling Yishan. He was a true brother. They shared food and shelter, and their deep friendship was well established. Help me. A weak cry for help came from the treetop. Ling Yishan suddenly looked up and finally spotted Mou, who had been missing for a long time. The plump crow was wedged awkwardly between 2 thick branches. Its wings and clawed feet flailed helplessly, black feathers soaked and plastered to its body, like a drowned chicken hanging upside down. Clearly, the explosion earlier had blasted him right here. Joy at the unexpected reunion surged in Ling Yishan's heart, yet the ridiculous sight made him chuckle softly. If you laugh again, I swear I'll poop in your bowl the next time I lay an egg. Mou shouted, flustered and indignant. Don't push it, Ling Yishan said seriously, quickly summoning the Jinghong's sword to cut the branch. A flash of black light, and Xianming Kuan struck first. The branch snapped cleanly at the base like paper, leaving a smooth break. Ling Yishan reached out and caught Mou as he fell, gently lowering him to the ground. Mou looked as soggy as if pulled out of boiling water and noticeably thinner. Ling Yishan conjured a small spirit fire in his palm, carefully drying the moisture from Mou's feathers, then casually asked, Brother Crow, I thought you were gone. Why could I still sense your presence in my life-bound talisman? The talisman's made partly from the egg I was sitting on, so it carries a trace of my essence, Mou said, fluffing his feathers with a complicated look. In a way, that thing is half one of my chicks. Ling Yishan eyed Mou's disheveled headless chicken figure, then glanced at Xianming Kuan, thinking quietly that it probably shared more blood relation with Beliaboth carefree in nature. The conversation soon turned to testing the talisman's abilities. 1. Hunyuan Concealment. Ling Yishan activated the talisman, and to onlookers, his figure vanished instantly. It wasn't ordinary invisibility. He was automatically ignored by the world itself. If he knocked over a vase, it would be blamed on a gust of strange wind. Only 3 ways could break this state. He voluntarily ended it. His spiritual energy surged turbulently, or physical contact or attack occurred. 2. Shake Earth. Since Hunyuan originates from the throat-swallowing toad, the Shake Earth ability released after absorbing spiritual energy obviously inherited from Mou. Lacking a suitable target, Ling Yishan used their shared body to summon several platinum spiritual swords suspended in the air. Let's eat, he commanded. Xianming Kuan darted past as a dark shadow, opening its mouth and swallowing swiftly. The swords vanished into its jaws instantly. After several swords were consumed, its dragon scales clattered shut, and the big mouth snapped wide. Boom. A brilliantly compressed white light cannon tore through the air and blasted into the Lijiang River. The water exploded into towering columns dozens of meters high, and the riverbed was instantly cleared of water as vast amounts of mud and sand churned violently, leaving a massive crater. Staring in awe, Ling Yishan couldn't close his mouth. Others throw spells at me, and I turn those spells into cannons. This is the ultimate payback. Has Shursen still not returned? In the principal's office at Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, the principal once again lobbed this pressing question at Su Miao like a relentless interrogation. Not yet. He probably won't make it for this semester's final exam. Su Miao sighed deeply. In just 3 days, this was the 5th time he had been summoned to give a report. The principal's obsessive persistence felt like the nagging of a resentful wife. Principal, the only option now is to arrange a separate makeup test for Sure San after the fact. He pondered for a moment before offering the most practical solution. The final grades need to be on record, and there can be no sloppiness at all. Ah, as you said, the exam will have to be postponed, the principal said, rubbing the leave request form she had personally signed in her hand with a helpless sigh. Su Miao secretly thought to himself, is it just me? Or does it feel like you've handed a remote control directly to Sure San? Principal, good news, Sure San is back. The office door swung open and Zhao Xian burst in excitedly, her eyes shining like light bulbs. After 3 whole days without seeing their promotion cheat code, she hadn't even been able to sleep well. She had heard Linjiang No. 1 Middle School had even organized a cheering squad for Ling Yishan at the Body Repair Cup, and she was terrified that if she delayed any longer, she might hear that had been poached away. There's one more thing he wanted me to tell you. Go ahead, the principal said. Hearing that Ling Yishan had returned, her mood instantly brightened and her tone softened. He said's prepared something big for you. The principal's hand trembled slightly, a cold shiver running through her gut as an ominous premonition crept in. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Magic Cultivation Class 1, Ling Yishan's long-awaited return drew every gaze like a spotlight, full of relief that the kid had finally mastered the art of balancing work and rest. After all, their roommate's sleep quality had never been better in 3 days spent at the internet cafe. Only Li Xiao wore a grave expression. As Ling Yishan's longtime deskmate, she could tell from his thoughtful look that this guy was about to start showing off. Confident about the final exam? Secretly cramming somewhere? She asked suspiciously. Ling Yishan shook his head with a slight smile, but didn't answer, his mysterious air like a sugar-coated bomb set to explode, making Li Xiao inexplicably uneasy. The morning cultural subject exam was over. It's ruined, all ruined. Ling Yishan collapsed onto his desk, eyes clouded with defeat. Having lost all his earlier inscrutable composure, completely forgotten the finals included cultural subjects. Also, since everyone was generally weak, culture only counted for 30, with the main assessments in physical repair and magical cultivation being the bigger part. Just passing the entry level was easy, and achieving intermediate ranking would earn high scores. Dragon-style education, you win, he muttered helplessly in his heart. The afternoon's specialized tests were much more complex. The teacher would first assign approximate score ranges based on realm levels, then score each specific item. Magic cultivation tested spiritual energy perception, average time for 3 meditation sessions, circulation speed of spiritual energy, and so on. Physical repair tested coordination, speed, strength, endurance, finishing with a meticulous final step including even a drug test. As expected, Ling Yishan aced all the tests. His level was simply on another plane. After a series of routine exams, it was finally time for his most anticipated extra credit challenge, the staking round. This segment was only open to students who had already cultivated spiritual weaponry or spells in advance. It was a genuine bonus question, practically a stage designed for geniuses like Ling Yishan. Since the threshold for spirit weapon and spell cultivation was extremely high, only 3 students signed up. Ling Yishan, Li Xiao, and Su Kingsui, famously inseparable trio. Sure San, I learned some spells too. Surprised? In the testing area, Li Xiao slung her sword sheath behind her back, chin raised, her bright watery eyes fixed intently on Ling Yishan, eager to catch a flicker of shock on his face. Ling Yishan just raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement on his lips. Actually, I've known for a while. Last night, Annie Li Xingyao was chatting with me about it on Xianxin. Li Zio's heart skipped a beat. Betrayed by her own mother? Her pride froze, her tone turning harsh as she snapped. You secretly messaged my mom in the middle of the night? What did you two talk about? I recommended her a few winter break tutoring classes before he could finish. A flying kick sliced through the air. He casually reached out and caught it steadily. Already eaten lunch, thanks. Sure San, if you dare die before me, you'll eat all your offerings and top them with cilantro. Li Xiao spat the ominous threat before the teacher called her name. She put on a scowl and was the first to step onto the stage. Li Zio's expression is terrifying. What do you know? Swordsmen have to be fierce, the aura has to be just right. Whispers rose from the crowd. On the platform, Li Xiao drew her Qilian sword, its blade shimmering with a green radiance. She took a deep breath, channeling all her anger into the blade. Her slender fingers slid along the edge, mingling cold light and spiritual energy as blooming water lotuses instantly appeared. Then she slashed, strands of floral water mist smashing the testing device in rapid succession. Splashes erupted violently as the screen's numbers scrolled rapidly. 84 points. Among the surprised gasps, the teachers nodded approvingly. After focusing on spell cultivation, her level was nearly perfected chi refinement. Backed by her deep-pocketed rich girl confidence and her noble swordspell training, a high score was no surprise. Next was Su Qingxue. While Ling Yishan and Li Xiao had been loudly bickering, she had quietly stood aside, serene as snow. Ling, please watch closely, the girl said softly with a gentle smile. Good luck. Don't disgrace us natural body cultivators, Ling Yishan said earnestly, patting her shoulder. Su Qingxue nodded and lightly sprang onto the stage. Gripping the massive Chongyue blade, fierce energy like blazing flames burst from her body. She stomped hard, cracking the ground tiles into spiderweb fractures. Like an arrow released from a bow, she rushed to the test pillar, delivering a powerful chop. Boom. The number froze 92 points. Body cultivators had a natural advantage in early explosive power. At the same level, her brute strength outclassed Li Ziyou's finesse. Finally, it was Ling Yishan's turn. All eyes fixed on him, but he started with a nimble backflip from offstage, landing silently before strolling onto the platform as if on a casual walk. The principal, already shaken by Ling Yishan's past crime warnings, was now sweating nervously. Will sure Sin use spirit sword technique this time? Maybe hell just open jade skin technique and go straight for the staking. Don't forget he can summon the spectral sword with his sword bone. Teachers and students whispered guesses like bets. But the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Whoa, where did that black catfish come from? The moment the Xianming Kuan from Ling Yi Mountain appeared, it captured everyone's attention. Is that a new magical instrument class 13 just bought? Someone whispered doubtfully, then immediately corrected themselves. No, it can't be a mere instrument like that, it's clearly a magical treasure. But aren't magical treasures only controllable by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or higher? The question exploded in everyone's minds. Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom gradually refined its spiritual artifact classifications. 1. Those that can only slightly amplify spiritual power and have no intelligence are called magical instruments. Ling Yi Mountain's commonly used Jinghong sword falls into this category, aimed at low-level cultivators in chi refining or body refining stages. 2. Those born with self-awareness are known as magical treasures. They recognize their owners, connect to the cultivator's mind, greatly boosting power, but require strong divine sense to control, usually exclusive to foundation establishment stage cultivators and above. 3. Legends speak of a level above magical treasures called spiritual treasures. At first, the students thought the Xianming Kuan belonged to the second category, but suddenly remembered, even low-level cultivators can possess magical treasures, specifically their life-bound magical treasures, a symbol of the foundation establishment stage. In the next instant, a dazzling spiritual light erupted from Ling Yi Mountain's dantian in his chest. The liquefied spiritual energy surged like thunder at midday, a stark contrast to the thin spiritual power of the chi refining and body refining stages. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The principal was just about to shout in approval when Lin Leishan, the boisterous head instructor beside him, beat him to it. He waved his hands excitedly, tears welling in his eyes. As expected, he's following the body refining path. Foundation establishment, in just 1 month, what can Zhao Xian compete with? Lin Leishan's heart leapt with joy, already marking his annual performance review as guaranteed. The principal watched in awe. With such a prodigy's support, what cause could the academy fail? Plans would need adjusting time to deliver a coup de grace to the Education Bureau. Meanwhile, the students looked as if the sky was falling. Wasn't it agreed we'd go to the internet cafe this afternoon? Su Qingxu's eyes widened, sparkling with disbelief. Li Ziyou's expression flickered from confusion to shock, then settled on helplessness. Good luck competing with him. Even his life-bound magical treasure is a Kuan fish. Sensing the mix of envy and despair in their gazes, Ling Yi Mountain let out a low, sinister chuckle and stopped hesitating. He formed hand seals, simultaneously materializing 10 spiritual sword arts, which roared forward like a train and plunged into the giant mouth of the Xianming Kuan. Spiritual energy surged, charging to its limit. Ganglai, a platinum-colored energy cannon blasted forth, striking the test pillar. An earth-shaking explosion followed, scattering shattered stones and rolling dust. When visibility returned, the ground had collapsed into a 3-wide, about 10 meters deep crater. The original test machine was reduced to debris everywhere. This device, specially made for the high school final exams, was never designed to face a foundation establishment level freak so soon. The equipment is aging and worn out. I will personally report the situation to higher-ups, so Ling's compensation worries are settled. Just then, the principal stepped forward to ease the tension and declared that Ling's performance in this round would be counted as a perfect score of 100. Hearing this, Ling Yishan quietly exhaled in relief. As long as I don't have to compensate, the score doesn't matter. The senior students from the logistics department immediately rushed over with their tools. They carefully filled in the huge pit on the playground, the one big enough to swallow a truck brick by brick. Mud churned and spirit stones glowed. In less than half an hour, the track was restored to pristine condition. With repairs complete, the principal climbed the flag podium to deliver the Indofterm summary. He loudly praised Ling Yishan and the others for their outstanding performances in the FA Shio Cup and the Jijiangti Shio Cup. Then, he called on all students to follow Ling Yishan's example. Diligent study and practice, respect for teachers and tradition, kindness, and discipline didn't miss a single quality. With that, the final exams officially ended. What thrilled everyone even more was that winter break was here, and there was no homework assigned. As the school bell rang at dusk, the row of trees lining the school gate glowed golden under the setting winter sun. Ling Yishan, Li Xiao, and Su Qingxue walked out side by side, a relaxed vacation feeling hanging in the air. Along the road, a vendor shouted out, "Sugared spirit chestnuts." The aroma, mingling with spirit energy, wafted into their noses. 13 years old, with magic power flowing like a river, yet still humbled beneath it all, Ling Yishan silently repeated the senior's old joke. Feeling so at ease, he wanted to hum a tune. The hologram of their report cards lit up. Li Xiao glanced at hers and grinned crescent moon style. First in the whole school. Ling Yishan followed closely behind, ranking second. Although his bonus points were maxed out, it still wasn't enough to surpass her nearly perfect academic scores. You even aced Spirit Realm Classics. I'm truly impressed. You're the real deal. Ling Yishan gave a sincere thumbs up. So what are your plans for winter break? Su Qingxue reached into her bag and pulled out 3 pieces of nougat infused with spirit energy, handing them over. The milky fragrance mixed with the aura was just right. I need to visit the Western Military Region's Advanced Cultivation Academy, Ling Yishan said as he unwrapped the candy. The white cloud-patterned spirit paper trembled slightly between his fingers. He'll rest a few days first, then set off. In truth, his primary artifact was already perfected, so this trip wasn't strictly necessary. But yesterday afternoon, Qi Xinho had mysteriously slipped him a new technique, claiming it could cultivate both body and magic simultaneously. Everyone knows that after foundation building, body and magic cultivation can't progress together, so Ling was shocked. Qi Xinho stammered that the technique was a secret of the Jinsha Tiger Heart sect, reserved only for unparalleled geniuses. Ling was quietly impressed that it was worthy of a powerful old sect with deep heritage. If he could truly master it, he would unprecedentedly possess 2 primary magical treasures. The temptation was immense. Do you want to come over and play games? The CNU Online just launched a new one that's supposed to be super fun. Li Zio's eyes sparkled. Since Ling had inadvertently led school trends astray, she hadn't touched a game console in ages. Now that break was here, it was the perfect time to relax. Ling Yishan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. What kind of game? Ling asked curiously. Virtual reality. Li Xiao swiped quickly on her phone. You can directly connect a cultivator's spirit sense, uploading your consciousness into another world. The open beta is tonight, plus there are special bonuses and physical gifts. She found the game's page, passing the screen to them. For crimson characters hovered in the center, as if dripping with fresh blood. Arrival of the underworld. A cold chill seemed to seep from the screen, the visuals eerie yet thrilling. I heard a Huanshin Realm Ghost Cultivator helped develop it, so the quality's guaranteed, Li Xiao said confidently. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. More than the game itself, he was intrigued by the promised physical gifts. If they could call on a Huanshin Realm Master for promotion, those freebies wouldn't be cheap. As a top student from Linjiang No. 2 High School, he wasn't about to miss out. Alright, you guys go home and let your parents know, then bring some snacks and a change of clothes. Meet at my place this afternoon. I'll have the equipment ready. Hearing Li Zio's instructions, the 3 nodded in agreement. After agreeing to have some fun gaming together that night, Li Xiao waved her hand, signaling the meeting was over. I understand the snacks, but why bring a change of clothes? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, curious. What if you get scared and wet yourself? Then you'd have nothing to wear. You want to wear mine? Li Xiao rolled her eyes and added. Besides, this is a rare chance, might as well stay at my place a few days. If you want to win a prize, you can't waste any time. The game event only runs for 3 days after the server opens. When it ends, the official ranking will reward the top 5 players with prizes based on points accumulated over those 3 days. Time is really tight. Luckily, the 3 had just turned 18. Otherwise, the system would have locked them out for being minors. After heading home, Ling Yishan told his parents about staying overnight at Li Zio's. They readily agreed. It wasn't the first time. That night, he met up with Su Qingxue, and together they went to Li Zio's house. Li Xiao lived in the Lijiang Villa district. The lawn in her yard was perfectly trimmed, and the garden was simple but dotted with spiritual plants. A line of luxury cars filled the garage. Her father, Li Xingyo's private collection. Ling Yishan had been here countless times, so it no longer surprised him. Su Qingxue, also a wealthy girl, stopped in front of an orchard. It was planted with spiritual fruits and celestial vegetables, their sweet aroma drifting on the night breeze, making her swallow involuntarily. I've got both the good and the not so good snacks ready, Li Xiao joked with a sly smile as she pushed Su Qingxue toward the door. They passed through the spacious living room and went straight upstairs. Li Xiao had turned one room into a gaming den. Posters on the walls, 3 high-end computers in the center, and even 2 arcade machines in a corner. She used to be a total gaming addict with a fierce competitive streak. Li Xingyao spoiled her and invested a lot of money in this setup. But since awakening her spiritual root and training diligently with Ling Yishan, she rarely came here anymore. The 3 of them sat down and powered on the machines, clicking the icon for the game they'd already downloaded. The screen went dark instantly, and a line of text appeared. Please enter your age. Are you over 18 years old? Ling Yishan's fingers flew as he typed in his birthday. All right, Mr. Jurassic Dinosaur, enjoy your game. The system's snarky response left him speechless, especially since the next step was logging into the CNU Online account, where even his ID number was on file. Once logged in, 4 blood-red characters appeared, Descent into the Underworld, and an eerie background track instantly amplified the dark atmosphere. Then a warning slowly appeared. This game is not suitable for anyone with a history of heart disease or hyperaggressive ghost-slaying syndrome. If you experience any physical or psychological discomfort during play, please exit the game immediately. Before the game officially started, the 3 of them went through a test first. Moments later, the screen went black again, then displayed the image of a dry well. Ling Yishan and the 2 women beside him, Li Xiao and Su Qingsui, immediately tensed up. The 2 girls flanked him on either side, sandwiching Ling Yishan in the middle. He lightly nudged Li Xiao on his left and asked, "Do you know what the test is? I think it was something like Sway and Super?" Before Li Xiao could answer, a pale, damp hand silently appeared on the edge of the well. Then, a ghostly woman dressed in white with long black hair and a deathly pale, dripping face slowly rose from the well. She floated in midair, steadily approaching the 3 of them, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. Their lights suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness, with only the faint glow of the screen providing dim illumination. Li Xiao clung tightly to Ling Yishan's arm, trembling all over. Although she initiated the game, she clearly belonged to the type who'd played a lot, but was still a scaredy cat. Ling Yishan cast a mocking glance at Su Qingxue and said, "Look at her, Su Qingsui doesn't seem scared at all." No sooner had he spoken than he saw Su Qingxue covering her eyes with both hands, pretending she couldn't see a thing. Yep, these 2 really were unreliable. Sighing inwardly, Ling Yishan summoned his courage to look closely at the ghost emerging from the well. She moved slowly, like a zombie, inching closer step by step as if she might crawl out of the screen any second. Studying her carefully, Ling Yishan couldn't help but think, this female ghost's still quite alluring. Just then, the ghost froze mid-motion. Li Zio's eyes sharpened like a hawk's as she quickly scanned the figure and said seriously, "Huh, she really ice and soaking wet, no less. No wonder this game is off-limits to anyone under 18. Su Qingxue snapped out of her trance, nervously lowering her hands, and timidly asked, "Ling, aren't you scared at all?" Ling Yishan gave a confident smile and scoffed, "I've already reached foundational level. According to Brother Wong BAS power rating, any punch I throw could punch through walls. With my signature weapon, these kinds of ghosts are nothing. If anyone should be scared, it's her." Li Xiao and Su Qingxue were left puzzled by his words, hardly understanding, but the ghost on screen clearly caught the meaning. The ghost hesitated while crawling out, seeming to weigh whether she should advance or not. With the situation at a standstill, Ling Yishan suddenly noticed that although the ghost's image was present, the mouse still moved normally, and pages could still switch. The ghost's figure simply lingered on the screen. A spark of inspiration lit up his face, forming a grim smile with a hint of menace. Li Xiao and Su Qingxue quietly stepped back a few paces. Ling Yishan quickly began typing, inputting a website address. Li Xiao was shocked and warned tremblingly, "Don't get the computer infected. Filthy mind, you should know I'm browsing an official website." Ling Yishan retorted disdainfully, mocking Li Zio's dirty thoughts. He then opened the web page, which revealed the web version of Douyin. He hurriedly clicked a video. A few lines of text flashed on the screen. Episode 3, The Great Sage Ushers in Heaven. Li Xiao and Su Qingxue froze. The ghost on screen suddenly startled as if it had seen a ghost, then rapidly accelerated, scrambling on all 4s straight back into the well, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Such a pity. This rare cameo role got wasted, Ling Yishan remarked with a hint of regret. As the ghost disappeared into the well, the lights in the room instantly came back on. Li Xiao and Su Qingxue exchanged glances. After seeing Ling Yishan's antics, their fear of the supernatural seemed to lessen and was replaced with a touch of sympathy. Li Xiao picked up her phone and browsed some related posts about the game, speaking with mixed emotions. Actually, the ghost only pokes out her upper body. If you hold eye contact with her for 10 minutes, that counts as passing. You are the first person to scare her away. Fear of ghosts is only natural, she added. Feeling proud, Ling Yishan eagerly asked, so can I get started? If yes, he'll restart the game. Li Xiao rolled her eyes and sighed. Nope. This ghost is an official, on-duty spirit. If she harasses anyone, somebody would report it. You've got me pegged all wrong, Ling Yishan protested. I just wanted to draw Patrick Star on her face using your waterproof marker. The three erupted into a playful scuffle, gradually relaxing amid the ruckus. Although the details differed, the outcome remained the same. The three of them passed the test successfully. Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the screen. Their vision went black in an instant, and their consciousness was forcefully drawn into the game. This is a modern city called Luoxinggetan, known for its simple and honest folk customs. As a traveler, you have arrived in the Yuanhan neighborhood. The bustling street is alive with neon signs flickering against glass storefronts. The sounds of car horns and chatter blend into the night's ambient noise. Suddenly, an information panel pops up. Please choose your profession: Ghost Cultivator or Bizarre Countermeasures Bureau. Ghost Cultivator. Ling Yishan answers without hesitation. Opportunities to become a ghost cultivator in the real world were rare as hen's teeth, and he wasn't about to miss this one. Beside him, Li Xiao and another female companion glance at each other before pressing the same option with their fingertips. Three faint red lights seep from their palms and vanish into the darkness. The system prompt reemerges. You are a mysterious ghost cultivator from the east. Your arrival will inevitably stir up violent chaos. But since you are new here, you only possess a basic magical artifact extracting item now. Ding. You have obtained the 10,000 Souls banner white. Current level, level 1 Ghost Cultivator. Your artifact will grow stronger with you. Warning. The Bizarre Countermeasures Bureau will be constantly hunting you. Grow stronger amidst their pursuit. Wow. Is this the legendary 10,000 Souls banner? Ling Yishan's eyes light up. Shaking his palm, a small black banner, about the size of a hand, silently takes form. The banner's surface is ink black, but its edges glow a pale white. He rubs his hands excitedly, his face betraying his joy. Li Xiao only gives it a sidelong glance, brushes a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then sighs. Bro, your luck is terrible if you pulled that. Is it not good? Ling Yishan raises an eyebrow. Li Zio's tone suggests she knows something he doesn't. The night breeze brushes past as Li Xiao lowers her voice to explain. In this game, a ghost cultivator's artifact or contracted ghost can only evolve after meeting certain conditions. For example, a drowning ghost must make its target experience suffocation to level up. But once residents realize you're a ghost cultivator, they call the police immediately, and the Bizarre Countermeasures Bureau descends in minutes. Early on, we definitely can't take them heeding, so our artifacts have to be stealthy and able to instantly silence targets or make a quick escape. The 10,000 Souls banner sounds intimidating, but at the white level it can only capture one soul, and its power is minimal. To upgrade it, you have to harvest huge amounts of resentment and souls. Just a few deaths can expose you, and then the Bureau locks you up. A jail within jail. As a veteran player, Li Xiao clearly did her homework and spoke in a concise, logical way. But Ling Yishan is unfazed, lightly tapping the banner. There are no useless ghost cultivators, only useless artifacts. Didn't you mean the opposite? It should be no useless artifacts, only useless ghost cultivators, right? Li Xiao agrees instinctively but frowns, feeling something off, and presses for clarification. Do you really believe that? Ling Yishan shrugs with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He once thought his skills were solid until he got schooled online by an Iron Man character spamming normal attacks to chain combos. Since then, he only follows the meta and plays wheelchair characters. Finishing his story, he leans in curiously. By the way, what did you get? Want to see? Li Xiao smiles lightly and snaps her fingers. Shadows ripple under her feet as black mist swirls. From the darkness, a slender, graceful woman with gentle features but a deathly aura slowly emerges. Dressed in ink-black satin wet with cold droplets, a faint ghostly energy clings to her shoulders, making anyone look at her get goosebumps and a strange melancholy at the same time. The mother of 100 sons, Li Xiao says, pointing at the woman. Her condition is simple. If anyone calls her mom, she can steal that person's soul, growing stronger with every one she takes. The woman lowers her lashes as if waiting patiently for new children. In the night, her gaunt shadow stretches long beneath the street lamp, intertwining with the faint shadow cast by the 10,000 Souls banner, yet never merging. The mother of 100 sons needs others to call her mom, after which she can absorb their souls and grow gradually stronger. No sooner had Li Xiao finished speaking than a spark ignited in Ling Yishan's mind. He opened his mouth, about to respond. Are you planning to? No need to say more. Li Xiao raised her hand to cut him off, her eyes shining with excitement. You know I'm best at first-person shooter games. I've already worked out the strategy. Just relax and let yourself win this round. The two exchanged smiles, a mutual understanding between them as natural and harmonious as flowing water over mountains. Ling Yishan then turned to Su Qingxua nearby and asked curiously, Qingxua, what's your starting item? Without hiding anything, Su Qingxue answered quietly as a ghostly figure slowly emerged from behind her. It's the disfigured ghost. When alive, she was too beautiful and suffered jealousy and bullying, eventually jumping to her death. After becoming a ghost, her growth condition ish must make others feel jealousy toward her. The disfigured ghost's hunched figure was covered with scars from cuts and burns, and its face was distorted like it had been doused with acid. The twisted limbs from the fall made its already horrifying appearance even more terrifying. Yet Su Qingxue, always afraid of ghosts, reached out gently to stroke the rough scars, her eyes filled with complicated emotion if not for meeting Ling Yishan. Her own fate might have been the same. Ling Yishan stared at the disfigured ghost, furrowing his brow deeply. Trying to inspire jealousy over that terrifying face is nearly impossible. 13. Any ideas? Li Xiao also drew a blank and looked to Ling Yishan for a solution. It's tricky. Give me 10 seconds, Ling Yishan murmured, his brilliant mind racing. After 7 seconds, a bold idea struck. He beckoned to Su Qingxue and whispered a few words in her ear. All right, I'm with you. Su Qingxue nodded without hesitation. With the plan finalized, the system teleported all three to a shadowy alleyway. Stepping out of the alley, they found themselves on a sunlit street. 13. Be very careful. The Strange Strategies Bureau is strong early on in this game. Don't face them head and play it safe and grow quietly. Li Xiao warned again, her tone motherly. The game just launched officially, and they've only had a few hours head start. How strong can they really be? Ling Yishan frowned, hoping there was some balance in this PvP. Before Li Xiao could respond, a sudden explosion ripped through the street behind them. Turning around, the three saw a taxi engulfed in flames as a skinless, muscle-exposed ghost wrapped in blazing fire burst through the door. It flung a scorching fireball with terrifying force. That's a burned ghost, a level 2 ghost that can move in sunlight, Li Xiao recognized immediately, but before she could finish. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes cut through the air as a black Guangdong light armored personnel carrier screeched to a halt by the roadside. Over a dozen agents in black tactical gear poured out, armed with submachine guns. They lined up and opened fire. Silver bullets engraved with charms tore into the burned ghost, causing it to scream in agony. 2 grenades flew from the crowd, exploding and shredding the level 2 ghost into pieces amid flying cinnabar shards and enchanted shrapnel. From the agents dismounting to the body being cleared was barely 10 seconds their effortless kill, making the level 2 ghost seem like a roadside ant. Ling Yishan. Su Qingxue. Did the game planners take too many magic pills? Did someone write the balance numbers with their feet? Ling Yishan sweat-drenched under the blazing sun, feeling the harsh reality of being an outsider ghost hunter in this world. They'll go open an esports room first. How about you two? Li Xiao suggested splitting up. Thankfully, the system had provided initial funding. I'll wait till nightfall before making my move, Ling Yishan said. First, I need to help Qingxue with her tactics. After giving instructions, the three ruthless outsiders began their operation. Boss, carry on. Yan Xiao flipped off the magazine covering his head and lazily reached out to take the hot scallion pancake handed to him by his subordinate. The savory aroma of the oily pancake escaped from the paper bag's cracks, drifting straight into his nose. This game is really impressive, Wang Hu said, taking a big bite while chewing thoughtfully. They even nailed the taste. It's just like the real thing. Well, they used soul tech to pull the player's spirit directly inside. How could it not be amazing? Yan Xiao leaned back in his chair and replied casually, then took a bite himself. Crispy outside, tender inside, with distinct layers. His eyes lit up immediately. This tastes great. Where'd you get it? A little snack you can finish in 2 or 3 bites, Wang Hu said proudly, tossing back the last mouthful. There's a stall over on Longwa Street. That young guy's cooking is amazing. As they talked, both swiped through their work reports on the virtual tabletop panel. Still no new cases of ghost cultivators reported today? Yan Xiao asked casually, with the pancake dangling from his mouth, but quickly switched to business. In reality, he was a formal officer at the Immortal Cultivation Administration Bureau. Under orders from above, the two of them were testing an immersive game modeled after the future Paranormal Response Division. It was actually a data-gathering tool for a new department about to be officially formed. The Paranormal Response Division specialized in dealing with rogue ghost cultivators. Even powerful Taoists at the Mythic Ascension level were involved in the game's development. This was far from an ordinary entertainment product. Backed by the Longwa government, the game's database was stuffed with years of ghost cultivator case files, allowing players to simulate their behaviors. The system then analyzed and recommended optimal responses, essentially serving as training for real-world operations. Since the game faithfully replicated the intensity of the real division, playing as a ghost cultivator was anything but easy, which explained why. The number of players choosing ghost cultivators keeps dropping, Wang Hu shrugged. But isn't that a good thing? Means our division's strong enough to suppress their emergence. He leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. Life in the game's way easier than real Lafino endless paperwork, basically a government-paid vacation. In just a day, You'll have logged 3 full days of playtime, boss. You are definitely topping the leaderboard. While they chatted, a casual tester from the same office sat nearby someone without government duties, idle and bored. The guy had just opened a first-person shooter game on his laptop, gunfire and footsteps roaring in his headphones as white noise. Time ticked by as Yin Xiao and Wang Hu began to compile reports. Suddenly, a piercing scream of mommy echoed behind them. The two were used to game screams by now, but what followed was a heavy crash like a chair tipping over followed by a dull thud. They sprang up and rushed over to find their colleague collapsed with chair and all, face ashen and breathing stopped. Yin Xiao knelt to check and narrowed his eyes sharply. Soul has been extracted, ghost cultivators doing. Still got ghost cultivators bold enough to attack the paranormal response division. Wang Hu cursed. The whole room instantly turned tense, the crowd of testers surrounding them wide-eyed and curious. Just how does one silently take out a player? As people murmured, Yin Xiao's gaze landed on the fallen player's screen. The shooter game was still running, showing a scoreboard scrolling through players. One ID caught his eye. Widowed woman who wants 100 babies. Yin Xiao squinted and ordered immediately. Pull the IP addresses of all opposing players in this match. Especially this widow's account. He had a strong feeling a ghost cultivator behind the attack was among them. As official personnel, they quickly traced the target's IP address. Yin Xiao assigned tasks, and then led a squad ready to storm the widow's location. At the 20th floor hotel window, Li Xiao drew back the curtain and saw the gray-white van bearing the Paranormal Response Bureau logo below, its eerie blue police lights flashing silently. She sighed it had been exposed earlier than expected. After 3 days and nights of non-stop gaming, combined with a full set of soul-collecting techniques, her summoned mother of 100 ghost children had been forcibly leveled up from a secondary ghost creature to a tertiary vengeful spirit, just one step shy of a level 4 fierce ghost. Fortunately, she still had one final backup plan. She took out her phone and expertly opened a popular discussion forum, typing a mournful message. Today is the 7th day after my dear son's death. He's gone, but I'm still stuck in grief. Could someone please call me mom via voice message to encourage me? Immediately after posting, she pinned the stifled cries of the mother of 100 ghost children as an audio clip in the comments. The heartbreaking wails pierced the eardrum, drawing tears and sympathy from listeners. The comments section flooded with the word mom, as scores of strangers either kind or curious pressed record to send voice messages. She held the phone in front of the ghost's eyes. Amid the rising chorus of mom, pale green souls streamed along the cold network cables into the ghost's body. A chilling wind swept through, candle flames extinguishing without a breeze, and the ghost's aura steadily grew stronger. As expected in the gaming world, you can even harvest souls through network lines, Li Xiao thought with quiet amazement. Bang! The door exploded into fragments, sparks flying. Yin Xiao's team from the Response Bureau burst in holding runion-engraved firearms. Silver bullets wrapped in runes gleamed as they fired at the ghost mother. Fire! But as triggers clicked, the air was torn apart by anguished wails. Mom! 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 One ghastly white specter after another crawled from the void, shielding the ghost mother from every bullet. The silver rounds passed through their forms without even stirring the ghostly energy. The room's temperature plummeted to freezing, as if descended into the underworld. No good, it's a level 4 fierce ghost. Everyone fall back. Yin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, but before he finished, it was too late. Boom. The mother of 100 ghost children grotesquely swelled in size, flesh and vengeful souls weaving together to burst through the entire building. Towering 100 feet tall like a dark, mobile mountain, black mist billowed as hundreds of wailing spirits swarmed her body, spilling out over the surrounding neighborhood. Game characters along the way were engulfed by the black tide, their souls drained and blood pouring from their orifices as they collapsed. Even the midday sun dimmed beneath the shadow's gloom. On a shattered wall high above, Li Xiao, cloaked in black, her hair wildly tossed by the cold wind, faced the assembling reinforcements from the Response Bureau with a fierce grin. I really admire the first person who called me mom inside the game. Maybe it was a voice changer. Though imperfect, it made me a level 4 fierce ghost after all. Let me say it one last time: those who fall to their knees and beg for mercy by calling me mom will be spared. Dark, overwhelming sound waves flooded the ears of everyone nearby. Pedestrians and even some gamers lost all willpower, dropping to their knees with hands clasped, crying mom. But death didn't stop there. Their souls were torn out by invisible hands and fed into the ghost mother, causing her malevolent aura to swell further. Seal off the area. Open fire with everything. Request headquarters for reinforcements. Yin Xiao screamed hoarsely into his radio as he rose from the rubble. Minutes later, armored vehicles and tanks roared in. Shells painted with gold lacquer and inscribed with scriptures whistled toward the ghost mother. Underground hatches at the Paranormal Response Bureau headquarters opened as golden rune missiles, trailing long flames and carrying talismans and ghost-banishing stakes, slammed into the colossal figure. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions rippled through the city sky, shockwaves toppling street lamps in rows. The ghost mother staggered under the barrage, her black mist tearing apart and instantly knitting back together. The planners must have been possessed by that son of mine. Paranormal Response Bureau going overboard. What kind of ghost train wreck is this? Li Xiao staggered back several steps from the blast, cursing loudly. Just as the ghost mother was being suppressed and the situation seemed to be turning around, a soft, yet piercing giggle slipped into everyone's ears. Do you think I'm beautiful? At the other end of the street, a woman dressed in red walked slowly forward, her trailing gown like a curtain of bloody water. With each step she took, waves of ghostly energy surged, darkening the sky once again. Countless Response Bureau gamers meeting her gaze instantly lost all resolve, becoming blank as shadows dragged them into the void. Another fierce ghost. The ghost who came to the rescue was none other than Su Kingsu's disfigured spirit, but after advancing to a fourth-tier fierce ghost, its appearance had completely healed, radiating an indescribable allure that could easily mesmerize anyone with just one glance. Most of the ordinary members of the Paranormal Response Bureau on the ground were stunned instantly, with only the level 3 agents, Yin Xiao and Wang Hu barely holding back through sheer willpower. The firepower net instantly left large gaps, and the 100-child ghost mother seized the chance to strike back, unleashing a torrent of sharp infant cries and ghostly flames. The moment Su Qingxue herself stepped onto the battlefield, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. Why did two fierce ghosts just pop up right under our noses? Wang Hu shouted, swinging his specially made electrified wooden sword to smash one of the charging minor ghosts into splinters and black smoke. We've been set up. Yin Xiao blocked the sinister flames, breathing heavily. The 100-child ghost mother probably tricked bystanders into calling her mommy online to level up. As for the disfigured ghost, I remember it evolved through jealousy, most likely also sourced from the internet. His tone held no frustration, but rather excitement. This is actually good news for us. It expands our database and gives us combat experience. Just two fierce ghosts the Bureau still has backup. On the other side, Li Xiao and Su Qingxue had just completed an epic reunion. Qingxue, not bad at all. You actually raised that disfigured ghost to this level, Li Xiao said, giving a thumbs up with genuine respect compared to her auto-leveling 100-child ghost mother. The disfigured ghost required delicate management. Thanks to Ling, Su Qingxue replied, now dressed in the usual ghost cultivator black gauze dress, ghostly aura swirling like a saint of the demonic sect, but still shyly smiling with her head bowed when facing her friend. Oh, what scheme did that kid number 13 come up with this time? Li Xiao arched an eyebrow knowing Su King's honest nature. She figured someone else must be behind it. He told me to post a few things online, and the jealousy emotions went up really fast, Su Qingxue said, handing over her phone. What did you post? Flashy posts about luxury cars and mansions? Li Xiao asked curiously as she took the phone. Those are too slow, Su Qingxue shook her head. On the screen were 3 screenshots that burned the eyes. 1. A 30 yuan no-threshold voucher for takeaway on Douyin. 2. A paid mobile games 10-draw lottery showing 3 gold-tier wins. 3. A payment record for a box of tissues costing only a dime. Li Zio's breath caught, muttering, damn, I actually want these. Then she suddenly remembered something and snorted. Where's kid 13? All his brothers are getting beaten like this, and he's not coming to help? Ling said, since you've been spreading rumors online that he's your son, do you want to act until you say daddy first? Su Qingxue relayed verbatim. Hearing this, Li Zio's face flushed slightly. She hadn't expected her casual joke to be caught by the person involved. The two chatted while watching the battle, confident victory was within reach, but the next moment, the battlefield shifted again. To Li Xiao and Su Kingsu's stunned eyes, the Paranormal Response Bureau surprisingly stood up and fought back. The headquarters of the Strange Countermeasures Bureau resembled a colossal robot, its massive metallic limbs, arms, and legs stretching out as it rose to its feet. The hard metal surface was inscribed with countless runes, while numerous spiritual arrays flickered softly across its body, powering this enormous machine. The moment the building surged upward, the grinding roar of interlocking gears drowned out the street noise. The vibrations cracked the asphalt below in spiderweb patterns. Raising their eyes, onlookers saw the towering metal giant hundreds of meters tall, electrical arcs jumping between its limb joints. Circuits of spiritual energy pulsed like a beating heart. This game is way too cruel to ghost cultivators. Li Xiao held her face in her hands, her expression twisting slightly with the mechanical tremors. Her voice brimmed with outrage. Is this some kind of scripted kill? The shock on her and Su King's faces was mirrored by even Wang Hu of the Countermeasures Bureau, who was stunned silent. He stared fixedly at the steel giant, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as his voice trembled. Boss Yen, we aren't seriously deploy something like the Titans from Warhammer in the city, are we? Yin Xiao gave no direct answer. Only lifting his chin in a clear gesture. It was true, and they really planned to use it. Wang Hu's breathing became shallow and rapid, his mind flashing to the words industrial talent, a cold dread spreading through him. All player channels fell silent, thoughts freezing in disbelief. Two fierce ghosts were about to take on a super titan hundreds of meters tall. It sounded like a nightmare. In reality, the hundred-sun ghost mother clashed with the giant titan in the city center. Both were similarly massive, and their collision shook the earth like a meteor strike. The ground rumbled violently. Nearby buildings toppled under the shockwaves, and shards of glass mixed with steel rained down, making those still burdened by mortgages scream helplessly. The titan's arms transformed, two massive cannons suddenly thrusting into the ghost mother's abdomen. The cannon mouths flared, overlapping heavy shells inscribed with scriptures poured out, tearing a vacuum trail through the air with scorching heat. The ghost mother's form was shattered in pieces, and the small ghosts hanging from her tried to infiltrate the titan's joints. But the lightning arrays covering its body turned them to blue smoke. Su Qingxue urgently ordered the disfigured ghost to block up front, its manic laughter echoing again. Then the titan's surface suddenly glowed with a golden halo. Countless scriptures appeared, enveloping the steel frame like a golden monk's robe. Thunderous chanting suppressed the disfigured ghost's voice completely. The titan recited scriptures while swinging its twin cannons, pinning the two fierce ghosts down and pounding them without flaw. Li Zio's judgment was correct. This titan was the Bureau's last trump card, designed to exterminate most ghost entities. The Dragon Kingdom had always suffered from a firepower insufficiency phobia. They needed a guaranteed way to crush everything under an iron hammer. Deploying the Titan meant the Bureau's conventional methods had failed. Game balance no longer mattered, only overwhelming force. Yet, despite her and Su Qingxue's efforts, both had surpassed Yin Xiao's original top score. They could quit now and still secure rewards. But Li Xiao couldn't swallow her frustration. Her competitive streak burned bright, especially in a game she excelled at. Breaking the deadlock meant waiting for Ling Yishan to act. At that thought, she took a deep breath and shouted across the bloodstained battlefield, "Daddy, save me!" Wang Hu scratched his head, bewildered. Is this ghost cultivator begging for mercy? No. I feel like she's calling for backup. Yin Xiao's brow twitched slightly, a growing worry stirring. The Titan was powerful but not invincible. If a fifth-rank Ghost King appeared, it wouldn't hold. Yet in his knowledge, a fifth-rank Ghost King couldn't possibly form unnoticed right under their noses. Then the anomaly struck. A switch seemed flipped, plunging the entire city into eternal night. A blood moon hung high, resembling a lantern soaked in crimson. The game's title at last came true, The Underworld Descends. Yin Xiao's pale face showed how well he understood the meaning, the imminent arrival of a fifth-rank Ghost King. Sure enough, every player's system sounded simultaneously. Ding! Fifth-rank Ghost King detected. Conditions met. Underworld descends. Ding! This unit is extremely dangerous. All strange countermeasures Bureau players must evacuate immediately. Then a chilling voice echoed above the city and pierced into every ear. Hi, your dad's here. A haunting sound pierced the air, sending a sudden chill through every living being, as if their hearts and lungs were about to freeze. Above the city, heavy dark clouds surged upward as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Boiling up from the ground, this was the densest compression of ghostly energy, thick enough to blot out the sun within moments, churning and undulating like a sea of black waves. Then the clouds ripped apart in the center, revealing a monstrous silhouette grinning like a malevolent spirit. A figure in a black robe stepped through the rift, his every footfall stirring the underworld's tide. The ghostly aura around him seemed to weave heaven and earth into his flowing cloak. Both humans and ghost cultivator players throughout the city stood frozen in place. With each step of the shadowed figure, it was as if a hammer struck their hearts, choking their breath. Suddenly, he threw back his head and howled to the sky, a voice like thunder rolling across the land, shaking the heavens, soaring shadow clouds. The Ghost King looks down on all living souls. 3 days of wild battle, pouring out my strength. The hidden dragon in the abyss cannot be found. 10,000 tricks disturb the blood moon's drip. With soul flags in hand, I domina the city. In a polluted world, even light darkens. The true demon within me remains untainted. When the voice faded, all eyes clearly saw who had arrived. It was Ling Yishan. His ink-black robe billowing. He threw out his arms and laughed sharply. Ha ha ha! I am a fifth-rank Ghost King. Who can kill me? Who dares? No way. A fifth-rank Ghost King has truly appeared. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in terror, his throat tightening. In the game, cultivation speeds had already been heavily accelerated by the system, but to witness someone rise to fifth rank right before their eyes meant that if brought into reality it could actually happen. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Ling Yishan ignored their shock. A flash of black light revealed a massive flag, 3 zhang tall, in his palm. The flag's fabric fluttered as he casually swung it, and every ghost cultivator hiding in the city felt their blood unnaturally drawn. Their tamed ghosts slipped from control, turning into shadows that soared into the sky, all swallowed by the black flag. Even Li Zio's 100-child ghost mother and Su Qingxue's disfigured ghost trembled and vanished, swallowed by the underworld's black mist. The next moment, Ling Yishan waved the flag again. Countless ghosts surged out fiercely, their power multiplied many times over, their killing intent wildly amplified. The already formidable hundred-child ghost mother and disfigured ghost reappeared, instantly forcing the titan evil spirit to retreat step by step, howling in pain. Li Xiao looked at Ling Yishan striding in like an unstoppable force and finally couldn't contain her curiosity. 13. How did you train? You advanced so fast. Want to hear? Ling Yishan sneered, shadows of a fierce demon flickering in his eyes. Call me daddy. Daddy, Li Xiao said without hesitation, throwing all caution to the wind. Beside her, Su Qingxue blinked wide eyes and shyly whispered, Daddy, but blushed so hard it seemed like her face might bleed. Stammering, she added, I want to know too. Isn't it true that you have to call for it to work? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. No worries, she's just joining the group by. His joke shattered the grim demon king aura he had carefully built moments before. Who's been spoiling Su Qingxue like that? It must have been Li Xiao. He muttered silently. Li Xiao eagerly pressed him. Come on, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Seeing this, Ling Yishan cleared his throat and began explaining his wild battle strategy. To use the 10,000 souls banner, you have to harvest souls, but as you know, someone as kind-hearted as me would never kill anyone. Ling Yishan sat in the dimly lit warehouse, palms open, laying out his entire startup plan to his companions from start to finish. He had originally planned to recruit a few lost souls to slowly accumulate resentments, but the risk was too great and the progress too slow. Advancement would have taken forever. After weighing the options, a sudden inspiration hit him. If the quality can't improve, then focus on quantity. So he took out 50 yuan, bought an electric mosquito swatter at a convenience store, and that very night headed straight to the artificial lake in the city center. Under the night sky, the lakeside lights flickered on and off, each swing of the swatter sparking crackles and faint blue electric arcs. In just one night, amid the sparks and the smell of burnt mosquitoes, he caught over 1,000 mosquitoes. Hearing this, Li Zio's pupils shrank sharply. You mean, you actually? Yeah. Ling Yishan grinned broadly, pride shining in his eyes, sparks flying all the way, pulled off something big. Compared to human souls, mosquito souls are much weaker. Even a white-grade 10,000 souls banner could easily contain large numbers of low-level spirits. Once his first batch of employees was in place, the next step was resentment production. At midnight, he quietly sneaked into an apartment building carrying the 10,000 souls banner and distributed over 1,000 ghost mosquitoes to every household for modular management. The task was simple, just hover around the ears. The ghost mosquitoes had no physical form and couldn't be killed or touched. Not even mosquito coils could harm them. The more agitated the residents got slapping their faces, the faster their resentment accumulated. Before long, the resentment bar on the 10,000 souls banner maxed out. With resentment cleared and the banner upgraded, he returned to the lake to restock, cycling through this routine step by step. Because he only operated late at night, residents were too sleepy and confused to understand the truth, and honestly, no one wanted to be the first to report someone calling the police over mosquitoes. To cover his tracks further, he even set up a mobile stall and wandered around during the day. At the same time, he expanded his team, recruiting cockroaches as a face-charging assault squad to intensify psychological pressure. By the end of the second night, he had successfully advanced to level 5. After finishing his tale of hardship and entrepreneurship, Ling Yishan exhaled a breath of stale air. The two girls before him were completely stunned. 13. Li Zio's voice trembled. Promise me, if you ever really go down the dark path of magic, tell me I'll be your sidekick. The look in Li Zio's eyes was full of awe. With such talent, just walking the straight path was already ridiculous. If he truly turned to the dark arts, chances were he'd become a major power. If that ever happened, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at Alon every level. Sorry, Teacher Luo Shui, Li Xiao silently repented, I won't say moral education is an easy course anymore. Su Qingxue nodded seriously in full agreement. Heh, what nonsense are you thinking? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. Am well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. How could I become a renegade? Besides, practicing dark magic doesn't even guarantee faster progress than I'm making now. Li Xiao refocused on the battle ahead. So what are you planning to do next? In the game, the Titan of the Strange Strategy Bureau had just been shattered by a single elbow from the Hundred Suns' ghost mother, and it was clear their side had lost. Do I even need to say? Ling Yishan clapped his hands, declaring as a matter of course, the game's gotta be clear, capture every last one in the 10,000 souls banner, leave no one behind. Full-scale assault. With the power of a fifth-tier ghost king, Ling Yishan quickly overwhelmed the entire city. The Strange Countermeasures Bureau tried to mobilize reinforcements, but they were crushed in no time by Ling Yishan, and his one Hun Fan, a battle flag that grows stronger the more it kills. Within moments, their defensive line was completely destroyed. Soon after, aside from Li Xiao and Su Qingxue, all living beings were absorbed into Ling Yishan's one Hun Fan. Newly arrived players stepping foot into the ruined city hadn't even reacted before the descending miasma wiped them out instantly, not even reaching their respawn points. The forum exploded. Is this a bug? I entered and just disappeared. Same here. Picked strange countermeasures. But the moment it started, I fell into a pit and died. Let's wait and see if the official compensation comes out. Before long, a witness posted a full recording clarifying the truth. A fifth-tier ghost king was indiscriminately slaughtering everyone in the city. The post silenced the entire forum at first, then waves of outrage followed. Some suspected Ling Yishan was cheating, that no one could rise to 5th tier in just 3 days otherwise. The official statement was quick to follow. Ling Yishan's data was completely normal. Players were left speechless. Luosheng City was basically a hydropandy zone. Anyone who came in died. Thankfully, the officials promised a new map would open in 3 days, allowing players to move on to other cities. Even the invincible Ling Yishan, Li Xiao, and Su Qingxue were starting to feel bored. 3 days passed in a blink, and the system announced the leaderboard. First place, Captain of Yuanha Town, reward, 1 Hun Fan Red. Second place, Do Yi, reward, Mother of 100 Sons Purple. Third place, 1111, reward, Disfigured Ghost Purple. This game is actually pretty stress-relieving, Ling Yishan said casually as he stared at the computer screen. The 3 logged off, filled in their shipping addresses, and waited for their physical rewards to arrive. After 3 sleepless days of unrelenting play, even with their physical training backgrounds, mental fatigue inevitably set in. Li Xiao pulled Su Qingxue back to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Ling Yishan retired to his usual guest room. In his sleep, he felt a sharp pain and strange sensation in his right eye. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Nation's underground Strange Research Institute, a group of top experts in the Ghost Dao realm gathered in front of a giant screen. Even associate professor-level veterans stared intently, eager to absorb every detail like students thirsting for knowledge. The screen showed the complete record of Ling Yishan's rise from 0 to 5th tier Ghost King. When the video ended, everyone gasped. Traditionalist ghost cultivators especially felt as if the new era had struck them hard with a series of blunt elbows. At the front stood an elderly man wearing a black Zhongshan suit, his white hair and beard neatly groomed, sharp and vigorous. After watching Ling Yishan's clever maneuvers scaling the neighborhood fence and outwitting the security guard, she suddenly laughed aloud. At first, I was skeptical of this test, but now I've changed my mind. This kid has definitely opened new horizons for our strange countermeasures division. The elderly man was named Gu Tongtian, the ghost cultivator at the transformation spirit realm behind this game. In the underground conference room of the experimental base, the cold white fluorescent lights cast a pale glow on everyone's faces. Rows of files were stacked on the tables, and the air was thick with the mixed scent of printer paper and instant coffee. Gu Tongtian sat at the head of the table, his withered fingers lightly tapping on the surface in a crisp, steady rhythm. All the key people are here, he said, his gaze sweeping across the room. Let's discuss how to defend against the top 3 strategies in this game. Silence fell immediately. After a moment, a female researcher wearing black-rimmed glasses took a deep breath and mustered the courage to stand. The glare on her lenses hid her expression, but her cautious voice came through clearly. Ghosts like the 100-child ghost mother and the disfigured spirit rely on the network to harvest negative emotions, so traditional reporting and ghost energy detection methods barely catch them. But since they rely on the internet, we could collaborate with the Online Regulatory Bureau for real-time monitoring, then use ghosts like the Well Woman, who can possess networks, to assist with tracking. A two-pronged approach. She pushed up her glasses and continued. Their rapid growth is because the game provides data-driven abilities and speed boosts that are hard to replicate in real life. The real headache is the 10,000 souls banner. The best plan I've thought of is to install denser ghost energy detectors across the country. Once it gathers resentment, the system can trigger alarms and locate it. Despite her words, everyone knew the truth. It might work in densely populated cities, but Longwo's vast territory and scattered rural populations made comprehensive coverage impossible. The room sank into silence again. We look at each other, but no one can offer a more practical solution. Gu Tongtian tapped the table, as if mentioning something perfectly ordinary. To untie the knot, you need the one who tied it. Since we can't come up with a solution, why not ask that Ling Yishan himself? The steadiness of this old-fashioned scientist lightened the atmosphere. These veteran researchers had risen from nothing to where they were today, and problems weren't scary. Failing to find them was. Soon, someone retrieved the backend information from CNU Network and dialed Ling Yishan's number. Tick, tick, accompanied by the bizarrely catchy DD Gio Gio ringtone. The young researchers tried to suppress their laughter, shoulders shaking, while the older ones looked utterly puzzled. After 2 cycles, the call connected. Hello, who's this? Came a slightly hoarse male voice. Hello, are you the #1 pilot of Yuanha Town? Yes. You're from the official game team? Is there a shipping issue? Right, we're from the official Netherworld arrival team and want to conduct a quick survey. Is now a good time? I have time. Ling Yishan, just waking up and rubbing his inexplicably sore eyes, was not surprised by the sudden call from the officials. He thought this game was relaxing and had always rated it highly. The researcher got straight to the point. The top-tier equipment you use, the 10,000 souls banner, do you think its power is too high? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. No way. Kid, the banner isn't the scary part. I almost got single-handedly defended against by the neighborhood security with it early on. The strong one is me. His tone was polite, but his arrogance was clear. On the big screen, video played of him sneaking past security, the awkward moves oddly fitting his confident words, leaving the crowd with mixed expressions. The researcher pressed on. Your tactics are extremely effective. Is there a way to counter them? Simple. Ling Yishan yawned. Just lower the stats, reduce soul absorption, or outright ban absorbing non-human spirits. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. In a normal online game, parameters could be easily changed, but this game was designed to correspond to the real-world threat of the 10,000 souls banner, so stats had to reflect reality. Our game strives for authenticity, and equipment stats are grounded in the real world. We hope you can offer a realistic and feasible solution. His words quieted Ling Yishan. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I remember surveys usually have rewards, right? Everyone exchanged looks. Sure enough, this guy was all about the gain. Gu Tongtian suddenly smiled. Besides the reward you're rightly owed, I'll give you an extra one myself. How about that? Deal. Ling Yishan agreed immediately. In that case, I won't hold back. After all, I've tested it out in real battles. He actually did have a solution. The game developers added night patrols for the security guards, instructing them to alert the authorities if they encounter any suspicious individuals. They especially increased patrols around areas prone to mosquitoes, like the artificial lake. At the meeting table, Ling Yishan was adjusting the simulation visuals while adding. Although these ghost mosquitoes are immune to physical damage, they're still mosquitoes with short health bars. Just give each NPC a slightly more powerful electric swatter. When collecting mosquito souls, you have to use the lowest setting and master the timing. Stun them halfway, so they reveal themselves first. Otherwise, if you dispel them as soon as they appear, you won't catch their souls. Only players who have tried this understand the details. Hearing his practical advice, the research team's eyes lit up like bulbs. What had been a bottleneck in experiments suddenly became clear with the word timing. They immediately envisioned several production plans, adjusting patrol routes and equipment levels, even adding temporary posts by the lake hall incorporated into the new strategy. At the end of the discussion, the other party promised seriously to send the gift prepared by Gu Tongtian along with the physical prize for top scorer directly to Ling Yishan. After the call, Gu Tongtian leaned back in his chair, smiling warmly as he spoke to his secretary. This kid's sharp, unconventional, figuring things out on his own, born to be a cultivator of magic. He paused, then asked, sounds pretty young, still in school? The secretary quickly scrolled through her tablet, pulling up the info in seconds. Elder Gu, he's a senior at Linjiang No. 2 High School in Linjiang City, a local prodigy. The second and third place students are from the same school. Talented people come from talented places, Gu Tongtian sighed lightly, then instructed, give me the principal's phone number. They'll contact them personally and ask the school to add 3 more weekly classes on moral character and regularly conduct mental health evaluations. I'm planning to submit this proposal to higher authorities and use Linjiang No. 2 as a model. Understood, Elder Gu, I'll arrange it right away, the secretary replied, secretly thinking how lucky that principal must bet his wasn't a call everyone could get. Before the words finished, Gu Tongshan's phone alarm went off. He glanced at the time, then stood up awkwardly. You handle the rest. I've got to go feed and walk the dog. With that, his figure stretched into a shadow and swiftly disappeared into the darkness beneath the floor. Elsewhere, just as Ling Yishan closed his phone, there was a loud knock on the door. 13, you awake? We're starving, come cook. Li Xiao called eagerly from outside. Rubbing his eyes, Ling Yishan opened the door, wearing a look of helplessness. Can't you just order takeout? I still have that 30 yuan no threshold coupon saved up. Takeout is never as good as your cooking, Li Xiao said with a charming smile. Su Qingxue beside her nodded in full agreement. After Ling Yishan lowered the hand rubbing his eye, Su Qingxue noticed something was off and asked in surprise, Ling, when did you get colored contact lenses? Hearing this, Li Xiao leaned in, her gaze landing on Ling Yishan's right eye, teasingly raising an eyebrow. Oh, purple heterochromia? That's got some charm to it. What nonsense are you two talking about? I'm not wearing any of that stuff. Ling Yishan frowned, denying it. Almost immediately, the two girls' expressions shifted strangely. A chill ran down Ling Yishan's spine. Something felt seriously wrong. He dashed into the bathroom, staring hard into the mirror. The boy's features looked more defined than before, almost as if had grown more handsome. But the most striking thing was his right pupil, which had turned into a deep purple jade, swirling with eerie patterns like it had a life of its own. Ah! He screamed, clutching his head. The scream caught Li Xiao and Su Qingxue outside. Ignoring their embarrassment, they shoved the door open. Sure, San. What's wrong? Should we take you to the hospital? Ling Yishan held his right eye tightly, his face twitching in pain. Just as they were about to carry him out, he suddenly opened his palm, revealing the purple eye, his voice low but deliberately drawn out. Amaterasu. Li Xiao. Su Qingxue. Seeing him still had the energy to mess around, the two girls' worried hearts eased a bit. Ling, are you sure you're okay? Su Qingxue asked, still uneasy. Really feels fine, Ling Yishan shrugged. It was a bit swollen when I just woke up, but now nothing at all. Li Xiao pulled out her phone and quickly looked something up. After a moment, she read aloud the screen. After embarking on the path of cultivation, spiritual energy reshapes the body. In cases of strong emotional fluctuations or special circumstances, gifted individuals may awaken unique constitutions. She looked up with a complex expression. Have you experienced any major changes recently? We've been gaming together in the dorm nonstop these past 3 days, haven't we? If anything happened, you'd know. Ling Yishan rolled his eyes. Li Xiao nodded. True. She pressed on. So the only thing left is the game. Have your emotions been really intense during that time? Ling Yishan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Over the past 3 days, had been jungling. Apart from sweating from being chased by security guards, things were mostly calm. I did go a little wild when we wiped out the city boss at rank 5. Not sure if that counts as emotional upheaval. The internet says this kind of eye mutation usually appears in extreme serial killers, the ones who get addicted to killing, Li Xiao said, glancing at her phone, twitching her mouth as her eyes flicked between his eyes and the info. Sure, San. Maybe you should try a prison day release program? I'm kinda scared. Or maybe it's just a gaming addiction finally being unleashed after holding back too long. Su Qingxue offered another possibility. They didn't dwell long on whether he was a psycho. The focus quickly returned to the purple eye. Awakened constitutions usually bring abilities. Sure, San, do you feel anything? Li Xiao asked. Ling Yishan closed his eyes, trying to sense any changes within. Huh, actually, there was something. It felt like I was some kind of ghost-seeing pupil, with powers related to controlling spirits. Ling Yishan rubbed his right temple, muttering to himself. Really? Then why don't you show us a trick? Li Xiao immediately stepped forward, her eyes full of excitement. After spending 3 days with Bai Zi, the ghost mother, her fear of ghosts had almost vanished, transforming her from a clumsy but playful girl into someone who was just pure fun-loving. Ling Yishan raised his hand and lightly tapped her head, speaking in a slightly annoyed tone. What are you thinking? You want me to conjure a ghost now? Auntie Li is here. Any stray spirits within hundreds of miles have already been scared off by her. Then he shifted gears and pointed to the center of his forehead. Besides controlling spirits, this eye also boosts the strength of my soul, or divine awareness. This spot is the Upper Dantianth Niwen Palace, the residence of the spirit. Normally, cultivators can only perceive the sea of consciousness after reaching foundation establishment stage, but my current level is higher, and with this ghost eye amplifying it, I can already project part of my divine awareness outside the body. To prove it, he grabbed Li Xiao for a test. The girl stood about a meter behind him, holding out her fingers. Ling Yishan turned his back to her and half closed his eyes. 13. Guess what number this is? Li Xiao grinned mischievously. 1. And you're flipping me off with your middle finger, Ling Yishan said flatly. Dead on. Su Qingxue and Li Xiao exclaimed in unison. Projecting divine awareness at foundation establishment stage was rare, and this level of divine strength far surpassed other cultivators of his rank. This meant Ling Yishan's already fast cultivation speed would ramp up even more, and he would learn magic and spiritual martial arts faster too. Still, this eye is too eye-catching, Su Qingxue said with concern. Don't you want to wear colored contacts? Purple pupils are rare in Dragon Country, let alone heterochromia. You'd definitely attract attention out in public. I don't care. Ling Yishan shrugged. Had done more flamboyant things before, so a flashy eyeball suited him just fine. Li Xiao stomped her foot in envy. Damn. If I could have a heterochromatic eye, I'd go white-haired overnight and still be willing. Despite her words, she rushed over and started roughhousing playfully with Ling Yishan. The two of them pushed, shoved, and laughed. Su Qingxue didn't join in, quietly standing aside until her stomach grumbled. She spoke up shyly, I'm hungry. Only then did Ling Yishan and Li Xiao remember the original task, getting Ling Yishan out of bed. Using Li Zio's kitchen, Ling Yishan moved briskly among pots and pans. Within half an hour, a table full of fragrant dishes was laid out. The three of them ate heartily. Just as they finished eating, the doorbell chimed, followed by a youthful voice energetically calling from outside. Hello, Meow. Your delivery is here, Meow. You have a delivery? Ling Yishan looked at Li Xiao. No, probably my mom's, Li Xiao muttered as she went to open the door. The moment the door swung open, her pupils shrank in shock, and she yelled, Whoa, a catgirl Lolita in uniform. Ling Yishan, who had been lying on the sofa, instantly sharpened his gaze. He sprang up with a somersault, then took 3 quick strides to the door. Where? False military intelligence is punishable by death. Ling Yishan looked around but found no sign of the so-called uniformed catgirl Loli, his expression darkening with displeasure. Li Xiao saw his sour face and helplessly pointed down. Ling Yishan looked down to find a delicate figure by his feet, a small cat about 1 meter tall. Its fur was pure white and soft like freshly fallen snow, resembling a ragdoll cat, yet it stood upright. It wore a pink hoodie, with cat ears on the hood trembling slightly. Its large, round eyes sparkled as they gazed up at him. So this was the uniformed catgirl Loli after all. The noise at the door caught Su Kingsu's attention. She peeked out, and the moment she saw the little cat, her eyes lit up. Hello, Meow. In the official envoy from the underworld delivery bringing your prize, Meow. The kitten introduced itself in a cute, childish voice, pulling from a tiny cloth pouch at its waist 3 exquisitely wrapped wooden boxes, which it respectfully presented to the 3 of them. Ling Yishan and the others accepted the gifts, but their thoughts couldn't have been more different. The prizes mattered more than pleasantries. Just as Ling Yishan was about to close the door and send them off, a soft yet firm cat paw blocked the way. Something else? He raised an eyebrow. The kitten rapidly recited its lines, fearing it would be locked out. Because Mr. Ling completed the official survey and gave very valuable advice, Lord Katangshan sent me to stick with you, Meow. So he had drawn cat as a prize? Ling Yishan's eyebrows lifted slightly. Since this was an official reward, refusing wasn't an option. He opened the door wide. Sorry to intrude, Meow. The kitten stepped into the living room, bowed politely to Li Xiao and Su Qingxue, then lowered its head to rub against the carpet, as if dusting its paws clean. Every move was thoughtful and courteous. Li Xiao and Su Qingxue were still stunned. They cornered Ling Yishan and started questioning him. After hearing the story, Li Xiao turned green with envy. I was second place, why didn't I get a survey? So unfair. Su Qingxue was filled with admiration, her gaze glued to the soft and adorable little cat. After settling the kitten, Ling Yishan sat down face-to-face with it, suddenly serious. If you want to stick around me, the requirements are high. I have some questions first. The kitten immediately sat up straight, front paws on its legs, eyes wide and nervous. First, and most important, can you do a backflip? Li Xiao, Su Qingxue, was a backflip really that important? Without replying, the kitten dashed to an open area, coiled its legs, and arched a clean, crisp arc in the air with its snowy white figure, landing steadily. I can meow, it said firmly. Ling Yishan nodded with satisfaction. Having a backflipping cat would give him a solid excuse to brag and a reason to invite guests over. Second question, he continued. Do you have enough self-discipline? Like, can you scoop your own litter? The kitten confidently tilted its chin. I'm a ghost creature, I don't poop, meow. At that, Ling Yishan fell silent. Li Xiao and Su Kingsu's eyes widened in shock. A kitten this cute was actually a ghost. Ling Yishan was not surprised that the little cat before him was a ghostly creature. He had already sensed it at the doorway. What truly caught him off guard was the aura emanating from the cat. It was unlike the restless spirits clinging to cursed demons during the netherworld's visitations. The soul energy around the cat was unusually pure, so much so that even the sunlight streaming into the room failed to burn it. Instead, its fur shone with a snowy brightness. The third question, he asked bluntly, cutting to the most practical concern, how much do you need for food on a regular basis? I only need 3 sticks of fine incense a day, meow. 10 yuan a bundle, super easy to take care of, the cat said with a confident tilt of its chin, its tail lightly sweeping the floor. The price was ridiculously low. Compared to Nemo Yuho required rare spirit herbs that always emptied his wallet. Ling Yishan almost didn't hesitate. Alright, you're hired. From now on, you call me boss, and I'll call you what's your name again? Boss, my name is Bai Ling, meow. With that, Bai Ling dug into her small portable storage pouch and pulled out a tiny ID card, her ears alert and upright. Ling Yishan took the card and quickly scanned it, a strange expression flickering across his face. Bai Ling. Species, white tiger. Cultivation level, foundation establishment ghost. Cause of death, choked on milk as a newborn, then transformed into a ghost due to being a congenital heterotype. Alma mater, Tianbao Temple Advanced Cultivation Academy, Buddhist College. GPA, 84.3 excellent. Skills, meditation and sutra chanting, guiding departed souls, innate advantage against ghosts, plus various domestic tasks. Development plan, steadily improve strength by guiding souls to rest, but progress is slow. Choked on milk as a newborn, a top graduate of the Buddhist college, and a ghost that improves strength by exorcising other ghosts? Ling Yishan muttered to himself. This resume was even more complicated than the street snack of starch sausage he often ate. He picked what he could understand best. Your foundation establishment level? Bai Ling nodded. The next moment, white mist swirled around her, and the tiny cat vanished. In its place stood a spectral white tiger 3 meters long, claws poised in midair. Soul energy coiled around it in a whirlwind pattern, and unmistakable foundation establishment stage ghost cultivator. Yet its eyes remained clear and bright. You are foundation establishment, and so am I. Why are you willing to work under me? Ling Yishan asked, puzzled. No idea, meow. The huge white tiger retracted its ghostly aura and reverted to the snowy ball of a cat. Lord Gutongtian said graduates get assigned jobs, so here I am. He told me you are a very powerful ghost cultivator and to stick close to you, meow. In the Dragon Kingdom, solitary ghosts and wild spirits are uncontrollable. Upon graduating, they must find guardians among ghost cultivators or officially affiliate. Otherwise, they become undocumented and risk being captured for forced reform. Bai Ling added honestly. Also, boss, you have the Tong Yu Ghost Eye, which can rapidly boost a ghost's power. That makes you quite sought after, meow. Born and dead in infancy, Bai Ling's soul bore no trace of earthly corruption and was clean enough to walk in sunlight. Yet her soul body was especially fragile. Slight pollution could cause collapse. Common ghosts advance by devouring souls or absorbing resentment, but those methods are useless for her and may even destroy her mind. Normal ghosts feeding on spirit energy and negative emotions wouldn't work for her otherwise. She would quickly lose control. Ling Yishan absorbed this complex information in silence, realizing the little white tiger cat was no ordinary ghost at all. Following a different path from the ordinary, Gu Tongtian came up with a plan for her to study Buddhism and Taoism, focusing on the method of the ghost Buddha Dizang. By using Buddhist teachings to atone and pacify spirits, she could strengthen her soul. Unfortunately, progress through this approach was painfully slow. Despite years of hard cultivation, Balian remained stuck until today when she met Ling Yishan. The ghost-perceiving eye is a top-tier innate ability within the ghost-taming lineage. It not only commands spirits, but can also nurture them within the eye itself, connecting them to the user's mental realm. As Ling Yishan's divine consciousness grows stronger, Balian's cultivation will passively improve. In other words, by hitching a ride on Ling Yishan's fast track, Balian only needs to eat and sleep while her power soars. With that thought, Ling Yishan laughed and said, "All right then, sign the contract." He was extremely pleased with Balian. Not only had she reached the foundation establishment realm, but her choice to study Buddhist techniques naturally countered ghost creatures. Ling Yishan didn't plan to become a ghost cultivator himself, but he would never let his guard down against their cunning tricks. With that said, he followed the unseen pull and activated his left eye. A surge of purple light erupted as Balian's massive form seemed to unravel into a wisp of white smoke, instantly absorbed by the eerie violet glow. The next moment, Ling Yishan keenly felt an invisible chain link between them, giving him complete control over life and death at a mere thought. The ghost-perceiving eye exerts absolute dominance over controlled spirits, without the risk of backlash common to ordinary ghost cultivators, and its operation was simple perfect for a beginner like Ling Yishan. Bro, I'm officially a man with a fierce tiger hiding in his eye now, Ling Yishan boasted, covering his left eye and raising a brow at Li Xiao and Su Qingxue. Li Xiao immediately teased, "Fierce tiger? More like a big house cat that can't even hiss." She recalled Balian's clear, innocent eyes that looked like a recent college graduate's, thinking to herself that such an obedient spirit would soon be spoiled by Ling Yishan. With the courier business settled, the three's attention turned to the 3 parcels lying on the ground. Tearing off the protective film inside the boxes revealed 3 palm-sized ancient coins resting quietly at the bottom, each stamped with the 4 characters like Hai Tongbao, but differing in color. Ling Yishan's was gold, Li Zio's silver, and Su Qing's bronze. Ling Yishan immediately released Balian from the ghost eye and asked, "Balian, what's this thing for?" "The boss, these are ancient large denomination coins, all dug up from the spiritual realm." Balian recited the official explanation word for word. "They are said to be connected to a hint of fortune. Carrying one can boost your luck with wealth." The 2 wealthy ladies showed no reaction, but Ling Yishan's face lit up as he rubbed the gold coin between his fingers, laughter wrinkling the corners of his eyes. "There really are treasures like this in the world? Back in our long kingdom, the best way to persuade someone to change a bad habit is by telling them this thing will drain your wealth." Prize in hand, Ling Yishan turned to the matter at hand. It was time to book tickets to the prestigious Cultivation Academy in the Western Military Region. He planned to inform the 2 women. Although they were reluctant and especially uneasy about the uncertain length of his journey, they were comforted by how well they had bonded and that they could often meet when he returned. "I'm just leaving the province, not dying. We'll keep in touch by phone. They'll bring you local specialties when I come back," Ling Yishan said, then played around with them for a while before heading home to pack. Afterward, he notified the Western Military Region's Cultivation Academy and received confirmation, then informed his parents about the trip. Once everything was settled, Ling Yishan grabbed his suitcase and headed straight for the high-speed rail station, his heart filled with anticipation for the so-called high-level Cultivation Academy. As soon as Ling Yishan arrived at the high-speed rail station, he spotted a tall figure waiting by the entrance from a distance, glancing around nervously while holding a phone. Her steps were light but carried a hint of impatience. The moment she caught sight of Ling Yishan, she quickened her pace to meet him. Her face was mature yet elegant, with a slender figure that traced graceful yet strong curves. Her long, wavy black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a sleeveless wool blouse that hugged her arms and shoulders, revealing a flash of strikingly fair skin. Below, loose black straight-leg trousers complemented black high-heeled shoes with red soles. Every movement radiated undeniable confidence and charmed the textbook image of a sophisticated academe woman. Trusting his sharp instincts, Ling Yishan even guessed she was a true silk stocking type. Are you Ling Yishan, headed to the Western Military District Advanced Cultivation Academy? She asked as she drew near, a faint scent of jasmine drifting with her. Yes, that's me. Ling Yishan shook her outstretched hand and introduced himself. You're the one assigned to meet me from the academy? But he thought wryly. Too bad I'm not into delicate hands. My name's Lin Wanqing, third-year graduate student specializing in artifact forging, she said urgently, flashing her student ID. No time to waste, I'll take you to the school right now. After brief pleasantries, they walked side by side toward the ticket gate. Lin Wanqing's pace quickened as if she felt someone was chasing her. She whispered, I've already bought your ticket. We need to leave immediately. Frowning, Ling Yishan's alarm bells rang. Her behavior felt less like a planned pickup and more like an abduction. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message. Have you arrived at the station? He quickly replied with a summary of the situation. After a pause, the response came, don't get on that train. I'm coming right now. Ling Yishan stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing urged anxiously, Ling, hurry. The train is about to depart. I'm hungry, he said firmly, pointing to a nearby Kinda chicken shop. I want to eat Kinda chicken. Let's eat after boarding. He'll buy your train meal, okay? She knelt slightly and coaxed him like a child. No, I won't have the strength to ride the train unless I eat Kinda chicken now. Lin Wanqing's temples twitched with rising anger, but she forced it down, worried he might run off. They stared at each other in a standoff before she finally relented. Fine, don't run off. He'll get it for you. Her voice carried noticeable exhaustion. Just as she turned away, a low, cold male voice came from behind. Lin Wanqing, stop the sneaky moves. This project is supposed to be a fair competition. Ling Yishan glanced back to see a young man wearing glasses with a cold, stern expression silently fixing his icy gaze on Lin Wanqing. At that instant, Lin Wanqing's face drained of color and her whole body trembled like a mouse caught stealing cheese. She still felt a bit resentful. To get this opportunity, she had camped out at the high-speed train station for 3 days straight, and she was so close to succeeding. Shuiyan, do you really have to make things difficult for your old senior? Can't you cut me some slack? Lin Wanqing glared fiercely, clutching Ling Yishan's arm tightly like a lioness protecting her cub. Senior Lin, let it go, Shuiyan said coldly, grabbing Ling Yishan's other arm to keep him from being pulled away. Ling Yishan? TSK, no wonder Mao's giving you the cold shoulder. You're like a stone in a toilet. Stinky and stubborn. Lin Wanqing snapped angrily, her face flushed with rage. You don't understand, this is just couples playful teasing, Shuiyan said with disdain, without hiding her contempt. Just as the two were about to clash further, the usually quiet Ling Yishan suddenly spoke up. So, are we getting the Kentucky Fried Chicken or not? Lin Wanqing and Shuiyan looked confused. You only said that to stall for time, didn't you? Lin Wanqing asked, her expression complicated. That's a minor reason. The main one is I want to see if I can get a free meal out of it, Ling Yishan said frankly, sincerely. Lin Wanqing felt a bit speechless and was about to let go and walk away immediately, but thinking about her research team, she finally relented. On the special train headed to the Western Military Region's Advanced Cultivation Academy, Ling Yishan was happily digging into his meal. If anything tastes better than Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's Kentucky Fried Chicken you get for free. Lin Wanqing and Shuiyan flanked him on either side, and through their conversation, Ling Yishan roughly understood the situation. In short, the school planned to have Ling Yishan participate in a spiritual root testing research project, but the members of the research team hadn't been finalized. The chance to study a rare spiritual root was extremely valuable and could easily lead to top-tier journal publications. So many teachers were openly and covertly competing to have their sect's disciples join the project. Among those competing were the sects of Lin Wanqing and Shuiyan, both from the Weapon Refinement Division, who had a long-standing rivalry. However, no resolution had been reached, so they decided to let Ling Yishan, the person involved, choose which sect's members he preferred. Shuiyan was the school-appointed liaison, but Lin Wanqing had sneaked out for a chance to get a jump on things. Unfortunately, she was a step behind. Lin Wanqing still persistently tried to persuade Ling Yishan to join her side, but he didn't respond and instead deftly dodged the topic. With the initiative in his hands, Ling Yishan wanted to choose carefully. Honestly, he didn't care which side had better academic credentials. What mattered most was who was willing to offer him the best compensation, nothing more. Lin Wanqing didn't persist for long, not because she gave up, but because they were nearly at their destination. Dragon Nation's high-speed rail infrastructure was world-class, and the train Ling Yishan was on was the Western Military Region's special line, using spiritual energy levitation technology similar to that in Immortal Sword. This greatly reduced friction, allowing for incredible speeds. We're about to enter the spirit realm. The first time can be a bit unsettling, Lin Wanqing sighed, then reminded Ling Yishan. At her words, Ling Yishan quickly turned to look out the window. This was his first time witnessing the spirit realm. Through the window, Ling Yishan looked ahead of the high-speed train, eyes wide with surprise. Outside the smoothly sliding glass, the scenery suddenly flickered like an old TV with static mountains, valleys, blue sky, and white clouds shredded and recombined in an instant. As the train entered that gray-black spatial rift, the world abruptly flipped over. Beneath was a pitch-black land like ink, and above hung not a golden dragon chariot surrounded by auspicious clouds, but a blazing golden sun. Under the scorching sun, the rocks and trees gleamed with a cold metallic shine, as if the entire landscape had been forged from polished steel. The metallic spiritual energy in the air surged sharply. Ling Yishan's alien spiritual roots trembled like activated magnetic needles. This secret realm, called the Xiangang spirit domain, might not have high-level beasts, but it was filled with divine metals and precious ores, making it one of the most strictly controlled spirit realms in the Dragon Kingdom and the foundation of the Empire's industry and forging craft. Our Western military district is best known for equipment production and forging. Shui Yin seized the opportunity to explain to Ling Yishan, pride evident in his voice. The academy even built its campus directly inside the Xiangang spirit domain. Strictly speaking, the scale of our military industry system today wouldn't be possible without this realm's blessings. Lin Wanqing noticed Shui Yin cutting in and raised her voice to add, unwilling to lose out. I remember your contract includes forging magical tools, right? Don't worry, our forging program ranks top 3 nationwide. We have all the materials you could want, plenty of styles, and whatever specifications you need. It really is quite impressive, Ling Yishan nodded. As he spoke, the sound of rushing wind suddenly swept past his Ursa giant, sword hundreds of feet long sliced through the air above the train, its blade tearing through the atmosphere and leaving a silver streak against the deep blue-black sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Lin Wanqing naturally noticed the giant sword and smiled as she explained, that thing is called the mountain-cleaving sword. It's a little invention of our senior. There's an interesting story behind it. What is it? Ling Yishan turned his gaze back to her, curiosity written all over his face. That senior is a total model kit fanatic. Spent all his time assembling models and almost failed to graduate, Lin Wanqing said, miming the action of assembling with her hands. Later, he secluded himself for a long time and decided to combine his hobby with forging. The mountain-cleaving sword is actually made of over 100 functional modules snapped together not using magical arrays, but purely physical locks. The sword is controlled not by one person, but by over 100 students divided into zones. They coordinate so well the giant sword moves like an extension of their arms. A single strike really can cleave a mountain. As she finished, she pointed outside the window. Ling Yishan looked where she indicated and saw the colossal sword hovering in midair, with over 100 students standing on its blade. Upon reaching the target, they made precise hand seals in unison, and golden spiritual light erupted simultaneously from each zone. The mountain-cleaving sword plunged down toward the mountain ahead, splitting it apart with thunderous roar and swirling dust. The two halves revealed a dazzling vein of iron ore inside. Immediately, the students controlled their magical tools to begin mining, their movements so skilled they resembled a well-trained mining unit. Ding! Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised. The train will soon arrive at the West Military District Advanced Cultivation Academy University City Station. Please prepare to disembark in advance. As the high-speed train pulled into the station, Ling Yishan dragged his luggage out of the carriage and immediately spotted the university town, rising not far away. The gray-white steel framework gleamed sharply under the sunlight, like a miniature steel metropolis. Student Ling, welcome to Xiangang City. Hope you have a great time, Lin Wanqing said at the platform. She withdrew her hand from carrying his bags and forced a faint smile. After speaking those final words, she took a deep breath and turned away alone. The spicy chicken dish he had scavenged near the station was still churning in Ling Yishan's stomach, the hot oil and chili powder stirring his belated conscience, finally reminding him of Lin Wanqing's real purpose for this trip. After watching his senior disappear into the crowd, he turned to Shui Yin quietly and asked, is this research on the alien spiritual roots really that important to Senior Lin? Shui Yin was silent for a moment before nodding. This was originally her private issue. As a junior, I shouldn't say much. But since you can help, I'll be honest. Her graduation thesis project got defunded by the client, so now she's scrambling for resources. Your alien spiritual root sample is her last hope. What about the professors? Ling Yishan frowned. Not at all helpful, Shui Yin shrugged. Recently, a string of powerful monsters mysteriously died in the Heavenfire spiritual realm, and the authorities are rushing to develop the area. Her advisor was sent there on a temporary assignment, won't be back soon. To make matters worse, their whole doctoral group just graduated, so now she's left holding the fort alone. The pressure's insane. He sighed under his breath, his eyes showing sympathy. Ling Yishan finally understood why Lin Wanqing was so desperate to rope him into this. Anyone would be on edge. She's really hit rock bottom. Ling Yishan shook his head. Yeah, Shui Yin grimaced. Senior Lin put all her luck into romance. but everything else collapsed like this client withdrawal is connected. Ling Yishan's curiosity flared instantly. Spill the details. Normally reserved, Shui Yin surprisingly obliged. This blew up at school. The administration stayed out, but everyone knew. Long story short, a CEO liked Senior Lin and funded her project. Later, the CEO tried to escalate their relationship by publicly confessing at the school gate, but Senior Lin rejected him on the spot. The CEO took it personally and pulled all the funding. Oh, what a drama. Ling Yishan widened his eyes. WHYD Senior Lin say no. The CEO chased her. This isn't a romance novel. Because the CEO was a woman. Ling Yishan froze on the spot. This is real corporate sabotage. Shui Yin spread his hands. Senior Lin thought the CEO valued her talent, but it was her personally. Not surprising, a lot of girls at our school orbit around her. Ling Yishan didn't laugh. Funny? I just see a desperate lesbian and a desperate straight girl. He paused, giving Shui Yin a suspicious look. How do you know all this? My girlfriend, Li Miao Miao, is from the same sect as Senior Lin. She's her junior, Shui Yin said nonchalantly. Ling Yishan's eyes narrowed strangely. You say Senior Lin's lesbian love lives so busy, and you two are on the outs. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will run off? That hit home, and suddenly Shui Yin didn't have a smile left. Besides serving as the central hub for developing the spiritual realm, Xiangang City also shoulders the responsibility of supplying cultivation resources for the elite academies throughout the entire Western Military District. As a prestigious cultivation academy, its students are stronger and thus consume far more resources, demanding a significant investment of manpower and materials. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ling Yishan followed Shui Yin out of the city center and boarded a levitating bus heading toward the city outskirts. The militarily controlled elite academy sat on the border between wilderness and concrete jungle. The main gate was forged from dark iron, engraved with glowing runes. From afar, towering energy towers and a circular training arena came into view, showcasing the staggering resource consumption of this institution. At this moment, every sect preparing to compete for project funding had already set up their designated exhibition areas. Ling Yishan's task was to select a collaboration team. He strolled among the booths, like a monarch flipping through cards. Almost all who approached were students. The boys dressed sharply in suits, the girls in neat cultivation robes, each clutching bulky folders stuffed with published journal papers, photocopies of past competition trophies, and various certificates. As for the mentors responsible for guidance, none were to be seen. Shui Yin quietly explained that those instructors had all been temporarily summoned away on some mysterious mission. The air was thick with scholarly diligence, almost palpable like mist. Ling Yishan kept hinting that he valued practical benefits more, but the students just rattled off research achievements, statistics, and metrics without mentioning any bonuses or personal perks, as if they didn't understand his deeper meaning at all or were deliberately playing innocent. This one-sided exchange left Ling Yishan feeling frustrated. All he really wanted was a little red envelope. Shui Yin understood the situation perfectly. He spread his hands lightly, a mix of helplessness and amusement on his face. Xingang Academy's culture was always serious and disciplined, top-down. Students rarely engaged in gray area dealings, and even if they caught on to Ling Yishan's intentions, most wouldn't dare break the rules. After spending time with Ling Yishan, Shui Yin had figured out his no-gain, no-action nature. Amid a sea of rule-abiding scholars, Ling Yishan's mercantile approach was almost entertainingly out of place. After wandering the displays all morning, Ling Yishan decided to cut to the chase. He gave a sidelong glance at Shui Yin, who had been guiding him along, and lowered his voice. Shui Senior, I won't pretend anymore. Give me some compensation, and I'll follow you right away. Shui Yin replied coolly, don't count on anything from my sect, they definitely won't give you anything. He paused deliberately, watching the clear look of disdain appear on Ling Yishan's face, then shifted tone, but I, personally, can offer you a little present. What's the difference? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying meaning. I want you to pick Lin Wanqing and her team as your project members. Shui Yin nodded decisively. My girlfriend is in their sect. If she can join the project, she'd benefit a lot. Since you're the straightforward type, I won't beat around the bush. Fair enough, Ling Yishan smirked knowingly. But wouldn't that be betraying your sect? My sect isn't going to hand me a wife, Shui Yin replied expressionlessly, but with unmistakable resignation. Besides, even if I don't interfere, by the proper procedure, you'd choose Lin Wanqing's team anyway. Ling Yishan sized Shui Yin up and ultimately gave a nod of approval. Had already favored Lin Wanqing's team not out of sudden conscience, but because they shared his willingness to play outside the rules. Someone bold enough to try to poach members directly clearly wasn't the type to follow rules blindly and stick to the book. Lin Wanqing and Ling Yishan were kindred spirits. People like them could ask for benefits outright. Since the other party was in a hurry to graduate, they were definitely more willing to spend money, so Ling Yishan had long earmarked them as a top priority. After accepting the small gift Shui Yin handed him, Ling Yishan saw it was a scroll containing a fragment of a spiritual martial art East Wind explosive fist, a technique suited for practitioners above the foundation establishment stage. The fist style boasted incredible explosive power, with spiritual energy surging like a missile detonation, but it also hid hidden dangers during training. As Shui Yin gave him the manual, he added seriously, I checked your records. You're lacking an offensive spiritual martial art. You just broke through foundation establishment a few days ago, so this is the perfect time to practice it. No wonder you have a girlfriend, you're really thoughtful. Ling Yishan praised silently. He had originally planned to save up for another new technique, but now he saved a huge sum, truly a timely help. Hearing Shui Yan's repeated warnings to be cautious while training, he paused subtly, so this really was the east wind. After finishing the business, Shui Yan had to return to report. He told Ling Yishan the location of Lin Wangqing's sect and instructed him to go there on his own. Following the directions, Ling Yishan arrived at a two-story building and found the office number. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard faint humming from inside. Familiar and distinctive. It was Lin Wangqing's voice. Meow meow, do you think it's possible that in a moment, an 1.85-meter tall, 8-pack handsome male senior will barge in? He'll snatch my mouse and whisper in my ear, he'll cover your graduation project. Not only will I handle your thesis, but he'll help you publish several top-tier papers. Another lively female voice replied, Senior Lin, stop. Don't say our school doesn't have handsome male seniors if there are any. For you, a female senior is more realistic. If not, just accept that domineering female CEO. For the sake of graduation, you have to admit defeat. Ling Yishan pushed the door open, and two faces froze instantly. Oh, the handsome male senior really came? Senior Lin, you spoke too fast just now, I didn't catch the details. Say it again so I can take notes, that way we can invite the god of wealth later. The petite girl with a baby face grabbed Lin Wangqing's arm earnestly. This was clearly the girlfriend Shui Yin had mentioned. Li Miao Miao. Ling Yishan had expected Shui Yin to pick a steady partner, but seeing them now, their personalities seemed a complete contrast. Ling classmate, what brings you here? Lin Wangqing's expression flickered through surprise, confusion, and astonishment. Last time she had pleaded passionately but received no response. By now, she had given up hope. Senior Lin, I'm here to negotiate terms. As long as you satisfy me, we'll cooperate with you. Ling Yishan sat down and got straight to the point. Though he had received Shui Yan's gift, Shui Yan was Shui Yan, and Lin Wangqing was Lin Wangqing. New spiritual cultivators at elite academies often possessed many treasures, so he naturally wanted to get something extra. As he spoke, Ling Yishan suddenly felt a sharp shock in his heart. He clearly sensed a strange attraction coming from somewhere inside the room. Having already refined his lifebound treasure, he had no doubt the pull was directed toward materials needed for his treasure. Having refined his lifebound treasure, he was certain this attraction came from one of the essential components for his own treasure's cultivation. What do you want? Lin Wangqing finally saw a glimmer of hope and asked hurriedly, afraid that Ling Yishan might run away. As she spoke, she quickly walked to the door and locked it from the inside. This woman wouldn't really try to get physical, would she? Ling Yishan thought nervously, recalling how she had managed to catch people at the high-speed rail station before. He took a half step back, uncertain and uneasy. I need two things, he said, raising one finger. First, cultivation resources for the qi refining stage. Second, this. As he spoke, he casually flipped open a book titled The Most Annoying Straight Male Quotes According to Girls on Lin Wangqing's desk, and pulled out a bookmark he had already spotted. The bookmark was sealed in transparent plastic, with a dried, intact leaf inside. The leaf's veins were clearly visible, resembling a naturally carved piece of art. Sir, hey, race my meal card, feel free to use it. Before Ling Yishan finished speaking, Lin Wangqing hurriedly took a shiny gold campus meal card from her pocket and respectfully handed it over, like offering a tribute. If you like the bookmark, you can have it, it's really not worth much. To her, the meal card was just an external belonging. As long as she could graduate smoothly, everything else was negotiable. If money got tight, she could always mooch a meal from Li Miao Miao. As for the bookmark, it was something she put together on a whim after a trip to the Tianhua spiritual realm with her advisor. She thought nothing of its value. Thoughtful, Ling Yishan took the meal card and bookmark without hesitation, clearly satisfied with her cooperation. Then he bent over some paperwork and quickly signed a few documents, completing the formalities to leave. Lin Wangqing immediately dragged Li Miao Miao away to handle their procedures and apply for research funding. The two disappeared in a flash. The office suddenly fell silent. Ling Yishan decided to take a walk around campus. According to Lin Wangqing, this advanced cultivation academy operated on a points system. Papers, scholarships, and competition rankings all earned points, which could be exchanged on campus for cultivation resources rare outside, making them extremely valuable. Students admitted here mostly came from wealthy families. It was no secret that some simply bought points with Longhua coins. Lin Wangqing, as a senior third-year graduate student, had accumulated over 20,000 points in her account, equivalent to several million Longhua coins. She had originally planned to cash them out before graduation, but now could only liquidate to avoid greater loss. Still, Ling Yishan didn't intend to squeeze her dry just enough to power himself to the peak of the qi refining stage. Why make things hard for each other? Though he had been addicted to games recently, Mayu had been diligently farming in the wild and collected a few spirit eggs along the way. His cultivation had not suffered much. Now he had gathered 94 strands of spiritual energy, just 5 short of the 99 needed to reach the chi refining stage's peak. With that thought, he followed the navigation to the school's elixir shop. Neat wooden shelves displayed bottles brimming with potent spiritual energy. Most were crafted by students in the alchemy department, while a few premium ones bore the teacher's stamps. Ling Yishan arrived at the school's elixir store, where various highly concentrated spiritual pills were sold, mostly student-made, with a few select ones made by the masters themselves. Hello, student. How can I assist you today? As Ling Yishan stepped into the pharmacy, a staff member wearing the school uniform immediately approached him. It was winter break, so the store was rather empty. The few customers inside were mostly students staying on campus for part-time work. Ling Yishan looked around before speaking. I'm looking to buy some pills to support cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. His own cultivation was still at the chi refining level, but thanks to pills made from the flesh of foundation establishment level beasts, his physical training had advanced rapidly. To accelerate further, he planned to use stronger pills to close the gap. Okay, please follow me. The staff led him through tidy shelves, where various pills were neatly displayed. Since most students on campus were at foundation establishment, there were many related pill varieties. The staff stopped in front of a row of bottles with gold labels and explained expertly. These are the last batch of spirit gathering pills this year, covering all 5 elemental attributes. The steel spirit realm has the most active metal elemental energy, so metal attribute ingredients are everywhere. Metal-based pills are naturally cheaper, and with the winter clearance sale, metal attribute pills are 20 off. This was perfect for Ling Yishan, whose funds were tight. He approached the metal spirit gathering pills and noticed prices varied drastically even among the same type of pill. The most expensive was 10 times the price of the cheapest. The staff chuckled and explained, the expensive ones are made by our teachers themselves, so they have fewer impurities and less pill toxin. The cheap ones are student-made, so they contain more impurities and toxins and naturally sell for less. Ling Yishan made up his mind immediately. Give me 100 spirit gathering pills. You're lucky, sir, we just received a batch made by master alchemists. The staff began to fetch the expensive pills, but was stopped by Ling Yishan raising his hand. I don't want the expensive ones. Just 100 of the cheapest. The staff's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 of the lowest grade pills? That was almost like poisoning oneself. Hesitating, he lowered his voice and asked, are you a physical cultivator? Ling Yishan didn't understand the reaction, but nodded calmly. Once confirmed, the staff relaxed, thinking it made sense only physical cultivators would dare buy pills like these. Their strong bodies could resist the pill toxins thanks to frequent use of spirit gathering powder, and their daily consumption was high, so they often had limited funds. All right, please come this way. They'll pack them for you right away. The staff moved efficiently but thoughtfully added a warning. It's best not to take more than 5 of these pills in a month. Too many would be hard on your body. Ling Yishan nodded in thanks, not explaining he had MOU acting as his mouth shield, so the pill toxins were no problem for him. He swiped 2,000 points from Lin Wonking's card, stored the bag containing 100 toxic pills, and strode out of the pharmacy. Now, it was time to break through to the late chi refining stage. Afterwards, Ling Yishan used Lin Wonking's meal card to reserve a study room. The empty room was bathed in cold white light. He first summoned his mysterious spirit beast, Xinming Kuan, quietly commanding it to release 100 heavens. An invisible ripple instantly spread out, disrupting the surrounding cosmic energies like turbulent currents. Once he confirmed it was safe, he took out MOU from his sleeve. Brother Crow, I haven't had the chance to formally introduce you. This is my new little brother. By Ling Yishan patted the white cat beside him. By Ling, this is Brother Crow, the divine weapons spirit, your senior. By Ling's fur bristled as he stared curiously at MOU, who looked like a headless black chicken. Still, the cat obediently bowed and cupped his paws. Hello, Brother Crow. It's my first time seeing a physical weapon spirit. So impressive. Not bad. Polite and well-mannered way better than your boss. Missouri, you said with a flutter of his wings, shivering in pleasure as if being stroked the right way. After letting the cat and bird get acquainted for a moment, Ling Yishan waved his hand, spreading out a storage pouch on the table. With a clinking sound, a pile of 100 spirit concentrating pills formed a small mountain. How many do you think I need to reach mastery of Qi? He asked MOU. 10 pills will be enough. MOU spread his wings wide, black mist swirling around him. Before the words finished, Bai Ling gasped. Meow, 10 spirit pills cracked open all at once. A milky white stream of spirit energy became visible as MOU absorbed it all. His round body immediately swelled under a dark aura. Looking so plump, he seemed ready to burst any second. Soon, the pills were spent, the spiritual energy used up. Puff MOU trembled once, and a smooth, shining spirit egg popped out from his tail feathers, dropping onto the table with a thud. Bai Ling, handle this for me. I want a boiled egg, Ling Yishan instructed. Yes, boss. Meow. Bai Ling moved quickly, pulling out a miniature pot, a portable spiritual energy stove, and a small ladle of spirit water from his pocket. He poured the water into the pot, lit the stove, and gently dropped in the spirit egg, all in one fluid motion. While waiting for the egg to cook, Ling Yishan examined the leftover pill residue. At the bottom of the jade vial that held the spirit pills, a thin layer of black residue had formed. It was bitter and acrid, the poison from the pills. He carefully scraped it off with a jade chip, putting all the poison into a small glass vial prepared earlier. He labeled it spirit pill poison. This stuff absorbs fast and is hard to remove. Perfect for cultivating foul water, he thought with a smirk, recalling videos of elementary students doing experiments. Once he collected enough types of pill poison, he could forge a deadly toxin that would shock the world. Having safely stored it away, the sound of boiling water stopped and a rich aroma filled the room. Bai Ling used a cloth to pick up the spirit egg and passed it over. Ling Yishan grabbed it, immediately popping the piping hot egg into his mouth, crunching through the shell and swallowing it down. The dense spiritual energy exploded through his meridians like a lit fuse, surging through him. He rapidly refined the spirit energy, a swirling vortex expanding inside his body. Once fully absorbed, the spiritual energy in his dantian reached 99 strands, just one step away from forging his destined treasure and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage of magical cultivation. Just then, Ling Yishan suddenly received a message from Lin Wanqing saying that all the formalities had been completed and the laboratory application was approved. Everything was ready to start. In the message, Lin Wanqing casually suggested holding a kickoff banquet as both a celebration and a chance to thank everyone in person, sincerely inviting Ling Yishan to attend. Ling Yishan thought it over. First, since they'd be working with this team long term, it wouldn't hurt to show his face. Second, Lin Wanqing's meal card was still in his pocket, and she wouldn't be able to settle the bill without meeting him. So he readily agreed. When he arrived at the agreed restaurant and pushed the door open, he saw only 3 people inside: Lin Wanqing, Li Miao Miao, and Shui Yin, who was holding a fruit platter and trying to find a seat. So your team only has 2 people? Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, his expression subtle. Had originally thought that last time he came it was simply bad timing that there were only 2 of them, but now it seemed these were the entire elite. No wonder Lin Wanqing had pulled off so many bold moves. Even if you counted Shui Yin, who often kept to the sidelines, that made just 2.5 people. Competing for projects against other teams was truly an uphill battle. Ahem, there's a reason for that. A reason. Lin Wanqing hit on a sensitive spot, flushed with some embarrassment, and began explaining their situation. It turned out their mentor used to have a large group of successful students, but had grown inclined to retire in recent years, gradually reducing student spots. The reason was straightforward. With time running out, the mentor wanted to focus entirely on reaching the next major breakthrough to extend their lifespan. No one could fault such a motive. Before the explanation finished, a noisy clatter of footsteps came from outside. Ling Yishan turned around to see a group of familiar faces, the other members of the mentor's team who had greeted him before. Strangely, they showed no resentment about losing the project. Instead, they wore big smiles and warmly greeted Lin Wanqing's group, repeatedly congratulating them on getting Ling Yishan. This scene made Ling Yishan suddenly realize these people, like Shui Yin, pretended to be indifferent but actually supported Lin Wanqing behind the scenes. Calling Lin Wanqing the hidden emperor wasn't an exaggeration. Just as he grasped this plot twist, he noticed Lin Wanqing herself looking equally bewildered. Actually we've all received a lot of care from senior sister Lin, a young man quietly explained as he came close to Ling Yishan, sounding somewhat embarrassed. More importantly, her mentor is very well liked and highly respected at the school. Many teachers were her mentor's students. Now that the mentor plans to retire, these teachers agreed to pass the project to senior sister Lin's team so the mentor can focus peacefully on breakthroughs without worrying about student affairs. But her mentor is proud and would refuse any direct handover, so we had to act out this charade. We hope Brother Ling won't take it the wrong way. Once the truth was out, all the awkwardness dissolved. Everyone settled down, turning what was supposed to be a small kickoff banquet for 3 into a lively gathering. Dishes arrived. Glasses clinked, conversations bounced from cutting-edge academic topics to international affairs before shifting to campus gossip and even cafeteria price hikes, cycling through topics like a carousel. The wine didn't get people drunk. Rather, people got drunk on the wine, especially since it was the potent monkey wine. After a few rounds, cheeks flushed and eyes brightened. They naturally slipped into their well-practiced after-drinking routine, bragging. Hey, if you ask me, it was pretty lucky that junior brother Ling showed up just as the Ancient Century furnace change was about to happen. He definitely has to come see it. It's going to be thrilling. A senior brother laughed heartily, slapping Ling Yishan's shoulder with a heavy hand before pounding his own sturdy chest, which made a solid thumping sound. Raising his voice, he said, just wait and see. I'm definitely going to snag a top-tier magic treasure fragment then. If you can get a top-tier magic treasure fragment, then I can get a spiritual treasure remnant. But then I'm getting an otherworldly artifact. In that case, they'll bring a golden dragon carriage. The boasts escalated from top-tier magic treasures all the way to golden dragon carriages, growing more and more outrageous, while laughter and clinking glasses filled the air. Ling Yishan just held his cup, smiling quietly with little to say. Maybe it was his constitution, but his drinking tolerance seemed incredible. While others were already stumbling drunk, his brow was unflushed and his step steady. The banquet soon broke up, with people either supporting or carrying their drunk friends as they staggered away. In high spirits, Li Miao Miao had drunk quite a bit and was eventually carried off by Shui Yan. The one who drank the most was Lin Wanqing. She accepted nearly every offered toast, swaying like a tree branch in the wind as she sat. Senior Sister Lin, let me take you home. Senior Sister Lin, I'll send you I rent a place nearby myself. Junior Sister Lin, in the best to take you back. He'll make some hangover soup for you. Senior Sister Lin, come with us. We have a free bed in our dorm. A whole crowd of senior and junior sisters quickly surrounded her, chattering like a flock of birds squabbling for a perch, their eyes shining as they vied to show how attentive they were. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing sobered up a bit, her survival instinct kicking in. She pointed toward Ling Yishan, who was just getting some yogurt at the front desk, and raised her voice, clutching at the hope like a lifeline. I want him to take me home. Ling Yishan. Thank you, Ling. I misunderstood you all along. I always thought you were a troublemaker, but it turns out you're actually a good kid. Lin Wanqing, drunk and dazed, nestled on Ling Yishan's shoulder, muttering softly, yet still managing to make a request. It would be even better if you could help me change my position. The campus path was deserted in the dead of night, the streetlights casting their long shadows behind them. Ling Yishan carried Lin Wanqing on his shoulder like a sack of flour, one hand firmly holding her to prevent a fall, the other gripping two large bottles orange juice with pulp and cola from the dinner party, his expression more serious than if he were on a mission. I can't, Senior Lin. I've still got these two big bottles in my hands, he said. But I remember you have storage pouches, don't you? Lin Wanqing mumbled. The moment she said that, Ling Yishan's eyes lit up. That's right. He silently scolded himself for being so dumb. Hastily, he slipped the drinks into the pouch at his waist, then smacked his forehead in frustration. Should have put away the plate of fried chicken strips too while he was at it. With his hands free, he switched from carrying her butcher style on one shoulder to a princess carry, letting her lie across his back. They walked slowly down the path, the amber light bathing them warmly, a surprisingly tender sight, though it clashed with Ling Yishan's usual cold and stoic demeanor. The alcohol was hitting Lin Wanqing hard. She wrapped her arms around Ling Yishan's neck, nuzzling and mumbling softly, a mix of jasmine fragrance and liquor on her breath. Suddenly, she wrenched free from his grip and collapsed onto the grass, crawling and wriggling wildly like an out-of-control centipede. What kind of level is this speed? Ling Yishan stared in disbelief but followed closely, pulling out his phone to record the whole scene. After some struggle, he finally gathered her back up. This time, he dared not loosen his hold, locking her tightly in his arms as he carefully carried her to the academy office. In the corner sat a folding cot Lin Wanqing used for naps. Ling Yishan gently wiped the dirt off her face and hands with wet wipes before carefully laying her down. Seeing her asleep, her mature, elegant image clashing with the wild freak she had been just moments ago, he felt an unexpected calmness, even a hint of amusement. To be safe, he pulled up a chair to stay by her side through the night, flipping through the east wind blast fist notes Shui Yan had sent him earlier that day on his phone. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain slats, falling softly on Lin Wanqing's face. Her lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? A few seconds later, the memories of last night rushed back, especially the image of her crawling crazily on the grass. Her cheeks burned crimson instantly. She even felt a sudden urge to do a suicide dive or a human flying stun out of embarrassment. Too humiliating. You're awake? Get up and drink your porridge. Just then, Ling Yishan suddenly spoke up without warning. He was sitting in his chair, eyes glued to his phone, not even looking up as he said it. The sunlight streamed over him, giving him a halo of golden light. Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Then her nose caught a burst of fresh, appetizing aroma. She instinctively turned her head and saw a steaming bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee quietly placed at the table's edge. The milky white porridge churned gently, dotted with jade green century egg and pinkish lean pork. Just the smell made her mouth water. Did you make this? Tempted beyond restraint, she picked up the bowl and took a small sip. The taste was lightly salty, smooth and fragrant, instantly blossoming on her tongue. Her eyes brightened immediately. Yeah, my little brother wanted to learn how to cook, so I showed off a bit, Ling Yishan said with a nod and a smile. The little brother he referred to was Bai Ling. Although Bai Ling's breakfast skills were already impressive, they were still not quite on Ling Yishan's level. So he borrowed Bai Ling's kitchen tools to demonstrate, hoping to encourage him. Waking up to such a delicious breakfast, plus Lin Wanqing's success last night in securing her breakthrough on the rare spirit root research project, felt like putting on brand new clothes for the new year, refreshing and invigorating. But her good mood didn't last long. It was doused by a bill that followed. Duo Xiao. 2,000 points just for one meal? Did we eat the whole kitchen last night? Lin Wangqing's eyes widened, her voice shooting up to the ceiling when Ling Yishan announced the total cost of the feast from the previous night's kickoff banquet. Actually, not much food was eaten. Mostly drank a lot. Ling Yishan shrugged. Monkey liquor is just expensive. He handed over the receipt, the dense numbers staring back like a slap. Lin Wangqing was silent for a few seconds, then forced a stiff smile. No big deal, money spent will come back. Once I graduate and get into a top company, they'll earn this back quickly. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, a senior mentioned the school is about to hold the ancient century change of the furnace fire ceremony. What's that about? Ling Yishan was curious too and perked up. Lin Wangqing wiped the last drop of porridge from her bowl, licked her lips, and began to explain slowly. Near the school, there's an active volcano, its earth fire constantly boiling and burning. Since ancient times, it's been a divinely blessed place for forging. Before the spiritual realm arrived, the natives hollowed it out into a giant treasure-refining furnace. For generations, the school's forging faculty and students had labored year after year forging weapons inside the mountain. The useless forging scraps were tossed casually into the volcanic vent, which gradually built up layers where various materials melted and settled. So, every 100 years, the school has to clean the bottom of the lava and remove the slag. This is what they call the change of the furnace fire. The lava that pours out isn't all waste. The earth fire births rare treasures, fused precious minerals, even relics of magical tools from predecessors, and ancient native artifacts from millennia ago, truly all kinds of wonders. On the day of the ceremony, the whole academy buzzes with excitement. It's like a treasure hunting festival. Ling Yishan nodded eagerly but realized he was just an outsider and probably wouldn't get to participate. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Are you testing the spirit root today?" "We're calibrating the equipment today. The tests start tomorrow." Lin Wangqing shook her head. "Then I'll go practice that new Dongfeng exploding fist I just learned." As soon as he spoke, he clenched his fist and posed. Lin Wangqing gave him a strange look. "Come on, Shui Yin just gave you Lingwu yesterday, and you can already use it?" She had heard about the trade between Shui Yin and Ling Yishan from Li Miao Miao. After all, the two had just gotten over a cold war and were sweetly back together. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, confident. "I studied all night. Isn't it normal to learn that fast?" Then he suddenly swung his fist, striking the air heavily. Boom. A muffled explosion sounded, like fireworks going off. Since he was indoors, he deliberately restrained his spiritual energy. The force wasn't great, but still loud enough to shock the ears. Lin Wangqing froze completely. "Noter, you learned it just by watching one night." At that moment, Lin Wangqing looked at Ling Yishan as if she were staring at a ghost. Spirit warriors at the foundation establishment stage usually take at least half a month just to barely grasp the basics under someone else's instruction. But this guy had only observed overnight and already learned it and still found time to fry her a sunny-side-up egg and cook porridge with pickles. Rubbing her temples, she mumbled, "Maybe I'm not fully awake." Then she pulled the blanket over her face. No sooner had it dropped than Ling Yishan yanked it off without any courtesy. Face reality. Ling Yishan grabbed the collar of her shirt and lifted her up like a chick. "The guy standing before you right now is the champion of Linjiang City's beginner-level mage competition, champion of the Jijiang martial artist contest, and the city's first genius at the foundation establishment stage. It's normal to be scared. Hurry up and freshen up. Then take me to a dungeon beneath the spirit realm so your brother can stretch his fists." Absurd, but undeniable. Lin Wangqing sighed, then stirred her inner spiritual power. Blue and white spirit flames instantly spread from her feet, burning all the dirt off into ashes. When the fire faded, her skin was as pure as jade, yet her clothes remained untouched of precision with her spiritual energy that made Ling Yishan's eyes light up. This girl was no ordinary talent. "I've been wanting to ask, you climbed around like a monkey last night. What realm are you actually at?" Ling Yishan didn't bother with any girlish niceties and bluntly called out her embarrassing antics from the night before. Mid-foundation establishment. Lin Wangqing's ears turned red with shame as she clutched his arm tightly, pleading, "Please don't bring up what happened last night again. I was drunk and confused." To Ling Yishan, this kind of embarrassment was nothing more than student mischief, trivial and forgettable. Of course, he kept the recording. True brothers did that. He hadn't expected that this young woman before him was already a mid-foundation establishment prodigy. Her talent was terrifying. "Why is a flaky girl like you so gifted?" Ling Yishan threw out a teasing jab without missing a beat. "He'll return the favor in full." Lin Wangqing shot back, and it hit the mark. They'd only known each other a day, but they were already bickering like old friends. Maybe that was Ling Yishan's unique charm. After tidying up, the two stepped out of the dorm together. At the school gate, they each mounted a flying sword and streaked off through the sky. Xiangang City was a central hub, its surrounding areas having been extensively cleared of fierce beasts, leaving only scattered low-level creatures. The destination is called Howling Mine. The beasts there are mostly foundation establishment level and below, perfect for your practice. Lin Wanxing led the way. Soon, dark mountains loomed ahead, their slopes dotted with various sized mine entrances. Before the spirit realm arrived in Longhua, native inhabitants had excavated this place like a honeycomb, crisscrossing the mountainside. Fierce winds howled through the caves, creating chilling wails like ghosts crying out, giving the entire mountain range its name, the Howling Mine. This place should be bustling with visitors, but since it was vacation time and most students had gone home, the entire mine was eerily quiet. Looking around, there wasn't a single living soul in sight. No living person could see them, but the dead were definitely very much present. At the end of the mine tunnel, just as Ling Yishan and Lin Wanqing took a few steps forward, several staggering black shadows lunged toward them. The shapes still looked human, but their flesh was pierced through with sharp mineral shards, torn and mangy, with grotesque appearances. Their tattered miner uniforms revealed they had once been human. The first acknowledged truth of the spirit realm: no living humans exist, here was instantly validated. Shard mineral zombies. Lin Wanqing glanced sideways at Ling Yishan and explained, humans who died in these mines have been soaked in earth poison chi for years, turning their bodies into undead husks, minerals embedded within. They move slowly but have great strength, roughly equivalent to body-refining stage monsters. She then raised her hand, signaling Ling Yishan to take care of them. But to her surprise, Ling Yishan stood rooted to the spot without moving. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow, thinking, still young and inexperienced, spooked by the monsters? Just as she was about to draw her sword, the young man suddenly stepped forward. Ling Yishan clenched his fist, advanced, and unleashed a powerful punch in one fluid motion. Bam! 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 Spirit energy crackled at his knuckles like a series of precise detonations, smashing the zombies' skulls. Black blood and broken mineral shards scattered as the headless corpses collapsed with a thud. Good control of force. Lin Wanqing nodded quietly, then wondered, why had he hesitated earlier? What she didn't know was that Ling Yishan's heterochromatic eyes had just penetrated the undead's bodies to glimpse the lurking spirits within. After the zombies were crushed, those lingering souls were dragged by an invisible force back into the howling mine shaft. Ling Yishan recounted everything he saw in detail. You're just a Foundation establishment cultivator's spirit consciousness, yet you sense that ghostly presence? Lin Wanqing scrutinized him closely, her gaze finally settling on his unusual eyes. Could it bait a legendary ghost seer eyes? Exactly. What else did you think? Ling Yishan admitted openly. He wasn't worried about her misjudging him. With his innate treasure hunting in hand, if he ever used the Confuse Heaven's secret skill, Lin Wanqing would likely forget he even possessed those eyes. Lin Wanqing scoffed. I thought you were just showing off with colored contacts. Her tone didn't turn cold, though instead she sighed thoughtfully. These lingering spirits have been tainted by earth poison chi for years, becoming earthbound ghosts. Even if you destroy them, they can't leave and are eventually pulled back by the earth veins. They'll show up again after a while. To truly release their souls, you'd have to call upon a learned Buddhist monk. Her words stirred a sorrowful sympathy in her heart, but Ling Yishan's eyes suddenly brightened. A monk? He actually knew one, an outstanding graduate from the Buddhist academy. His plan to grind experience alone was instantly scrapped. Ling Yishan raised his hand and called out, By Ling, time to go gain some experience. Boss, got it, meow. Wow, such an adorable kitten. The moment Lin Wanqing first saw Balian, her eyes lit up instantly, and her fingers twitched slightly, clearly wanting to stroke that soft, fluffy head. But her tender affection didn't catch Ling Yishan's attention at that moment. His mind was fully occupied with the zombie rescue operation details. Senior Lin, does this zombie have any particular preferences? Ideally something so irresistible it can't help but crawl over when it smells it. He lowered his voice. Lin Wanqing reluctantly pulled her gaze away and thought carefully for a moment. Zombies like to collect and devour high-quality mineral divine iron. As long as the material is good enough, your plan will probably work. Ling Yishan felt a weight lift from his chest at her words. With a snap of his fingers, a sleek black magical fish floated in the air before him. It was his prized Xianming Kuan, forged from the sacred Lijiang Dragon Mother's flood control iron an emperor personally oversaw its casting 1,000 years ago, so its quality was unquestionable. If it wasn't top tier, the 9 clans would have been wiped out long ago, he muttered confidently. Then he beckoned Balian to his side, crouching down to whisper tactical commands by the kitten's ears. Curious, Lin Wanqing crouched beside him. Ling, I think the idea is solid, but isn't it a bit too fierce? She gasped softly, scrutinizing him. Every time she thought she had Ling Yishan figured out, the guy would update his version entirely. A woman's mercy is cruelty to oneself when facing enemies, Ling Yishan said coldly, his tone sharp as a blade. Night had fallen, darkness blanketing the mountain cave as cold winds howled. A zombie sniffed out an enticing scent in the gloom, staggering toward the cave entrance. Nearby, the jet-black magical fish stood upright, twisting and swaying, its scales shimmering like the finest spiritual material beckoning. The zombie's eyes ignited with eerie light, a rare delicacy: roasted fish. It lunged forward wildly. But just as it reached the cave mouth, Ling Yishan, who had been lying in wait, clapped his palm and sent the lightning sword slicing through the air. With a sharp swish, it severed the zombie's legs below the knees. Bones cracked loudly, and the zombie collapsed with a thud, but instinctively dragged its broken body forward, crawling toward the Xianming Kuan. That was when Balian made its move. The little kitten hovered in the air, sitting cross-legged. Its pink hoodie instantly transformed into a glowing golden Buddhist robe consecrated by the headmaster of the Buddhist Academy for outstanding graduates. It folded back its ears, its round head looking as pure as a newborn's. With its left paw, it held a gilded wooden fish drum, while the right gripped a small wooden hammer, eyes closed as it struck rhythmically. Amidst the crisp wood drum sounds came a soft, childlike meow 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 interwoven with chanting. Now entrusted by Buddha again, since our great Amitabha Buddha, sent to save all sentient beings across the 6 realms. The chanting transformed into streams of golden light radiating from Balian, enveloping the zombie. The sacred glow burned bright as the dark energy surged violently. Black mist churned and clashed fiercely with the golden radiance. Lin Wanqing watched with wide, astonished eyes, her face full of disbelief. No way, this ghost cat really knows Buddhism. Buddha's light poured down, and the golden seal on Balian's forehead shone as brightly as the blazing sun. The undead that Xianming Kuan had lured closer instantly went limp like a dried salted fish, unable to muster even an ounce of strength. It was clearly just a few steps away from the black fish treasure, yet it couldn't take the final step, its stiffened arms snapping down to the ground with a slap. The poor undead, like a timid goblin coaxed out of its cave by the catfish saint maiden, was toyed with by Ling Yishan and was doomed to die in the end. The Buddha light continued to burn, and its soul was no longer dragged underground by the chilling hand of darkness, but slowly ascended in golden radiance. A faint trace of relief appeared on its blurry features. In the next moment, a soft golden glow flowed into Balian's body. Ling Yishan opened his ghostly eyes and saw Balian's cultivation had indeed risen a notch, filling him with great satisfaction. The plan had gone smoothly. Xianming Kuan acted as bait to lure out the undead. The Jinghong sword severed limbs and sealed the throat to ensure the undead wouldn't immediately perish again. Then Balian's Buddha light performed the transcendence. The only regret was that the Jinghong sword was just a magical instrument, not a sentient treasure otherwise. Ling Yishan would have long ago created an automated cage to repeatedly hunt and transcend monsters. Xianming Kuan's lure was incredibly effective, as wave after wave of undead poured out from the cave entrance. Ling Yishan repeated the ritual, and soon the ground was covered with over 200 corpses, a grotesque mixture of rotting flesh and incense. As the undead numbers dwindled, the intervals between appearances lengthened. Using this experience, Balian smoothly advanced from early to mid-foundation establishment stage. The little black cat was so excited its tail fluffed up, it hugged Ling Yishan, jumping with joy. I really made the right choice. Boss, you're awesome, meow. From its perspective, leveling up with Ling Yishan was much faster than at the academy. Yet Ling Yishan still felt unsatisfied. He finally understood the note on Balian's student ID about slow cultivation improvement was no exaggeration. There were limited monsters to farm in the outer region, and new undead took time to spawn. The supply would likely remain thin for the next 2 days. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing let out a long, silent sigh. Having observed the whole process, she felt enlightened. As an artifact refinement student, she was deeply interested in Ling Yishan's strange black fish treasure. He said it was his lifebound treasure. Such treasures often reflected the cultivator's personality. The more eccentric the person, the more unusual their sole treasure. Just as she was about to ask more, she suddenly noticed a pair of scarlet eyes deep inside the cave. A roaring sound like a raging wind filled the air. A massive black serpent burst out of the cave, lunging straight at Ling Yishan. Its snake body was pitch black except for glowing red eyes. Its thick black golden scales shimmered with an icy metallic luster, scraping loudly against the ground. The serpent was about 10 feet in diameter, mouth wide enough to swallow not just Ling Yishan, but also Balian and Lin Wanqing whole. Its demonic aura was as heavy as a mountain. It was clearly a fully realized foundation establishment stage beast. Ling Yishan remained calm, raising his hand to summon Xianming Kuan, but a sharp female voice called from behind. Bow down. Instinctively, he ducked. A mighty sword aura swept overhead, like a torrent of rivers and seas, rippling through the air like water waves. The giant black serpent froze instantly as the life in its blood-red eyes rapidly faded. A red thread snaked from its gaping mouth to its tail. Then the serpent crashed down, cleanly cut in two. Ling Yishan turned around and saw Lin Wanqing standing there, sword sheathed, but her expression was completely different from usual. Lin Wanqing carried a crimson sword case on her back, her long black hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. She held a blazing red sword in her hand, and 4 other celestial swords, like streams of flowing fire, circled around her continuously. Her expression was sharp and clear, her garments billowing with the sword aura, resembling a young sword immortal soaring straight out of a painting. Catching Ling Yishan's gaze, her phoenix-like eyes glowed scarlet in the firelight as she curved them into crescent moons and deliberately winked her right eye, letting out a clear, crisp laugh. Handsome, right? Am I not incredibly handsome? Ling Yishan stared at this strikingly elegant form, so unlike her usual carefree self, and felt a strong shock hit him. No wonder so many girls were smitten by her. Sword cultivators definitely have a natural flair for showing off. Muttering to himself, he kept a serious tone. If you keep showing off like this, sooner or later those women will beat you to your knees and take you back for sacrifice. Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing paused, not quite understanding the strange complaint. With the danger past, she raised her hand and tossed the blazing sword straight into the clouds. The four flying swords hummed softly as they returned to their case. When the sword sprang forth, the world grew silent. When it sheathed, dazzling light flashed. Once the sword left her hand, the oppressive sword aura instantly softened, and the familiar warmth of her approachable self returned. He pointed to the black snake corpse at her feet, cut neatly in two by the sword energy. What's this thing? A stone-scaled black armor snake. Lin Wanqing replied casually, then pointed toward a mound of live corpses beside them. A stronger monster from Haokao mine that eats live corpses. Rare, but I guess it smelled that pile of zombies and crawled out. She then curled her finger, and a thread of fiery spiritual energy pierced the snake's skin, forcibly pulling out a glossy, dark, round demon core from inside. Humans must condense core energy to reach the golden core stage, but once demons start cultivation, they develop a demon core. It's the essence of their power, useful in refining pills or forging weapons. Ling Yishan saw her pocket the demon core, but ignored the snake corpse and quickly asked, "You're not taking the rest of the flesh and blood? Extracting the qi and blood is too troublesome and not worth much," Lin Wanqing said with a smirk. "Spirit pill companies have been cutting prices recently. I don't bother with it." Hearing this, Ling Yishan chuckled and waved his sleeve, putting the snake body into his storage pouch. MOU isn't picky. Minus the waste, this foundational realm snake demon can still yield 4 blood eggs worth it. After handling the corpse, his gaze shifted to the crimson sword case on Lin Wanqing's back, full of curiosity. "Is this your signature treasure?" "Yeah. It's a red copper case for forging the fire transformation sword," Lin Wanqing explained. "I can shape my spiritual power directly into swords. These spirit swords are like magical tools and can be controlled with just a thought." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and dozens of blazing red spirit swords shot from the case, forming a red cloud that circled several times before flying toward a distant corpse pile and reducing it to ashes. Ling Yishan's eyes widened. "You can summon dozens of sword cultivators' magical tools on a whim? Isn't that over the limit?" "Not real magical tools, of course. These spirit swords don't have the power of true magical tools. At most, they're just sturdy and sharp," she said calmly. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. If it were really that easy to casually forge a bunch of spirit swords and magical treasures, she would have soared to the top long ago. She wouldn't still be staying up late cramming on her thesis and stressing over graduation. "That's quite the exaggeration," Ling Yishan murmured in awe. He never expected that the seemingly harmless girl in front of him would have such a fierce personal magical treasure. A thought struck him suddenly, and he cautiously probed. "Funny you mentioned that I happen to have a spell somewhat similar to your treasure." As he finished speaking, Ling Yishan raised his hand and formed a talisman. Spiritual energy surged, and a half-meter-long platinum spirit sword instantly materialized, its blade quivering and emitting a faint hissing sound. Lin Wanqing arched a brow, her tone strange. "What a coincidence. I'm actually the second author of the spirit sword technique, my mentor being the first. She reverse-engineered the spell based on my treasure. Without the royalties from that, I'd be dirt poor by now." Ling Yishan was speechless. After that, Lin Wanqing's gaze softened a little, touched by fate's weirdness. She pointed at the platinum sword silhouette. "You're doing well, but there are a few details you could improve." As a co-author, she knew the technique's structure inside and out, and quickly highlighted some fine-tuning tips. Ling Yishan nodded repeatedly. The doubts that had been stuck in his mind suddenly cleared up. "I have one last question," he whispered, eyes burning bright. "How can I unleash sword aura like you do?" Sword aura tempted him greatly, yet the tutorials on the immortal web were sold at sky-high prices by sword cultivators, completely unaffordable. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing cooled him down. "You're too early for that. Sword aura requires your spiritual sense to extend outside, which only happens at the foundation formation stage. You're still at the qi gathering stage." Before she finished, her eyes abruptly widened. Ling Yishan's brow suddenly flickered with an invisible spiritual sense, enveloping a meter around him. Although limited in range, it was definitely spiritual sense projection. "How many sneaky tricks have you stuffed inside you?" She clicked her tongue, but didn't bother to argue. "Fine. Since you meet the conditions, they'll teach you. Don't say I'm stingy." She cleared her throat seriously. "Listen closely. Sword aura techniques are precious. I don't usually teach them for free. Ling Yishan held his breath, focusing completely. As Lin Wanqing gradually explained, he finally grasped the principle of sword aura. Simply put, it's infusing spiritual energy into the sword body, then guiding it through an incredibly intricate external trajectory, resulting in a sharp sword aura explosion. At the chi gathering level, the spiritual sense can only be internal and too rough to precisely control this external circuit. Only at the foundation formation level, with projected spiritual sense, can one barely breach this threshold. After finishing the basics, Lin Wanqing took out her phone and sent the complete training method straight to Ling Yishan's communication jade talisman. Won't this cause copyright trouble? He asked nervously, looking at the file. Most spells on the immortal web were sealed with anti-counterfeit marks, and unauthorized sharing triggered alarms. Don't worry, this is internal material from our sect. My mentor gave me full permission. In the top rank in our sect now who's going to sue you? Lin Wanqing patted her chest proudly. Only then did Ling Yishan relax fully, marveling at the treasures hidden in high-level cultivation academy spells that cost a fortune outside could be learned free inside. As dusk fell, the two packed up and headed back to campus. Ling Yishan's day had been incredibly fruitful. 1. He fully mastered the East Wind Explosive Fist. 2. Successfully helped by Ling ascend a level. 3. Brought back the corpse of a foundation formation stage serpent demon. 4. Received personal guidance from Lin Wanqing on the spirit sword technique. 5. Most importantly, obtained the long-desired sword aura training method. He couldn't wait to try it out. Although it was already the second night since arriving at the Western Military Region's prestigious academy, Ling Yishan was returning to the lodging assigned to him for the first time. The room was a quiet guest chamber not far from the laboratory. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was cool and still, with faint light slipping through the curtains and casting neat rectangular bands against the wall. Ling Yishan sat cross-legged in the center of the single bed. Resting horizontally on his knees was the jet-black Jinghong sword. His left hand held the scabbard steady, while his right palm pressed gently on the hilt. Pale golden spiritual energy seeped from his palm, flowing slowly along the sword's grain. Moments later, fine fiery patterns flickered across the blade, glowing like dark red flames. A faint heat pulsed rhythmically in the silent room. Time stretched out. All that remained was the soft hum of spiritual energy surging. After a long while, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of frustration. The memory reinforcement gained from his spiritual advancement had imprinted every trick and method for sword chi circulation deep in his mind. Yet when it came to practice, it felt like sinking into quicksand. Either his spiritual awareness was still immature, or swordsmanship itself was inherently difficult, or perhaps both. Either way, progress crawled at a snail's pace. What made it worse was that the sword was an inanimate object. Even if the spiritual energy traveled the wrong path inside the blade, it gave no indication whatsoever. It was like writing a program that refused to run without any error messages, forcing endless trial and error. If only the Jinghong sword could speak, the thought suddenly leapt up, and even Ling Yishan himself felt how absurd it sounded. A mere magical tool, not a treasured artifact. How could it talk? But at that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered through his mind. Suddenly, he remembered. He actually had a talking weapon in his possession. He raised his hand and pulled out the jet-black short rod from his storage pouch. Yes, true form. At this moment, Mou was lying asleep on the pillow, spreading its small wings wide in a perfect star shape. It looked so comfortable that even the neck, which had no head, seemed to be snoring softly. Nearby, Bai Ling was crouched down, carefully massaging its feathers. Ever since this young lady joined them, Mou had become a pampered old hand, often shirking responsibility and behaving lazily. Ling Yishan didn't speak, but infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the black rod. The next second, Mou, who had been lost in pleasant dreams, suddenly flared its wings upright, as if switched on. Hey, why are you suddenly pumping spiritual energy into me? Even without a head, it could still fix its gaze on Ling Yishan, its tone full of suspicion. I know no good deed ever happens without you first stirring things up. Brother Crow, Ling Yishan smiled warmly. I want you to help me with my cultivation. Then he laid out his entire plan. As soon as he finished, Mou immediately bounced backward, flapping its wings wildly and shaking its head firmly. Look, I don't have a head, but that doesn't mean I'm a sword. You're dragging me into your sword chi training? That's nonsense. Brother Crow, I think you're mistaken, Ling Yishan replied gently, his smile sincere. Why do you assume you're not a sword? You're just a bit longer, a bit duller, a bit rounder. Compared to a wooden sword, your shape isn't much different. Besides, in TV dramas, sword immortals casually break off tree branches to use as swords. Never seen anyone question that. Yes, stunned silence and gradually stilled wings betrayed its deep contemplation. What Ling Yishan said was a bit twisted logic, but it was hard to find a flaw to counter. After all, swords come in all shapes and sizes. There's no precise, millimeter-perfect definition of what constitutes a sword. In essence, the concept of sword is only loosely defined. and the world is filled with countless strange and varied blades. Its core was still straight after all. Unable to find a strong argument to refute, Moyu reluctantly chose to compromise. Be gentler when you apply it, Moyu complained slightly, watching the sword energy technique while turning to Ling Yishan, his tone tinged with some dissatisfaction. Ling Yishan nodded and carefully infused spiritual energy along the path of the sword chi circulation in his mind, fine-tuning the flow. Ouch, your energy is flowing the wrong way here. It's making me a bit uncomfortable, Moyu said with a frown, his round brows knit together. His voice was half aggrieved, half playing cute. Oh, sorry, I'm still new at this. Let me try adjusting it here, Ling Yishan replied, shifting the spiritual energy's direction, his tone curious and tentative. That's better. Even though you're still off, it feels much nicer now. Moyu hummed in contentment, his plump body gradually relaxing, looking very comfortable. Ling Yishan? So basically I'm your giant sword now, huh? Moyu suddenly shouted, livening up the atmosphere quite a bit. And so, man and chicken quarreled and trained together. Just as Ling Yishan had expected, under Moya's guidance his learning speed was astonishing, and his progress became much more systematic. The next day, following his appointment with Lin Wanqing, Ling Yishan arrived at the lab. After yesterday's setup, many new and fascinating devices filled the space. A special container piled high in the corner held a large batch of materials needed for forging magical tools. Curious, Ling Yishan pulled out his phone and used the built-in image recognition app on the Immortal network to scan the materials. The result left him nearly speechless. These items were shockingly valuable. Most of the materials' unit prices could sustain an ordinary person's leisure lifestyle for a lifetime. Turtle, no wonder scientific research burns through so much money, he muttered cautiously, stepping back like he was avoiding a dangerous zone. Junior Ling, wait for me. They'll start as soon as I finish organizing the equipment, Lin Wanqing called out, without even looking up. She and Li Miao were busy intensively adjusting the devices. The workload was heavy enough that Ling Yishan couldn't help asking, why don't you just pay someone to help? Everyone else is already on holiday while we're still slaving away. Lin Wanqing sighed with resentment. We can't find any hands, and there's hardly anyone left in the sect. It's just the two of us fighting a lonely battle. One ox and one horse, that's exactly how it feels. Miao, why not ask Shui Yan to come help? More hands would definitely be better, Lin suggested. Given Shui Yan's personality, as long as Miao asked, the chances were high he'd agree. Ah, no can do, senior sister. He was exhausted yesterday and needs to rest today, Li Miao said shyly, implying something unspoken. Hard-nosed Lin Wanqing didn't pick up the hint, but could only sigh resignedly and keep working. Is there anything I can help with? Seeing the two women so busy, Ling Yishan felt a bit guilty for freeloading on their techniques and decided he shouldn't just loaf around. Really? Then come help me attach these Yingling chips. It's really simple, it'll teach you. Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened with surprise and gratitude at his offer. She dragged Ling Yishan over and taught him step by step how to install the chips. The process was not complicated, and Ling Yishan picked it up quickly. Yingling chips were devices that could provide real-time feedback on the speed and smoothness of spiritual energy flow inside materials. Lin Wanqing planned to collect data on how Ling Yishan's rare spirit root energy circulated in various materials to find the optimal combination. Ling Yishan hoped to pick out the one most suitable for himself. Forget the perfect one. Just give me the most expensive one, Ling Yishan said with a sincere look, patting Lin Wanqing on the shoulder and making her roll her eyes at him. But when Ling Yishan really started attaching the Yingling chips, his gaze was suddenly drawn to one piece of material that seemed especially unique. What is this? Ling Yishan pointed at a large piece of white jade in front of him and asked with curiosity. Under the light, the fist-sized jade lay quietly on the metal table, pure white, and without any glimmer of spiritual energy. Compared to the blazing red fire crystals and the deep blue water souls stacked around it, it looked as ordinary as a jade ornament sold on the street. This is wooling common jade, a special kind of material, said Lin Wanqing, a top student from the artifact refining department. She removed her protective goggles and dusted off her white coat, reciting the name like flipping through a book. Being well-versed in material science, she recognized the object in Ling Yishan's hand just by looking at it. Special how? To me, it just looks like ordinary jade. Ling Yishan leaned in closer to examine it, still puzzled. You're both right and wrong. Lin Wanqing nodded and then shook her head. Currently, within the cultivation world there's some debate about the definition of wooling common jade. In terms of internal spiritual energy, it contains all 5 elemental attributes, but it doesn't provide any benefits to cultivators. It acts pretty much like a mundane object. However, its spiritual energy conduction efficiency is extremely high, much better than typical mundane materials. So it's more of a collector's item. Its practical value isn't outstanding. After hearing this, Ling Yishan understood but pressed further. If it's not practical, why do you use it for experiments? Lin Wanqing's expression turned serious, her tone solemn. Of course, it's for testing depth. Her earnestness only lasted a moment before she shrugged. To be honest, since we know each other well, I actually just wanted to pad my paper's word count. It just happened to be in the warehouse, so I brought it along. Her frank honesty briefly paused the room's atmosphere. Then she burst out laughing proudly. Ling Yishan crossed his arms and snorted, but his expression said I knew it. The two exchanged a knowing smile, sharing an unspoken understanding. Once the novelty wore off, the rest of the process became tedious. The entire morning in the lab was filled only with sounds of moving, numbering, and calibrating materials. It wasn't until afternoon that the actual tests began. Following the procedure, Ling Yishan sat steadily at the operation desk, his palms gently placed over the different materials as he slowly infused spiritual energy at a fixed rhythm. The spiritual response chips embedded inside the materials transmitted real-time data back to the computer screen. Li Miao Miao stayed by the screen the whole time, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Ling, how do you control your spiritual energy so steadily? Li Miao Miao couldn't help but marvel at the near-zero error on the graph. With only Lin Wangqing's brief verbal tips, Ling Yishan kept output power perfectly consistent. Multiple data sets varied very little, greatly improving their testing efficiency. Miao Miao, you're still too young to understand just how insane this guy really is, Lin Wangqing said with a smug grin, like recommending a treasured movie she'd long admired. Hearing her friend's amazement, she wore a look that clearly said, I told you so. Ling Yishan was too lazy to argue and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. He no longer cared how much padding Lin Wangqing wanted in her paper, especially since the control group tests were still going on well into the afternoon. Sunlight slanted through the blinds into the lab. In the shadows and light, Ling Yishan switched materials again and again, enduring from noon until nightfall. His spiritual power was utterly drained. If not for his extraordinary talent, he would have collapsed long ago. The preliminary conclusions are out. Lin Wangqing reviewed the records and calculations. Metallic materials have the highest conduction efficiency, fire comes next, and water is the worst. If you mix metal and fire in proportion, the efficiency improves even further. The line graph on the computer screen was clear and easy to understand. Li Miao Miao clapped excitedly. Ling Yishan leaned back in his chair, panting heavily with sweat dripping down his forehead, only having enough energy left to grumble softly. Deep down, he couldn't help but think, this exceptional spiritual root really is incredible. Looking over the roughly compiled data in her hands, Lin Wangqing's eyes were filled with shock. Based on her horizontal comparisons with other documents, Ling Yishan's spiritual root, even among the so-called heterogeneous spiritual roots, was top tier. Her gaze quickly scanned the data conduction efficiency, spiritual power affinity, elemental compatibility, almost every indicator was maxed out. Conduction efficiency directly determines how well a magical tool synchronizes with its cultivator, meaning that with the same best-fitting treasure, Ling Yishan could unleash far greater power than others. And it wasn't just controlling magical tools. His spiritual root possessed the dual advantage of metal and fire attributes, combined with spiritual power control not inferior to cultivators with a single pure spiritual root. He was practically the chosen child of the fire path and the artisanal forging school. Thinking of those old masters in the refining world, Lin Wangqing could already picture them turning red in the face and arguing fiercely over such a young prodigy. A pity her own mentor was already at retirement age, or he would never have missed out on such a promising talent. After the tests, following the previously agreed payment with the school, Lin Wangqing allowed Ling Yishan to pick one favorite item from the experimental materials. These are all freshly tested materials. I've sorted them by compatibility, she said, handing over a list. I don't want to see this, Ling Yishan said, raising his hand to block it. Sort them by price. I want the most expensive piece. Lin Wangqing was momentarily speechless, but quickly calculated the market rates. The highest current price is that 5-element mundane jade. Fine, that one it is. The boy tucked the fist-sized grayish-white jade into his storage pouch with a solemn expression. You're too shallow-minded and insulted. It can be exchanged for that many dragon coins, and you still call it useless? Lin Wangqing and Li Miao Miao, who was recording nearby, both rolled their eyes, their stereotype of him as all about money deepening threefold. That day's experiment ended there. The two women continued processing data while Ling Yishan arranged to meet them again the next day. Humming a tune, he left the lab building, heading back to the dormitory to study sword chi techniques. Just as he turned into the corridor, he spotted a familiar figure, Shui Yan, leaning against the wall, one hand on his waist, moving toward the cafeteria with labored steps. Their eyes met. Shui Yan awkwardly straightened his back and stiffened his trembling legs, forcing a greeting. Junior Ling, what a coincidence. Done with the experiments? Yeah, just finished. Ling Yishan stopped walking, suddenly not in a hurry to leave. Want to grab a bite together? Shui Yan offered casually. Unexpectedly, the boy readily nodded. Sure, I was just about to test the quality of a top-tier university cafeteria. Having said it, Shui Yan gritted his teeth and braced his aching waist to accompany him. At the cafeteria counter, Shui Yan lowered his voice to order a serving of wolfberry lamb soup and sea cucumber millet porridge. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow and observed. Senior, that combo is quite nourishing. Shui Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, but forced himself to maintain composure as he carried the tray back to the table. At the table, they first chatted about the day's experiment, then discussed the upcoming Ancient Century furnace fire change ceremony. Hearing about this grand event where top refining masters borrow heavenly fire to replace furnace cores, Ling Yishan's eyes practically sparkled. Feeling intimidated by his burning gaze, Shui Yan thought for a moment and lowered his voice. If you really want to attend, Junior Ling, I might have a way. I remember that part of Junior Ling's original payment included a service to help forge his destined magic treasure, right? In the spacious reception room, bathed in warm, soft lighting, Shui Yan flipped through the documents in his hand and casually asked. Sitting opposite him, Ling Yishan nodded slightly yes. That was indeed the initial agreed-upon term. However, he added, my martial cultivation destined treasure has already been forged, so the school finally changed the reward to assist in forging an ordinary magic treasure. Shui Yan closed the folder, leaned forward, and spoke in a low but serious tone. If you're willing, I can communicate with the higher-ups and switch your reward to participating in the upcoming furnace fire exchange ceremony. After he finished speaking, Ling Yishan lowered his gaze to think. The forging department at the Western Military District's top academy was recognized as the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Getting a chance to assist in forging a magic treasure was incredibly rare. Compared to that, the furnace fire exchange ceremony sounded like scavenging leftover or obviously less substantial. Normally, anyone would choose the first option without hesitation. But he hesitated. Though they hadn't known each other long, Ling Yishan knew that Senior Shui enjoyed strong trust from the higher-ups. Even as a student, he frequently represented the school handling confidential matters and would not speak without purpose. If Shui brought this up, he clearly had some inside information. Ling Yishan slid his chair closer and lowered his voice. Senior, do you have inside news? Shui Yan nodded but suddenly seemed to remember something and replied with a question. Let me ask you first. Go ahead. Do you know how to fish? A simple question made a cold light flash in Ling Yishan's eyes. After a moment of daze, he suddenly recalled his real label, the #1 little fishing prince of Linjiang City, not just some top trophy hunter at Linjiang #2 High School. In the #1 little fishing prince of Linjiang City. Which local fisherman doesn't know my name? He raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. Ever since he was young, others said his cultivation talent was average, which he would just brush off. But if anyone doubted his fishing skills, he'd immediately get fired up. That's good. Shui Yan relaxed and explained in a serious tone. The furnace fire exchange ceremony is actually quite similar to fishing. He paused, then lowered his voice again. And this time I heard there will be something good. Something good? How good? Ling Yishan was completely intrigued and whispered to ask. There's a good chance it will produce spirit fire. Shui Yan's voice was very low, but the excitement underneath barely restrained. Even trying to suppress it, Ling Yishan could still feel the thrill, like a boarding student finally getting their hands on the long-missed giant phone after weeks of lockdown, eagerly swiping their fingers across the screen. Spirit fire. His expression showed shock as he immediately asked, Spirit fire, what exactly is that? Shui Yan raised an eyebrow. Why are you so surprised? Ling Yishan replied earnestly, isn't this just me supporting you, giving you some emotional value? And that was actually true. Shui Yan couldn't help but catch his breath faster at being teased, so he took a deep breath to steady himself before starting to explain to Ling Yishan what spirit fire was. Spiritual fire is one of the rare spiritual elements found in heaven and earth. Alongside it are spiritual water, spiritual wood, spiritual earth, spiritual metal, and so on. These are the kinds of elements that cultivators can directly refine and harness for their own use. All these spiritual elements from spiritual fire included are categorized by their origin into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human. Heavenly fire is born in the 9 heavens above. It might originate from the residual flames of a golden dragon chariot, the blazing core of a star, the strikes of heavenly lightning tribulation, or from even more mysterious, unfathomable sources. Earthly fire is nurtured in towering magma flows, or where perilous spiritual energy converges, and can sometimes lie hidden inside powerful mythical beasts. Human fire, as the name implies, is generated by cultivators themselves, whether through a great master's deep comprehension of the fire element, specialized cultivation techniques, or other means. Regardless of the category, the conditions for birth are extremely harsh. Once refined, these flames can become formidable weapons for cultivators. This time, the fire about to manifest is a thread of human fire. It uses the constantly churning lava volcano as its furnace, nurtured over countless years by numerous instrument refiners daily guiding the spiritual flames and forging mystical treasures. When Shui Yan recounted the story, Ling Yishan, a novice cultivator, listened with shining eyes and whispered excitedly, there really is such a treasure. It must be my destiny. Shui Yan, however, immediately dashed his hopes with a dose of cold realism. Spiritual fire is what it isnately spiritual. Don't even think about whether it would choose low-level cultivators like us. Even the two nascent soul teachers have already set their sights on it. Do you honestly think you can snatch it away from them? Ling Yishan's enthusiasm instantly dropped by more than half. He had seen the mighty powers of nascent soul experts moving mountains and splitting rivers with ease. At his current level, he simply wasn't qualified to get involved. Shui Yin patted his shoulder and added, "We can't touch the spiritual fire itself, but the treasures born alongside it. Well, we minor players can still grab a share. Whether you want to take part in the ritual is up to you." Ling Yishan paused thoughtfully, then finally nodded. "Okay, ill trouble Senior Shui then." To him, simply securing a spot in the treasure forging was a safety net, and participating in the furnace fire exchange ceremony was a gamble worth taking. He trusted his instinct. She always had a knack for landing big catches. No trouble at all. It's a win-win after all. Mayo's graduation depends on you. Shui Yin waved off the thanks lightly, then spoke seriously, "But you have to keep a close eye on Lin Wanqing. If those two get too close, notify me immediately. I've got it covered, big brother." The two got along well. After their meal, Ling Yishan casually swiped Lin Wanqing's meal card when paying the bill. Back at the cave dwelling, Shui Yin immediately started applying for Ling Yishan's entry pass and promised to get a response soon. True to form, his efficiency was remarkable. Just as night deepened and Ling Yishan was still practicing the sword chi technique, a dazzling entry pass arrived in his hands. It was a metallic card etched with intricate flame patterns along the edges, and his personal information embossed in the center. "Be sure to keep this safe. If you lose it, there's no replacement," Shui Yin warned meticulously. Ling Yishan nodded repeatedly. After all, this was exchanged with a precious forging opportunity, so he naturally treasured it. "Senior Shui, want to grab a late-night bite?" "My treat," Ling Yishan chuckled gratefully. "No, Miao Miao wants me back early tonight." Shui Yan's tone turned serious as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ling Yishan felt an inexplicable chill settle in his heart. The next day, Ling Yishan returned to the laboratory, but this time the test focused on analyzing the spirit root attributes. Pushing the door open, he saw instruments lined up on the cold alloy table, green indicator lights blinking. Lin Wanqing was already wearing isolation gloves and gestured for him to step into the spirit pressure sensing ring in the center. "First, release your platinum-colored spiritual energy," she said, lightly tapping the terminal. A glass cover silently descended as various sensor needles vibrated slightly in midair. Ling Yishan took a deep breath, and a platinum light glowed at his fingertips. Spiritual energy surged out, blending gold and fire hues. The brightness forced the surrounding light screens to dim instantly. Lin Wanqing quickly injected reagents, which reacted with the spiritual energy, exploding into tiny fluorescent sparks. "Just as expected," she said, eyes fixed on the monitoring panel while rapidly reading the data. "Highest damage to wood attribute. Also suppresses ghost cultivators who absorb EN energy. Water attribute resistance is average but still stronger than fire." The graph on the screen rose sharply. Lin Wanqing opened the material analysis page and continued recording. The nature leans toward metal, with sharpness and hardness exceeding normal metal spiritual energy, as if reforged by fire spiritual energy. Honestly, it's somewhat beyond standard. Seeing the impressive numbers, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Perhaps because of the fire spiritual energy mixed in, this platinum energy also shows very high resistance to fire attributes, which normally counter metal. It almost has no weaknesses. Ling Junior Fellow, do me a favor. Release a standard unit of your spiritual energy. Separate the metal and fire components. Ling Yishan nodded, closed his eyes, and activated his spirit root. The platinum energy swirled in his palm. With a gentle twist, the golden glow and red flames separated, drifting apart like an invisible hand peeling them away. "Let me see." Metal spiritual energy accounts for 7.62, fire spiritual energy 2.38. Lin Wanqing quickly typed on her keyboard, locking in the proportions. "Curious," Ling Yishan asked. "Now that we know the ratio, can we directly synthesize my mutant spirit root energy?" "No way." Lin Wanqing gave him a sideways glance. "This is just routine recording. If synthesis were that easy with ratios, mutant spirit roots would already be everywhere." She shrugged helplessly. "With current cultivation technology, we're far from it. The only close imitation is the Thunder Spirit Root. That's a half-finished product forcibly created using electromagnetic science. Its quality is far inferior to the original. Artificial ones at best are called electricity. The real deal deserves the name Thunder." She lifted a nearby cup to sip some tea, then lightly tapped the cup's edge. "But it's not without value. The proportions themselves have significant research importance." Suddenly remembering something, she looked up and asked, "I've been busy these past 2 days and forgot what's the name of your mutant spirit root?" "Golden God Little Fire," Ling Yishan replied solemnly, as if offering a serious answer. Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That's actually hilarious. You've got a sense of humor." Li Miao Miao, who was eavesdropping nearby, also chuckled. But the two quickly noticed Ling Yishan's expression was completely serious. The laughter froze instantly. "Wait, that's really the name." Their pretty faces instantly turned pale with shock. For such an incredible spirit root to have a name like that, isn't that just ruining something valuable? They exchanged glances, suddenly thinking Ling Yishan might be some master of disguise. See, can't you change it? Lin Wanqing looked as if she were in pain, and Li Miao Miao nodded in agreement beside her. What was originally a rather high-level academic paper suddenly started featuring the term Jinshin, Xiao, Hor repeatedly. It added a comical touch, but the professionalism took a serious hit. Lin Wanqing's headache worsened the more she thought about it. If this thing really caught on, then whenever someone asked about her research achievements in the future, and the answer was studying Jinshin Xiaohua, she'd probably be embarrassed for the rest of her life. I said, not a single word changed. Ling Yishan crossed his arms, defiant written all over his face. I'm the only one with this unique spiritual root on the market, so we'll call it whatever I want. Isn't there at least a nickname? Lin Wanqing persisted, her voice carrying a last shred of resistance. Oh, it has another name, Gang Ling Jin, Ling Yishan added casually after a moment's thought. The official name sounds worse than the nickname, actually. Gang Tian even sounds like a serious academic term. Lin Wanqing grumbled silently, though she dared not show much on her face. After all, since he was so set on it, she had no choice but to accept the four big characters Jinshin Xiaohua, at most sneaking in Gang Ling Jin as a side note. But what really distressed her and her junior apprentice Miao Miao wasn't the name. The graduation thesis required the advisor's signature, and their subsequent papers would also bear his name. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but frown and sigh to Miao Miao. Looks like we're not only dragging our advisor down from education, but we'll make sure he never finds peace in the academic world either. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao wore a pained expression as well. After finishing the formalities, Ling Yishan clapped his hands and prepared to sneak out for some field work. Before leaving, he pulled Lin Wanqing aside and whispered, Senior Lin, Shui Senior is my beloved close friend, my sworn brother. You must not let him down. Lin Wanqing's face instantly darkened. Before she could finish, she lifted her foot and kicked Ling Yishan hard on the backside. Even with his cultivation surpassing Li Xiao and his quick reflexes, he couldn't dodge and stumbled forward. Get lost, get lost. Even if you were the last man on earth, I'd never make a move on a woman, she said through gritted teeth, effectively inviting him out of the lab. Once off campus, Ling Yishan wiped his face with one hand, then drew his flying sword. Mounting it, he soared up and shot straight toward the distant horizon, heading for the Howling Manea place he'd visited with Lin Wanqing before, though they'd only stayed near the outskirts. That place was notorious for its howling winds and ceaseless ghost cries. Ordinary cultivators dared not enter easily. Wild beasts ran rampant. The tunnels twisted and turned in confusing patterns. The compasses went haywire from ambient magnetic interference, leaving even seasoned explorers prone to getting lost. But Ling Yishan was well prepared. He first summoned his lifebound treasure, the Xuan Mingkuan, and lightly tapped its back to activate Huan Tian. A faint translucent blue-green aura enveloped his body, instantly masking his energy and rendering him invisible to the wandering undead, who, like blind creatures, paid him no mind. Next, he pulled out some spirit stone fragments from his pocket and scattered them at his feet with a flick of his fingers. These were ordinary mind scraps bought cheaply at the school's spiritual material shop, full of cracks and poor quality, leaking spiritual energy quickly. To others, they were worthless waste, but to him, they were guiding beacons. The dissipating spirit essence formed weak directional signals, helping him trace his path back. This clever trick had come from insights gained during the second round of the Beginner's Mage Cup competition, truly a case of learning and applying on the fly. Maintaining the Huan Tian shield, he carefully avoided prowling beasts and undead while steadily dropping spirit stone fragments at fixed intervals, steadily plunging deeper into the dim mine tunnels. Legend said the howling mine could imprison vengeful souls deep beneath the earth forever. The walls oozed a sinister red mineral glow, like blood vessels. The occasional half-buried bones gave off faint grievances from hollow sockets. Yet Ling Yishan's footsteps never faltered today. He was determined to uncover whatever secrets lay hidden here. The further in he went, the narrower and lower the tunnels became. Cold winds carried the stench of rot and blood, seeping through cracks. Xuan Mingkuan guarded his energy. Spirit stone fragments glowed faintly beneath his steps, lighting his way. Occasional low growls whispered near his ears as the thick, soupy air felt like it belonged underwater. His heart beat steady, his eyes shone with fighting spirit. He knew there was a greater prey waiting for him below. Ling Yishan had a premonition. Something big was definitely waiting for him down there. The mine shaft was pitch dark, with only a few patches of special algae and rare minerals emitting a faint glow. The air reeked of rust and rotting flesh. Ling Yishan moved along the tunnel wall like a slippery loach, weaving and leaping between the shambling corpses with pinpoint precision. Whenever 3 or 4 zombies blocked the passage side by side, he would surge forward without hesitation, sweeping his Jinghong sword in a swift arc. The blade's faint energy gleamed like an invisible edge, instantly shattering the mineral deposits and pale bones embedded within the undead bodies. Though still in its nascent form, the sword's aura was enough to make any witness such as Lin Wanqing question reality once again. As he descended deeper, the ghostly aura grew heavier. Ling Yishan closed his eyes and focused, using his right eye ghost sight to scan ahead. Black mist billowed forward while the undead became more numerous. He restrained his breathing and moved with extreme stealth. At last, imitating a gecko hanging upside down, he silently maneuvered around a group of over 20 zombies blocking the tunnel. Suddenly, the view opened wide. Before him stretched a massive underground dome, its rocky walls riddled with honeycomb-like mining shafts, their dark entrances disappearing into the abyss. At the center stood a 10-hang-tall crystal pillar shaped like a small tower, deep blue and semi-transparent, radiating an eerie azure glow. The crystal looked slightly murky at first glance. Ling Yishan closed his left eye and observed closely through his ghost scythe pupil contracted sharply. Inside the crystal, countless dark souls crowded and writhed, tearing at each other. New spirits constantly materialized overhead, only to be pulled by an invisible force into the crystal, their anguished screams instantly extinguished. More terrifying still, at the crystal's core twisted a centipede-like monstrosity, each segment bearing human arms as legs, eerily crawling and rolling about. Ling Yishan's courage faltered, but beneath the enormous crystal, he spotted two figures. One fat, one thin, both with spindly limbs like bamboo insect legs and black, cracked skin. Their blood-red eyes glowed even more sinister in the blue light. Despite the chilling ghostly aura, he could faintly make out their once human facial features. Both wore shadowy black robes, each shoulder perched by a tiny ghostly infantine unmistakable sign of nascent spirit realm ghost cultivators. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed Ling Yishan lurking in the shadows. He exhaled quietly, but felt a newfound admiration for his lifebound treasure, Huntian. From previous tests with Qi Xinhu, it had fooled golden core cultivators. Never expected it would deceive nascent spirit practitioners, too truly a treasure forged under the watchful laws of cause and effect. Thinking this over, curiosity overcame caution. He pressed himself against the rock ceiling, silently pulled out his phone, switched to night vision video mode, and prepared to record the two ghost cultivators' actions. The numbers didn't add up. How could over 200 undead souls be missing? One of the ghost cultivators spoke up, his voice hoarse but tinged with confusion. Another thin ghost cultivator immediately scanned the large blood-red crystal the size of a small house with his spiritual senses, confirming that over 200 ghostly light points were missing. He sneered, most likely those people outside are behind this. Maybe they've invited some Buddhist cultivators again. The fat ghost cultivator's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. If I catch them, they'll make them suffer the pain of being torn apart by 10,000 souls. Don't act rashly yet. The thin ghost cultivator extended his withered fingers to calculate. Though his eye sockets were sunken, his smile was chilling. The ghost entity is about to be fully gestated. According to my calculations, many powerful fighters recently left that school. It's exactly our chance to escape. The fat one frowned. Won't this expose us? Relax. The thin ghost cultivator lifted his chin, his white teeth flashing in the eerie light. I've already seen the heavenly signs. No one is aware. Not far away, Ling Yishan hid behind a stone pillar, secretly recording every move of the two ghosts on his phone, even zooming in on the thin ghost cultivator's smug expression. After an hour and a half, when his phone battery was nearly dead, he finally stopped filming, the screen showing only the last red sliver of power. Following the spirit stone fragments he had scattered earlier, Ling Yishan held his breath and dashed silently, successfully slipping out of the underground space of the howling mine. Once above ground, he immediately mounted his sword, activating the spirit power of the sword bone to reach top speed, racing straight for the Western Military District's elite academy. He knew very well that this level of dark spirit was far beyond what he could handle alone. The only solution was to inform the teachers. Thinking of the giant crystal that almost filled the cavern, Ling Yishan felt a pang of regret. If only he had someone to help swallow it whole. Unfortunately, he lacked that kind of background. With that in mind, he resolved to urge Qi Xinhuan to break through to the nascent soul stage. Along the way, he casually shared a motivating immortal cultivation nitrogen pump video with Qi Xinhuan. By the time he returned to campus, it was evening. Landing lightly from his sword, he immediately dialed Shui Yan's phone. Beep beep. After several rings, the call was answered by Li Mao's voice instead. Junior Ling, is there something you need? Shui Yan is very busy right now. Please put Senior Shui on the line. It's urgent. Ling Yishan spoke urgently. Li Miao sensed something was wrong and quickly handed over the phone. Junior Ling, meet me at the cafeteria. Shui Yan was straightforward, asking no questions. At the cafeteria entrance, they quickly met. Shui Yan's hair was a bit messy, and one of his buttons was crooked, obviously rushed over. What's going on? Ling Yishan handed him the phone. This is what I recorded underground at the howling mine. Only a few clips played before the grim, sinister scenes and the ghostly voices caused Shui Yan's face to go pale. He closed the phone. He'll contact the school right away. Ling Yishan raised a hand to stop him, speaking seriously. There's an even more urgent matter. Shui Yan tensed, suspecting another expert had suddenly appeared. Can you help me rent a spirit charger first? My phone's dead. Ling Yishan showed him the black screen. Shui Yan hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, said nothing more, and headed to the nearby convenience store. After scanning a code, he brought back a shared spirit charger and handed it over. The phone lit up as it received power, and Ling Yishan finally relaxed completely, as if his whole body had rebooted from shutdown. Thank you, Senior Shui. Shui Yan waved him off, but his eyes still held lingering anxiety. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't called me out, I'd owe you my life. Ling Yishan. Soon, Shui Yan received a reply from the school. Ling Yishan followed him to an office in the teacher's building. He glanced up and saw the nameplate on the door, Dean's office. Come in. Shui Yan knocked lightly, and a crisp voice answered from inside. The two pushed open the door. Ling Yishan instinctively reached to close it behind them, but was stopped. Don't close it, just leave it open like this. Ling Yishan felt a bit puzzled but obeyed. As he turned around, he saw two teachers already seated inside. On the left sat a man with a round face and gentle expression. His crisp suit was stretched tight over a protruding beer belly, and his receding hairline gleamed under the light. Behind his black-framed glasses were eyes full of concern and scrutiny. Kai Yongbao, dean of the artifact refining department. The man on the right looked younger, about 30, with a pale complexion and slim frame clad in a dark administrative jacket, his hair neatly combed. Before speaking, he covered his mouth to cough lightly, then took a sip from a thermos cup filled with goji berry. Xiao Wei, dean of the alchemy department. Both were mighty cultivators at the nascent soul stage. On the way to the office, Shui Yan had already carefully explained the identities of the two, so Ling Yishan wouldn't slip up. Now, he respectfully led the young man forward. This matter, Xiao Shui mentioned it over the phone. Kai Yongbao said warmly. I hear you took a video, can we see it? Ling Yishan promptly took out his phone and handed it over. The two deans sat side by side as the screen lit up. The room quickly hushed. The video's images and sounds were isolated, leaving only their whispered analysis. Curious, very curious. Kai Yongbao clicked his tongue in surprise. How was this angle shot? The camera is almost pressed right against the other person's face. Xiao Wei set his cup down, his drooping eyelids twitching as if calculating something. After a moment, his eyes snapped open with a flash of insight. Do you remember Lord Gutongtian? He asked slowly, as if savoring the suspense. The ghost cultivator at the transformation divine stage? I saw him at the last lecture. Kai Yongbao recalled, then his expression shifted. You mean this kid used Gutongtian's techniques to evade detection by those two nascent soul ghost cultivators? Xiao Wei nodded gently and took another sip of tea. Not long ago, Lord Gutongtian participated in a mind game designed by the Mysterious Strategies Bureau. I heard he took a liking to a promising young ghost cultivator and even sent off a highly prized ghostly artifact. Judging by the kid's eyes seeing demon pupils and that unique ghostly aura, I'm certain it's him. Kai Yongbao suddenly understood and silently admired his old friend's sharp mind. If a transformation divine ghost cultivator had truly intervened, it made perfect sense that the boy could evade two nascent soul ghost cultivators. He stroked his chin and nodded. It all fits. Everything fits. After confirming the intelligence was reliable, the two no longer stayed silent. They addressed Ling Yishan with warm smiles. Ling, this report you brought us is incredibly timely. You risked so much to deliver it, truly impressive for someone so young and promising. Kai Yongbao's tone was gentle but filled with praise, like a spring breeze. Ling Yishan had been rehearsing in his mind how to explain secretly photographing under the watchful eyes of two nascent soul practitioners, but now he frozen either of them even intended to question him. In fact, with their incredible imaginative abilities, the two heads of the academy had already pieced together the whole daring infiltration secret filming escape feat in their minds. Since no one pressed him, he was more than happy to keep silent. I hear you took part in the furnace reforging ceremony, Kai Yongbao said with a smile, his fingers sketching an invisible blueprint in the air. How about this after the ceremony? Bring me your materials, and I'll personally craft a magical treasure for you. On the surface, this sounded like a school reward, but beneath it was Kai Yongbao's hidden agenda. Holding the favor of an ancient Tontian disciples alliance chip might open the door for him to eventually learn refined forging techniques from the young man. Seeing Kai Yongbao make his move, Xiao Wei naturally could not fall behind. He straightened his posture, swept his sleeve, and a luminous white jade bottle appeared out of thin air. You're at the foundation establishment stage now, right? I have a Jiao King blood pill here, which will greatly enhance your physical strength. As he spoke, the spiritual energy in the room stirred subtly. Even Kai Yongbao raised an eyebrow. That pill was rare, forged from the heart blood of the Jiao King. With some luck, it might even grant the user traces of the Jiao dragon bloodline. Compared to Kai's zero-cost favor, Xiao was sincerely putting his reputation and resources on the line. Thank you, both of you deans. Ling Yishan's eyes sparkled like stars, while scheming quietly in his mind. Kai Yongbao casually carved a line on a jade slip, then looked up at Shui Yan. Shui Yan, you also contributed. They'll have the finance department credit your points card later. With the reward settled, he waved his hand. You two should head back. We still need to hold a meeting to discuss how to handle those two nascent soul ghost cultivators. Just as he finished, Xiao Wei suddenly raised his hand, signaling Ling Yishan to stay. Ling, his gaze burning with intensity. If you were to set a trap, how would you force those two ghost cultivators out? Using nascent soul-level sorcery causes too much disturbance. It's risky to act right in their territory. Hearing the word trap, Ling Yishan suddenly perked up, as if the battlefield had shifted to his home turf. Gather 10 or 8 nascent soul cultivators and just crush the howling mine outright. His bold declaration filled the room with tension. Xiao Wei's face subtly stiffened, mobilizing that many nascent soul fighters was like deploying human nuclear weapons, complicated and costly, offering poor cost performance. Sensing Xiao's hesitation, Ling changed tactics. I have another idea. Xiao suppressed his disappointment and nodded slightly. Go ahead. There's that furnace reforging ceremony in a few days, right? Just as Ling began, Kai Yongbao's surprise was hard to hide. You mean? Exactly. Ling smiled with a hint of ruthlessness. Why not just pour the furnace fire straight into their lair? Let's see if they can escape the burning. Molten magma naturally suppresses Yin's spirits and ghostly energy. In Xiao's mind, a vivid picture formed. Red-hot lava pouring down, smelting slag rolling along, the mine tunnels completely sealed. If the ghost cultivators couldn't hold out, once the slag cooled, a suppression formation could seal them permanently. Even better, the Academy had been struggling with where to dispose of furnace slag. This plan would solve two problems at once. Brilliant. Such a ruthless approach, let's do it. Xiao Wei applauded enthusiastically 3 times, slamming the table. Kai Yongbao also smiled in approval. Fresh ideas are always useful. With rewards fixed and plans set, Ling Yishan and Shui Yan bowed and took their leave. Kai Yongbao and Xiao Wei turned toward the council chamber to finalize details. At the corridor's end, the glazed lamplight reflected on the young man's face, revealing an excitement he could not conceal. In his palm, the warm jade bottle passed between his fingers was none other than the Jiao King blood pill. Junior Ling, you're pretty sharp to come up with such a clever plan. Shui Yan said sincerely, his tone full of admiration. That's nothing, Ling Yishan replied with a slight lift of his chin. If the spot where the furnace fire falls is fixed, I actually have a backup plan. A backup plan? Tell me more. Shui Yan's curiosity was fully piqued. Heather's that big septic tank behind the school, right? When the time comes, all we have to do is... Stop. Don't say another word. I'm scared. Shui Yan quickly interrupted. His normally stern face was now crumpled with fear. This guy's ideas were way too wild, just blurting them out without hesitation. Senior Shui, you don't get it. Though risky, this move has a great chance of success. Ling Yishan shook his head regretfully, as if thinking, you just don't see it. Then he suddenly thought of Li Ziao. If she were here, she'd definitely understand him. The night was deep and cool breezes brushed their faces. Ling Yishan shook his sleeves, ready to head back. Shui Yan lingered in place, his expression bleak and troubled. Senior, aren't you going back? No. Shui Yan forced a smile. The moon's nice tonight. I want to look at it. Ling Yishan looked up, but dark clouds pressed overhead, hiding the moon. Not bothering to call him out, he walked off, his mind focused on tasting the Dragon King's blood pill. Back at his place, he immediately pulled the stopper from the jade bottle and poured out a deep red, translucent pill. Instantly, the air filled with a strong, sweet, iron-rich scent of blood. The sleeping Mo suddenly pricked up his ears and darted over to the table, nostrils flaring. Smells amazing. What delicious thing are you eating? Dragon King's blood pill. A real treat, Ling Yishan said casually, pulling out his phone to scan the QR code at the bottom of the jade bottle. Instantly, a long list of information popped up on the screen. Pill name, Dragon King's blood pill. Alchemist, Xiao Wuya. Production date, XXXXXXXX. Shelf life, sealed bottle can last 100 years, consume within the day once opened. Main ingredients, heart blood of nascent soul stage Dragon King. Confidential, confidential. Primary effects, improves constitution, strengthens the body, small chance to awaken dragon bloodline. Precautions. 1. Powerful medicine, not recommended for body cultivators below foundation establishment stage. 2. Keep in secure place to prevent children or magic cultivators from accidental ingestion. 3. Body cultivators may be allergic. Those with snake, fish, dragon meat allergies must not take. 4. Do not take if other blood lineal-altering pills or potions, like beast blood potions, have been used within 10 days. Reading the dense disclaimer, Ling Yishan secretly marveled at the survival instincts of this veteran alchemist. No wonder many reckless body cultivators with high resistance gulp down magical pills and potions, resulting in numerous premature ascensions every year. Sure, some body cultivators might skip reading these disclaimers, but they had to be written anyway. At the same time, Ling Yishan learned from the introduction what exactly a Jiao King was. The so-called Jiao King was the supreme ruler among the flood dragons after transforming from a serpent. Its nature was fiercer and more aggressive than ordinary Fish-Jiao hybrids, dwelling in the Yun Yuan Jiao dragon pool within the Qingyun spirit realm. They ruled in groups with overwhelming strength and robust vitality. Unfortunately for them, they later encountered the Dragon Kingdom's development team. Everyone knew that dragons had formidable physical bodies and dragon blood that could improve one's constitution. Since the Jiao King was closely related to dragons, their heart's blood naturally became a coveted prize. With that thought, Ling Yishan refocused on the dark red pill in his hand. The pill's surface was flawless, emitting a rich fragrance that made his mouth water. Dragon scale-like patterns shimmered faintly on the pill's surface, and dense vitality condensed into a blood mist swirling around it. Brother Wuya, the usual this one's for you. Suppressing the urge to swallow it himself, he placed the pill into a jade bottle and handed it to Moyu. As the head of the Alchemy Institute, Xiao Wei's pill crafting skills were impeccable. Yet his pursuit of perfection meant that even a trace of lingering poison was difficult to eliminate. Ling Yishan had always adhered to cultivating naturally, not wanting to waste what he had worked so hard for. Moyu absorbed the pill's vital energy without hesitation. This pill was deeply potent. It took him quite a while to fully extract its power. After Moyu exhaled in relief, Ling Yishan checked the jade bottle. Sure enough, the bottom was coated with a thin layer of pitch-black membrane. Though the amount was small, the toxicity was extremely pure. He skillfully scraped this top-grade poison into his own poison vial, labeling it Jiao King Blood Pill with the date. Meanwhile, Moyu began his usual production process. Like when he consumed the Jiang Toad last time, he encountered a difficult egg-forming crisis. But this time, with more experience, his legs firmly planted and tail raised high, a burst of crimson blood light exploded from his tail feathers, like the sudden opening of an infernal eye. Here, with a deafening roar, a crystal-clear blood egg radiating red light finally dropped to the ground. Wow, that's amazing. This is the first time I've seen one this big. Bai Ling gasped, her eyes sparkling as she clapped excitedly. A small matter, Moyu said proudly, spreading his wings. Kitty, come help me massage. All right. Bai Ling jumped over and began skillfully massaging Moya's hefty frame. Ling Yishan picked up the blood egg. Its shell resembled red glass with flowing luster, densely covered in flood dragon patterns, beautiful, like a work of art. His body instinctively thirsted, even more intensely than when he faced the Jiao King blood pill moments ago. After only a brief hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it in a few quick gulps. As the blood egg entered his stomach, a surge of vitality exploded within, rushing wildly along his meridians. Instantly, his skin turned crimson, his bones cracked and rubbed as the medicinal power penetrated deep into his flesh and marrow, causing blood beads to surface through his skin. Soon, he transformed into a figure of living blood, which then hardened and scabbed over, forming a human-shaped blood cocoon that completely encased him. The night passed in silence. At dawn, the blood cocoon cracked with a series of dense lines. Ling Yishan stepped out, his new skin glowing softly with a faint radiance. His muscles looked sharper and more defined, and the blood flowing through his veins surged violently as if a flood dragon slumbered within him, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The second strengthening brought by the Jiao King blood pill elevated his already extraordinary physique to a whole new level, pushing his cultivation directly into the mid-stage of body refining foundation. Then, he discovered something unusual inside his middle Dantiana, tiny flood dragon with dragon horns. Brother Crow, do you have parasites in your egg or what? Ling Yishan was sitting cross-legged on his dorm bed, his spiritual awareness reaching into his lower dantian. The pitch-black spirit egg there trembled slightly, and a thumb-sized blue little flood dragon curled around the eggshell, faint wisps of spiritual light drifting around it like silk threads. He stared at the figure in surprise. Get lost. Where would a parasitic worm come from in a spirit vessel? You really think I'd have termites growing inside my spear? Mou, lying on the desk and enjoying Bai Ling's cat paw massage, ruffled his wings irritably at the remark. This situation is similar to that toad last time. It's a divine ability, more specifically, a seed of a divine ability. Just as Mou finished speaking, Ling Yishan recalled his Huntian technique. It stemmed from his original divine ability inherited from swallowing the Jiang toad. It had only been a few days, and now had encountered another seed, but from Mou's tone, it sounded quite different from his own. That little flood dragon king is pretty talented, nearly at the nascent soul stage, about to transform into a dragon. Otherwise, it couldn't have formed even the embryo of a divine ability, Mou slowly explained as he preened his feathers. Divine abilities are inherently mysterious and nearly undetectable before manifestation. This seed was hidden inside that flood dragon's heart. The alchemist never found it, or it wouldn't have ended up in your hands. That guy's alchemy skills were top-notch, nearly perfectly sealed the flood dragon's heart power into the pill. Then I swallowed it and extracted it for you. At this, he patted his gradually plump belly proudly. All right, now you can start flattering me. Ling Yishan didn't answer. Instead, he took out his phone and opened a music app, selecting an old song. The gentle melody filled the small dorm room. You always asked so much from me, but never said thank you. Only once I grew up did I understand how hard you worked. Amid the song, he suddenly lunged forward, cupping the round crow in his hands, eyes full of gratitude. Brother Crow, we're world-class best friends. From now on, you get the good stuff first. He'll eat whatever you leave behind. Good boy. Mo flapped a wing lightly on his head. An expression of this kid is teachable on his face. Not wasted all those eggs I laid for you. Ling Yishan's curiosity sparked again. But Brother Crow, aside from the original divine ability, don't other divine abilities require nascent soul stage activation? I checked the records. Usually yes. Mou settled back into his nest with a calm tone. But this is only a seed, far weaker than a full divine ability. The good part is you can use it before nascent soul. Try sensing it with your spiritual awareness. Anyway, this is a top academy. If something goes wrong, just go straight to the hospital. That reckless advice made Ling Yishan roll his eyes as he paused the music with a tap. Focusing his mind, his spiritual awareness reached toward the little flood dragon in his dantian. The instant his awareness touched the blue glow, a torrent of information flooded into his brain. In the blink of an eye, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Damn, did something really happen? That shouldn't be. Mou snapped awake from joking. Seeing Ling Yishan's severe reaction, he hurriedly shouted to a flustered Bai Ling nearby. Quick, dial 120. Bai Ling nodded repeatedly and immediately aimed her cat paws for Ling Yishan's phone. Just as Bai Ling was about to unlock the phone with Ling Yishan's facial recognition, Ling Yishan suddenly sprang up. In the shocked eyes of the chicken and cat, he snatched the phone away in one swift motion. Hearing Bai Ling mention using his phone, he nearly forced himself up with sheer willpower. Face pale, but voice resolute. I'd rather die than suffer social death. That phone held countless dark secrets that couldn't fall into anyone else's hands. Boss, are you okay, meow? Bai Ling asked worriedly, stepping closer with her cat ears standing straight up. I'm fine. Just overwhelmed by too much info, Ling Yishan said as he raised his hand to gently ruffle Bai Ling's soft fur, signaling he was all right. Though the process was rough, the result was gratifying. Calming down, he finally managed to organize the huge volume of data in his mind. The mystical seed was called Jiao King's Dragon Transformation Power Seed. As Mou said, it wasn't fully formed yet, but could already unleash some power. When activated, it added a dragon-shaped aura to his punches, dramatically boosting his attack with both buff special effect insurance. The dorm was too cramped to practice. Ling Yishan took Bai Ling to a small grove behind the playground, where he pulled out the mangled remains of a stone-scaled black armor snake from his storage pouch. The flesh had been picked clean by Brother Crow, leaving only the thick scales and hard bones perfect for a punching bag. He took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and activated the Jiao King's Dragon Transformation Power Seed within. East Wind Explosion Fist. The roar was replaced by a fierce dragon's howl as a translucent, half-snake, half-dragon horned aura instantly wrapped around his arm. Spiritual power and aura intertwined, smashing against the snake's skin with a thunderous explosion. The thick scales and black bones shattered instantly, fragments scattering and gleaming in the sunlight like deadly blades. Staring at the shattered remains flying everywhere, Ling Yishan's eyes nearly popped out. Even without flesh, the black armor snake's scales and bones were comparable to high-grade spirit armor, and now they'd been pulverized by a single punch. The power, he murmured in awe. Without inheriting the Jiao King's blood pill, he wasn't upset about his Jiao dragon bloodline. He was happy, just appreciating the Jiao dragon's beauty. If he were to transform himself, it would have to be a full step to become a little dragon, not a half-measure little Jiao. After testing, he stuffed the remains back in the pouch. This thing still makes a good sword target. No waste. In the days that followed, with the Howling Mine incident unsettled, Ling Yishan kept a low profile and stayed mostly on campus. Aside from helping Lin Wanqing and Li Miao Miao with experiments, he devoted all his extra time to sword energy training. The intense practice brought astonishing progress, even surprising himself. A week later, the open space behind the lab was still shrouded in morning mist. Ling Yishan stood quietly with the Jinghong's sword, facing the battered, pockmarked corpse of the stone-scaled black armor snake. Lin Wanqing and Li Miao Miao watched from a distance, their expressions subtle. Senior Sister Lin, do you think junior brother Sure Sank truly mastered sword energy? Li Miao Miao whispered nervously, unable to hide her unease. As a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, she hadn't even reached the core formation yet, and now a high schooler had surpassed her. It stirred mixed feelings. Hard to say. That kid's always mysterious. Lin Wanqing shook her head. She prided herself on decent sword talent. She took 3 full months to master sword energy at core formation, and Ling Yishan's realm and spiritual sense were inferior to hers, with under a week of training. Logically, it was impossible, yet he learned East Wind Explosion Fist overnight. so she dared not judge hastily. As they spoke, both suddenly turned toward Ling Yishan. His aura intensified sharply, like a divine sword unsheathing, radiating razor-sharp brilliance that made others instinctively step back. He raised his sword. Jinghong sliced through the air, its bright edge stirring spiritual force as a solid beam of sword energy blasted forth. Shing! The shattered black armor snake's body was cleanly severed into two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Ling Yishan sheathed his sword and stood still as his robes fluttered lightly. Sword energy, mastered. Seeing that Ling Yishan had actually mastered sword chi, Lin Wangqing's expression shifted from shock to puzzlement, and finally to resignation. Forget it. This kid's not quite normal. No point comparing. She sighed softly to herself, a hint of self-mockery curling her lips. In contrast, Li Miao Miao standing beside her looked much more unsettled. She knew far less about Ling Yishan than Lin Wangqing did, and had no idea just how bizarre this junior had become. Despite everything, he still hadn't given up on catching up, though his face was a complex mix like the old man on the subway looking at phone meme online, shocked, disappointed, but stubborn. She had honestly been outdone by a high school student. She had thought the project would go smoothly, and she could relax a bit. But suddenly a wave of anxiety surged within her. No way. I have to train harder. I must break through to the Jedon stage before graduation and cultivate my own sword chi. Lin Wangqing caught the fierce determination in Li Mio Mio's expression and felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Mio Mio's talent wasn't weak, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten into this prestigious school or become her mentor student. If Ling Yishan's example could ignite her ambition, that would be an unexpected bonus. Meanwhile, Ling Yishan faced the devastated carcass of the stone-scaled black armored snake and bowed solemnly. The giant snake's body was marked all over with crisscrossing sword scars. Hardly a single scale left intact. These wounds were the testimony of his sword chi training journey. After a brief moment of solemn remembrance, he raised his hand and gestured to Lin Wangqing in the distance. Lin Wangqing understood instantly and summoned the crimson copper box for refining fire sword. With a flick of her finger, several spirit swords blazing with red flames flew out of the box, tracing fiery arcs through the air. They sliced through the snake's body, burning it to ashes. Finally, Ling Yishan unleashed a east wind explosive fist, the scorching gale wrapped in waves of fire, turning the remaining bones to dust which scattered on the wind, ending the miserable life of that beast. I never thought you'd really master sword chi, Lin Wangqing said with a sigh full of mixed emotion, then quickly shifted tone and smiled warmly. Kid, when you make it big someday, don't forget your good sister here. Remember to give me a hand, I'm itching to improve myself. Many people called her a genius, but after seeing Ling Yishan's monstrous talent, she felt utterly ordinary. Don't worry, loyalty is my top priority. Ling Yishan raised his eyebrows. No humility at all. If my brother's got a bite to eat, you'll have a sip to drink, just queue up when the time comes. As they chatted, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, are you going to the furnace change ceremony tonight? Of course, Lin Wangqing waved the ticket in her hand. I spent a lot of points to get this seat. It'd be a huge loss not to go. As a student, she not only had to spend points, but also pass multiple levels of approval. The procedure was even more complicated than for Ling Yishan, the high schooler. The furnace change ceremony was a big deal, and the school's caution was understandable. If some troubled terrorist managed to sneak in and blow themselves up inside the volcano, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Miao Miao chimed in. I wasn't planning on going, I wanted to go out with Shui Yan. But he insisted on getting me a ticket. Her tone carried some helplessness. She clearly wasn't very interested in the ceremony, but couldn't refuse. To be honest, I didn't expect something this major to happen, and yet the school still lets students attend the furnace change ceremony, Ling Yishan said, gazing at the rolling smoke from the distant volcano and sighing deeply. He didn't know whether the school was confident or just careless. After all, there were two nascent soul-level ghost cultivators plotting a terrifying assault. Normally, wouldn't the sensible move be to evacuate the students? Relax, do you think this is just any place? This is the Western Military District, Lin Wangqing said, shrugging casually. If we didn't have their plans, sure, it'd be tricky. But now that we've got the intel, the initiative is ours. What's there to worry about? She turned to remind him. Junior Ling, you can fight a magic cultivator, but never challenge one to a duel. Especially not a master-level treasure refiner. As a top student from the refining department, Lin Wangqing knew better than anyone how terrifying Dean Kai Yongbao could be once he went into combat, despite his usually calm demeanor. Li Miao Miao walked over to join the conversation. Actually, besides Dean Kai, Dean Xiao isn't easy to mess with either. I took his elective course. His motto is, a pill refiner must collect materials personally, so the pills will have a true spirit. Ling Yishan recalled the blood pill of the Flood Dragon King he had used to feed his chickens, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. These two really were experts. With that in mind, he relaxed internally, confident that combined with his own clever plan, the two ghost cultivators would be driven off empty-handed. Night fell, and the students holding admission tickets arrived one by one outside the northern volcanic mountain zone, the common training ground for the refining department, following the school's text message instructions. Ling Yishan followed behind Lin Wanqing, Shui Yan, and Li Miao, looking up at the towering crimson volcano piercing the clouds. He involuntarily took a sharp breath. On hot days, cold jelly really is the best, he thought, chewing on the cool jelly Lin Baiyong had carefully made by hand, feeling surprisingly upbeat. The volcano soared high, thick smoke billowing from its peak. The escaping fire's spiritual energy gathered into red clouds that shrouded the region year-round. The entire mountain surface was engraved with dense formations of runes, some ancient and primitive from the original inhabitants 1,000 years ago, others precise and intricate inscriptions from the modern Dragon Kingdom. Together, they sealed the underground fire, turning the volcano into a natural furnace known as Treasure Furnace Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a gathering of students wearing their entry badges assembled. They were all elite talents from the academy, prodigies even by outside standards. Many teachers had arrived as well, led by none other than the dean of the school's flagship department, Kai Yongbao. At this moment, Kai Yongbao had shed his usual midlife crisis appearance and transformed into an immortal-like middle-aged cultivator. Holding a 3-meter-long black, dragon-patterned crimson fire banner, its glowing red light rippled and fluttered in the wind like a blazing sun standing upright, radiating overwhelming authority. Ling Yishan nudged Lin Wanqing lightly with his elbow and whispered, "Dean Kai's actually quite handsome, so why does he have to act like that all the time?" Lin Wanqing lowered her voice and leaned in. He looked like this years ago, but a female student took advantage of it to confess and threatened to drop out, causing a huge scandal. He hated it so much, he even lost a promotion to professor over it. Learned his lesson the hard way. So since then he's been deliberately ruining his image. Outside of major events, he never shows his real look. But oddly enough, that change helped his career advance even faster. What about Dean Xiao? He looks so frail, can he also be putting on a show? Ling Yishan asked again. Not a show, Lin Wanqing shook her head. He's the pills refining department dean. He has to demonstrate in class himself and personally taste students' pill assignments. He says he won't make proper corrections unless he's tasted them with his own mouth. All that smoke from the pill furnace, plus constantly testing pills, it's bound to wreck anyone's health eventually. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow. Not even nascent soul-level cultivators can withstand that. About 90% of our pills are for body cultivators, Lin Wanqing explained. They take big doses, and their firepower is intense. Ling Yishan sighed. No wonder, he really is a great teacher. Li Miao nodded. Right. He's strict, but sincerely dedicated to nurturing his students. As they spoke quietly, Kai Yongbao at the front suddenly swept the crimson fire banner with a wave of his hand, and the red light cascaded across the night sky like a tide. At that moment, Kai Yongbao's movement marked the official start of the ceremony. Junior disciple Kai Yongbao respectfully opens the mountain. Kai Yongbao raised the black, dragon-patterned red fire banner high, then swung it down with great force. The spiritual patterns on the banner scattered like falling stars, raining down into the surface barrier of Balu Mountain. Instantly, a thunderous roar shook the sky as the mountain trembled and runes flowed. Then a nearly 1,000-foot-long fissure cracked open with a sharp sound. Dormant for 100 years, the underground fire lava surged out, carrying molten gold, iron, and divine treasures, forming a raging river of glowing red molten metal that shot skyward like a fire dragon. Rise! Kai Yongbao shouted again, hurling the red fire banner forward. It blazed like a fiery meteor through the air, followed closely by towering waves of molten lava rolling back toward the heavens, chasing the banner's trail. The ceremony begins. Everyone may start now. He exhaled heavily and called out clearly to Ling Yishan and the others. After speaking, he exchanged a nod with Xiao Ya. 2 streaks of escaping light shot off, following the banner's glow straight toward the howling mine. After they disappeared, the proctor appeared to check tickets one by one, leaving a spiritual seal on each pass before handing out a fishing rod. The spiritual energy in the flowing lava river was turbulent and overheated. No cultivator could approach directly. Instead, they could only fish for precious materials remotely using specially made rods. These fishing rods were crafted entirely of red-hot refined gold, with fishing lines made from silkworm silk spun by fire pearl jade silkworms fed on fire mulberry leaves. The hooks were carved from heart-burning glaze, gleaming brilliantly though technically magical instruments. Their quality rivaled true treasures. Lin Wanqing lightly ran her fingertip along the rod's body, clicking in admiration. Red-hot refined gold, fire pearl jade silkworm silk, heart-burning glaze hooks, all top-tier materials. The forge department spared no expense. Ling Yishan nodded in agreement, his heart fired up. With such a divine rod, he'd surely catch a big prize and amaze everyone. His eyes locked on the glowing red river of fire. He swung his arm and cast his line. The fishing line sliced through the air and plunged accurately into the swirling molten flow. Don't be nervous, Junior Ling. Shui Yan also cast a line and smiled encouragingly. Everything depends on fate. What's willing will bite. Ling Yishan said nothing, lips pressed tight, expression serious, gaze fixed on the surface. True anglers never wasted a shred of their focus. Suddenly, a rod bent sharply, not his. Something's hooked. The crowd shouted. Li Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then yanked hard. A chunk of red metal broke free from the lava, leaping into the air, its fiery glow still burning. Lin Wanqing recognized it at a glance and gasped in admiration. Sulfur fire iron. And this big, perfect as raw material for fire tribute magical treasures. Meow Meow, your luck is amazing. Hee hee, first time fishing and I caught something. Li Meow Meow said shyly, scratching her head with a bright smile. Beginner's luck, Ling Yishan silently encouraged himself, though the fire in his heart blazed ever hotter. Ling Yishan soothed himself with a few words before returning all his attention to his own fishing rod. Soon, Shuiyan also took the bait and caught a pretty good piece of material. Ling Yishan kept his gaze steady and unwavering, yet the fishing rod clenched tightly in his hand creaked under the pressure. Most of the other students had caught something by now, leaving only him and Lin Wanqing empty-handed. Unlike Ling Yishan's tension, Lin Wanqing's expression remained calm. She had finished her experiment and was merely accompanying Ling Yishan to relax. Failing to catch anything didn't matter to her. Ironically, that kind of relaxed attitude was often the most dangerous, capable of striking a fatal blow to one's companion. Sure enough, from deep within the molten lava river, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, landing exactly where Lin Wanqing's hook was. In the next moment, her rod trembled violently. She quickly stepped back and pulled up, revealing a blood-stained broken sword firmly entangled by the fishing line, struggling wildly like a living creature. The blade was marked with intricate blood-red patterns, exuding a strong spiritual energite, was clearly a rare and powerful magical treasure. At the sight of this broken sword, countless students turned envious eyes upon Harif reforged. Even if it couldn't be fully restored to its peak state, it would at least become a high-grade magical artifact. Lin Wanqing's surprise was barely contained. As a fire element sword cultivator, this sword perfectly matched her, saving her a great deal of material costs for future refinement. At this moment, Ling Yishan remained utterly empty-handed, his face flushed crimson from the red glow of the molten river. People's joys and sorrows weren't shared. He only felt the surrounding noise harsh and grating. Don't worry so much, Junior Ling. Maybe your chance just hasn't come yet, Shui Yin said dryly in consolation. Before his words had even faded, his own rod began to tremble again, the air momentarily freezing, leaving the scene in an unspoken awkwardness. Elsewhere, a crimson fire banner engraved with a black dragon pattern streaked through the air like a meteor, arriving in a flash at the Howling Mine. The area around the mining pit was heavily sealed by the Western Military District's numerous spells, but the two ghost cultivators inside were completely unaware. Kai Yongbao followed closely behind, performing hand seals to activate the crimson fire banner. The roaring lava river surged along with countless iron particles and ground fires, crashing into the mine with a thunderous force. The rising Yin energy billowed wildly but was instantly consumed into nothingness by the intense Yang element, ground fire. Countless cries of suffering from ghost creatures and demons echoed incessantly, living up to the mine's ominous name. Suddenly, two massive bursts of Yin energy exploded, forcibly pushing back the lava flow. These were the attacks of the two nascent soul ghost cultivators. Their black robes were tattered and burned through from the ground fire, making them look quite battered. After all these years, you so-called righteous ones have only grown more cunning, resorting to such vicious schemes. The stout ghost cultivator Luosan growled hoarsely, full of hatred. Then he vented his anger on his companion, Xiaofeng. Didn't you say the plan was foolproof? Weren't you supposed to be all-knowing? So what happened? They've already reached our doorstep. The skinny ghost cultivator Xiaofeng sneered in reply. Luosan, shut up. The most important thing now is to face the enemy. But doubts flickered deep in his mind. Where had the intelligence leaked from? Could it be that Luosan was the mole? Thinking this, he quietly shifted his stance, subtly putting some distance between himself and Luosan. Kai Yongbao and Xiao Wuya wasted no words. With their spiritual power surging, they launched their attack immediately. The four nascent soul cultivators clashed fiercely on the spot. The first to strike was Luosan. In life, he trained as a physical cultivator, but after transforming into a zombie, he developed an invincible demonic body. He raised his hand, and a black umbrella materialized out of thin air. Its ribs twisted with swirling dark ghost energy, like thick ink tumbling wildly. He stomped the ground, scattering stones, as a wave of corpse aura burst from him. Wrapped in the black umbrella, he charged straight at Kai Yongbao. But Kai Yongbao remained calm. The battle footage taken by Ling Yishan had been repeatedly analyzed by the school's strategic team. Luosan's fighting style and weaknesses were well known. In the next moment, a jet-black wooden sword appeared in Kai's palm. He swung the sword like slicing through the night, releasing a plume of black smoke that surged forward like a dark cloud engulfing Luosan. Relying on his steel-like zombie body, Luo San did not dodge. He lowered his shoulder and crashed into the black smoke. But on contact, sharp pains surged through him like electricity. He looked down and saw countless tiny monsters in the black mist, spider-like bodies with thin wings, hooked front limbs, and fang-like jaws tearing viciously at his grayish flesh. Xianing corpse mites? You, a man of the righteous path, resort to such venomous underhandedness. Luo San roared in anger. The Xianing corpse mites specialize in devouring undead bodies and are a nemesis to zombies like him. He dared not underestimate them. A surge of Yin energy within him materialized into a grayish-white protective membrane on his skin, temporarily forcing the mites back and giving him a brief moment to catch his breath. Yet his charging momentum was completely halted. Kai Yongbao sneered and flicked his sword tip. This is how we implement artifact cultivation combat. If you've got the guts, show me your own magic treasure. As for reasoning, why bother with someone like you, a ghost cultivator? As head of artifact refinement, Kai Yongbao was not only a master smith, but a walking armory pulled out exactly the right treasure for every opponent. He had seen too many so-called lawless ones. When weak, they praised survival of the fittest. When strong, they started spouting morality. This kind of talk didn't fool even the newest recruits, let alone a seasoned veteran like him. Luo San's eyes reddened with fury, but he truly had no usable treasure to counterattack. Luckily, he still had an ally, Xiao Feng, also an artifact cultivator. Xiao Feng, lend me a treasure. This guy's too tough. Luo San whispered urgently as he hastily retracted his black umbrella, worried it would be targeted next. Xiao Feng, locked in fierce combat with Xiao Wuya, twitched at the request but gritted his teeth in agreement. Only Luo San could hold an enemy right now. If they were defeated one by one, he would immediately be in dire straits. I'm sending you the ghostly shadow 10,000 ghost banner. Finish this quickly, I'm about to collapse over here. With that, a palm-sized black flag flew out of his mouth, ghostly patterns swirling on it. A mournful infant's wail burst from the air as the flag streaked through the sky and landed in Luo San's hand. Still worried about others? You really don't fear death. Xiao Wei's voice was icy cold. Beside him, a nearly 3-foot cinnabar cauldron stood, flames roiling at its mouth. As he moved his hands in complex gestures, the flames morphed into swords, spears, birds, and beasts that screeched fiercely as they lunged at Xiao Feng, making his struggle all the more brutal. Xiao Wuya didn't have as many magical treasures as Kai Yongbao, but as an alchemist specializing in fire control, his mastery over flame manipulation had long reached its peak. Combined with his life-bound artifact, the blazing heart furnace, he was more than a match for his opponent, easily forcing him to keep his head down. Luo San took hold of the sinister shade 10,000 Ghosts banner, a fierce grin spreading across his face as dark energy surged down the flagpole. With a sudden wave, howling shadows whipped around. Black clouds rolled in from 100 miles away, covering the sky like a tsunami of dark mud. From within the storm, countless ghostly figures roared and clawed, their cries chilling to the bone. Kai Yongbao stared at the apocalyptic onslaught, but showed no sign of friendly disdain. That old trick with the 10,000 souls banner, he muttered. Secretly, he lamented. Compared to the Dragon Nation's cultivation world, backed by both technology and abundant resources, the Void Sect had barely advanced in years. Innovation required money and talent, both sorely lacking. Against the Western Military District, they fell far behind. The times have changed, kid. Kai Yongbao chuckled, pointing skyward. Suddenly, a towering Tenjong spiritual cannon appeared, its barrel glossy black with sharp edges glowing with shifting lights, covered in intricate spirit formations technology, fused with cultivation craft. Good chance to test Ling Yishan's energy ratio theory, thought Kai Yongbao. As chief of the Artifact Refining Academy, he had both gold and fire spirit roots. He channeled energy accordingly into the cannon's chamber based on Lin Wonking's measurements. In an instant, gold and red light surged within the barrel before a blazing solar beam roared forth. Boom! The light cannon tore through the black clouds, restoring deep blue skies. Thousands of eerie wails were snuffed out mid-cry, dissolving into ash. Luo San's heart sank. Albi had poured almost all his effort into raising these ghost creatures. Now in a blink, they were wiped out. Still reeling from shock, Kai Yongbao's eyes gleamed with excitement. This power was perfect. He would have to find a way to recruit Ling Yishan to their academy. Thought flashing lightning quick, his hands moved without pause. Kai Yongbao produced a small golden pair of scissors, and with a silent snip the sinister shade 10,000 Ghosts banner suddenly tore open a huge maw, its eerie glow extinguished. From afar, Albi spewed a mouthful of black blood. Though not his life-bound artifact, their minds were linked. The banner's damage sent backlash his way too. Luo San, what are you useless fools doing? Albi seethed, nearly choking on blood. The artifact was almost ruined the moment he lent it out. He began to suspect Luo San might be a traitor. Careless, didn't dodge, Luo San admitted reluctantly, but forced himself to shout. Lend me another. I swear no mistakes this time. After a hesitation, Albie ground his teeth and threw out a bone knife, barking, last time. But with the sinister shade banner wounded, his own situation became even more precarious. From the direction of Balu Mountain, a brilliant treasure light suddenly burst from a mountain fissure, startling the surrounding students. A prized treasure had appeared. Meanwhile, in the real world at midday after lunch, Ling Bufan, dozing quietly in a restaurant's private room, shot open his eyes and sat bolt upright, as if gasping from the brink of death. Huh, my artifact has manifested? Ling Bufan quickly stood up and grabbed a tablet from the nearby table. Its metal shell, as thin as a jade slip, was wrapped in spiritual energy, with pale cyan runes swirling on its surface in circles. The display then penetrated the many layers of the spiritual realm's barriers, finally settling steadily on the peak of Balu Mountain, where flames roared. Master, what kind of magical artifact is that? Should I go fetch it? Outside the door, Ma Shijian, who was just mopping the floor, caught the commotion. He put down his mop and pushed the door open, a faint battle intent audible in his voice. The little treasure-seizing cauldron. Haven't seen it in a long time. I didn't expect it to be hidden inside this volcano. Ling Bufan tapped the screen lightly, his tone tinged with nostalgia rather than surprise. After all, it was just a magical treasure he casually forged back in his teenage years in his past life. Shujian, no need for you to run over. He'll just have it come back on its own. Ma Shijian nodded silently and retreated to the side of the door, standing straight back like a silent guardian deity. Ling Bufan immediately formed hand seals with both hands. His 10 fingers danced fluidly, as if riding the clouds and flowing water. As the final spiritual light merged into the tablet, the black giant cauldron deep in the spiritual realm seemed to be awakened by an invisible hand. If an outsider witnessed this scene, they'd be stunned. Controlling a lost magical treasure across the entire spiritual realm with such finesse was enough to make any self-proclaimed master of treasures feel ashamed. Yet Ma Shijian remained calm. He knew well that the man before him was the Wanbao demon lord, who once made countless celestial treasure cultivators bow down. If it weren't for his legendary rivalry with Yikinmiai, the title of one among many wouldn't even apply. On Balu Mountain, lava surged fiercely. With a tremendous rumble, the black rock at the summit cracked open, and a huge cauldron enveloped in swirling black light broke free, trailing a red-hot tail flame as it raced down the molten lava river. With such brilliant treasure aura, it must be a supreme magical artifact. Exclamations erupted one after another. Just earlier, Lin Wanqing had caught a piece of a rare treasure's fragment, stirring envy among everyone. Now, a complete black cauldron suddenly appeared, and the entire riverbank instantly buzzed with excitement. A dozen or so spirit silk fishing lines shot out with sharp whooshes, forming a large net blocking the cauldron's path. All the disciples shared the same thought. Catch it. Heh, you little brats want to challenge me? You're still too green. Ling Bufan smiled faintly across the screen, his hand seals changing swiftly and intricately. Since you want to block my way, I might as well charge some toll. The controlled black cauldron suddenly veered, but its massive body moved with surprising nimbleness, like a fat black carp swimming over water, gliding along the lava's surface. It shook off the hook lines one by one, leaping and rolling. Each time it brushed past them, sparks flew. Even more bizarre, 2 slender black arms suddenly emerged from cracks in the cauldron's walls, grabbing rare minerals or magical treasure remnants hooked by the fishing lines and tossing them into the cauldron's mouth, like a black hole, vanishing instantly. We didn't catch the treasure, and it stole ours? What is this thing? The students stared at their empty hook tips, stunned as if struck by lightning. Unstoppable, the black cauldron rolled down the lava river. Wherever it passed, no treasure remained, and in the blink of an eye, it neared the waters where Ling Yishan and the others waited. I think this black cauldron is dangerous. It's better not to provoke it. Lin Wanqing frowned and looked at the approaching cauldron. After some thought, she reeled in her fishing line, opting to avoid trouble. Shui Yin and Li Miao nodded in deep agreement and cautiously imitated Lin Wanqing's careful approach. Both moved with great care, fearing that this incredibly sentient treasure before them might suddenly lash out and punish everyone. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing froze, feeling like something important had slipped her mind. She scratched her head and glanced around, but deliberately ignored Ling Yishan right next to her because he had already activated Huntian, completely concealing himself within a blind spot of their sight. Just moments before, Ling Yishan had sensed that the treasure seemed to be deliberately avoiding the fishing hook. Since it was actively evading them, he decided to use Huntian to vanish from sight and launch a lightning-fast surprise attack. The dignity of a top-tier fisherman was at stake. He didn't care what consequences enraging the treasure might bring if he didn't catch it. He'd have the Xianming Kuan jump in the lake to snag the treasure himself. He refused to come back empty-handed. Sure enough, as he predicted, the fishing hook, completely masked by Huntian, silently probed forward and instantly snagged the treasure. It's hooked. Ling Yishan's heart leapt with joy, but before a smile could spread, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downward with enormous force. In the next second, a destructive power tore through the rod, dragging him violently through the air. His shadow blurred into a streak of black. Rather than catching the treasure, it seemed the treasure had flipped the tables and caught him instead. Help! Kaya! Koya! Ling Yishan screamed wildly while flailing in midair, his figure rushing past Shui Yin, Li Miao Miao, and Lin Wanqing in a blur, the rushing wind whipping their hair. The instant he was dragged away, he lost the focus to maintain Huntian and reappeared, shouting for help. In a flash, their eyes met. Ling Yishan's face twisted with terror, embarrassment, a desperate plea, and the odd satisfaction of having hooked a big fish all at once. Meanwhile, Shui Yin, Li Miao Miao, and Lin Wanqing were completely stunned. What on earth just zoomed by so fast? My god, that's my golden fire. Lin Wanqing was the first to recognize the dark shadow's true form and instantly panicked. That was the very treasure she had painstakingly studied. She immediately summoned her flying sword and chased after it, shouting over her shoulder, Shui Yin, stay with Miao Miao. I'm going to rescue my thesis. Despite being a golden core stage sword cultivator, her flying sword speed couldn't catch up with the wildly speeding man-treasure combo. She could only anxiously gesticulate in midair, signaling Ling Yishan to release the fishing rod. I can't let go. Ling Yishan gritted his teeth and yelled back. The suction force gripping him felt like his hands were welded to the rod. If it weren't for that, he would have been flung out of sight already. At the same time, Ling Bufan noticed something was wrong. On the light screen controlling a small treasure-stealing cauldron, the image suddenly shook violently. He raised his brow. Someone had hooked his treasure? A flicker of annoyance rose in his chest. Seeing Mashujian's questioning look beside him, he hastily explained, it must be a blind spot in the view. I thought it was just some fragment again. Or maybe the treasure-stealing cauldron malfunctioned. It's definitely not my fault. He switched perspectives, eager to see which expert had managed to snag the treasure he controlled. In the next frame, a familiar face flashed across the screen, terrified, twisted, yet oddly proud. My god, my brat. Ling Bufan's heart tightened as he suddenly realized Ling Yishan was inside the Xiangang's spiritual realm now. The defeat of having the treasure caught vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming pride. No wonder, my son truly surpasses me. But Ma Shijian couldn't help but warn, Master, the priority is to stop the treasure before the young master gets hurt. He pointed to the screen showing the disaster of Ling Yishan being dragged like a kite, his tone full of worry. Ling Bufan, usually calm, was now unsettled. He raised his hand to stop the treasure, but then his movement froze midair, and his expression turned strange. Moments later, he slowly withdrew his hand and said gravely to Ma Shijian, it seems the law of causality wants to take over. As the saying goes, a sharp sword is forged through persistent sharpening, and endurance comes from hard work like that of oxen and horses. In the end, Ling Bufan chose to watch, and Waith knew very well that Ling Yishan's spiritual cultivation treasure was not yet fully formed. The current disturbance of the laws of cause and effect was likely the critical trigger for the birth of that treasure. With the secret protection of the small treasure-stealing cauldron, he was confident he could keep Ling Yishan safe. So, on the scorching river of molten lava, Ling Yishan's elderly father and sword uncle watched helplessly as Ling Yishan was dragged like a roller coaster ride by fire waves, rushing straight toward the howling mine shaft at the lava's end. Inside the mine, the battle had reached a fierce climax. Kai Yongbao and Xiao Wuya fought in perfect sync, countering each move with superior skill. Not a speck of dust marred their clothes. Their opponents, however, were in a much worse state. Luo San, a physical cultivator, was thick-skinned and tough, so for now unharmed. But Xiaofeng's situation was dire. Blood seeped from his orifices, his eyes were vacant, his body scorched and blackened, and one arm completely carbonized. The physical pain was bearable, but the soul-rending damage to his spirit was devastating. His 4 spiritual treasures had been borrowed by Luo San as shields, then easily sliced to bits by Kai Yongbao's strange golden scissors, nearly causing his spirit to collapse. Those golden scissors were obviously more than just an anti-ghost tool. Xiaofeng was almost certain it was a fake spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, jealousy welled up inside him. But more than that, a profound helplessness. The gap in equipment was enormous, his teammates were foolish as pigs, and he was cornered with no way out. So frustrated he was near madness. Xiaofeng, give me another treasure to use. This time I swear I won't get caught again. Luo San shamelessly pleaded with an eagerness that made Xiaofeng's teeth grit. Xiaofeng gave him a sidelong glance, a flash of hatred passing before he suppressed his anger and whispered hoarsely, this really is the last time. Be careful. He raised his hand, ready to summon a secret trump card, secretly planning to turn the tables and drag Luo San down to hell with him. But just as he was summoning the ghost Qi, Luo San suddenly transformed into a shadowy blur, closing in. Xiaofeng only had time to catch his cold gaze before a muffled bang exploded in his chest. Luo San's heavy fist pierced right through his body. Enclosed within the punch was a struggling ghost infant, the very core of Xiaofeng's soul. So you really— Xiaofeng's throat turned sweet with blood as he sprayed crimson mist, eyes burning with hatred. Luosan dropped the act, his face icy cold. After witnessing Kai Yongbao's endless spiritual treasures, I realized it was better to kill you than to die with you, he said calmly. Earlier destroying Xiaofeng's treasures and weakening him was just a half-truth ruse, meant to set up this finishing blow. Trust does not exist among ghost cultivators. He was sure Xiaofeng had already deemed him expendable, so he struck first. Xiaofeng's heart grew cruel. Realizing he had little time left, he tried to self-destruct rather than fall into enemy hands. Yet with a flick of Luo San's fingers, the ghost infant was crushed, and all resistance turned to nothing. Xiaofeng died on the spot, his last wail dissolving into the bloody stench lingering in the mine. A physical cultivator still at the nascent soul stage is fast. This all happened in an instant. Kai Yongbao and Xiao Ye saw the scene, and without hesitation launched their attack. Although they didn't know why the enemy was infighting, it was definitely bad news. Their assault came fast and fierce. A burst of golden light transformed into flying swords that tore downward, followed closely by eerie blue flames spewing from the furnace's mouth. Yet all the attacks were halted halfway by a surging sea of ghostly energy, blocking any advance. At the moment Luo San killed the Owlbee, the crushed ghost infant transformed into a mass of blood and flesh nutrients, completely devoured by the crystal-like ghost egg underground. The ghost egg instantly broke through the rock layer, rising up with its surface ghostly aura churning so dark and thick it almost liquefied. When droplets fell to the ground, they instantly corroded bottomless holes. Crack! Sharp, brittle sounds erupted. The eggshell was covered with spiderweb cracks. From the fissures, thick, pitch-black ghost energy seeped out continuously. In the next instant, a pale human hand burst through, grabbing the edge of the break. It was a ghostly limb. Then, a centipede-like monster twisted its eerie body and forced its way out through the crack. The fierce ghost landed and swelled rapidly in the wind, growing to 100 zhang in length in the blink of an eye. Its entire body was ghostly pale, each segment entwined with writhing, distorted human forms. Its arms had been pulled into sharp, leg-like limbs with fingers opening and closing, sending shivers down the spine. At the very front was the huge centipede head. Shockingly, a familiar human face, the Owlbee's. That face was full of hate and bitterness, staring fixedly at Luo San, but it seemed restrained by some seal, unable to leap forward. Sensing the terrifying aura it emitted, both Kai and Xiao's faces darkened simultaneously. This 1,000 bones, 10,000 grudges in centipede, having absorbed countless grudges from the wailing mine's living corpses and fused with the Owlbee ghost infant, had already stepped halfway into the terrifying realm of divine transformation. You think we have no backup? A mere ugly centipede trying to turn the tide? Kai Yongbao sneered, fire igniting in his palm. Xiao Ye's face turned icy cold, showing no fear. This situation was well within their plan, just costing more than expected. Luo Sen grinned, his pale teeth gleaming coldly in the ghost fire. Of course I know I can't kill you, but with just this 1,000-bone centipede, do you really think you can hold me back? Before he finished, tens of thousands of corpses inside the centipede emitted soul-wrenching screams, like ghosts crying from the depths. Endless ghost energy burst out from their orifices, causing the centipede's form to blur wildly, like it was melting into the murky air. This kind of escape technique. Kai and Xiao realized Luo San was trying to flee and hurriedly activated their sealing formations, but the great array didn't respond. They charged forward despite the mental shockwave, only to be forcibly blocked by Luo San's flesh and blood body. Goodbye. Next time, they'll savor your flesh and blood slowly. Oh, and don't forget to watch your little brats. Luo San laughed triumphantly, spreading both hands wide. Just as the centipede fully dissipated, a massive black shadow silently drifted along the river of molten lava. A palm-sized but unfathomably deep treasure cauldron suddenly expanded. A huge ebony hand shot out from its mouth, swiftly twisting the centipede into a distorted shape. The 100 Zhang ghost monster writhed like an eel in the giant hand before being effortlessly tossed into the cauldron, vanishing instantly. All three froze in place. The little treasure cauldron gurgled, closed its lid, then shot upward like a comet, skimming over molten rock before vanishing into the horizon after several ups and downs. Help me! Ling Yishan's piercing scream drifted away on the wind. Apparently, he had tried to sneak away disguised as a mouse to survive when he saw so many nascent soul experts, but the treasure cauldron forcibly took him along and disappeared as well. Soon after, Lin Wanqing flew in on a sword and urgently asked about Ling Yishan's whereabouts. Kai and Xiao raised their hands and pointed in the direction the little treasure cauldron had fled. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing transformed into a sword light and gave chase. Only the two directors and Luo San remained on the battlefield. Firelight and golden rays intertwined as they collectively fixed their gaze on Luo San, lips curling in a cold smile filled with killing intent. Luo San's expression instantly collapsed, awkwardly twitching his mouth. Hey, can we come to some sort of understanding? Where has this place brought me? Is this still the Xiangang spiritual realm? The fierce wind tore at Ling Yishan's hair and stirred his restless mind. Only one desperate cry echoed in his ears. Destroy it, quickly. It was as if his reckless surrender had been heard. The strange black cauldron slowly came to a halt. But before a smile could break across his face, the cauldron side suddenly extended a pitch-black giant hand, reaching straight for him. Bound by his arms, he could only widen his eyes and watch as the dark hand slipped into his storage pouch. Hey, don't touch that! Ling Yishan almost roared, frustration written all over his face. Could there really be such blatant robbery in this world? Yet the little treasure-snatching cauldron paid no attention. In an instant, it found the three items it desired most: an ancient coin called Lei Tongbo, the five-spirit jade, and the mysterious withered leaf left by Lin Wanqing. Are you trying to destroy me? No, don't do this. Seeing his most treasured possession stolen, Ling Yishan's face turned pale. Especially that Lei Tongbo coin. It was the key to his future fortune. He felt like a hooked fish, powerless and hanging limp. Fortunately, the fishing rod-like pull suddenly loosened, and the bindings vanished. Ling Yishan flipped over, grabbing hold of the Xuanming Kuan in an attempt to flee. Fighting Hedon would mean certain defeat, so survival was the priority. He swore he would settle this score later. Don't underestimate a poor youth. One day, he would shatter this broken cauldron and force it to spit out everything it stole. But just as the Xuanming Kuan lifted its fins, the black hand reached out again, gripping him tightly. Not only stealing my wealth, but my honor too. Ling Yishan cried out in horror. Before he could finish speaking, the hand flung him completely into the cauldron's mouth. In the next moment, the cauldron crashed to the ground with stones flying. The lingering earth fire inside flared up violently, bathing the surroundings in a deep red glow. The licking flames were strangely painless. Unlike the treasures swallowed inside, Ling Yishan was trapped on the cauldron's rim by the black hand. Through the flickering firelight, he could still see sparse stars in the night sky. Evidently, this black cauldron wanted to imprison him, but had no immediate intention to harm him. An abrupt vibration rose from inside the cauldron, like some living essence was gestating, faintly linked to his spirit. Ling Yishan was momentarily dazed, like a nervous father outside a delivery room. Could the law of cause and effect be forging a second personal magical treasure for him? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and his heart burned with hope. If true, possessing dual personal treasures would make his future unimaginable. But why did this law of cause and effect have to bind him up like a wrapped dumpling? Before he could ponder further, a terrifying chill struck suddenly. It felt like an invisible giant hand squeezed his heart, forcing it to stop beating. Icy coldness surged crazily from his lower spine, rushing up through his chest, as if freezing all his internal organs. Every cell in his body felt as if it were being crushed by some unseen force. Terror surged over him like a tsunami, dragging him beneath the waves. When he lowered his gaze, it was as if countless blood-red eyes had emerged from the abyss, staring at him with malevolent intent. The overwhelming pressure was accompanied by a strange, prying gaze that pierced Ling Yishan's soul like nails. He could almost hear the sound of his blood reversing course. That fear surged inward along his spiritual senses, resonating with the Xianming Kuan resting in his chest. As danger closed in, the Xianming Kuan instinctively activated Huntianth, this time with a force more ferocious than ever, as if wiping the name Ling Yishan from the long river of cause and effect itself. In the next moment, the terrifying presence that had locked onto him finally averted its gaze. The suffocating sense of death peeled away. Ling Yishan felt as if he had been dragged from the icy depths of the sea back onto the shore, gasping for breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, scalp tingling. What the hell's coveting my good looks? If not for the timely intervention of the Xianming Kuan, he might have soiled himself right then and there. Once calmer, he suddenly recalled how the little treasure cauldron had stubbornly refused to let him leave earlier. A realization dawned on him. Without the Xianming Kuan's protection, forging a second life-essential treasure would instantly summon disaster. The thought chilled him to the bone, and he silently warned himself to keep this secret under wraps. If those red eyes locked onto him again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Deep in his dantian, a clear summons suddenly echoed. His second life-essential treasure was about to be born. Joy just began to flicker when the little treasure cauldron trembled violently, its body humming like a drum. Ling Yishan's eyelids twitched. Last time his treasure formed, didn't it almost explode? It shouldn't. Before the thought could finish, the cauldron's mouth exploded with a fierce blast. The scorching force shoved him and the flames skyward, surrounded by rolling fire. He soared like a flare, shooting into the clouds before detonating with a thunderous bang. As the flames died down and thick black smoke swirled, he spun helplessly, plummeting downward. At the critical moment, Bai Ling leapt from his ghostly pupil. A flash of white light transformed into a towering white tiger, which clamped his collar in its jaws, and, upon landing, tossed him onto its back. Boss, you okay? Meow. Bai Ling's tail puffed up in worry. Ling Yishan coughed twice, blowing out 2 black smoke rings. His voice was hoarse, like a scratched record. I'm still moving, but my butt's numb. Bai Ling, check if it's still there? It's still here, meow. Bai Ling turned to confirm, her cat face full of relief. Steadying themselves, the two floated back to the little treasure cauldron. The black cauldron hovered midair, looking like a gamer trying to sneak away after a quick duo match. Catching sight of Ling Yishan's scorched and miserable state, it seemed to feel a pang of conscience. The cauldron's mouth flipped open, spilling out materials harvested from the lava river, clattering into Ling Yishan's arms. This batch of resources bore a strange label, Father's Love. Then, the black cauldron turned into flowing light and vanished in the blink of an eye. With the forging complete, the causal blockade dissolved, and the little treasure cauldron reconnected spiritually with Ling Bufan. Meanwhile, Ling Bufan watched his son's soot-covered face through a tablet. After confirming he wasn't seriously hurt, he burst out laughing, fingers rapidly taking screenshots. Haha, isn't this way worse than that time he blew up cow dung and fell down? The memory was vivid, and seeing it replayed today filled him with joy. Standing nearby, Ma Shijian frowned at the smoking Ling Yishan on the screen, concern written all over his face. My lord, this isn't funny. If you Kimi, I knew you were taking pleasure in this. Don't expect me to help next time you get beaten. The laughter abruptly ceased. Ling Bufan cleared his throat and put on a stern face. Shujian, what are you saying? I'm genuinely relieved that Shursan succeeded in forming his second life essential treasure. At that moment, Ling Yishan was following the guidance step by step, moving toward his new life essential treasure. Ling Yishan stepped slowly toward his destined magical treasure. Before him lay a one-immortal white jade scroll. At first glance, it looked like a regular scroll, but it was actually made from 3 smooth, lustrous white jade plaques joined together by delicate, hair-thin gold threads along the edges. The jade glowed with a pure, radiant light, like a bright moon suspended in the sky, while intricate golden Taoist patterns shimmered across its surface. When the 3 plaques gently touched, a clear, ethereal sound like spring water tinkling echoed softly against the stone wall. At first touch, it was unfamiliar, but growing accustomed to it felt natural. Ling Yishan raised his hand to press on the jade scroll. The cool surface sent a flood of information rushing into his minding bow, like I Tashan scroll. This fated magical treasure, born of the law of cause and effect, and sharing origins with the Xianming Kuan, possessed 2 astonishing powers. The first, Ingbao, whenever an enemy summons a treasure in his presence, and Ling Yishan absorbs their spiritual energy, the Tashan scroll can reflect the treasure's image on its jade surface, engraving its form and essence through Taoist patterns. It could store up to 3 treasures at once. Adding a new one required erasing an old entry, like editing chapters within a jade-bound tome. The second, like in the cultivation world's so-called wealth companion spiritual domain, wealth didn't just mean gold or silver, but all sorts of cultivation resources. This ability granted extra power boosts when Ling Yishan used his own or the reflected treasures, and allowed him to master these newly obtained treasures rapidly. To borrow a school analogy, Ingbao was like copying a classmate's answer sheet, while like I was writing a neater, higher-scoring version that surpasses and stabs the opponent from behind, truly bringing the phrase "a stone from another mountain can polish jade to life." Either ability alone was extraordinary. Combined into one, it meant that unless an enemy could defeat him in a single strike, Ling Yishan would gain the power to replicate and counter with even stronger treasures. As the treasure's knowledge flooded in, a torrent of spiritual energy poured into his lower dantian, swiftly compressed into liquid form. In an instant, his cultivation advanced to the foundation establishment stage, completing the true fusion of magic and body cultivation. His divine perception surged as well, expanding from covering just 1 meter to 5 meters. If future cultivation advancements in both magic and body brought similar boosts, then thanks to the already exceptional power of his ghost eyes, his growth rate would accelerate spectacularly, like a game character gaining double attribute points after leveling up. His earlier frustration from having his face blackened in an explosion, as if he were fireworks, vanished completely in the face of this immense gain, and a broad grin spread almost to his ears. At the same time, Balan was carefully wiping the soot and burnt marks from his face and clothes with a small towel. Ling Yishan's expanding divine perception deepened the bond between ghost eyes and Balan, letting residual spiritual energy flow into her, rapidly enhancing her cultivation to nearly reach the late foundation establishment stage. She wiped more vigorously, her silver tail flicking quickly back and forth, her feline eyes filled with admiration. No wonder the boss cat is leveling up so fast. Just a few days following him and my cultivation is soaring. If I keep this up, I'm gonna soar too. Thinking this, she resolved to work hard and make the most of this promising opportunity. At that moment, Lin Wanqing arrived belatedly, gliding in on her flying sword. The instant she touched down, she hadn't yet withdrawn the sword's shimmering light before she hurriedly scanned Ling Yishan's condition. Seeing that his robe was only slightly disheveled and he was unharmed, The tense expression she wore softened noticeably. Junior fellow disciple Ling, I'm relieved you're okay. But what about that black cauldron? Where did it go? Before she finished speaking, her eyes instinctively swept through the broken forest around them, ready to strike again at a moment's notice. Without hesitation, Ling Yishan raised his hand, pointing to the sky. That thing flew off on its own after spitting me out. That's good. Lin Wanqing exhaled lightly, visibly relaxing the tension in her shoulders. Noticing her mood ease, Ling Yishan grinned. Let's go. We can still make it back in time for the ceremony and continue treasure hunting. He lifted his foot to move, but caught himself mid-step, waving a hand. Wait a moment. With a chuckle, he called out loud. Since you were so eager to protect me this time, I'll reward you with something. Then he shook his storage pouch, and a sparkling surge of spiritual energy spilled out, flooding the ground with piles of rare materials and shattered magical treasures. Cold gleams and bright auras intertwined, as if had emptied an entire vault. Pick out anything you like. These treasures were spoils Ling Yishan had gathered from top to bottom with the little treasure-stealing cauldron. At a glance, he estimated at least 20 useful items. Good little brother, your big sister's care wasn't in vain. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she gave him a big hug. Then she crouched before the treasure heap, her hands fluttering like butterflies. Although she kept saying no thanks necessary, she restrained herself and selected only 3 fire tribute rare materials perfectly matching the broken sword shed caught earlier, saving her a fortune in future forging costs. When Lin Wanqing was satisfied and had stowed away her loot, Ling Yishan grinned and leaned close. You've taken your things, but can you fulfill a small favor for me? Still basking in the joy of getting freebies, Lin Wanqing waved her hand briskly. Just name it. They'll definitely agree. Show me your signature magical treasure, he said bluntly. This one? No problem. Expecting some tricky request, Lin Wanqing quickly beckoned, and a reddish bronze sword case dropped into her palm. The engraved runes on its surface flowed like molten lava. Her fire-refining sword transformation, red bronze case. Ling Yishan examined it carefully, then asked, can you summon a few flying swords out of it? She said nothing, just flicked her fingers slightly, and 6 swords fashioned from refined spiritual energy shot out of the case, their fiery blades bathing the surroundings in a warm orange glow. In the next instant, a black light flashed from Ling Yishan's sleeve, and the Xianming Kuna mythical dark spirit fish appeared, opening its jaws to devour the 6 swords. The mighty sword aura and scorching fire spirits were swallowed whole, transforming into pure spiritual streams flowing into Ling Yishan's body. Meanwhile, golden markings crawled rapidly over his mountain tablet's jade plaque, soon forming an outline of the fire-refining sword transformation, red bronze case occupying his first magical treasure slot. Not only was it perfectly attuned and powerful, but crucially, it looked cool, which pleased Ling Yishan greatly. Why did you suddenly call out the black fish? Lin Wanqing watched the Xianming Kuan vanish, her face puzzled, then glanced at his mountain tablet. Is that your second signature magical treasure? At those words, Ling Yishan's gaze grew strange. Lin Wanqing's face was written with curiosity, but no surprise. After all, in this world, foundation-level cultivators couldn't simultaneously train their bodies and magical treasures, let alone possess a second signature magic treasure. Except for Qi Xinhu, no one knew he cultivated 2 pills simultaneously. Lin Wanqing's reaction clearly defied normal expectations. Thinking this over, Ling Yishan decided to run an experiment. Ling Yishan leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear and whispered, actually, both my magical and physical cultivation have reached the foundation establishment stage. No sooner had he spoken than he nervously stared at Lin Wanqing, as if waiting for some unknown verdict. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow with a strange look. Isn't it completely normal for someone to cultivate both magic and physique to foundation establishment? Ling Yishan was taken aback and asked, wait, you can cultivate both magic and physique to foundation establishment at the same time? Lin Wanqing looked at him like he was an idiot. Isn't it common knowledge that magic and physique can't be cultivated simultaneously? They went back and forth like this for several rounds, confusing each other with abstract arguments, until Ling Yishan suddenly understood the law of causality had interfered. It had directly rewritten everyone's common knowledge. Magic and physique cultivation together? Impossible. Ling Yishan can cultivate both? Allowed. Realizing this bizarre exception, Ling Yishan secretly clicked his tongue. The law of causality was truly sinister. Given that, he no longer planned to hide his identity as a magic cultivator if anything went wrong. He could just let causality take the blame and prepare a heaven-defying surprise for his enemies. Just as he made up his mind, Bai Ling was wiping his palm with a wet cloth and suddenly exclaimed, Boss, what's that mark you have there? It won't come off. Is it a birthmark? A birthmark? Ling Yishan's heart sank. He glanced down, and his pupils instantly contracted. A black ring about as thick as a broad bean had mysteriously appeared around his thumb joint. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a centipede-like pattern, head and tail connected, resembling a black ring. Lin Wanqing approached, and her gaze fell on the centipede tattoo. Her expression darkened noticeably. Without a word, she grabbed Ling Yishan's hand and closely examined it from every angle, the cloud of worry growing heavier between her brows. After a moment, she spoke in a low voice. You've been cursed. Me? I get along fine with everyone. Who would put a curse on me? Ling Yishan frowned, bewildered. First, we need to go back and find the academy heads. Lin Wanqing decided immediately, pulling him along. They mounted their flying swords and shot through the air toward the wailing mine. By the time they arrived, the battle at the mine had ended. Luo Sin had been defeated, leaving only scorched, mottled ground. Lin Wanqing briefly explained the situation. Xiao Wuya and another headmaster exchanged a glance, their faces equally grave. Xiao Wuya picked up Ling Yishan's thumb and squinted to examine it. After a moment, he said gravely, "This is definitely a cursey and extremely dark and poisonous one." He explained slowly, "It's called the five-finger withering curse. The caster seals the curse into an object in advance. If someone breaks that object, the curse attaches to their finger joint. When all five fingers are covered by the centipede pattern, the fingers will wither and the person will suddenly die. Their spirit will decay too, not even leaving a trace of a ghost behind." Ling Yishan hadn't fully absorbed the news when Lin Wanqing's eyes reddened with urgency. "Can cutting off the finger save you?" Xiao Wuya shook his head, his tone cold and helpless. "Though it appears to affect the body, the curse actually penetrates the spirit. Even cutting off the hand won't help." "Isn't Ling Yishan as good as dead?" "How am I dead?" Ling Yishan snapped, his voice echoing sharply through the mine tunnel. Xiao Wei stood with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly. After a pause, he finally spoke. "It's not that there's no way to break the curse." Everyone present immediately looked at him since poison and curses share common origins, and Xiao Wei's expertise in poison was profound. It was natural he would know something about forbidden sorcery as well. The first method, Xiao Wei raised one finger, is overwhelming cultivation, simply overpowering and erasing the curse. But whoever cast this curse is likely at the transformation god stage. Even if Kai Yongbao or I were cursed, we wouldn't be able to break it. Second, he raised a second finger, is to have another master skilled in curse sorcery duel remotely and try to unravel the curse. But to do that, you first need to trace its origin. He paused thoughtfully. Then his expression twisted oddly as his gaze settled on Ling Yishan. A curse is connected to cause and effect. The curse is the consequence, and the trigger is the cause. The centipede demon that carried the curse. Technically, you shouldn't be the target. Ling Yishan's face darkened instantly. He hadn't killed that centipede. It was ended by the law of cause and effect. But who could curse the law of cause and effect? Somehow the curse circled back to him. That centipede died right beside me. I must have been caught in the crossfire. Xiao Wei nodded. Sometimes there's a range lock effect, where all living things in an area get hit. Don't panic, Ling. It's not unusual for righteous cultivators to encounter curses. There are still 20 days before it activates. As long as we find an expert, we can break it. Seeing the stress on Ling's face, his tone softened. The Dragon Kingdom has a special curse-breaking unit. I'll report this immediately. For now, continue your usual diet and rest to recover some strength. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow in doubt, feeling increasingly uneasy, but still cupped his hands and said, "Then it'll trouble you, Director." Xiao Wei shook his head. "We should be the ones thanking you. If not for you and the Black Cauldron's sudden appearance, the ghost cultivator would have escaped long ago, causing endless trouble. If anyone had to fight a curse like this, it would be me and old Kai. Morally and logically, we have to help you." With that, he pulled out a golden talisman stamped with the Dragon Kingdom's official seal from his storage pouch. Quickly writing a detailed report on it, the talisman immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the sky. Then the two directors turned to continue purging the howling mine. There were still many ghost creatures hiding that had to be wiped out all at once. Ling Yishan and Lin Wanqing then flew toward the lava river. At the same time, the real protagonist remained calm, while Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed deeply, her worry evident. "Senior Lin," Ling Yishan suddenly said, "don't tell Senior Shui or Senior Miao Miao about this. They can't help, and only knowing will make them worry." He planned to leave in 2 days. If the curse could be lifted, great. If not, then keep it a secret from his older brothers and sisters. Maybe someday, they'd remember that troublesome little junior disciple and smile about it. Lin Wanqing answered softly, "I understand." She forced a faint smile. "The official channels have many methods. This curse is nothing." Ling Yishan smiled without replying. Deep down he knew that a transformation god-level curse wasn't that easy to break. He could only pray the ancestral masters had mercy on the last scion of the Ling family, and that a few bows might save his life. Meanwhile, the black treasure cauldron had been returned to Ling Bufan's hands. A flash of dark light appeared, and in his palm landed a jet-black centipede made of hundreds of finger bones strung together. Ling Bufan carefully stroked it, a cold curve rising at the corner of his mouth. Daring to curse his son? They must be really tired of living. In his previous life as the Demon Lord, he had encountered all sorts of curses. He had been cursed far more times than most had even heard of. This segment of finger bones was both the curse's conduit for Ling Yishan and a beacon actively revealing their location. He had countless ways to hunt down whoever was behind this, and he could break the curse instantly on the spot. Moreover, he knew a third method to break the five-finger withered heart curse. Shu Jian, Ling Bufan ordered calmly. If the curse on 13 is still active after the 19th day, go and kill the entire family of the curse caster. Yes, master. The curse's caster was currently hanging by a thread. Seeing Ling Yishan return completely intact with Lin Wanqing, Shui Yin, and Li Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ling Yishan and Lin Wanqing refocused their attention on treasure fishing. By this time, the ritual was nearing its end, and most of the floating fragments in the air had already been snatched up, making it difficult to find anything worthwhile. The four of them decided to chat casually instead. Ling Yishan remained calm, but Lin Wanqing's expression grew increasingly troubled, her gaze drifting repeatedly toward the depths of Balu Mountain. The river of molten lava rolling across the sky slowly narrowed and dried up, eventually disappearing altogether. Yet the fiery glow inside the mountain only grew stronger, waves of crimson light washing against the cliffs while intense heat surged forth in relentless bursts. Sensing something amiss, Shui Yin warned loudly, "The spirit fire is about to emerge. We should retreat quickly." The four immediately took flight, leaving the summit of Balu Mountain and stopping several miles away in the high air. As soon as they steadied themselves, Ling Yishan felt the temperature around them spike dramatically. The fiery energy churned violently, like boiling water stirred into a storm. The red clouds enveloping the summit suddenly twisted into a funnel-shaped vortex, drawing in swirling waves of fire and gusts of hot wind toward the mountain's center. In the next moment, the entire Balu Mountain transformed into a towering torch reaching to the sky. Simultaneously with fissures illuminating on the mountain itself, a beam of golden light as thick as a mountain ridge burst from the rock face. It blazed like a great sun rising, igniting vast stretches of rootless flames hundreds of miles around. Ling Yishan and the others were drenched in sweat, their eyes fixed in stunned horror on that blazing sun. A piercing cry split the night. The golden light twisted and coalesced, the spirit fire condensing within the blaze into a magnificent golden phoenix Wanbing Jingfeng Yin, the legion-scaring flame phoenix. Its tail streamed 100 feet of golden flame, its wings sharp as blades, the shimmering gold gleaming as if the entire bird were crafted from molten metal. Each powerful wingbeat rang out a metallic clash like weapons striking, adding a deadly aura to the scene. Its imposing presence was even more terrifying than the combined might of the Luosan and Xiaofeng cultivating the 1,000 bones 10,000 grievances in centipede. Halfway up the mountain, Kai Yongbao and Xiao Wuya led a group of masters arrayed in formation, their expressions grave. The golden phoenix, sensing imminent danger as it first appeared, flapped its massive wings and tried to flee. Kai Yongbao gripped the black dragon-patterned red fire banner and swung it down sharply. Suddenly, hidden formations across Balu Mountain ignited, runes flowing like countless molten golden chains instantly binding the phoenix. It roared in fury as golden flames surged wildly, the surrounding heat rising again in an attempt to burn through the chains. With the battlefield stabilized, Kai Yongbao immediately signaled, and another team of water cultivators rushed to the front lines. Under the downpour, the water spirit energy around them stirred intensely. They each summoned their respective magical treasures, aiming their attacks at the golden phoenix. A torrential downpour of water-based spells rained down relentlessly on the burning wings of the golden phoenix. Although the cultivators were of low rank and couldn't truly extinguish the spiritual flame, their advantage lay in sheer numbers and an unending supply of pills. Once the spiritual energy ran dry for one group, another batch immediately took their place, coordinated like rotating battle formations. Like ants overwhelming an elephant, and with many golden core cultivators mixed in, they quickly suppressed the fiery spiritual energy surging around the phoenix once more. Facing near death, the golden phoenix's eyes flashed with a rare, ruthless intensity that almost seemed human. In the next instant, its golden flames surged explosively with a deafening roar, scattering outward. Countless golden feathers trailing blazing spiritual fire transformed into radiant streaks, streaking straight toward Kai Yongbao, the one controlling the entire situation. If it could break his bindings, it might have a chance to escape. Yet it had seriously underestimated the wealth and resources of both humans and the Western Military District. Kai Yongbao flicked his sleeve, unfurling a soil-colored scroll in it. Towering mountains formed in response to spiritual energy, thunderously rising to block the phoenix's lethal strike. This was an authentic spiritual treasure, one Kai Yongbao had paid a heavy price to summon. Such flames, they can even scorch a spiritual treasure. Kai Yongbao's brows twitched sharply as he stared at the dimming patterns on the mountain's surface. The myriad soldiers' frightening phoenix flame was born from artifact refinement, able to aid refiner masters in tempering their treasures, but it was also supremely effective against metal and spirit beasts, a true nemesis of spiritual treasures. Yet the Western Military District had clearly prepared well in advance. The battle line continued pressing forward. Outside the battle, Ling Yishan watched intently. Control first, then terrain transformation, then concentrated fire, a seamless military haunt. This was just one elite academy from the Western Military District. Imagine if the entire national machinery got involved. What a sight that would be. The Golden Phoenix's counterattack failed, its momentum visibly weakening, the battle completely locked down by meticulous tactics. At this moment, Ling Yishan's eyes suddenly widened since the He Mountain tablet actively interacting with the spiritual fire. It turned out that due to its unusual birth, the myriad soldier's frightening phoenix flame was classified by the tablet as a spiritual treasure. Greed and opportunity surged within him. He could almost smell the chance to get something for free. If he could retrieve the scattered golden flames and absorb their spiritual energy, he could reflect and preserve this unique flame within the He Mountain tablet. His gaze swept the edge of the battlefield and caught sight of a cluster of fiercely burning golden flames remnants scattered after being blocked. Without hesitation, Ling Yishan rode his sword through the air toward that corner, summoning the black nether Kuan with its gaping maw to begin siphoning spiritual energy. Junior brother Ling, that's dangerous. Lin Wangqing's heart tightened seeing this. She had come to accept that Ling Yishan was cursed and might not have long to live, so she resolved to help him live without regrets during his remaining 20 days. Seeing him take such a risk, she immediately rushed over. Their actions caught the attention of the nearby crowd, but no one knew Ling Yishan's true intention. Instead, their focus was on the fire extinguishing. Several senior students, eyes gleaming with tears, shouted excitedly. Green mountains and clear waters are the real gold and silver. Everyone followed junior brother Ling. Preventing wildfires is everyone's responsibility. The spirit realm is not passed down from last year's seniors, but borrowed from next year's juniors. Cheers rose up as the crowd swarmed forward to join the firefighting squad. Ling Yishan watched in frustration, frantically waving his hands for them to stay back. They waved back just as fiercely, signaling no need for further explanation. He tried to call a halt, but their enthusiasm only grew. In that moment, he truly felt the impotence of words and could do nothing but race against time alongside them. Fortunately, Ling Yishan's Xianming Kuan was swift and powerful enough, with strong suction, to absorb sufficient spiritual energy before the students could extinguish the flames. As the Xianming Kuan swallowed the last wisp of the lingering fire, rippling light patterns appeared on the surface of the Hishan Jian, and the second reflected treasure slowly emerged, the Wan Bingjing Feng Yan. It was a golden divine phoenix with sharp blade-like feathers and fierce eyes. Its wings trembled lightly, as if capable of slicing through the void. The Hishan Jian quickly relayed feedback. The Wan Bingjing Feng Yan's temperature was extremely intense, significantly boosting the success rate of artifact forging, and when used in attacks it dealt extra damage to magical instruments, treasures, and even spiritual treasures. The most critical bonus, it looked incredibly cool. Ling Yishan's mind stirred. With a flick of his fingertips, a ball of flame glowing with a pale jade radiance materialized in his palm, golden patterns flowing like phoenix feathers. As the flames danced, it resembled a golden phoenix spreading its wings. From afar it looked like a meticulously carved piece of golden-laid jade, but up close the scorching heat was undeniable, proving it was much more than just a pretty face. This blaze was exactly the Wan Bingjing Feng Yan reflected by the Hishan Jian. Though its colors echoed the gold-jade blend of the Hishan Jian, its attributes were identical to the original, even stronger thanks to its wealth-attracting effect. Now that the school kept one and Ling Yishan held one, his version happened to be even more formidable. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance was also nearing its end. With a low shout from Kai Yongbao, the raging Wan Bingjing Feng Yan was drawn into a small furnace wrapped in sealing talismans using a special array, completely locked away. It would require prolonged ritual refining and careful nurturing to foster a harmonious bond and fully control the spiritual fire. If Kai Yongbao and Xiao Wuya learned that Ling Yishan also possessed the same spiritual flame and could command it effortlessly without bonding, they would likely be speechless on the spot. The ritual to swap the furnace fire came to a close, and the surging lava was about to ignite a new flame for Balu Mountain. The students gradually packed their belongings, preparing to leave the school. Shui Yin and Li Miao were among them. At the same time, Xiao Wuya called Ling Yishan and Lin Wanqing into his office. The authorities have arranged a specialist to remove your curse, but the location is in the southern region, he said without beating around the bush. Ling Yishan, a recognized genius and with Xiao Wuya's influence, got his application for reversal approved swiftly, but the place wasn't within the Western Military District. At the mention of southern region, he reflexively thought, the southern region? The place full of all those weird fungi? Images of all sorts of strange and exotic fungi flashed through his mind. The southern region was famed not only for its rare mushrooms, but also for its hot, humid environment. which bred a multitude of poisonous insects, a natural haven for nurturing venomous creatures. Xiao Wuyao explained. Your curse shows traces of goo insects, so we need experts over there to work together on the treatment. Then he pulled from his pocket a Polonia wood box covered with talismans and handed it to Lin Wanqing. This contains various remnants collected from the Howling Mine. We suspect they're somehow connected to the lawless factions in the southern region. You can deliver this on the way. Throughout the entire academy, only the two deans and Lin Wanqing knew the full truth about Ling Yishan's curse. Her calm, reliable nature made her best suited for this grave responsibility. The young woman nodded in acknowledgement, her expression more solemn than usual. All right, I'll book a ticket first, Ling Yishan said, pulling out his phone to select a flight, but was stopped by Xiao Wuya, who raised his hand. Time is tight. Commercial flights are too slow. I've already arranged a private plane for you. Could it be a military transport plane? Ling Yishan's eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly followed Xiao Wei, with Lin Wanqing right behind him, dashing through the school gate and all the way to the military airfield outside. At the end of the runway lay a sleek, jet-black fighter jet, slender like a hawk, resting under the lights as if ready to take flight at any moment. That's Longwo's latest prototype, the Nighthawk 16 Psychic Drone Fighter. A top-secret project, Xiao Wei explained, pointing at the aircraft. It can get you to the southern domain at the fastest speed possible. Model 16? The online airshows only showcased up to the 14th model, and that was just a concept, right? Ling Yishan asked curiously. We tend to be a bit more understated, Xiao Wei replied lightly, quickly changing the subject. Ling Yishan didn't press further. His excitement about boarding this badass warplane was overwhelming. His ancestors must be watching proudly from beyond. Even if it crashed, it would be worth it just to experience it. But soon, he noticed a problem. It's an unmanned drone, though. Where do we sit? I don't see any cockpit for passengers. He circled the Nighthawk once, twice, still no sign of a hatch or door. The ammo bay looks pretty spacious, doesn't it? Lin Wanqing urged him on. Ling Yishan, stop wasting time and get on, she said more urgently than him, grabbing his arm and pulling him straight into the dark ammo compartment. The metal hatch slammed shut with a boom. Suddenly, the Nighthawk surged forward, its psychic thrusters trailing blazing afterburners as it blasted off beyond the runway's end. Speed soared, sonic booms echoed one after another, and the fuel cost must have been astronomical, millions per hour. Just thinking about it made him wince. Inside the ammo bay, it was pitch black and they couldn't see their own hands. All around was the deafening roar of engines. As the plane climbed through the sky, Ling Yishan and Lin Wanqing lost all sense of time, neither daring to speak a word. After an unknown duration, the hatch suddenly burst open, and a savage wind roared in, nearly tearing them apart. Below, the brightly lit Southern Domain military district sprawled beneath their feet. But according to the flight plan, the Nighthawk was not supposed to land here. Before Ling Yishan could react, Lin Wanqing grabbed his collar and leapt out into the open air. For ordinary people, the brutal air resistance would have shattered them to pieces, but they were clearly no ordinary humans. Ling, how do you feel? Any motion sickness? Her voice fought against the fierce wind under the blazing sun, while her hair and clothes whipped wildly around her. In the free fall, Ling Yishan stuck up his middle finger to indicate he was doing just fine, while silently scolding her for not giving a warning. Lin Wanqing grinned and caught his wrist with the opposite hand. Then hold tight. Her life-bound sword box appeared at her waist, sparks of red flame bursting forth and transforming into a dense torrent of sword blades that formed the shape of a blazing dragon. Standing atop the fiery dragon, she took Ling Yishan as they shot toward the ground like a dragon plunging from the heavens. Breaking through thick clouds, their view suddenly cleared. Rolling mountains and ancient trees blanketed the land like a giant dragon lying in the wilderness. Deep within the green wilderness, blue-green mist and poisonous vapors swirled ominously. Ling Yishan stared through the raging wind at that wild, unknown battleground, his heart drawn toward the coming conflict. Beneath the clouds, a clearing had people waiting. The Nighthawk swept past high above without slowing, but Lin Wanqing skillfully guided the fiery dragon's sword to a steady landing. Dust billowed as one figure stood coldly at the ready, gripping a long spear, radiating a fierce, killing intent. The person waiting appeared to be a tall young woman, dressed in a tight black battle suit. Her long, jet-black hair fell past her shoulders, and her skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, as if she had never been touched by sunlight. Most striking were her eyes, tightly wrapped with thick black cloth strips, clearly indicating she was blind. At that moment, she stood straight and still, holding a pitch-black spear upright. Though her eyes were covered, the gaze behind the cloth seemed to pierce the air, locking onto the two in front of her. The moment Ling Yishan landed, he felt as if he had stepped into a viper's nest, shivers rushing through his body. Ling Yishan, Lin Wanqing? The woman spoke, her voice crisp yet cold as ice, sending a chill down Ling Yishan's throat. Instinctively, he tightened his neck muscles, afraid one wrong answer might result in the spear piercing through him. That's right. Here is the token, Lin Wanqing replied gravely, taking out a specially crafted jade plaque from her storage pouch. The plaque emitted a unique spiritual energy frequency. The woman carefully sensed it and nodded in recognition. In the next instant, the black spear suddenly transformed into a small, dark snake, slithering along her wrist and disappearing into a small basket at her waist. The intense, killing aura instantly vanished. Ling Yishan, follow me. Lin Wanqing, wait here. Someone will meet with you shortly. Her cold voice rang sharply. With that, she turned and walked away briskly, her movements as precise and efficient as flicking a switch. Lin Wanqing's expression was conflicted, seeming to want to go with him, but Ling Yishan gently patted her shoulder to reassure her and quickly jogged after the blind girl. What's your name? He called out behind her. Duanqing, she answered, still with that same cold hardness. Ling Yishan thought for a moment, then casually asked, Royal Palace Jade Liquor? 180 per cup, Duanqing replied instantly, her tone flat and emotionless. Ling Yishan was struck. She wasn't pushing people away. She simply didn't volunteer any words. Whenever asked, she responded mechanically with precise answers. He tried a few more casual questions. She answered all of them word for word, yet without any extra feeling. Fake aloofness, real robot. Ling Yishan silently judged. Just as he prepared to test his theory further, they arrived at their destination. Looking up, he raised an eyebrow, had expected some gloomy, sinister place for breaking curses, maybe with skulls on the walls to set the mood. Instead, before him stood a brightly lit, modern laboratory. Duanqing swiped a card to open the door and led him inside. Walking down the corridor, she stopped at a room and said, Go in. Ling Yishan nodded and pushed the door open. Duanqing, like a machine losing power, stood quietly by the entrance. The room was overwhelmingly white, with ceiling lights so bright they cast almost no shadows. On the lab benches, beakers and test tubes were arranged neatly. Centrifuges, mass spectrometers, and other high-tech devices gleamed coldly. Many of the strange instruments were beyond Ling Yishan's recognition. Soon, his gaze settled on another living person inside. The man was dressed unusually, long black hair down to his waist, wearing a black Taoist robe underneath a white lab coat. His face was pale and clean, his eyes squinting with a warm smile. Seeing Ling Yishan, he bowed slightly in greeting. You must be Ling Yishan's counterpart, right? I'm Xiao Ya's senior fellow apprentice, Lu Jiu, and am also the attending physician assigned to you by the Long Kingdom this time. As soon as Lu Jiu finished speaking, without giving Ling Yishan a chance to respond, he slightly raised his hand and motioned, Let me see your hand. Ling Yishan stepped forward silently and spread out his right hand. The black-red mark on his thumb, resembling a centipede, was clearly visible. Lu Jiu bent over to examine it carefully, lightly running his fingertips over the scar, squinting as he nodded. This is definitely the five-finger wither heart curse. Ling Yishan clearly caught the hint of excitement in Lu Jiu's voice, as if he was a researcher who had just discovered a rare experimental specimen, a living, breathing lab rat. Suppressing his unease, Ling Yishan cautiously asked, Senior Lu, is it still possible to treat this? Yes, Lu Jiu answered plainly. This curse isn't uncommon in the southern regions, and I have treatment records here. Just as a trace of reassurance began to swell in Ling Yishan's chest, Lu Jiu added, However, for someone at the Foundation establishment level, there has only been one successful case so far, and it left after effects. Would you mind telling me what kind of after effects? Ling Yishan's mouth twitched, but he braced himself and pressed on. Lu Jiu didn't explain, merely raised his hand and pointed toward the door. Ling Yishan instantly understood he was being referred to Duanqing's condition. Duanqing had become a half-mad, half-conscious human machine, also a victim of the five-finger wither heart curse. Lu Jiu spoke in a low voice. The curse has penetrated the divine consciousness. To remove it, that part of the divine consciousness must be cut away. But since the divine consciousness is connected to the soul, excising it inevitably affects one's sanity. He then tapped lightly between Ling Yishan's brows. Your divine consciousness is stronger than most at this realm, but rushing into surgery still carries risks. His tone shifted, and Lu Jiu's smile grew slyer. That said, there's recent news from the Yushin spirit realm about a herb called the concentrate spirit nourishing soul grass. It can repair damaged divine consciousness. If you can get your hands on it, they'll schedule the curse removal surgery for you. Those words left Ling Yishan barely hesitating as he agreed immediately this was his only lifeline. Lu Jiu added, Xiao Ya mentioned you're skilled at stealth. This mission suits you well. He narrowed his eyes and gave a fox-like grin. Then, secretly erecting a magical barrier to block outside sight and sound, he lowered his voice and said, If there's any extra concentrate spirit nourishing soul grass, I want you to give it to me. They'll pay handsomely. Ling Yishan bluntly asked, This is for Duanqing, right? Exactly. Lu Jiu nodded without hesitation. That girl ended up like this under my care. Leaving her like this goes against my principles. My patients either get healed, or they die. They shouldn't be left half alive. As a powerful Huashan realm cultivator, there weren't many things that weighed on his mind, but Duanqing's fractured divine consciousness stuck with him. which was why he agreed to take on this long kingdom assignment. Ling Yishan shrugged. As long as the pay's right, I have no objections. Good, it's a deal. As Lu Jiu finished speaking, the sleeve of his black Taoist robe twitched, and a tiny goo insect the size of a fingertip crawled out and onto Ling Yishan's hand. To increase your success rate, I'm lending you a goo insect for protection. The goo insect was jet black like polished obsidian, with 5 curved poisonous tails growing on its back that looked like grasping ghostly hands, glinting coldly. Curious, Ling Yishan reached out to poke it, and the scorpion-shaped goo insect lightly pinched him with its tiny pincers, surprisingly nimble. What does this thing do? 5-tailed ghost hand scorpion, Lu Jiu said coolly. Its poison can kill nascent soul cultivators. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Yishan jerked his finger back, expression stiffening. The scorpion goo insect, feeling neglected, instantly bristled its thin tails and snapped its claws at him menacingly. Ling Yishan swallowed hard and looked up. When do I leave? Obviously, the sooner the better. Junior brother Ling, you must stay safe. If you encounter foes you can't defeat, head straight to Dragonfang Village. I'll be waiting there for you. At the entrance to the mysterious spirit realm, Lin Wanqing repeated her warnings quietly, but with unmistakable urgency. Her eyes fixed tightly on Ling Yishan, as if trying to pour all her worries into that one sentence. Got it. Ling Yishan smiled and gave an easygoing okay sign, but he seemed completely different from the person he once was. His long dark robe embroidered with subtle patterns clung tightly to his frame, and his right hand was clad in a dark glove enchanted by a curse, concealing even the fingertips. Most striking was the blackened Belial mask he wore, fierce and mysterious, revealing only a faint, almost inscrutable smile. The mysterious spirit realm was not fully controlled by Dragon Kingdom. Its landscape was treacherous and full of malevolent creatures, with multiple entrances scattered throughout, some secretly occupied by the lawless. This made the area a gray zone, where all sorts mingled. Dragonfang Village was one of the few official outposts, and to hide their identities, the rogue cultivators in the spirit realm often wore masks. Ling Yishan waved farewell to Lin Wanqing and Duan Qing, then vanished into the dimness through the glowing barrier. Ugh, mingling with those shady types. I hope junior brother Ling doesn't get corrupted, Lin Wanqing muttered, tightening her palm as she watched his figure disappear. The gateway's space rippled like water, and those who entered were randomly dropped into some part of the realm. Landing in a box dead upon arrival was no exaggeration. Fortunately, Ling Yishan's landing spot was a quiet forest. A cool night breeze rustled the treetops, and pale silver moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a cold glow on the fallen leaves below. He looked around carefully and, once sure it was safe, pulled out the mysterious spirit realm guidelines that Lu Jiu had given him earlier, a thin booklet folded meticulously. 1. The realm spirits are mentally defective and act according to fixed patterns. They revive at the same spot after death. 2. Spirits trade spirit copper coins, which can be used to buy life. 3. Chi refining level requires 1 coin. Foundation establishment level needs 2, and so on. Nascent soul level requires 5. 4. Killing spirits may drop spirit copper coins they've collected. These coins can be spent in the spirit market. 5. Spirit control techniques work inside the realm, but spirits cannot leave with you. 6. Spirits roam at night. Seek refuge in nearby temples. If a deity's statue head is chopped off, evacuate immediately. 7. Besides Dragonfang Village, rogue forces are scattered throughout, some inheriting native demonic sect teaching stay vigilant. 8. A curse master at the transformation divine realm hides in Coffin Mountain. Avoid it, and don't let it approach you. Fixed logic respawns with item drops? This is basically a game dungeon, Ling Yishan muttered, stuffing the booklet into his chest pocket. Night had deepened, and though he should follow the guide and find the nearest temple to rest, with the Hun Tian protective item he carried, he wasn't afraid of ambushes. Besides, he started with 13 spirit copper coins, plenty for buying his life if needed. At that moment, Ling Yishan heard the wailing sound of Swona horns drifting down the mountain path. The tune was festive, yet eerily unsettling amid the shadowy forest. The night wind whipped through the trees as he cautiously followed the sound. Under the moonlight, a procession of red shadows moved slowly along the path, each figure clad in bright red robes, eyes closed tightly, silent as the grave. At the front, 2 pale-faced ghosts played haunting melodies on their swonas, the mournful notes weaving through the darkness with chilling effect. In the middle of the group, a vermilion lacquered bridal sedan chair rocked gently. The crimson silk curtain lifted in the breeze, revealing slender, ghostly white fingers. Ling Yishan's ghostly vision swept over the scene, and he immediately recognized the bride was saturated with ghostly energy already at the nascent soul stage. Protected by his heavenly Tao robe, he boldly closed in without being detected. He then boldly swaggered into the procession, thinking this was a perfect chance to probe the ghostly realm's secrets. They had not gone far when a hapless man suddenly appeared ahead on the path, had just emerged from a dilapidated temple, wearing a mask. As he looked up, he crashed into the eerie ghost wedding procession. Ling Yishan could sense the man's terror even through the mask. Still shaken, the man turned and fled. But a blood-red ribbon shot out from the bridal sedan chair, instantly wrapping around him, binding his limbs immovably. Then a short, grotesque ghost floated over, a copper coin box hanging at his waist. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Bride price 3 copper coins. 2 only have 1. Please spare me." The man trembled as he nervously offered a single ghost copper coin. The coin collector ghost grew impatient. Its black claw landed on the man's forehead, forcibly drawing out his soul. It knotted the essence into a freshly minted ghost copper coin before dropping it with a clink into the box. So that's how ghost copper coins are made. Ling Yishan's eyes gleamed as he discreetly memorized this valuable intel. He then dropped his stealth aura, revealing himself. The procession faltered slightly, puzzled by the sudden living presence in their ranks. The coin collector quickly hopped in front of him and recycled its demand, "Bride price 3 copper coins." Slap. Ling Yishan raised his hand and slapped it hard, sending it flying several meters. As he walked, he shouted, "I claim this mountain. You all forgot who commands both the front and rear, so this is a robbery. You ghosts there, each pay 1 copper coin." After a moment of stunned silence, several red ribbons suddenly shot from the bridal sedan chair with shrill whistles, aiming directly for Ling Yishan's throat. White flames burst explosively across his body, fierce as the sun. The red ribbons caught fire instantly and turned to ash, while agonized screams rang out from inside the sedan chair. A short while later, a mountain-style sword scabbard materialized. Ling Yishan summoned it to his shoulder. It was Lin Wonking's treasured weapon. "Lin, you swing too slow and lack bite. Watch how I do it," he muttered with a low chuckle, treating the scabbard like a rocket launcher and aiming its opening at the bridal sedan chair. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying swords surged out amid roaring flames, blooming like a white flame lotus. Ling Yishan didn't bother with fine control, keeping his gaze locked on the target as he fired them off in a rapid, ruthless barrage. The sword light and fire waves tore the bridal sedan chair apart, reducing it to blazing rubble. The ghost bride's red ribbons were severed, her crimson garments shredded, and her ghost energy scattered. She lay gasping on the brink of death. When his goal was achieved, Ling Yishan immediately ceased fire and rotated his ghost eyes, sending a spectral beam straight into her soul sea. Now powerless to resist at the nascent soul level, she was forcibly bound with a shadow soul contract. Once sealed, Ling Yishan had literally accomplished a feat only bullhead ghosts could achieve. Amidst the ruined chair fragments, the ghost bride slowly rose. The red veil slid down as she bowed gracefully, her sweet, soft voice chilling to the bone. "Master, lift your veil so I can see your face." Ling Yishan hummed softly as he gently lifted the red bridal veil from the ghost bride's head. He glanced at her pale but delicate face, then casually let the veil fall back into place, his tone tinged with unmistakable innuendo. The ghost bride was the heart of the entire wedding procession, and since she had been bound by contract to Ling Yishan, the whole group obediently followed his orders. Their first stop was the dilapidated temple that had once sheltered the unfortunate cultivator. Ling Yishan pushed open the door and immediately spotted the clay deity statue on the altar, its head long gone. Only a broken neck remained, fragments scattered across the floor. A headless statue could offer no protection. The unlucky soul must have realized this and fled in panic through the temple gates. The newly repaired bridal sedan chair was parked outside, with the ghost bride standing quietly beside it. Ling Yishan studied her for a moment, increasingly convinced that the local spirits here were different from those had encountered before, nearly empty shells, lacking any true consciousness. They were on a completely different level from the sentient Bai Ling, more like the rule-bound monsters in the Underworld Arrival game. He reached out to stroke the ghost bride's flawlessly smooth jawline, an idea suddenly forming in his mind. Sliding into the sedan's spacious interior, he found ample room to stretch out. Settling into the ghost bride's original seat, he drummed his leg and ordered, "Massage my leg." The ghost bride knelt obediently and began beating his leg with just the right force. Ling Yishan closed his eyes in contentment and casually called over the debt collector, dipping his hand into the lacquered black box. 23 coins, not bad. He weighed the slightly swollen money pouch in his hand and grinned. With the ghost bride's power fully restored, the wedding procession set off again, outwardly unchanged from before. Only the master was now Ling Yishan. When the procession reached a new temple, Ling Yishan's ghostly eyes spotted a semicircular glowing shield enveloping the entire building from afar. He waved a hand, commanding, "Stop." The procession halted immediately, and he advanced alone toward the temple. Inside, candlelight flickered dimly. 3 lawless figures busied themselves at the altar, each wearing a floral mask, all clearly female at first glance. In a corner lay 2 masked corpses, tangled in vines intertwined with blood and flesh. The vines drew spiritual energy to nourish themselves, blossoming with strange, otherworldly flowers. The 3 women tore blood-stained wrappings from the corpses and rummaged through the contents. The one wearing the lily mask scanned the area warily but kept glancing at the loot, clearly afraid her comrades might pocket valuables. Tulip, did you find anything valuable? Lily asked quietly, her guard still up. Bah, two poor wretches, only 7 ghost copper coins. The tall woman with the tulip mask kicked the corpse disdainfully. The third woman, wearing a lavender mask and apparently their leader, suddenly seemed to notice something. She quickly signaled the others to fall silent. The clamorous sound of the Swana horn grew louder from the distance. Beneath their masks, the 3 women broke out in cold sweat, their hearts racing with relief that they had found refuge in a temple. Without it, meeting the ghost bride would surely mean certain death. But their brief relief soon turned to alarm. Lavender sensed something was wrong. The Swana's piercing notes didn't fade but grew clearer, as if steadily marching in time with drums toward the temple's protective barrier. She crouched low to peer through the weathered crack of the door, hoping to confirm what lay outside, and suddenly caught sight of a ghastly, blood-red glow. At the entrance, a face hidden beneath a blood-red veil pressed tightly against the door, its gaze fixed unblinkingly on her. The silent stare nearly suffocated Lavender in terror, forcing her to stagger back several steps until her back slammed into a cold, hard surface. She cried out again in fright. Boss, what did you see? You look terrified. Tulip's voice came from behind. The ghost bride is coming. Lavender's trembling voice betrayed her utter panic. Don't be ridiculous. Ghosts wouldn't dare approach a temple. Lily's words were cut short by the door's spine-chilling creak, a rusty scraping sound like a saw against wood. The 3 women turned toward the noise, sinking into icy dread. Beneath the eaves stood the ghost bride, clad in crimson wedding robes, veiled yet with cold eyes piercing through the fabric, locking onto them. Black mist swirled above the dress, the specter's malevolent aura visible even to the naked eye. How did it get past? Lily screamed. In the next moment, the blood-red figure silently glided inside, completely unrestrained by the shrine statue on the altar. Their hearts shattered. All 3 knew this was a ghost at the nascent soul realm. Tribute 3 copper coins, a sudden voice announced quietly from their side. A figure in red appeared without warning, a pitch-black money box strapped to their waist, voice cold and ominous. There was still a chance to buy their lives. They glimpsed a door to survival. They'll give it. Just don't kill me. Tulip grasped at hope like a lifeline, fumbling to produce 3 copper coins which she threw into the box. The money ghost said nothing as she turned and dashed from the hall. The ghost bride made no move to stop her. Give me the money bag. Lavender screamed and lunged to snatch it away, but Tulip slipped aside. Boss, I have to keep an escape route for myself, Tulip said, tossing off a few words as she vanished into the darkness. She knew other ghosts were outside. Only with the copper coins in hand could she survive. Lily, help me stop her, Lavender began, but behind her came Lily's hurried voice. These are 3 copper coins, buying my own life. The clink of coins dropping into the box rang out. You actually have ghost coins. Lavender couldn't believe it. They had originally brought only 2, risking murder and robbery just to get them. Just got them, Lily chuckled, raising the pouch she had swiped from Tulip before turning and racing out. Hurry, give me the rest of the coins, I want to buy my life. Lavender shouted hoarsely, but the 2 fleeing women exchanged a glance and vanished into the night without looking back, abandoning her alone in the empty hall. A deathly silence fell. Lavender's legs went weak, and she sank to the ground. The vast gulf in cultivation, the looming shadow of death, the betrayal by her companions all crushed down on her until she could barely breathe. The money ghost reached out with an icy palm and pressed it to Lavender's head. She closed her eyes, bracing for her soul to be pulled away, but nothing happened. Then, a searing pain tore through her abdomen. A crushing punch landed squarely on her dantian, tremendous energy shredding her inner sea. With her dantian destroyed, she collapsed like a sack of rotten mud. The money ghost seized her by the throat and dragged her toward the door, whispering darkly with a sinister smile. They'll show you something wonderful. Ling Yishan led Shuani out of the temple, allowing her to see what was happening outside. Under the dim, yellowish moonlight, a ghastly specter stripped to bare bones manipulated bright red silk ribbons like venomous snakes, tightly binding Baiha as she desperately tried to escape, suspending her lifelessly in midair. With every tightening of the ribbons, Baiha let out a piercing, agonizing scream, until finally her soul was drawn out by a sinister ghost nearby. One of the debt collectors, shrouded in dark energy and instantly transformed into a cold, ghostly copper coin. Why? We clearly paid the soul redemption money. Yu Jingxiang screamed in anguish. Before her voice fully faded, the ghost waved its sleeve, and her soul too was forged into a ghost coin, with no one answering her desperate cries. Witnessing the 2 souls dissipate before her eyes, Shuani trembled violently, fear threatening to overwhelm her completely. Suddenly, Ling Yishan's husky voice whispered in her ear, "They're all dead. Feeling any better now?" The almost teasing words shattered Zunyi's composure. Relief, terror, rage, and confusion swirled inside her until her mind nearly broke, and she threw her head back in a wild, hollow laugh. Ling Yishan held her gently by one hand. poised with the grace of a gentleman, letting her laugh until it finally subsided. With a hoarse voice, Xuanyi asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" Ling Yishan's lips curled into a faint smile as he took off, and then put back on his mask, speaking casually. "Just a passing King Belial, that's all." Under the moonlight, the mask looked especially eerie. Fixating on it, Xuanyi suddenly understood and spat out word by word, "You're insane." Ling Yishan gave no reply, simply dragging her to stand before the debt-collecting ghost. In the next moment, Zunyi's soul too turned into a ghost coin, gently dropping into the ghost's palm. Ghost coins received, 12 in total. Perfect tally. The spirit muttered with satisfaction. The 3 souls converted into 3 ghost coins, plus 9 copper coins taken from their bodies, exactly 12 in all. In one short night, Ling Yishan had amassed 48 ghost coins, lifting his spirits. "Boss, your move was seriously impressive, Naya." A ghostly bride in her wedding dress paced over, lifting her red veil to reveal a cat's face beneath Bai Ling. As a ghostly Buddha who cultivates merit, Bai Ling was not on the temple's blacklist, and thus had stayed outside alongside the debt collector the whole time. The Swana music wasn't a ghost marriage tune, but coming from Ling Yishan's phone speaker. The ghost bride was Bai Ling, and the debt collector was Ling Yishan himself. As for the soul redemption money those 3 handed over, the debt collector never physically received it, and naturally did not acknowledge the payment. Passing it to Ling Yishan was essentially a voluntary donation. It just goes to show, the lower your moral standards, the richer you get. At this rate, it won't be long before I've saved enough to buy some spirit-calming, soul-nourishing herb at the ghost market, Ling Yishan quietly plotted. The ghost market lay within a haunted burial ground in the ethereal realm, opening only once every 44 years on the 4th day of the 4th lunar month, when the Yin energy was at its peak. The market's universal currency was ghost coins. According to ancient Dragon Kingdom records, a single stalk of this herb cost about 500 ghost coins. Besides this, the ghost market offered many rare materials and treasures related to spiritual awareness, very hard to find in the living world. In just 15 days, the next market would open, and Ling Yishan planned to gather other valuable items too, making the trip well worth it. After finishing his calculations, he did not leave immediately, but went back inside the temple, dragging out several tattered corpses from the corners. He summoned spiritual flames to burn away the bloodstains, scattering the ashes into the wind. Then he approached the long-forgotten statue, respectfully lighting 3 slender incense sticks before gently closing the temple door behind him. He didn't notice that the statue, once dull gray, flickered with a faint light as the doors shut. Then Ling Yishan began his journey. During the day, Ling Yishan wandered the city with his Hunyuan artifact, quietly gathering gossip and news from every street and alley. When night fell, he roamed the mountains, towns, and wilderness accompanied by a band of ghosts and spirits. If he encountered lawless masked marauders, he would stop them to rob by force. If he met other ghosts, he would beat them severely, snatch their ghost copper coins, and then force them into ruthless contracts. Passing by temples didn't deter him, either would con his way inside, even inviting the statues of gods to do his bidding, never forgetting to burn 3 respectful incense sticks afterwards. But if he happened upon cultivators or ghosts of senior rank, Ling Yishan immediately stepped aside and put on the guise of reverence and respect. And so, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, in the cozy little tavern called Leisure inside Maoshan village, red lanterns swung gently above, mixing the scent of steam and strong liquor. Several wooden tables formed intimate circles where patrons chatted enthusiastically. Predictably, their conversations all revolved around the recently infamous and brutal ghost creature making waves. "Have you heard about that ghost king who appeared a couple of days ago?" whispered a short cultivator wearing a white mouse mask, leaning toward his companion donned in a black cat mask. "I've heard." A scoffing laugh came from under the black cat mask. "What's he, just a ghost cultivator traveling with a bunch of minor spirits stuck in foundation establishment and nascent soul stages? They call that a ghost king? Next to my golden core level, they're just a bunch of trash clinging together." The white mouse swirled his cup lightly, sneering, "That's old news. Lucky you didn't rush in head first, or you wouldn't even know how you died." Bang! The black cat slammed his cup hard on the table, a flash of deadly intent in his eyes. "Big talk. Give me a reason, or I'll shut you up right now." Unfazed, the white mouse took a slow sip before calmly saying, "Yesterday, he killed a nascent soul cultivator." The black cat's aggressive aura instantly faded. The reason was quite convincing. "Is the info reliable?" "Seen it with my own eyes." The mouse's voice trembled a little, as if still haunted by the memory. 3 breaths, and the nascent soul was reduced to a puddle of pus. Not even the nascent soul's core escaped. It turns out someone targeted the ghost copper coins on the Ghost King, so this nascent soul cultivator gathered a few others to block him. But before 2 words were exchanged, the Ghost King used some unknown method to blink behind the nascent soul. A few breaths later, the guy was dead on the spot. With the nascent soul down, the rest scattered like birds and beasts. The black cat raised his cup to steady his nerves, but found it empty, then bellowed, "Where's the barkeep? No wine." You want me to turn this place upside down? Coming. Sir, please calm down, a voice emerged from the crowd. The barkeep wore a fierce black mask with glowing red eyes, but his hands were empty. The black cat's anger flared. No wine, and you still come here? What's the point? Oh, sir, I'm here to collect an inheritance. The barkeep's tone was light, and under the mask curved a smile none other than Ling Yishan himself. The white mouse caught a glimpse of that blackened mask, and a dreadful rumor suddenly crashed through his mind. His face turned deathly pale, his finger tremblingly pointed at Ling Yishan, but no words came out. In the next instant, his skin rapidly rotted from inside out, bursting apart into pus with a soft squelch. The black cat wasn't spared either, decayed even faster than the white mouse. This five-tailed ghost hand scorpion is truly useful. Ling Yishan hummed a little tune as he took out a pair of jade chopsticks from his sleeve, carefully avoiding the toxic puddles to pick up 2 storage pouches and tuck them securely into his palm. Lawless cultivators really are poor this mighty golden core level, even poorer than Lin Wanqing. After finishing the check, he shoved a batch of pills and spirit powders into his bosom, leaving empty storage bags behind. Then, he bent down to wipe up the venomous liquid on the floor, carefully coating both inside and outside of the pouch mouth until it gleamed, before sealing it in a jade box. Though no longer usable for storage, it'll make a perfect trap, a treasure chest mimic, huh? As he spoke, the tiny five-tailed scorpiano bigger than a palm climbed onto the back of his hand. Its delicate pincers waved at him like it was asking for praise. Ling Yishan grinned toothlessly and gently rubbed its smooth little head. Not bad at all, powerful. Over the past 10 days, besides collecting ghost creatures, he had fully grasped the strength of this five-tailed ghost hand scorpion. When Lu Jiu had claimed this poison could kill nascent soul cultivators, he had been skeptical. But after witnessing it firsthand, he realized it wasn't just lethal, it was an instant kill. The first time he used it, he was stunned. It truly was worthy of a transformed spirit artifact. A direct hit. After Ling Yishan stepped out of the tavern, not a single living soul remained inside. He raised his hand, summoning a stream of spiritual fire that engulfed the ruined tavern. The bloodstains, corpses, shattered tables and chairs all consumed without a trace. The flames reflected off his mask, leaving behind no evidence whatsoever. Killing and arson, carried out in one swift motion. In just 10 days, the number of ghost copper coins in his possession had soared to 3,852, making him a bona fide rich guy even within the realm of ethereal spirits. More than 1,000 of those coins came from a benefactor at the nascent soul stage, while the majority of the rest were willingly offered by unscrupulous but eager donors. The remainder came from demons he had personally robbed. Beyond coins, he scavenged plenty of cultivation materials from the pockets of those outlaws. Though many pills were crudely made and of poor quality, he accepted them all thanks to Mo's filtering ability. This allowed his cultivation as a mage to rapidly advance into the mid-foundation establishment stage, though it also left him burdened with a full sack of pill toxins. Thanks to that unknown nascent soul bro, I never would have found this gold mine otherwise. Ling Yishan fondly stroked the five-tailed ghost scorpion, gratitude filling his heart. That night during a patrol, he and his ghost were ambushed by a gang ready to steal his ghost copper coins. He had planned to run, but they taunted him mercilessly, mocking his hideous mask. Enraged, Ling Yishan unleashed his divine sky technique, flinging the five-tailed ghost scorpion into their midst. Black mist billowed, poison spread rapidly, and the ambushers were incapacitated instantly. Thus his reputation was born. Since then, he had thrown open the door to a new world, targeting small groups of lawless people to poison and rob them simultaneously. His money accumulation multiplied several times over. With 7 days left before the ghost market opened, he planned further preparations. One five-tailed ghost scorpion alone was no match for 4 hands. He needed more and stronger spirits to arm himself. That night, Ling Yishan led a large entourage of ghosts into the mountains to the village of Heijing. Dense ghostly energy swirled, shrouding the mountain hamlet in gray fog and mist, the houses' outlines barely visible. In the drizzle, a ghost bride and a funeral procession marched at his right side, holding a bright red paper umbrella over him. On the left stood a black wooden coffin half buried in muddy water, its lid ajar, revealing a blue-faced scholar ghost curled inside, surrounded by wailing funeral spirits. Further ahead was a hanging ghost, blue-faced, fanged, blood-tongued, hanging midair by a thick hemp rope whose other end vanished into the rainy darkness. Last was a dog thief ghost, clad in black dog fur with limbs broken, hunched over with chilling resentment. Legends said he was caught stealing dogs in life, tied to a tree in dog skin and beaten to death by villagers. His restless spirit turned into a vengeful ghost. This procession was a bizarre parade of grotesque shapes and restless souls, strikingly out of place at the village entrance. Heijing Village, the name alone hinted at dark local customs. Ling Yishan had learned at the tavern that this place hid ghosts at the Golden Core stage, exactly what he wanted. Under the old locust tree at the village gate, a one-armed old man squatted in the wet mud. His vacant eyes locked rigidly onto Ling Yishan, seeming both dazed and appraising, like a predator studying its prey. Ghostly energy hovered around him, though faint, making him appear at first glance a fragile, feeble spirit. The old man was a village guardian ghost. As the name suggests, he had been a village watchman when alive, and after death had become a spirit bound to guard the village gates every night without ever straying far. Leaning alone against a gnarled old locust tree, bathed in pale moonlight, his single remaining arm hung limp like a withered branch. His expression was vacant, yet he harbored all the hidden secrets of Blackwell Village deep in his mind. To get him to speak, one had to pay handsomely. "Old man, how do I get to Blackwell?" Ling Yishan approached the village entrance, his gaze calm as it settled on the guardian ghost. "For 100 ghost copper coins," the ghost rasped hoarsely, then slowly stretched out his thin, withered arm. Ling Yishan's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing immediately. Behind him, the horde of ghosts who accompanied him stepped forward, as if ready to attack only to be halted by his raised hand. "If I give you 200 coins," he said gently, "can you also teach me how to deal with the evil spirits inside Blackwell?" "Two questions, 200 coins," the ghost answered flatly, no hint of bargaining. The copper coins clinked as two strings totaling 200 landed in the ghost's shriveled palm. True to his word, the guardian ghost spoke. "First, after entering the village, turn left at the locust tree and walk close to the wall. You'll see Blackwell. Second, go to the 6th house inside. Kill the ghost there and lift the stove hearth. There's a package underneath. Take it to Blackwell." With that, he retreated silently back beneath the locust tree, as if had never appeared at all. Everyone who stumbled upon Blackwell Village would encounter this guardian ghost, and only he could reveal the well's location. But 100 copper coins was not easy to gather, so many gave up there. Later, some teams pooled enough coins to ask for directions, but refused to pay, choosing to kill the ghost instead. His strength was mediocre, and soon he was slain, turning those coins into a reimbursement shortcut. This brutal method gradually became the default traditional strategy among players. But Ling Yishan had no intention of following that path. First, his ghostly eyes caught an odd, subtle connection in the old man's guardian ghost's own spiritual energy was weak, yet faintly linked to the dark aura surrounding Blackwell Village. Second, Ling Yishan had enough money. Though 200 copper coins stung, he could afford it. He withdrew his gaze and strode into Blackwell Village, shadows of ghosts trailing him. Once they vanished from view, the guardian ghost lifted his cloudy eyes and glanced at the two strings of coins. Then with a clink, he slipped one string into a hollow knot in the locust tree behind him. The damp, oppressive spirit energy entwining him and the village instantly thinned and then vanished completely. The guardian ghost slowly stood up, shook his thin robe, and turned to walk away. 100 copper coins had bought him long-awaited freedom. He had other business to attend to. Inside Blackwell Village, the chilling winds grew colder still. The moment Ling Yishan stepped through the gate, the spectral aura surged. Every house seemed wrapped in dense, oppressive mists, like icy bars separating each dwelling from the next. The streets were deserted, no stray cats, no signs of life. Yet through shattered window panes, dark shapes writhed and shifted, eerie and unnatural. The rumors were true. As long as you didn't knock, the ghosts inside dared not step beyond their thresholds. Following the guardian ghost's instructions, Ling Yishan avoided eaves and eaves troughs thick with spirit energy, counting off houses until he reached the 6th. With weathered blue bricks and cracked roof tiles, its wooden door was faded and tightly shut. He took a deep breath and knocked twice. "Anyone home?" Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang, and a black shadow lunged out, carrying a stench of rot and decay. Ling Yishan was ready to dodge to the side just in time. Under the moonlight, the ghost's face twisted in rage, rotting flesh falling away, its rolling eyes burning with grudging phosphorescence. His eyes narrowed slightly. What an ugly ghost! A few strands of withered yellow hair hung limply above its scalp. One of its triangular eyes was larger than the other. Its body was bulky, but its limbs were thin, covered all over with flesh tumors and sores. Its skin was a dull yellow, and its mouth stretched to its ears, revealing needle-like teeth, yet its throat was slender. Looking at this decaying mass of flesh, Ling Yishan couldn't help but think it resembled a discarded, rotting Likeba lying in a street corner. Even the notorious Tun Jiangchan looked more human than this creature. Despite its terrifying appearance, it only possessed the cultivation level of Foundation establishment. "Boss, this looks like a hungry ghost cat," Balian whispered, poking her cat ears out from Ling Yishan's shoulder to warn him softly. She came from a Buddhist academy and was a top student of Spirit Buddhist Tao studies. Having researched various ghosts, she recognized the howling creature's true nature immediately. Ling Yishan nodded faintly in response. The hungry ghost, drawn by the fresh life energy, lunged again with pupils full of bloodthirsty craving. Ling Yishan snorted coldly, flicked his wrist, and with the sharp scream of the Jinghong sword cutting through the air, A fierce sword chi instantly severed it into shattered limbs, more accurately, a torso stripped of limbs, a ghost stick. If such a creature entered the ghost eye, he feared he'd get needle eyes from the infection. So he let the hanging ghost tie up this torso like a kite, while he kicked the courtyard door wide open. Inside, there were no other angry spirits besides that hungry ghost. The previous owner was probably alone in life, orphaned early. The room's furnishings were dilapidated. Ling Yishan headed straight to the kitchen and felt around the long-abandoned earth stove. Using a half-broken wooden stick head picked up, he probed inside the firebox and indeed hooked out a grimy, gray-black package. The outside was wrapped in tattered cloth, with ghostly energy thick as black mist, oddly preserving the inside perfectly intact. He unwrapped it, and a hot, foul stench of blood hit him. Inside was a clump of chicken feathers stained with fresh-looking blood. No one knew how many years these had been hidden, yet the crimson was still vivid and dripping. The hungry ghost hanging from the door beam saw the package and immediately writhed as if staked by pins, wailing in a mouse-like squeak from its throat, but it couldn't break free from Balion's binding. With preparations complete, Ling Yishan took the package and dragged the hungry ghost toward the village's central black well. He kept close to the low earthen wall, turned left after the first thick locust tree, and unknowingly arrived at a wide, open square. In the center stood a black well 3 meters in diameter. Its walls were made of jet-black stones, between which billowed rolling black smoke, radiating a murderous aura that made one's scalp tingle. Ling Yishan stepped forward and knocked his knuckles against the well rim. "Anyone there?" His voice echoed across the empty space. He leaned in and peered into the pitch-black well mouth. Below was utter silence, only loose stones splashing as they fell into water, proving the well was not dry. Suddenly, a pale little face slowly surfaced from the dark water. Its tangled hair floated like weeds, and its black, hollow pupils locked onto Ling Yishan with implacable malice that seemed almost tangible. The water level rapidly rose, the ghostly face drawing nearer until it was less than a palm's length from the well's edge. Then the face curled into a sinister smile, and 2 small, deathly pale arms broke through the water, aiming straight for Ling Yishan's throat, intent on dragging him down into the icy depths. Smack! For icy ghostly copper coins struck the drowning ghost's face. At first, she was stunned, then suddenly furious. A wave of ghostly energy surged around her, ready to swallow Ling Yishan whole. The raging cold wind stirred mist above the well, and a chilling aura swept over them. But the next moment, a dark shadow hissed as it plunged into the water. The roaring surface suddenly calmed, as if pressed down by an invisible hand, leaving even the drowning ghost speechless and stunned. "What did you do?" Her sharp scream echoed off the well walls. Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Oh, you can still talk? The perfected golden core realm really is something else." The drowning ghost, getting no reply, locked her gaze at the bottom of the well. There, a black fish shimmered with a metallic sheen, its scales reflecting a cold, ominous light. The overwhelming pressure it radiated made her feel as if she'd fallen into an icy abyss, unable to move. That was Ling Yishan's Xianming Kuan, forged from the dragon mother's water-subduing iron and refined with scales shed from divine statues. It naturally suppressed water spirits. Even worse, for ancient copper coins, the life-buying coins Ling Yishan had thrown into the well earlier damped the ghost's murderous intent by locking the spiritual battlefield's rules. Though wiser than ordinary spirits, she couldn't escape this binding. "What are you planning?" The shackled, drowning ghost growled through gritted teeth. "Join me. Be my bodyguard for a few days." Ling Yishan casually pointed to his ghostly eyes with a smile. "Protect you? I'd rather tear you apart right now." She glared venomously. Ling Yishan said nothing. He stepped to the well's edge, looking down from above. The drowning ghost dived slightly beneath the surface, wary he might spit water at her. "What trick are you trying now?" The only answer was sharp splashes as over 20 ghost coins clattered into the water, sinking nearly face level to the bottom. "Fine. Let's make it 10 days worth of life-buying coins first. Come with me, and I'll pay the rest later. Consider it your salary." Ling Yishan sounded domineering. The drowning ghost paused while a single kill at the golden core stage cost only 4 ghost coins. This guy was practically tossing money like stones. Blackwell Village was remote and desolate, a dead end for money. Yet Ling Yishan's pouch jingled richly. "How does this guy even have so many ghost coins?" she muttered, but honestly tucked the coins one by one into her sleeve. Ling Yishan sighed inwardly. Money really does make ghosts work. Sensing her softening, he pressed on. "This is something the old man who guards the village asked me to deliver. Heard you'd be interested." He unraveled a bundle and scattered blood-stained chicken feathers over the well's mouth. Just then, the hanged ghost appeared, dragging behind the corpse of the starving ghost. The drowning ghost froze for a moment. Then her face twisted with rage. "So it's you. You did this. You framed me." The suppressed ghostly energy surged again, black mist boiling like a tidal wave. Ling Yishan instinctively took a step back. But mixed in this aura was something darker, sharper, not from the drowning ghost alone. Slap. A pale little hand clawed onto the well's rim. The drowning ghost's body slowly rose from the water. Her innocent face cracked down the middle, like a cocoon breaking apart, the fissure stretching sideways to reveal another identical face twisted with deep hatred. The boss, it's the wronged ghost. Bai Ling warned, her voice flickering. The fierce, billowing ghostly energy shot skyward like war smoke. Ling Yishan's pupils constricted. This was nascent soul realm. It wasn't until the wronged spirit had fully emerged from the dark, well, that Ling Yishan finally saw her clearly. She was a young girl, slight and frail, dressed in tattered clothes, her skin pale and sickly from years without sunlight. If not for the dense ghostly aura swirling around her, her appearance might have stirred pity in anyone who saw her. The girl's eyes, completely black with no whites, fixed intently on the starving ghost suspended in midair. At this moment, the starving ghost was hanging from the hanged ghost, ropes creaking tightly around his body. The wronged spirit raised her hand, murderous intent rising fiercely, and then, eerily, the starving ghost's body began to twist and contort, opened an impossibly wide, distorted mouth and frantically began biting himself. Flesh tore, blood sprayed. Yet he showed no hesitation, gnawing at his own upper body until it was little more than a mutilated skeleton, then stiffly stopped. It wasn't mercy from the wronged spirit, but that the starving ghost had devoured himself alive. His corpse turned into a wisp of black smoke that drifted quietly back into the house, waiting for the next resurrection. With the starving ghost gone, the wronged spirit slowly turned her gaze toward Ling Yishan. Meeting her icy stare, Ling Yishan curled a cold smile and spread his hands forward, signaling, Zize, I've already paid. He had paid for his life beforehand, so unsurprisingly, the wronged spirit made no further move. Seeing she had no intention to attack, Ling Yishan tried to lighten the atmosphere and asked, can you tell me how you died? Boss, you're too straightforward, meow. Bai Ling hurried forward, gently tugging his sleeve and whispering, who just asks a ghost how they died upon meeting them? The wronged spirit hung silently in the air for a long time before her hoarse voice finally came. The package the village guardian asked you to retrieve? When Ling Yishan nodded, she continued her long-forgotten story. The drowning ghost was named Lu Xiaolian. As a child, her parents were killed by a tiger that invaded the village. Forced to live with her uncle's family, she was treated like a servant from a young age. The children in her uncle's home were tall and strong, the kingpins among their peers. Led by them, the village kids despised Lu Xiaolian for being malnourished and painfully skinny. The only one not to reject her was the village guardian grandfather at the edge of the village. Both outcasts in their own way, they depended on each other, but their age gap left Xiaolian without any friends her own age. One day, Xiaolian began to hear a voice in her mind claiming to be Lu Zi, her little sister. From then on, she started talking to the empty air. Her odd behavior made the villagers fear her even more, worsening her isolation. But she didn't care. Having her sister's company made her feel less alone. Disaster soon struck. Elder Wang Erpo at the end of the village lost a hen that laid eggs. The starving ghost, alive back then, insisted Lu Xiaolian had stolen it. Soon, other children also testified against her. The uncle's family was deeply disappointed, while the village guardian grandfather mysteriously disappeared. Surrounded and accused by the villagers, endlessly called a thief, with no escape, Xiaolian jumped into the well, proving her innocence with death. I won't let anyone who harmed Xiaolian go, the wrong spirit said coldly, a sickly sweet scent seeming to rise again from the dark well water. The madness and hatred shining in her eyes were undeniable. I became a wrong spirit and then I killed them all. After speaking, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Zioya's face. Ling Yishan deeply resonated with what he heard. Looking over the whole matter, the only conclusion he had reached was the word kill. But was Lu Xiaolian truly an innocent victim? Furrowing his brows, he suddenly looked up and voiced his doubt. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyu, who had been standing quietly, suddenly exploded with fierce energy. A cold, murderous aura smashed down on Ling Yishan like a heavy hammer. You really are just like those people. You don't believe us, she growled. Ling Yishan raised both hands swiftly. No, I believe that the chicken wasn't stolen by you. I found the evidence with my own hands. What I mean is there is more to this than meets the eye. As he spoke, the dark energy swirling around Lu Xiaoyu eased somewhat. What do you mean? Her tone was suspicious, yet tinged with wariness. Her blood-red eyes reflected the sly smile on Ling Yishan's face. I can help you uncover the truth about what happened back then, Ling Yishan said, pointing to the black Belial mask covering his face. But I want a little reward. Us black faces have quite a reputation for solving cases. Why should I trust you can really find the truth? Lu Xiaoyu asked hoarsely. Simple. Ling Yishan's smile faded. Come with me and protect me for 10 days. This was truly a nascent soul stage ghost. Plus Lu Xiaolian hiring 2 powerful helpers at once was an absolute steal. Ling Yishan's mental abacus was ticking away. Lu Xiaoyu, you don't want Lu Xiaolian to die without justice, do you? Aren't you her best friend? Or do you only care about yourself? After a long silence, her ghostly eyes flickered. Seizing the moment, Ling Yishan stepped closer. All right, he'll do it, Lu Xiaoyu finally replied in a low voice. The restless spirit's obsession with truth and the bond of friendship left her no choice. Deal. Ling Yishan grinned broadly, leaning in to whisper. First, tell me everything about every household in your village. Within the time it took an incense stick to burn, he formed a vivid picture of the village. Summary in 4 words. All are experts. The chicken thief was a lazy bachelor known as Dog Lotzi around the village. The other culprit was Wang Erpo. Reaching Wang Erpo's house, Ling Yishan, as usual, knocked on the door. When the wooden door didn't budge, he simply lifted his foot. Bang! Kicking it wide open. This feels off. His gaze dropped, and he saw a ghost slammed squarely in the chest by his kick, flying backward. The ghost wore bright red funeral clothes, its body bent and withered. Its hands were tightly covering its eye sockets. Focusing, Ling Yishan noticed the thick black threads stitching the eyelids shut, the eyes forever closed. Boss, this is a lying ghost cat, Bai Ling's voice sounded in his ear. Lying ghost liars who deceived and framed others in life have this fate. Their eyes sewn shut, never to see again. The state of the ghost revealed their crime. Ling Yishan instantly understood. This old woman clearly knew that the chicken wasn't stolen by Lu Xiaoyan, yet still framed her. The village guardian happened to be away. The framing, the pressure, the false blame all seemed like a prearranged plot. Lu Xiaoyan wasn't an innocent victim. This was a premeditated murder. Ling Yishan was certain deep down. He ordered a hanging ghost to bind and seal Wang Erpo, then activated his ghost eyes to scan the room. On the offering table lay a small red cloth bundle, stark in view. Inside were some ordinary copper coins, very much like New Year's lucky money. Just like the small package wrapped in bloodstained chicken feathers, this red packet was surrounded by thick, ghostly aura that shielded it from the ravages of time. Even stranger, the dark mist hovering over the red packet split into 2 wisps, each pointing in a different direction, one trailing toward the starving ghost dog Lotzi, the other toward Lu Xiaolian's uncle's home. Wow, quite the wealthy family, complete with a courtyard. Ling Yishan stood before the deep red lacquered gate of Luo Xiaolian's uncle's house and looked around. Gray walls and black tiles surrounded a cluster of simple single-story homes. But this mansion, with its elaborately carved beams and exquisite brick reliefs, stood out like a giant beast suddenly thrust into the village. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, a teasing tone in his voice. According to Luo Xiaoyu, this uncle claimed to be a hunter, but because he hunted in the mountains for years with fierce skill, plus the vast farmland left by Luo Xiaolian's grandfather, the family had grown extremely rich. Following the usual protocol, Ling Yishan raised his hand and knocked firmly on the door. Before the door even opened, an earth-shattering tiger roar burst out from inside, followed by a surge of eerie energy. Suddenly, a mottled tiger slammed through the door. Its body swelled like a storm, sharp fangs glinting like cold blades, shrouded in a dark mist of malevolence, lunging as if to tear him apart. In a flash, a hanged ghost threw out a heavy hemp rope, looping it sharply around the tiger's neck and pulling hard, stopping the massive creature in its tracks. But this ghost tiger was also at the nascent soul realm, stronger than the hanged ghost. Its dark blue body trembled, the rope creaked, and it seemed about to snap. The ghost bride darted forward, red ribbons fluttering, wrapping the tiger's body layer by layer, binding it tightly like a giant bloody cocoon. The dog thief ghost donned a tattered dog's hide and suddenly swelled to the size of a mastiff, sinking its teeth into the tiger's leg, refusing to let go. The 3 ghosts worked in unison, finally suppressing the fierce beast to the ground. Baoyang, your hometown sure produces some fierce ones, Ling Yishan said with a light laugh, casually ruffling the head of the little cat beside him. Boss, don't tease me, meow. That thing's not even from my kind. Bai Liang's fur bristled as she protested, tail puffed up angrily. Ling Yishan's smile deepened as he turned to order the nearby funeral ghost, go inside and drag out the rest. Search carefully. The funeral ghost acknowledged and gestured for the others to pour into the mansion. Soon, they hauled out 2 more spirits, large and small, both in the Foundation establishment realm and weak in aura. Ling Yishan barely glanced at them and lost interest, his gaze snapping back to the tightly bound ghost tiger. Baoyang had warned him before. This ghost tiger was not a true tiger spirit, but like the dog thief ghost, its true form was a human malevolent soul borrowing tiger skin to move around. Ling Yishan studied it silently for a moment before drawing his Jinghong sword. A flash of cold light split down along the tiger's belly stripes. The sharp blade tore through skin and flesh, revealing a gray-white humanoid ghost that hadn't even hit the ground before Ling Yishan kicked it aside mercilessly, like smashing a broken sack. His eyes remained fixed on the tiger's skin. After the inner ghost soul was dispelled, the pelt still twitched faintly, patterns writhing within the thick, ghostly energy. Along its spine, a grinning demon face seemed to form, chilling his skin. Boss, can I have that tiger skin, meow? Pretty please, meow? Bailey Yang's eyes brightened as she stuck her paws into Ling Yishan's clothes, purring and swaying coquettishly. This ghost tiger pelt was infused with pure and ownerless fierce tiger energy. For Baoyang, who shared the ghost tiger bloodline, it was a heavenly nourishment. If she could refine and absorb it, her cultivation would skyrocket. All right, it's yours. Ling Yishan nodded cheerfully. Cats that knew how to act cute were the luckiest, and Baoyang had been loyal and hardworking since following him wasn't about to shortchange one of his own. Those who work hard deserve to be paid. Thank you, boss Meow. Love you, Meow. They say graduation placement is a high-stakes gamble, but Bai Ling knew she had bet right. First, she lifted her paw tip, gently licking Ling Yishan's palm as a thank you. Then she pounced on the tiger skin radiating a cold, sinister aura, rolling it up and slipping it into her small pocket. What is this thing? Ling Yishan turned around to look at the ghostly creature he had just kicked away, now trembling. Without the tiger skin disguise, the ghost curled up, face pale, and ferocity completely vanished. It's a tiger skin ghost cat, an extremely rare type of spirit, Bai Ling explained, wagging her tail. This one most likely wears the tiger skin to carry out evil deeds. Ling Yishan nodded. Lu Xiaoya's earlier words flashed through his mind, and a flicker of thought crossed his eyes as he strode briskly into the house. Moments later, he came out with a playful smile, holding two yellowed land deeds, one belonging to Lu Xiaolian's family, the other to the Go Lizi family. With the clues complete, he had sketched out the whole story. Ling Yishan returned to the black well. Lu Xiaoyu still sat on its edge, her dark eyes briefly sweeping over him before settling on the several ghostly figures tied up and hanging behind Ling Yishan, her ruthless uncle's whole family, the bribed Wang Erpo, and the Go Lizi, still in the process of reviving. Nearly all the perpetrators were present. Feeling the burning gaze, Ling Yishan cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Let me get to the conclusion, you didn't die unjustly. You were driven to death. And this is tied to your parents' deaths. He then shook out the recently obtained tiger skin ghost. Lu Xiaoya's pupils constricted sharply as a horrifying realization struck her mind. You mean my parents? Exactly, Ling Yishan said. Most likely it was your uncle who did it. The so-called fierce tiger? It's just him wearing that tiger skin disguise. What he wanted was your family's land deeds and all their wealth. The only reason he spared your life was probably to sell you off when you grew up to profit one more time. He raised the two land deeds, motioning for Lu Xiaoyu to see clearly. The air instantly chilled, ghostly energies swirling. Lu Xiaoyu was silent, but no longer calm. Ling Yishan pointed at Wang Erpo. That's not all. As you grew up, the village scoundrel Go Lizi had his eyes on you, hoping to marry you. He bribed Wang Erpo to act as matchmaker. The red envelope is right here. Ling Yishan casually tossed a thick, red envelope onto the ground. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at it, then fixed her gaze on him again. Everyone knows Go Lizi is despicable. Your uncle understood that handing you to him would get him no profit, so they hatched another plan to ruin your reputation first. They staged a chicken theft while the villagers were away. Anyone with sense could see it was a trap, but your uncle was powerful, and everyone feared him. One word from him, and even if there really was a theft, no one dared to speak up. Ling Yishan went on. This fit your uncle's plan perfectly. He secretly traded with Go Lizi, most likely exchanging your land deed for Go Lizi's. Once you married him, the land would belong to your uncle. Then your uncle's son pretended to witness you stealing the chicken, making the villagers instantly understand and side with him. The only miscalculation was your fiery temper. You threw yourself into the well to prove your innocence with your death. He cleared his throat and added, of course, this is just my deduction based on the available evidence. It may not be 100% accurate, believe it or not, it's up to you. I believe it. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head quietly. Ling Yishan's words lifted a cloud of doubt that had hung over her for years. Combined with memories and the behavior of others, she knew this was the truth. Suddenly realizing something was missing, Ling Yishan casually asked, by the way, how did the village guardian die? Did you accidentally hurt him? Normally, since he wasn't at the scene and given your respect for the old man, you wouldn't have attacked him. Lu Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. The village guardian grandfather wasn't killed by me. He was already dead when he returned to the village and became a ghost. Both Xiaolian and I were turned into ghosts by him. Ling Yishan's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, a chilling sensation rushing straight to his forehead. Ling Yishan had originally believed that Lu Xiaoyu was the strongest ghost in Heijing village, but now it was clear that wasn't true at all. Through Lu Xiaoya's cold voice, he learned the truth for the first time, that all the ghosts trapped in their respective houses were confined by the hand of a mysterious guardian spirit of the village. The evidence sealed away by the lingering ghostly aura over the years had been intentionally left behind by this guardian, a deliberate breadcrumb trail meant to gradually unveil the truth behind a bloody incident long ago. Thinking this over, Ling Yishan suddenly felt grateful that he had chosen to leave quietly after paying his fee, avoiding any conflict with the guardian. As agreed, you need to sign a temporary employment contract with me. After steadying his mood, Ling Yishan reined in his thoughts and extended his hand toward Lu Xiaoyu, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond with words, but raised her slightly chilled hands and gently clasped his palm. A chilling sensation spread from her palm. Her ghostly eyes flashing the contract was sealed. Unlike the lifelong bond with Bai Ling, this contract felt more like a temporary work agreement easily terminable, but binding enough for now. Once signed, Ling Yishan didn't rush to leave, but instead gave Lu Xiaoyu ample free rein. He went from door to door, knocking on wooden doors, rounding up the still frightened villagers to gather them in the open square. Screams, cries, and pleas blended into the darkness as Lu Xiaoyu, like a wolf freed from chains, unleashed slaughter under the moonlight, each strike delivering death, as if pouring out years of pent-up hatred. Midway through the massacre, her gaze suddenly fractured. The fury abruptly receded, replaced by a gentle, yet sorrowful little girl Lu Xiaoyan. Blood dripped from her fingertips as she suddenly curled into a squat, trembling violently with thin shoulders, shaking uncontrollably before finally breaking down in wailing sobs. She was still a vengeful ghost, but after all, she was just a child, having witnessed her parents' murder and family betrayals, enduring humiliation in life and imprisonment in the well and death, companioned only by despair. Now that her grievance was cleared, bottled-up emotions burst forth like a dam breaking, unstoppable as the tear flood. Ling Yishan silently closed his cultivation, stopping his practice. He offered no comfort and said nothing, simply sitting cross-legged beside her. The wind carried the scent of blood as the two quietly remained there all day, until Lu Xiaoyu's rage and Lu Xiaolian's sorrow each ebbed away completely. Thank you, Lu Xiaolian said softly, her voice sincere. She didn't just mean thanks for the day's company, but also for letting her finally see the truth. No problem. It's a chance for me to get to know a new colleague, Ling Yishan replied, rubbing his stiff neck with a half-joking smile. After a day together, he had roughly grasped their differences. Lu Xiaolian was steadier and more reserved, likely a survival instinct from a lifetime of suffering. As a drowning spirit, she could manipulate water, even creating currents inside enemies to suffocate them invisibly. Lu Xiaoyu was volatile and ruthless, like the claws Lu Xiaolian's self-protection had birthed. She could not only tear flesh with ghostly energy but also corrode minds, dredging up self-destructive emotions like I deserve to die, causing opponents to collapse inwardly, some even taking their own lives. What's next for us? Lu Xiaolian asked. After venting her dark rage, her voice had cleared, losing its former bitterness. Although she was old enough to marry, her long-term malnutrition had stunted her growth, leaving her extremely petite, barely reaching Ling Yishan's chest. Of course, I'm going to earn some money first, then make a stop at the ghost market, Ling Yishan chuckled. Holding the newly tamed ghost creature at the nascent soul stage, his confidence soared, and he secretly planned to pull off a big score. 3 days later, at the graveyard mound. This barren plain was flat and devoid of vegetation. The soil was a dark red, as if soaked in blood for ages. Thick, ghostly energy surged from beneath the earth, forming black smoke that drifted through the air. It was said that before the spiritual realm descended, this place was an ancient battlefield where mortals, cultivators, ghosts, and beasts clashed. Countless lives turned to blood-soaked mud, and the lingering aura of bloodshed and death had yet to dissipate. Today, the ghost market was about to open. The graveyard mound was surrounded by traps and prohibitive wards, with various lawless factions entrenched nearby. Known for their hostility to outsiders, only those with infamous reputations were grudgingly allowed entry. Even the official faction, Dragonfang Village, found it difficult to intervene. Thus, lawless cultivators from many places flocked here, demons and fiends running rampant. The topic on everyone's lips was the recently notorious black-faced reedied Ghost King. I heard that guy wiped out another stronghold yesterday, everyone inside killed. 2 outlaws whispered nervously, shuddering at the mention of the Ghost King. He's already terrifying enough. Now he's got a nascent soul ghost with him. Killing people is like slicing vegetables to him. Yeah, and he only targets us lawless ones. I suspect he's a spy sent by the Dragon Kingdom officials. Another growled angrily. They call him the Lawless Slayer. Damn, I'd sent a lawless person still human? A companion shook his head. Doubt it. He's too brutal to be an official. Probably just afraid of provoking the authorities, so he takes it out on us instead. The group nodded thoughtfully. After all, very few lawless ones dared openly challenge the officials. If they were in his place, they'd also only attack their own kind. But his lucky streak is about to end, a well-informed insider whispered conspiratorially. My cousin's senior brother's cousin's daughter's pet ghost said several demon sects have teamed up to hunt him down. His eyes sparkled as he continued. He's crazily hunting lawless cultivators to collect ghost coins. He'll definitely show up at this ghost market. But we've already set a trap, using all kinds of tracking talismans. There's no way he'll slip through. As he finished, the crowd roared in agreement, becoming increasingly fired up. Some cursed, good. He's so ruthless, he deserves to be hunted. What they didn't know was that the one leading the harshest insults, wearing a silver-white Zero mask, was none other than the new Ghost King himself. Ling Yishan took advantage of the crowd's excitement, casually pushing the mask back slightly. "What's your name, brother?" someone asked. "Just call me Ciro," he replied with a faint, knowing smile. "Oh, so you're Ciro. Looks like you hate that Ghost King too." "Yeah, we're sworn enemies." Ling Yishan suppressed the urge to joke, speaking with a mournful tone that drew the crowd's attention. "I used to be in a lawless sect, living low-key and often standing up for others," he said, sighing softly. "But that bastard had his eyes on our sect's secret treasure. One day, he showed up with a bunch of ghosts, carrying a black cudgel, and attacked." He stopped abruptly, leaving the grisly scene to their imaginations. Everyone bit their lips in anger and sorrow. Listening to the growing curses around him, Ling Yishan secretly grinned. If it weren't for these zealous brothers spilling the beans, he wouldn't have known a manhunt was already in the works. "Look, Shangon Mountain is here too," someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. At this, Ling Yishan's brows lifted sharply. He quietly slipped to the back of the group. After activating the Hunyuan mechanism, Ling Yishan finally turned his gaze to the so-called suspended coffin mountain, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He had expected only some disciples of suspended coffin mountain to arrive, but to his amazement, an entire mountain was flying through the air. High above, a colossal peak resembling a black coffin was crossing the sky, casting a sinister shadow that filled the area with an eerie aura. Within the shadow drifted pitch-black mist. Any cultivator caught inside immediately had their features twisted, their complexion drained of color, and soon died violently and gruesomely. Amid such a terrifying scene, someone even applauded. A heretic shouted sharply, "Suspended Coffin Mountain truly lives up to its reputation as the evil sect leader of the mysterious spirit realm, ruthless and merciless, a model for us all. I wonder when I can join Suspended Coffin Mountain myself." Ling Yishan recalled this very man had just now been cursing him fiercely, accusing him of being bloodthirsty and unfilial. Yet when Suspended Coffin Mountain slaughtered people, his tone instantly changed. Such blatant double standards were far from rare. Silently, Ling Yishan stepped back, putting some distance between himself and this group of Suspended Coffin Mountain fanatics. Finally, Suspended Coffin Mountain halted midair, standing like a fortress. Ling Yishan recalled Lu Jiao's warning that the powerful divinity transformation stage cultivator who had cursed him was hidden inside Suspended Coffin Mountain, and he must be cautious to avoid them. In the next moment, hundreds of figures soared down from the mountain, landing before the crowd. All wore black coffin-shaped masks, their identities distinguished only by patterns on their dark robes. 1. Single coffin symbol foundation establishment disciples. 2. Double coffin symbols chi refining stage officers. 3. Triple coffin symbols golden core elders. 4. For coffin symbols nascent soul stage attendants. 3 nascent soul attendants stood out conspicuously. The leader's mask was painted with a blue poisonous toad, while the other 2 bore a red ghost and a black blade respectively. Ling Yishan scanned the group: 3 nascent soul attendants, 10 golden core elders, 50 chi refining officers, and the rest foundation establishment disciples. To have 3 nascent souls deployed at once in the mysterious spirit realm was rare indeed. The sect's title as the leader of evil factions was well-deserved. As these demonic sect disciples landed, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent, respectfully clearing a path for them. The Suspended Coffin Mountain disciples strode confidently into the mountain's entrance. Suddenly, a heretic was half a step too slow, dodging and nearly collided with a Suspended Coffin Mountain disciple. Before he could speak, several jet-black poisonous bees swarmed out of the shadows, their stingers piercing his body. He screamed in agony as his skin rapidly turned pitch black. He barely struggled before dying instantly. The surrounding cultivators quickly stepped back, fearful of trouble, yet their eyes on Suspended Coffin Mountain burned even hotter with fascination. "Last time's exam, I had enough Ghost Dao points, but my Gu Dao skills held me back. I've been studying hard recently. I'll definitely pass next year. I bought past exam questions through internal channels. What can you compete with me? Heh, I already signed up for the Elder Run intensive prep class. There's no way you'll outdo me. Wherever people gather, markets emerge. Where markets emerge, competition follows. And where competition exists, various training classes inevitably pop up." As a veteran power in the mysterious spirit realm, Shuangguan Mountain had long established its reputation. Every year, countless seekers of the arcane participated in its self-designed entrance trials, and over time, they had developed a whole commercial ecosystem around it, earning huge profits. "This time at the Ghost Market, our primary goal is to find the coffin shop," whispered the Toad patron, his voice lingering in the air. The other disciples nodded in unison. Shuangguan Mountain had entrenched itself in the spirit realm for years, acquiring a great deal of secret intelligence, such as knowing that some shops didn't appear at every ghost market, but only showed up randomly. Legend said that the sect leader once stumbled upon a mysterious business called the Coffin Shop. After his return, he founded the mighty Shuangguan Mountain sect, yet no one knew exactly what he had obtained from that encounter. Ever since, whenever the ghost market opened, the sect would mobilize fully to search for that elusive coffin shop. "Patron, if others get there first, should we?" An elder began, then cut off his words with a slitting throat gesture, filled with murderous intent. No, the toad patron shook his head firmly. We don't have enough people to completely block others, and a show of force would only alert them. Besides, the coffin shop isn't easy for just anyone to find. As the sect leader's loyal assassin, he knew more than most but kept tight-lipped. The conditions to enter the coffin shop were extremely harsh. First, death must be imminent. The sect leader had placed deadly curses on all participants. Those who couldn't lift the curse would surely die, preventing defection and ensuring all met the near-death condition. Second, one had to carry ghostly objects and goo insects, using these cold, unnatural things to mask their living aura in order to gain entry. Third, and most crucially, a large quantity of ghost copper coins. The coffin shop's prices were sky-high. Only the wealthy could afford to enter. The toad patron was confident. These requirements were beyond anyone else's reach except their own team. Silent clouds drifted in, swiftly swallowing the moonlight. Blood-red mist rose from the mass grave, enveloping everything in a hazy, ghostly glow. The outline of an ancient city gradually appeared, bricks and tiles solidifying, streets taking shape. Ghostly figures of all forms wandered through the alleys. With a thunderous roar, bronze ghost gates burst from the ground with a grating screech. Slowly opening, the ghost market had officially begun. A surge of people flooded inside. Ling Yishan slipped in at the back of the crowd, tiptoeing into the city. The ghost market was vast, rivaling a real city, with winding lanes. As he hurried forward, he searched for his target, a medicinal herb shop to buy some spirit-nourishing grass urgently needed. The ghostly entities in the market didn't appear out of nowhere. They usually roamed throughout the spirit realm, but gathered here only at this time. Yet the city was so large. Despite the many ghost copper coins in his pouch, Ling Yishan felt as though he held only a handful of useless sand. This won't work. How long will it take to find anything like this? He muttered, frowning. Just then, Lu Xiaolian, concealed within his ghost eye skill, suddenly exclaimed with delight, "That's Grandpa, the village guardian." Ling Yishan quickly let her out. Xiaolian bounced forward toward a one-armed Gasta village guardian ghost from Heijing village. Since leaving Heijing village, the guardian ghost had disappeared without a trace, so seeing it here at the ghost market was unexpected. When it noticed Lu Xiaolian, a flicker of clarity sparked in its clouded eyes, and it raised a hand to gently stroke her head. Ling Yishan pondered silently. This ghost was no ordinary spirit. It might know the layout of the ghost market well. He pulled Xiaolian close and whispered instructions quietly. Moments later, Xiaolian trotted up to the guardian ghost, adopting a playful, teasing tone. "Grandpa, the village guardian, Xiaolian can't find the herb shop. Can you please tell me?" The guardian ghost was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, but its gaze shifted to Ling Yishan as it raised its lone five-fingered hand. Directions cost 100 ghost copper coins. Ling Yishan felt a bit speechless. This ghostly old man was surprisingly shrewd. Fortunately, his pouch was stuffed with coins, so he didn't hesitate to hand over 100 ghost copper coins. The village spirit weighed the money sack carefully before nodding in approval and said in a low, eerie voice, "At the crossroads ahead, turn right. At the next intersection, turn left. Then go straight for 800 meters. If he delayed any longer, dawn would be upon them." Ling Yishan left Lu Xiaolian there and immediately strode deeper into the alley. Fighting was forbidden in the ghost market, so he was relatively safe for now and didn't need Lu Xiaolian shadowing him closely. Following the directions, he soon arrived at a wooden house that carried the marks of age. The sign above the door read herbal shop, though the characters were mostly covered in dust. Before even stepping inside, a sharp, pungent herbal scent hit his nose. The shop was empty of customers. Behind the counter stood the owner, rigid like a wax statue, but his eyes were locked firmly on Ling Yishan, his cold gaze sending chills down his spine. "Boss, I want to buy some calm spirit and soul-nourishing herb." Ling Yishan got straight to the point. The wax-like shopkeeper stiffly turned around and walked up to him step by step, his hoarse voice quoting a price. "One stock, 500 ghost copper coins." The price hasn't gone up at all, Ling Yishan thought to himself while feeling the coin pouch. "How many do you have, boss?" "He'll take them all." 3 stocks. With a flick of his wrist, 3 heavy money pouches clinked on the counter. The crisp sound echoed in the wooden shop. The owner counted each pouch carefully and, satisfied, reached into a tall cabinet to retrieve 3 stalks of the herb. The calm spirit and soul-nourishing herb was jet black, with slender stems glowing faintly blue, about the size of a palm. Its fragrance was sharp and instantaneously cleared Ling Yishan's mind, as if a pure spring flowed into his consciousness. Putting the herbs into a jade box, a heavy weight lifted off his heart. Once he returned to find Lu Jiao and the operation was done, everything would be settled. "Boss, do you have any rare medicine to boost spiritual awareness?" Ling Yishan still had a large sum left and decided to buy some more quality items. The owner nodded motionlessly, turned, and approached a corner cabinet, slowly taking out a jet-black lotus seed. "Whoa, it's the soul-calming mystic lotus seed." Bai Ling gasped excitedly in his mind. Though Ling Yishan didn't recognize it, He could tell from her tone it was precious. He immediately asked, "How much?" 2,000 ghost copper coins. "He'll take it." Ling Yishan swept his sleeve, tossing 4 pouches, each holding 500 coins onto the table. With a clear ring, the black lotus seed was placed into his palm. Stepping out of the herbal shop, he consulted by Ling. "What does this thing do?" "Boss, I've seen it in the textbooks. Once consumed, a soul-calming mystic lotus flower will bloom in your consciousness, greatly increasing spiritual awareness and protecting the mind. Keeping thoughts clear at all times, it's a huge gain." She shifted tone. "Some cultivators, especially ghost cultivators, specialize in disturbing the mind. For example, their power fundamentally affects one's consciousness, causing negative emotions. This soul-calming mysterious lotus can suppress evil spirits and stabilize the soul, protecting it from outside interference. It's even effective against the pernicious five-finger withering curse targeting divine consciousness that Ling Yishan is currently afflicted with, making it extremely practical, truly indispensable, life-saving treasure for any household." The nearly extinct spiritual lotus, which can hardly be found on the market nowadays, was now unexpectedly displayed on the herbal shop's counter. Ling Yishan managed to buy it for only 3,500 ghost copper coins, a steal beyond belief. Following Bai Ling's instructions, he gently pressed the tiny lotus seed, no larger than a fingernail, against the sea of consciousness at his forehead. The moment the seed touched his skin, it transformed into a wisp of pure light that vanished into his mind, rippling out like a stone thrown into a pond. Soon, milky white spiritual waves began to churn deep within his consciousness as the lotus seed rapidly took root and flourished. Vine-like spiritual energy coiled around inside, and within moments, a palm-sized mysterious lotus bloomed into shape. Its petals were jade white, the lotus core pitch black, the stark contrast of black and white intertwined, exuding both elegance and eerie mystique. The lotus slowly spun above the consciousness sea, radiating a gentle light that soothed the mind. A refreshing coolness swept through his heart. Ling Yishan's thoughts became clearer and sharper than ever before. All distractions were pulverized by the lotus-turning petals. He could clearly sense his divine consciousness surging, now strong enough to rival practitioners at the core formation stage. Marveling at this boost, he clicked his tongue. What a treasure! At the same time, his joy reminded him. The ghost market is full of rare wonders. It all depends on having an eye to spot them. After roughly calculating his expenses, he realized he still had nearly 8,000 ghost copper coins left. If other unscrupulous cultivators knew this, they'd be stunned. If it weren't for dragging Lu Xiaolian along all the way to uphold justice and scrimping relentlessly, he never would have saved up this fortune. Determined to keep hunting for good finds, he turned and left the herb shop. But no sooner had he stepped outside than a figure clad in rough hemp appeared at the door. The stranger wore a black coffin mask, only revealing a pair of sinister eyes. "Boss, got any spirit-calming soul-nourishing grass?" The grating voice sounded like dry bones scraping against each other, sending chills down the spine. The shopkeeper sighed and shook his head, indicating he was sold out. The masked man paused, then asked if there were any other medicines for divine consciousness. Receiving another denial, he finally turned to leave. Just missed it, the man thought darkly, suppressing a murderous impulse. No use dwelling on it. Next time the ghost market opens, he'll just kill everyone there. Such a terrifying statement would be laughed off as a joke by most. But this man had the power to back it up. Was Gui Shang, the sect leader of Hanging Coffin Mountain and a formidable Dao formation stage cultivator. Failing to obtain anything at the herb shop, Gui Shang didn't bother browsing further. Most vendors in the ghost market peddled worthless junk to fool ghosts. He preferred to spend his ghost copper coins wisely. Soon, he arrived at a small, nondescript shop at the heart of the market. The wooden door was tightly shut and largely ignored by passers-by. Gui Shang knocked 3 times on the window and stood still. After a long moment, the window creaked open slightly. Ink-black, ghostly energy billowed out, coalescing into droplets infused with vivid red blood mist, which dissipated upon touching the ground. Expressionless, Gui Shang pulled a dark storage pouch from his sleeve and tossed it inside the window. 100,000 ghost copper coins for borrowing troops. Displaying his wealth and power, he said no more. The shadow inside silently took the pouch, pausing briefly before dropping something wrapped in black mist. Gui Shang reached out and caught it. His sleeve slipped back, revealing a withered black claw with 9 finger bones, 1 finger missing, making it look especially grotesque. He cradled the object in his palm and looked down closely. There, nestled in the center of his hand, lay a quiet verdigris bronze tiger tally. "Boss, you're really good to me. I'll stick with you for life." On the cobbled Qingshi street of the ghost market, Baoyang suddenly leapt into Ling Yishan's arms, clutching his head tightly with both front paws. Its tail wagged like a rattle drum, and its high-pitched, crisp meows drew curious glances from passing ghost cultivators. It wore a brand new red dress, a ghostly treasure Ling Yishan had just picked from the funeral clothes shop. The fabric brimmed with chilling energy, but glowed brightly under the lantern light. Besides that, he had also bought a netherworld soundwave spell scroll, which could summon ghostly howls to assault one's spirit. As a ghost tiger, Baoyang could unleash this spell's power to the fullest. Together, these two items cost Ling Yishan a hefty 3,000 ghost copper coins. After wandering the market, Ling Yishan roughly figured out its rules: the stronger the ghost energy in a shop, the rarer the goods inside. Following that logic, his gaze scanned the street until it settled on a shop where the ghost aura was almost tangible. The faded signboard bore 3 black characters: coffin shop. Paper lanterns hung at the door, flanked by couplets written with flowing black ink. Upper couplet: bring a pouch of wealth before entry. Lower couplet: leave with empty sleeves and heart. Horizontal inscription: mutual consent. Ling Yishan was about to step inside when suddenly 7 or 8 figures sprang out from the shadows, blocking the entrance completely. Dressed in dark gray robes with wooden coffin-shaped belts, they were none other than disciples from Shuangguan Mountain. The leader raised his chin, his tone icy. If you don't want to die, get lost. This isn't a place for you. Well, someone dared talk to His Majesty Belial like that? Ling Yishan scoffed inwardly. Then remembering he wore the Siluo mask, he chose to ignore them and simply said, Fei Wu Siluo, before striding forward. The ignored Shuangguan disciples' expressions darkened. They had struggled to enter Shuangguan Mountain, all for the power to bully others. Now someone refused to back down. Wasn't that a slap on their reputation? At that thought, the front disciple instinctively reached out and shoved. Bang! Ling Yishan flew back like a kite with a snapped string, hitting the ground hard. His eyes squeezed shut as he let out a piercing scream, sounding like a wild cat with its neck twisted. How do you have so much strength? Are you crazy? Several disciples went pale with shock. The one who pushed trembled, waving his hands desperately. No, impossible. I barely pushed him. I'm just a magical cultivator. Where would I get that kind of power? They exchanged glances and finally realized, could this be a setup in the ghost market? Before anyone could say more, 2 armored ghost soldiers arrived, alerted by the noise. Their black iron spears paused as they bent down to check the twitching Ling Yishan, then fixed their gaze on the pushing disciple. Such a flimsy act won't fool the ghost market. One soldier muttered, trying to justify the disciple. Clang! A flash of cold light, and the spear pierced straight through the disciple's chest. Blood splattered on the cobblestones as his eyes widened. He had no time to scream before his body was dragged away silently. The Shuangguan disciples stared in stunned silence. After the soldier's footsteps faded, Ling Yishan, who had been barely conscious, suddenly flipped over like a carp, dusted off his clothes, and stood tall, showing no sign of humiliation. Seeing the stunned faces of those disciples, Ling Yishan curled his lips into a cold smile. After spending so much time in this eerie spirit realm, I still didn't realize that most of the ghosts here were actually artificial beings. Brother, their detection methods for these artificial spirits are unreliable. Just as someone was about to reply, Ling Yishan suddenly tilted his body, and everyone immediately fell silent. Ling Yishan walked up to the courtyard gate. This time, no one dared to stop him. They all scattered like avoiding a plague. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly turned around, flashed an international friendly gesture with both hands, and stepped backward over the threshold. This scene made the disciples of Shuangguan Mountain scowl in anger. Damn traitor! If I catch him outside the ghost market, he won't end well. They'll tear his mask to pieces. The curses erupted one after another. The disciples gathered in a group, planning to block Ling Yishan's way as soon as he left the ghost market. Do you think letting that guy in will ruin our offerings? Someone whispered anxiously. A hush fell over the crowd. Then someone tried to reassure them. Don't worry. The coffin shop's expenses are enormous. That kid looks like an amateur. He can't afford much. Our Shuangguan Mountain has already spent over 50,000 ghost coins this time. There's no way we'll fail. Ling Yishan stepped into the coffin shop and immediately sensed that many Shuangguan Mountain elders had already gathered inside, all at the golden core cultivation stage. The 3 offerings were also prominently present, and the atmosphere was heavy. Each person had a coffin standing upright in front of them, all different styles, but each exuding a bizarre, chilling aura. The awkward, stifling feeling was like holding in a bathroom urge during class, only to find the door locked with smoke coming from inside, leaving you no choice but to reflect on your karma for 3 lifetimes in silence. The shop owner was a portly middle-aged man, manipulating an abacus with one hand while adjusting his black sunglasses with the other, exuding sharp business acumen. Ling Yishan clearly noticed that, like the ghosts guarding the village, this owner had retained full consciousness. Sir, want to try again? Maybe the next one will be something good, the owner coaxed with a sly smile. Again, the toad offering clenched his teeth and pulled out a pouch of ghost coins, tossing them over. The owner weighed it exactly 500 coins and grinned slyly. With a wave, the copper coffin that had been in front of the toad offering suddenly flew back onto the rack behind, and a stone coffin floated out slowly, landing with a thud in front of him. Wails erupted almost immediately. The stone coffin was even worse than the copper one, as if silently mocking the toad offering's bad luck. Another stone coffin. Why do the draws keep getting worse? You cheat. The hot-tempered black blade offering swore on the spot. A stone coffin also stood before him, and no matter how he looked at it, it irritated him deeply. The owner smiled a grin that didn't reach his eyes as he pocketed the ghost coins. Business is about consent, sir. You hurt my feelings. But it's just a lost face for you, not actual ghost coins. In other words, she was confident he was making a killing. Want to try again? The next one's definitely better. His words were full of temptation. The toad offering frowned deeply, silently calculating whether to burn through his remaining coins. While the toad offering hesitated, the owner's gaze swept over the room and landed on the newly arrived Ling Yishan. New customer, want to have a go? 500 ghost coins a try, and I guarantee no empty coffins. Almost everyone from Shuangguan Mountain simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes locked on Ling Yishan. What are those useless guys doing at the gate, letting some brat sneak in? The Black Blade offering's anger suddenly flared. Kid, if you don't leave now, they'll tear you into 8 pieces to feed the dogs once I get out of the ghost market. Before he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in, his face full of panic. He whispered a report from outside to the toad offering. The latter's eyelids twitched violently. Someone dared to provoke them right in front of Shuangguan Mountain? To think someone was so vile and fearless as to pull a scam against Shuangguan Mountain themselves. Hearing what the Black Blade attendant said, Ling Yishan smirked and pulled out a heavy pouch of coins, flicking it between his fingers. He playfully smiled at the shop owner, feigning helplessness. Boss, I was going to buy a couple more, but now I can't. This guy wants to chop me down. The clinking of ghost copper coins inside the pouch rang out sharply, like a death warrant. The coffin shop owner's expression changed instantly. He spun around, glaring fiercely at the Black Blade attendant. How many ghost copper coins do you have left now? None, the Black Blade attendant replied in a low voice. None, and you're still here? How dare you bully my customer? Cutting off ghost coin income is like killing a ghost's own parents. The owner erupted in curses, the earlier sycophancy vanishing completely. Caught off guard by the outburst, the Black Blade attendant was about to retort, but the red ghost attendant quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and bowed low. We sincerely apologize. Only then did the owner calm down, his gaze shifting back to the pouch in Ling Yishan's hand, his smile now even brighter than before. Would you like to open one? Ling Yishan nodded with satisfaction. First, tell me about your services. The owner spoke as if reciting a prized list. The shop specialized in fully furnished coffins, each containing an original resident, meaning a corpse or skeletal remains of unknown origin. For 500 ghost copper coins, you could draw one at random. If dissatisfied, you could spend another 500 to draw again, but each person could only take one coffin away. Coffins came in 5 grades: wood, stone, bronze, gold, and custom-made. The last type even came with flashy special effects. This system feels awfully familiar, Ling Yishan muttered, then casually asked, is there a guaranteed reward on a 10 draw? Everything depends on fate, the owner smiled vaguely. Guarantee? Don't even think about it. The owner's coaxing voice echoed in Ling Yishan's ears, and in the end he couldn't resist. All right, I'll buy one. Meanwhile, whispers broke out among the group at Hanging Coffin Mountain. Poison Toad attendant, should we stop him? One steward whispered. Stop him? You want to confront the coffin shop owner? Poison Toad attendant growled coldly with a sneer. That guy treats money like his own life. Losing one ghost copper coin is like killing his mother. Don't rush. The next one might not be any good. Our funds are almost gone anyway. Let this kid go ahead and pay first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Ling Yishan handed the owner a pouch containing 500 ghost copper coins for his first draw. Mist swirled over the coffins on the rack, and one emerged from the fog. As the mist cleared, the wood grain became distinct, a lowest grade wooden coffin. Attendant, your foresight is astonishing. We admire you. This kid's no good. The junior members of Hanging Coffin Mountain immediately began flattering. Though Poison Toad attendant's expression was hidden behind his mask, the corners of his mouth stretched into a wide grin. Although Ling Yishan was very confident in his luck, he always avoided these draws that didn't even guarantee a minimum prize. That day, he only planned to try casually before leaving, but mocking remarks from the Zhuangwen Mountain side instantly sparked his temper. Will the guest come again? I will. Ling Yishan's competitive spirit was ignited. He raised his hand and tossed another bag of ghost copper coins. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the wooden coffin from before shot back onto the rack, followed immediately by a stone coffin dropping onto the table. Not that great. The people from Zhuangwen Mountain sneered right away. Ling Yishan remained calm and handed over another bag. The wooden coffin flew out again. Exactly right, brother. He joked self-mockingly. Pay up, let's go again. The third time, a bronze coffin landed with a crash. The crowd from Zhuangwen Mountain fell silent. Bronze coffins were high quality, and even after many tries, they hadn't gotten a few. Jealousy surged but felt worse than getting nothing, so they kept cheering. Keep going. One more. The shop owner eagerly fanned the flames with a grin that showed all his teeth. Ling Yishan didn't refuse and threw in coins again. The fourth coffin appeared, another stone coffin. Awesome, absolutely awesome. The crowd erupted, shrieking wildly like monkeys. Only the two offerings, Tuchan and Chigue, exchanged glances and whispered secretly. This guy's not right. Where does he get so many ghost copper coins? Doesn't look like a random player, probably from another sect. They hastily quieted the noisy crowd and advised. Little brother, stone coffins are already good stop, while you're ahead. Chigue offered a warning, too. Yeah, little brother, small draws are fun, big draws can hurt. Spending money on draws never ends well. The shopkeeper slammed the table and shouted, Shut up. Don't you have any dreams? Business was slow, and he wasn't about to let a big spender slip away. Ling Yishan stayed silent, but kept stuffing copper coins into the bamboo tube before the owner. In the blink of an eye, he had only the last bag of ghost copper coins left, and only one bronze coffin remained on display. Everyone's breath caught. Should he bet it all or quit? Ling Yishan raised his hand and threw the final bag forward. The bronze coffin vanished instantly, replaced by a burst of dazzling golden light. An exquisitely carved, radiant golden coffin with flowing clouds of gold peacefully settled at his feet. Seriously? How is this fair? The Zhuangguan mountain crowd erupted. Those who had urged him on first now cursed themselves. We should have let him walk off with the wooden coffin ages ago. Tukin's eyes turned green with envy. A sect leader had specifically ordered a golden coffin collection, only to have it snatched away, leaving them as the losers. If they had acted sooner, the golden coffin might have been theirs. Ling Yishan glanced down at the golden coffin, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to leave. At that moment, a soft, playful voice whispered at his shoulder. Boss, can I have a try, meow? Bai Ling appeared, holding a small coin pouch, exactly the pocket money Ling Yishan had given her earlier. Not too much, not too little, 500 ghost copper coins. All right, let's treat this as a game. Ling Yishan naturally wouldn't refuse the obedient cat's request, especially since it was using his own pocket money. All right, meow. A soft, sweet voice replied, and a white figure appeared by his side. It was Baoyang. The cat hovered halfway in the air, a gentle Buddhist light seeping from its fur tips, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the suspended mountain coffin shop, including even the low-level evil spirits lingering around. Suspended Coffin Mountain was a famous ghostly sect known far and wide, so they had seen plenty of bizarre ghosts. But a cat shrouded in Buddhist light was a first. Am I seeing things? Why is that cat emitting Buddhist light? The red ghost attendant whispered to the poison toad attendant. The poison toad attendant narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice even further. You're not mistaken. That's definitely Buddhist light. That kid probably has official backing. If he really is from the Dragon Kingdom, we need to handle this cleanly and swiftly, no traces. Dealing with cultists is simple, but facing official forces is much more troublesome. An interesting little cat. The coffin shop owner raised an intrigued eyebrow. Boss, here are 500 ghost copper coins, meow. Baoyang carefully held out a money pouch with both paws, serious, as if at a bank counter. Just as the owner reached out to summon a new coffin, the cat paw blocked him. He'll get ready first, meow. Everyone stared at Baoyang, curious about what it was up to. The cat took a deep breath, then shook its head and swung all four limbs, performing a strange dance right in the middle of the shop. The rhythm was eerie, like an ancient ritual, yet also like an odd street dance, so hypnotic the air seemed to freeze. Only the rustle of robes and tinkling bells broke the silence. No one dared to speak. When the final pose settled, Baoyang suddenly raised a paw and shouted, Boss, now's the time. Meow. Oh. The owner's mind was still spinning from the dance, but his body reacted first. Drawing on years of experience, he waved his hand, and a coffin materialized out of thin air. Ling Yishan crouched down, lowering his voice. Baoyang, what were you doing just now? Boss, that's a shaman dance, meow. It's a ritual for blessings and warding off disasters, more reliable than drawing lots. Baoyang proudly patted his chest, convinced that relying on luck from drawing coffins combined with the shaman dance would guarantee a good outcome. Before the words finished, the black blade attendant sneered, superstitious nonsense. Anyone who believes that is doomed for life. You're not allowed to say that, meow. This is an officially recognized and tangible cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom, meow. Baoyang bristled and retorted fiercely. The black blade attendant waved dismissively. Worthless stuff. If it really worked, I'd hand you my head. He believed Ling Yishan's chances of drawing a golden coffin were slim. The odds favored him, and he was confident. But no sooner had he spoken than the coffin shop's lights dimmed silently, a chill rolling in like a tide. The owner's pupils shrank sharply, frozen in place as he stared fixedly at the void behind him. Everyone sensed something was wrong. The black blade attendant felt a cold dread rising. No, it couldn't be true. It really worked. But the more you fear something, the more it tends to happen. Like having an upset stomach when you forget to bring tissue, getting called on while away from your dorm desk, or your bladder protesting just as you get in bed on a cold night. Without a sound, a black coffin quietly appeared right in front of Baoyang. The mysterious black coffin was made of an unknown material, as if it had endured countless ages. It exuded an ancient, somber aura. From the crevice along its lid seeped a pitch-black aura of death, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, giving it an extraordinary presence. The moment this noble aura appeared, everyone in Shingon Mountain stared in disbelief, frozen as if struck by frost. After a long pause, someone finally stammered, "Booer, how is this possible? Are we really such lowly people?" Having narrowly missed out on high-quality rewards again and again, the poison-toad devotee finally broke down, beating his chest and wailing, "Sect leader, I have failed you." Yet the most shocked person in the crowd was the gray-robed coffin shop owner. Staring at the black coffin, his voice trembled, "Booer, a custom coffin really exists? But I just made that up." He was merely a petty shopkeeper paid to manage the place, with no knowledge of the coffin's origins. The highest grade coffin he had ever seen was a golden one. This so-called custom coffin was just a gimmick to lure customers who would have expected to see one in person today. Ling Yishan stood beside the counter, clearly hearing everything. He rolled his eyes. "Wow, not even a guaranteed prize, and it turns out you made this all up. If this wasn't the ghost market, I'd have settled accounts with you long ago." "Impressive," by Ling. He squatted down and gently rubbed the head of the small cat beside him. "Ba meow, everything is fate. Looks like this thing is destined for me, meow." Bai Ling clasped her paws in a mock Buddhist gesture and uttered a chant. Feeling her owner's touch, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "Hee, this was originally a gift for the boss, meow. Glad you like it. The boss even bought me a new dress, meow. Consider it a return gift, meow." This thoughtful little cat moved the iron-blooded Ling Yishan, making his nose sting as he scooped Bai Ling up and gave her a rough, affectionate hug. While holding the cat, Ling Yishan suddenly recalled something and glanced toward the Black Blade devotee not far off. "Hey, you over there, stop playing dead. Who just said they'd send their head over?" Ling Yishan grinned. The Black Blade devotee shuddered, snapping back to attention with a cold snort. "Humph. Black Blade's word is like a nail sharp and unbreakable." With no hesitation, he twisted off his own head with a pop and tossed it at Ling Yishan's feet. "Here, take it." Then, pulling a new head from his storage pouch, he snapped it back onto his neck. His voice instantly transformed into a feminine tone. "Hee, sorry about that." The shop owner said politely but caught the skull with lightning speed, happily summoning an empty bronze coffin. Placing the nascent soul stage head inside, he closed the lid and slid it onto a shelf. A bronze coffin should be enough to break even. The Black Blade devotee grimaced at seeing his old head taken away. "That dog. He doesn't even spare a person." Just as Ling Yishan was putting the two coffins into his storage bag and preparing to leave, the red ghost devotee suddenly stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Young brother, please wait." Ling Yishan raised an eyebrow, his tone growing colder. "What's the matter?" Suppressing his anger, the red ghost devotee smiled kindly. "I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. How about joining our Shingon Mountain? We can provide you with cultivation resources up to nascent soul stage. The price is handing over the black coffin?" Ling Yishan asked wryly. "No need." The red ghost devotee shook his head firmly. Ling Yishan narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. What exactly are they up to? At these words, the breaths of the many elder stewards behind the red demon envoy on Hanging Coffin Mountain suddenly grew more hurried. Even through his mask, Ling Yishan could clearly catch the bitter, dripping withicid gazes. The nascent soul realm had always been a black hole for resources. Breakthroughs required burning through money, and daily upkeep did as well. Even for large sects like Hanging Coffin Mountain, the slots to ascend to nascent soul had to be carefully rationed. But the implication in the red demon envoy's words was Ling Yishan wouldn't just be fed all the way to nascent soul, he'd be immediately granted the rank of new envoy, enjoying disproportionate resource favor. The elder stewards felt suffocated. Just minutes ago, this guy was trash-talking them all over the place. Now suddenly, they had to scramble to earn cultivation resources for him? This move was nothing short of shrimp with pork a term for betrayal. At the very least, shouldn't there be some entry exam or title appraisal? It all sounded tempting. Ling Yishan raised his hand to nod, feigning a weighing of pros and cons. The red demon envoy's eyes lit up, about to press forward, but was abruptly cut off by a sharp snap. "But I refuse." Ling Yishan waved his hand dismissively, finger pointing loftily at the red demon envoy, his tone full of disdain. "In all my life, I've most enjoyed saying no to arrogant fools like you." The person who had cursed him was right there on Hanging Coffin Mountain. He hadn't taken some shady miracle pill, so no matter how flowery the red demon's words, it was useless. And what was the value of lawless ones? 10,000 lawless souls credit points probably couldn't even cover the deposit on a shared celestial sword. Only a fool would work with them. He could be a proud prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, but instead chose to become a terrorist? Sorry to his parents, and even more sorry to the principal of Linjiang No. 2 High School. Is that so? What a pity. The red demon envoy's face instantly cooled. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I wish you a smooth journey, young friend. But the ghostly spirit realm has strong winds, so take care." "Afraid of strong winds?" You'd better nail down the coffin boards on Hanging Coffin Mountain first, so they don't get blown away. Ling Yishan savored the verbal satisfaction, flashing two international peace signs with both hands and swaggering out like a strutting little crab. White silk behind him mimicked his movements. Those people had just mocked her and the boss, so now there was no reason to show them any kindness. At the door, Ling Yishan stuck his head back inside for a kind reminder. Wearing those pitch-black masks and still wanting to make a deal? I'm so kind I'll give you a bucket of white paint. Go on, paint your faces white before you make deals. No need to thank me. With that, he pulled a bucket of white paint from his storage pouch and slammed it on the ground. The glaring white stood out sharply in the dim shop, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the Hanging Coffin Mountain crowd. The faces hidden behind masks, already dark, turned even blacker. That brat's too damn obnoxious. The poisoned toad envoy hissed from the shadows. Blackblade, take men to watch him. Once he leaves the ghost market, kill him. No wait, you all gourd demon too. They tried to lure him in, planning for the sect leader to secretly curse him, but he had just slammed the door in their faces. If he wasn't killed, the grudge wouldn't be resolved. Blackblade and Red Demon Envoy, both simmering with anger, wasted no time and led the group out in a line. Only Poison Toad Envoy and the shop owner remained in the coffin shop. The toad spirit glanced coldly at the white lacquer on the ground and sneered. Just a few words, expecting him to risk using an unfamiliar material? Ridiculous. He already had his own formula prepared. With a flick of his hand, he produced a large handful of herbs. The medicinal aroma instantly filled the dim coffin shop. Under the shopkeeper's strange, fearful gaze, he crushed the herbs into a juice and evenly smeared it over the mask. The once pitch-black coffin mask gradually turned pure white. You still want to draw? The shopkeeper hesitated for a long moment, his voice trembling. Wait. The toad spirit raised his hand to stop him, thoughtful for a moment. Then suddenly his demeanor shifted dramatically. The next instant, he shook his head and bobbed it rhythmically, puffed out his chest, and tightened his hips, stepping fiercely with a strange rhythm. The lucky dance that Bai Ling once demonstrated was perfectly recreated by him. With his nascent soul-level comprehension, just watching the move once imprinted it deep in his bones. He decided to trust this arcane drawing luck this time. After all, he wasn't losing any flesh. Besides, everyone except that ghost in the shop had long been sent away. No one else could see. His dancing grew wilder and more frenzied, nearly losing himself. Just then, the door creaked open. Toad spirit, I still think calling a few more people to draw would be more cost-effective. The red ghost spirit stepped in, but abruptly stopped speaking. The toad spirit froze in place. The two locked eyes, the air seeming to freeze between them. Inwardly, the red ghost spirit was torn. Toad spirit, I understand your loyalty and your pain. No wonder the sect leader favors you so much. You truly have the soul of a martyr. Like a parent caught finding their child secretly playing games, he felt awkward but respectful. He quietly retreated and thoughtfully closed the door. Inside, the toad spirit remained silent for a long time, even entertaining the terrifying thought of self-detonating his nascent soul. But remembering the sect leader's nurturing, he took a deep breath and began to dance again. This time, his movements were tinged with an inescapable sorrow, like a lonely Don Quixote battling the world's misunderstandings. Tears poured down beneath his mask, dripping onto the wooden floor to scatter like shattered droplets, as if a string deep within his heart had just snapped. When the dance ended, he growled, drawl. Kuosha coffin shot out of the card pool and nailed itself before him, unmistakably made of wood. The toad spirit sat motionless like a Buddha facing a wall, deeply enlightened. Neither wealth changes fate, nor mysticism fixes mistakes. Even the long-time exploitative coffin shop owner looked on with pity but dared not make a sound, fearing the toad spirit might suddenly die violently in his shop. After a long while, the toad spirit moved. He collapsed to his knees, clutching the wooden coffin tightly, wailing hoarsely, Sect leader, I have failed you. The tone was mournful, like the most filial son at a funeral. The shopkeeper swallowed nervously and cautiously said, maybe I can privately give you a draw? Then just stop, go home and live a good life. Draw even if it kills me, they'll draw. No one can stop me. The toad spirit's eyes were bloodshot, almost mad. As for Ling Yishan, the one who had driven him to such despair, he was completely unaware at this moment. He was using his ghost eyes to lock onto Lu Xiaolian's location. Following the trail, he quickly found the village guardian ghost beside her. As he approached, the guardian ghost suddenly asked, did you just go to the coffin shop? Ling Yishan gave no answer, extending a hand calmly. One question, 100 ghost copper coins. Lu Xiaolian and Lu Xiaoyu. Guardian ghost. The sky seemed to turn upside down. Ling Yishan still didn't get any money, as his hand was suddenly grasped by the cold small hand of Lu Xiaolian, who then pulled it down. Ling Ji, stop messing around, the girl said helplessly, tilting her head up to persuade him. Then she turned to Shotsuan Gue and pouted, Grandpa Shotsuan, why do you always ask Ling Ji for money whenever he opens his mouth? If you keep this up, he'll just ignore you. Shotsuan Gui's eye twitched, thinking to himself, This little darling is probably going to spill the beans. Seeing Xiaoyan stand up for him, Ling Yishan hid behind her and started slapping his belly like a playful seal, looking like he was asking for trouble, as if he might suddenly say, "Old dang, where's my ghost fire parked?" The commotion didn't last long before everyone's attention was drawn back to the topic of the coffin shop. "Grandpa, I did go to the coffin shop. What do you want to say?" Ling Yishan put away his playful expression and spoke seriously, then reached into his pocket and added, "But I only have a few ghost copper coins left. If I ask for more, they'll have to borrow from Xiaoyan." "Right. Grandpa, if you ask Ling Ji for money again, he'll pay instead," Lu Xiaoyan quickly declared. After resolving old grudges and spending days together, the emptiness in her heart had been filled by Ling Yishan's presence. Now, the bond between one human and one ghost grew even stronger. Shotsu and Gue sighed deeply and suddenly felt regretful. Had he made a mistake in trusting Lu Xiaoyan to this kid? In just a few days, Ling Yishan had become so unruly. Suppressing his urge to demand money again, he spoke quietly. The coffin shop's origins are very deep. It involves the most fundamental secrets and rules of this spiritual realm. It's no use telling you everything now, so we'll highlight the essentials. First, aren't you curious why, no matter the realm, a soul is worth only one ghost copper coin? Ling Yishan shrugged and rolled his eyes. How could he possibly know? But recalling previous doubts, he guessed, could it be that what's needed isn't the strength of the divine awareness, but some identical component inside every soul? The same for every person, every realm? That's quite insightful. You're close to the truth. Shotsu and Gue raised an eyebrow, impressed. Then he explained, that thing is called Ling's spiritual intelligence. When combined with Shin's divine awareness, it becomes Shin's divine intelligence. Shinshi can be cultivated and improved, but Lingji is innate and unchanging. It represents thought patterns and creativity. That's why it's the raw material for ghost copper coins, and everyone has exactly one. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully before giving an example. I remember you outsiders have something called artificial intelligence, right? Ling Yishan nodded, surprised to hear such a trendy term from an old ghost. The computing power of artificial intelligence is like a person's shunsher. No matter how fast it gets, it can only process existing information and lacks independent thought. The missing piece is Lingji. Because everyone has only a fixed amount of Lingji, it condenses into a single equivalent ghost copper coin. At this point, Shotsu and Gue changed tone, lowering his voice to add, "Of course, this is the conclusion our group of old ghosts came up with. There's also another hypothesis. That being who collects ghost coins is incredibly powerful, and in its eyes, everyone is worth the same mere ants." The village guardian ghost suddenly changed tone, asking, "Which theory do you lean toward?" Ling Yishan had just pulled himself out of shock and paused for a moment before answering. "I favor the first one. If that entity truly can steal intelligence, it would explain why most ghosts in the spirit realm are dull-witted. Their minds have already been exchanged for ghost coins. Thinking further, those mindless ghosts probably serve as its tools, going around collecting coins for it. No wonder spirits from the realm can't be taken out." At this point, just as he was about to continue, the guardian ghost raised a hand to stop him. "That much thinking is enough. Don't say anything else." The old ghost nodded inwardly. Despite the boy's many flaws, he was clever. Lu Xiaoyan was lucky to be with him. The topic returned to the coffin shop. The guardian ghost's expression darkened. "Unlike most shops you've dealt with, the real owner behind that coffin shop is it. Guess where the bodies in those coffins come from?" He stopped teasing. "They're all its possessions, origins unknown. The coffins contain only bodies, no souls. To get one, you must trade ghost coins. The price is standardized. That's its rule." Ling Yishan laughed aloud. Maybe it doesn't have much wisdom, either too lazy to set different prices, so everything's a flat rate? "Hey, why aren't you laughing? Don't look at me like that. I'm scared." The guardian ghost's dark gaze chilled Ling Yishan's back, reminding him of that mysterious brain storage place, sending goosebumps down his spine. Suddenly, the old ghost leaned down and gently patted Lu Xiaolian's head. "Take Lu Xiaolian and Xiao Yu away. They're special." Against his grim face, a faint, gentle smile appeared. Ling Yishan patted his chest reassuringly. "Leave the girls to me, and you can rest easy. Nobody will dare bully them, only the other way around." Reluctantly, Lu Xiaolian clung to the guardian ghost's robe. "Grandpa, aren't you coming with us?" "Grandpa has his own matters." The ghost's gaze softened. "I'm safe for now, don't worry." Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "Looks like someone's been tailing you. Want me to handle it?" The old ghost taking action isn't convenient. "I'll deal with it myself." Ling Yishan waved carelessly, his expression relaxed. Seeing this, the guardian ghost said no more. Not long after, Ling Yishan left with the reluctant Lu Xiaoyan and Xiao Yu. The guardian ghost watched them disappear, then slowly made his way deeper into the ghost market, aiming for the shop where Gue Shang had borrowed troops earlier. After a moment, he returned with a darkened face. The fierce ghost he sought had already been loaned out. "Trouble is brewing," he muttered, then departed alone. Meanwhile, the freshly robbed Ling Yishan didn't hesitate to slip out of the ghost market. But behind him followed a large group of coffin bearers from Hanging Coffin Mountain, all cracking their knuckles, clearly itching to end his life on the spot. Ling Yishan, you're in deep trouble. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.